In the realm of Westeros, within the Kingdom of the North, lies Winterfell. Following the untimely demise of the former king, Lord Eddard Stark was summoned to the capital by King Robert to assume the role of the new Hand of the King. Consequently, the affairs of Winterfell are now overseen by Eddard's eldest son, Robb Stark. Within a conference room in Winterfell, Robb's demeanor was far from jovial as he held a sealed letter, his brow furrowed in concern as he regarded the northern advisor, Maester Luwin. King Robert has passed away, yet my sister Sansa claims in her letter that my father, Eddard Stark, is guilty of treason and urges me to personally seek forgiveness from the new king. Not a word was mentioned about Arya. Does she consider her own sister non-existent? Maester Luwin, hailing from the most esteemed scholarly institution on the continent, the Citadel, had served the Stark family since his graduation and was well versed in the intricacies of noble customs. He patiently elucidated to the young lord before him, "It is indeed pinned by your sister, yet it is evident she is acting under the Queen's directive. This is the King's command, which you must heed. They summon you to King's Landing to pledge your loyalty to the new king, lest you be deemed a traitor." Robb let out a faint smile, settling back in his chair. "This Queen Cersei is quite amusing. She imprisons my father and then expects me to beg for clemency. The Mad King employed such crude schemes to murder my grandfather. Does she truly believe she can wield the same tactics against House Stark?" Seated beside him, Theon Greyjoy, his foster brother and childhood companion, bore an enigmatic smile. "Then let it be as the crown desires. Summon all vassals who have sworn fealty to my father. It is time to test this loyalty and camaraderie." Maester Luwin, taken aback by the audacity of the 15-year-old he had watched grow, nodded with admiration, recognizing the courage it took to confront the Lannisters directly. "Very well, I believe your father would be proud of you," he remarked, departing the chamber to relay messages to the northern lords loyal to House Stark. Moments later, from the highest tower of Winterfell, dozens of ravens were released simultaneously, carrying the call to arms, their distant caws echoing like the horns of war, striking a resonant chord in the hearts of all Winterfell's inhabitants. Theon gazed at his noble companion, who had been his playmate since childhood. "Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Robb lifted a goblet of crimson wine and drained it in one swift motion. "I have long forgotten the meaning of fear, my dear Theon." At this moment, Robb was no longer the valorous yet politically naive heir of House Stark. His essence had been supplanted by Lyn Ku from the Blue Star. However, this was not Lyn Kess' first foray through the corridors of time. After inexplicably finding himself transported into the world of Elden Ring while engrossed in a game, he had assumed that completing it would allow him to return home, only to discover that he had instead become the Elden Lord, ultimately landing him in the realm of a Game of Thrones. Although all equipment has vanished, the various spells and prayers learned are etched deep within my soul, ready to be summoned at will. Fortunately, it is not the feeble intellect of level 9 that defines me. Indeed, it is the noble mage who stands as the singular answer to this version of reality. In the perilous realm of Westeros, numerous deities have records of miraculous deeds, such as the enigmatic Night King, the Lord of Light who resurrects the dead, the three-eyed Raven who traverses time and space, and the widely revered Seven Gods. Yet, I wonder if vanquishing such entities would yield treasures or equipment in return. On the opposite side of the continent, Daenerys must have hatched 3 dragonlings by now. I ponder what the taste of a dragon's heart might be in this world. Having recently traversed into this realm, Robb, still adjusting his mindset, finds himself contemplating peculiar questions. However, he swiftly acclimates to this novel world. The paramount concern is to manage the impending war. In terms of unknown combat, Robb possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to triumph over any foe or creature, even should the Night King or the Lord of Light directly confront him. Yet, when it comes to warfare, Robb harbors an instinctive reluctance to engage in battles where he is outnumbered. He must rely on his subordinates to lead the charge. Standing before a map, Robb contemplates the forthcoming military strategy. This is a conflict between House Stark and House Lannister, a fierce struggle between wolf and lion. In the original narrative, Robb initially appears to advance with great vigor, yet many internal and external troubles are veiled by his victories, obscuring the precarious situation of the North. As the war progresses, rebellion will stir within the North, and the pirate families will seize the opportunity to disrupt the territories below the North while Robb is away. The Lannister family cannot be underestimated either. Furthermore, the 2 brothers of the former king, Robert, will rise in rebellion, further entangling the realm in this Game of Thrones. Beyond the wall, the Night King sharpens his blades, poised to assault the continent. On another continent, the descendants of House Targaryen have once again acquired dragons, preparing to replicate their ancestors' legendary conquests upon the backs of these magnificent beasts. With the North's current strength, sweeping across the continent remains an arduous task. Though I am formidable, I lack the mobility of a dragon rider, making it challenging to emulate the Targaryen feats. Having gained a clearer understanding of the current landscape, Robb swiftly overturns the strategic plans of House Stark as depicted in the original narrative, devising an entirely new approach. Amass provisions, delay the imperial ambition, forge alliances with distant realms while assaulting those near, gradually consuming the continent. Wisdom from our ancestors prevails. With a long-term objective firmly established, Robb begins to ponder the imminent concerns. A cohort of lords loyal to the north will soon arrive at Winterfell. Although Robb managed to rally many in the original tale, there were still those with treacherous intentions. I shall not allow such a situation to arise again. The issue of supplies must also be addressed. Although the past few years have been marked by summer, and Winterfell's granaries remain adequately stocked, warfare is fundamentally a contest of resources. Without robust logistical support, my army cannot endure for long. These two matters are of utmost urgency. Although Robb is not prepared to launch a full-scale assault on King's Landing as he once did, circumstances compel him to confront the Lannister family. He is determined to rescue his sister. Such familial bonds must not be forsaken, especially within this medieval fantasy realm. Otherwise, should his reputation suffer, few would stand by his side. Provocation must be met with a resolute counteraction. Should the head of the pack be perceived as weak, rebellion may arise from within, without the need for external foes. As for his imprisoned father, Ned, it seems there is little hope for salvation unless Daenerys's 3 dragons can be swiftly matured and delivered. Otherwise, it is unlikely he can rescue Ned before the benevolent King Robb succumbs to madness. Let this be our course for now. We must tackle each issue one at a time. Overwhelmed by contemplation, Robb closed his eyes for a brief respite, and when he opened them again, the flickering reflection of the fireplace danced within his pupils. From this moment forth, I shall embody Robb Stark. Let it begin. Winter is coming for the Lannisters. Chapter 2. The Sevens and the Flaying. In the realm of Westeros, a feudal system prevails, wherein great lords allocate their territories to vassals, who in turn bestow portions to their own loyal subjects. A lord may command his vassals, yet cannot dictate the actions of their subordinates. A vassal's vassal is not my vassal. A lord's lord is not my lord. Naturally, some eccentric nobles may hold conservative views, pondering how a daughter's daughter could not be considered their own. Within this structure, Robb Stark need only secure the allegiance of a few formidable earls. He prepared a temporary encampment capable of housing 15,000 men, instructing artisans to construct carts and tents while ensuring provisions were adequately stocked. Reliance on the supplies of his vassal lords was not an option. In the meeting chamber, Robb was giving instructions to Maester Luwin regarding the deployment of soldiers when a sudden knock interrupted him. "Robb, the Sevens have arrived." A smile crept across Robb's face. The Sevens were the first to arrive, a testament to their pure friendship, and he felt compelled to greet them personally. Luwin reminded him, "The Sevens are the closest to Winterfell. They could reach us in half a day." This does not undermine their loyalty. In the original text, the Sevens are depicted as one of the most powerful families in the north, with their patriarch, Meryn Seven, dying heroically for Robb, and his only son, Clay Seven, perishing in the effort to reclaim Winterfell. Their strength is undeniable, and their loyalty is unwavering. To neglect such a family in favor of the treacherous Flaying family would be unthinkable. Accompanied by his father's ward, Theon Greyjoy, and a cadre of loyal guards, Robb approached the outskirts of Winterfell, where he spotted a procession bearing the white and black axe banner drawing near. This contingent numbered around 2,000, with approximately 300 mounted troops and the remainder as infantry. At the forefront were 3 figures, 2 men and a woman, the head of the Sevens and his offspring. Robb approached them, greeting the head of the Sevens with hearty laughter. Ready for battle, the Sevens' motto indeed rings true. The swords of the Sevens shall ever dance for House Stark. The head of the Sevens, noting Robb's youth, merely 15 or 16, felt a twinge of apprehension. His loyalty to House Stark was absolute, yet war is no trifling matter. He had heard that this boy wished to lead the charge himself. How could a child command an army? Did he possess the capability? Robb nodded, assuring him, House Stark shall not forget the friendship with House Seven. Theon, assist in arranging the troops. I have matters to discuss with Lord Seven in the castle. Robb's decision to send Theon to manage the soldiers was tinged with a sense of dark humor, as Theon would later play a role in the demise of Clay Seven, yet now he was to extend a warm welcome. In the meeting chamber, only Robb and Lord Seven remained. Robb poured a glass of wine for Meryn Seven, warmly inviting him to sit. Despite his doubts regarding Robb's military prowess, Meryn showed no hesitation in bringing all his fighting forces to aid House Stark. I have brought 300 cavalry and 200 infantry from my standing army. The remaining infantry are hastily conscripted farmers and artisans with average combat skills. Robb reassured him, it matters not. The Lannisters have mined their gold for centuries. I do not believe they can muster a force capable of rivaling the North. Our soldiers' strength lies not in numbers, but in their valor. Marin, observing Rob's confidence, felt a measure of solace. If the commander were weak and ineffectual, surrendering would be the better course, minimizing losses. Marin, uncle, you are a dear friend of my father. The friendship of our families has endured since the days of our ancestors, and I wish to propose a request that I hope you shall not refuse. Marin, taken aback, replied, Speak. I ask that you grant me command of 500 of the conscripted soldiers. In theory, Rob could issue commands to Marin, instructing him to lead his men into battle, yet Rob lacked direct authority over Marin's soldiers, who could easily defy orders. What Rob sought was the ability to directly command these troops. This request, as Rob acknowledged, bordered on audacity. It implied that even if the Seven family chose not to fight for House Stark, the noble and garrison could depart, yet the conscripted soldiers must remain. The question of their return and when would depend solely on the whims of the young lord. 500 soldiers represented a tremendous asset. Marin hesitated. He had come to assist, not to relinquish a substantial portion of his resources. Marin, uncle, I need your support. Rob's earnest gaze met his. I swear by the gods. Upon the conclusion of this conflict, you shall receive a satisfactory reward. After a prolonged silence, Marin finally lifted his gaze to this youth of uncertain quality. Very well. He uttered no further words, for trust and loyalty had overflowed the confines of the small chamber. Rob clasped Marin's hand, declaring, House Stark shall forever cherish this bond. There is one more matter I must bring to your attention, Marin, uncle. The Flaying family shall soon arrive, though they are vassals to us. Their loyalty is the most tenuous, and their ambitions the greatest. In this hour of peril for the North, I harbor concerns regarding them, and require your vigilance over their movements. Rob's implication was more profound than it appeared. He hoped that House 7 would diligently observe the Flaying family's actions, reporting any irregularities immediately. Marin nodded without hesitation. I shall remember. The atmosphere between them softened as they exchanged tales of yore. Marin recounted his exploits alongside Ned in toppling the Mad King, growing increasingly animated. As if ready to soar to King's Landing to slay King Aerys and Cersei and rescue Lord Eddard, Rob felt a swell of emotion. The Stark family's roots in the North were profoundly deep, and even with nothing to his name, his identity as the Stark heir ensured that countless lords would rally to his cause. In the ensuing days, lords from the North flocked to Winterfell, many arriving with all their possessions, unconcerned about potential raids by robbers or pirates. This was the magnetic pull of House Stark. Rob busied himself, receiving lords one by one, arranging their encampments, and coordinating supplies. Though originally adept at managing such affairs, Rob feigned calmness, internally grappling with anxiety. After overcoming particularly challenging issues, he would retreat to confide in his brother, shedding tears in frustration, only to emerge the next day with a fade of composure. In truth, he excelled, displaying remarkable prowess for a mere 15-year-old. Yet at this moment, Rob felt no trepidation. Instead, he reveled in the experience. Death he had encountered countless times, and formidable foes he had slain with his own hands. However, orchestrating troop movements and strategizing from afar was a novel and exhilarating endeavor. Chapter 3. The Military Law Brigade of House Mormont. This is nothing short of murder. I demand retribution. In the conference room of Winterfell, Count Magi Sevenbark's face flushed with rage as he hurled his accusations at the lords of the North. My men acted purely in self-defense. It was your people who stealthily followed them, and when discovered, proved themselves incompetent in combat. Let them perish for their folly. Opposing the Sevenbark family was an individual whose outward demeanor was deceptively genteel, yet his inherent cruelty was apparent to all. He was the notorious Count Laus Bolton of the infamous Flaying family, known as Old Flayer. Laus Bolton's voice, though not loud, was remarkably soothing, compelling those present to listen intently to his words. Count Magi seethed. What utter nonsense. Is a backstab a duel? It is clearly an ambush. Murder. Let us set aside such matters. Do you wish to jeopardize our alliance? Your underling's violent outburst does not threaten the alliance. Both parties clung to their respective narratives, while the other lords remained silent, casting meaningful glances at the young man seated at the head of the table, their nominal leader, the young wolf, Robb Stark. They were eager to see how Robb would navigate this tense situation. In truth, the root of the conflict lay in Robb's earlier command to surveil Old Flayer's men. Little did he anticipate that within days, they would be discovered and slain, revealing a disparity in strength among their ranks. However, he saw this as an opportunity to consolidate power. Robb shrugged helplessly and, under the scrutiny of all, spoke slowly. A life for a life. Blood demands blood. This is an ancient tenet, Count Laus. Surrender the culprit to me, for I shall personally execute him. Old Flayer's visage darkened, his cold gaze fixated on Robb. He had presumed that the merely teenage Robb would be easily manipulated, yet upon entering the city, he found himself under constant surveillance and suppression, deprived of any chance to maneuver. The Bolton family, while formidable in the north, had long resented the Stark family's governance and frequently rebelled. 3 centuries prior, the Stark patriarch had besieged the Boltons within their castle for months, forcing their surrender when they were left with no resources. Currently, Eddard Stark commanded unparalleled respect in the north and maintained a close relationship with King Robert. Even with Old Flayer's ambitions to usurp him, he was powerless. However, with Robert's untimely demise and Eddard's uncertain fate, the Stark family was left in the hands of the young Robb, igniting a glimmer of hope within Old Flayer. He had already begun clandestine communications with forces beyond the north, seeking an opportunity to strike decisively. As for why he did not engage with the northern factions, it was because they were staunchly loyal to House Stark. Old Flayer was convinced that the moment he uttered his plans, Stark's forces would immediately descend upon him. Indeed, Old Flayer's men were in the wrong, yet he sought to obfuscate the matter, hoping to portray the young wolf's weakness to the other lords. The moment the alpha wolf showed signs of fatigue would be the opportune time for the pack to turn against him. Yet, he was taken aback by the resolve Robb exhibited, something not typical of a boy of 15. With public sentiment and moral high ground against Old Flayer, and having failed to intimidate the young wolf, he resolved to bide his time. As you wish, my lord. Robb received an unsatisfactory reply. He had hoped Old Flayer would refuse him, providing a reason to escalate the situation and enhance his own standing. Surveying the loyal yet headstrong lords around him, Robb cleared his throat. Gentlemen, our objective is to breach King's Landing and rescue my father. You are all lords of the north. I wish for today's events not to repeat. If we expend all our energy on internecine strife, not only shall we fail to capture King's Landing, but we shall also meet our demise without a grave. Thus, to maintain the combat efficacy of our forces and prevent further bloodshed, I have decided to establish a military law brigade. The lords present furrowed their brows, uncertain of the brigade's purpose, yet the name alone instilled a sense of foreboding. I have tasked Maester Lewin with drafting a military decree, clearly delineating what actions are permissible and what are not. The lords understood this. Though they had no formal military edicts, each had their own regulations, and they would typically impose their own constraints on their vassals. Thus, their reaction was muted. All units shall adhere to the same military decree. You may add your own regulations, but none shall be omitted. Any soldier in the north found violating the military decree shall face judgment from the military law brigade, as I have just stated. An uproar erupted among the lords. Previously, in battle, each lord commanded their own troops, and who went into combat was a matter resolved internally. Now, the young wolf sought to claim authority over the punishment of a portion of their forces, which left them feeling discontented. While there were merits to this, as it would unify their rules and prevent any from shirking their duties or showing leniency to their deserters, many were opposed. Nay, who shall lead this military law brigade? If it were to be Old Flayer, I would be the first to refuse. Why all this commotion? Would the young wolf appoint that coward Old Flayer? Use your heads. I oppose this. It is far too complex. Why should I relinquish control of my men to another? Old Flayer's expression darkened. He recognized that these lords were conspiring to prevent him from assuming command of the military law brigade. As chaos ensued, Robb remained unperturbed, seated comfortably in his chair, absently stroking Grey Wind's chin, eliciting a contented rumble from the dire wolf. Once the discussions quieted, Robb shifted his attention back to the gathered lords. Have we concluded our discussions? I have already selected a captain for the military law brigade, Countess Maya Mormont of Bear Island. A lord protested immediately. What? A woman? On what grounds should a lady? Before he could finish, another covered his mouth. Hush, do you wish to be struck? That is the Countess of Bear Island. Robb smiled at the still discontented lords. Those hailing from Bear Island are formidable warriors. Maya's brother serves as the current Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and her nephew was a former Kingsguard. As for her, at this moment, a middle-aged woman rose, appearing to be in her 50s. Her white hair and scarred visage clad in a coat stitched from wolf and bear pelts. She was tall and robust, dwarfing most men present. Notably, her right hand was wrapped in bandages, suggesting a recent injury. She exuded an aura of quiet fury as she slowly surveyed the assembled lords. Under the weight of her presence, few dared to meet her gaze, while those who had boasted earlier felt compelled to lower their heads almost to the table. Meggie erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "It seems that some have retreated into themselves." With that, she rose from her seat and approached Robb, gazing down at the boy who was several years her junior. This moment transported her back to their initial meeting, when, like many others, she had harbored doubts about the child. Seeking to assert dominance, she had tightened her grip during their handshake, resulting in her right hand being bound in bandages. According to the maester's assessment, the fractured bones would require a month before she could wield a sword again. From that point on, Meggie devoted herself unwaveringly to his service. She willingly knelt before Robb, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your trust. I shall act with impartiality, spreading your justice and fairness throughout the ranks." The onlookers marveled at Robb's calm demeanor as he sat before the imposing figure of Meggie, casually placing his hand atop her head in a gesture of honor. They were astonished. When had this young wolf tamed such a fierce bear? Rob smiled and declared, "This matter is settled. By the way, should anyone oppose, you are free to return to your castles with your men. However, I assure you, when I return from dealing with the Lannisters, I will drag you from your beds and have your heads mounted on pikes. As for my ability to accomplish this, my enemies will soon find out." Chapter 4. The Great John carves meat. When the Stark family's army arrived at Winterfell, everyone was acutely aware that the grand mobilization was imminent. Bran Stark sat in a chair, gazing at the throngs of people in Winterfell, momentarily lost in thought. Even during the last visit of the king, the crowd had not been so vast. However, Robb had made extensive arrangements well in advance, and although the multitude was considerable, it was not chaotic. Each family had settled into their designated area, with minimal conflict, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Bran learned that this tranquility was secured by his brother Robb, who had taken the heads of more than a dozen men to maintain order. Curious about the number of arrivals, Bran inquired with Maester Luwin, who had been tirelessly occupied, scribbling notes while responding. Over 12,000 have come, and the Stark family has brought more than 2,000. The food supplies in the city are dwindling. The army must depart soon, or we will be reduced to begging in the streets. With fewer than 15,000 present, could they truly rescue their father? Luwin's calculations left him feeling overwhelmed. There are also the men from the marshes, and the Earls of Manderley and Flint await the army's arrival on their lands. Additionally, knights from the Barolans are likely hoping to test their fortune near King's Road. Hearing that more would join, Bran felt slightly reassured. As he watched the Stark family's sigil, the white sunburst on a black field, enter the city, a sense of anxiety crept in. His brother would need to host them. The Stark family, not only kin to theirs over 1,000 years ago, included some of the most powerful nobles present, such as the Greyjoys, the Arryns, and the Boltons. Thus, Bran surmised his brother would host them in the grandest banquet hall. Due to the sheer number of nobles, most accompanied by their sons, Winterfell's hall could scarcely accommodate them all. Robb would have to invite them in batches according to their standing. Bran was not fond of such gatherings. As Robb's younger brother, he would sit at his left, the second most esteemed position. Yet, as a boy bound to a wheelchair, he could feel the Lord's disdainful gazes upon him. Why should a cripple occupy such a place? Though unspoken, this sentiment echoed in his mind. Tonight, as he again faced the prospect of sitting in that position and enduring the scrutiny of all, Bran wished fervently for a sudden illness to excuse him, allowing him to recover once the guests departed. However, if they all left, Robb would inevitably depart as well. Though still young, Bran understood the merciless nature of war. If anything were to befall Robb on the battlefield, the Stark family would undoubtedly crumble. Their father, still in the capital, along with Sansa and Arya, would remain beyond reach. As time slipped away in a haze of anxious thoughts, the hour for the banquet to honor the Stark family arrived. Robb sent someone to summon Bran, urging him to don his attire for the feast. With a slight headache and a resigned sigh, Bran changed and set off. The path to the banquet hall felt even more arduous than the journey his brother had taken to King's Landing. Upon reaching the entrance, he opened the door to find numerous lords gathered around a long table, their voices a cacophony of excitement, with a few smaller tables occupied by the younger generation. Robb spotted Bran first. He rose, grasped the wheelchair's handles from a servant, and positioned Bran at his left. Bran could once again hear the phantom whispers of doubt, but he maintained his composure, having learned to conceal his emotions under Robb's influence. After settling his brother, Robb raised his goblet. "Welcome, Lord Rickard Karstark. The Stark family shall not forget this bond. Our forces have gathered, and tonight serves not only as a feast for Uncle Rickard, but also as a meeting before our departure. With the arrivals of the Greyjoys, the Arryns, the Boltons, and the Karstarks, along with Stark soldiers, the might of the North was nearly assembled. It was time to march to war. Rescue old Lord Eddard to King's Landing. Avenge that vile woman. Back in the day, when my father and Lord Eddard fought the Mad King, she was yet unaware of her fate. And now she dares imprison Ned." As the rallying cry echoed, the lords of the North surged with fervor, some eager for glory, others out of camaraderie with Ned, and many simply loyal to House Stark. When the lords had voiced their fervent declarations, Robb smiled slightly and continued, "Prepare yourselves for the return journey. Our army departs tomorrow at noon." Just then, a booming voice cut through the air like thunder. "Our family's forces must lead. We cannot trail behind the Greyjoys." The proclamation startled everyone present, save for Robb, who remained unfazed, a subtle smile upon his lips. He turned his gaze toward the speaker, Great John Umber, the head of House Umber, known as Big John, towering over most at over 2 meters tall, his formidable presence accentuated by his armor, exuding the raw strength of a beast. Robb replied calmly, "Great John, you are currently within my army. We can discuss the specifics of our strategy, though the outcome may not align with your desires. Most importantly, once orders are issued, regardless of your satisfaction, they must be executed. Do you understand? Big John dismissed Rob's words with disdain. What orders to execute? If my men are placed behind, I shall return home. Beside him, Mayor Greyjoy and Lord Ricard Karstark exchanged glances of concern. Robb, however, remained composed, leisurely settling back in his chair as he regarded his newly appointed commander of the military. Mayor, if Great John does depart, according to our newly established military law, what is the penalty for desertion? Mayor stood abruptly, her stature rivaling that of Big John. Locking eyes with him, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, enunciating each word with precision, beheading. No one doubted that upon Robb's command, she would strike without hesitation. Desertion, you say? And who are you, you little green whelp? Big John, unfazed by the threat of execution, was incensed by the insult of desertion. Having fought alongside Ned for a lifetime, he was straightforward, valuing honor above all else. In a fit of rage, he reached for his sword. How? At that moment, Grey Wind, who had been gnawing on a bone at Robb's feet, sensed the impending danger. He leapt onto the table, baring his teeth at the looming threat of Big John, ready to defend his master with a savage snarl. This scene unfolded too swiftly for the assembled nobles to react. Yet, what followed was even more astonishing, leaving them utterly speechless. An invisible force of gravitation suddenly enveloped Robb. The most palpable sensation experienced by Bran, who felt as though he might be propelled from his wheelchair towards Robb. Meanwhile, Grey Wind remained suspended mid-air, poised to pounce, only to be abruptly hurled backward by this unseen power, landing deftly upon the table before Robb. This was a form of gravitational magic, capable of drawing adversaries towards oneself. Robb adeptly directed the force primarily towards Grey Wind. Otherwise, everyone within the room would have instantly lost their balance and collapsed to the ground. What extraordinary power was this? For a fleeting moment, the minds of all present went blank, invoking thoughts of the old gods. Was this miraculous force a divine phenomenon? As Grey Wind was yanked back, it instinctively attempted to lunge forward, yet its entire form was firmly restrained by a single hand, Robb's hand. Gripping the wolf's spine, he pressed it firmly against the table, causing its struggling claws to overturn Bran's dishes. Everyone stared in astonishment at Robb, who leaned back in his chair with an air of ease. What immense strength was required to subdue an ice wolf with but one hand? Only Mira remained unfazed, recognizing that if Robb could effortlessly crush his own bones, subduing an ice wolf seemed rather unremarkable. While maintaining his grip on the thrashing beast, Robb smiled and reassured it. Calm down, Grey Wind. John merely wishes to assist us in cutting the finest pieces of mutton. Chapter 5. The encampment at Catelyn Bay as night fell. Robb personally escorted Bran back to his chamber for rest. You can wield magic. What Osha said is true. There truly exists magic. Just look at their expressions tonight. They seem ready to lay their hearts at your feet. Bran excitedly recounted the events that had transpired in the banquet hall. Even a boy of Bran's tender age could discern that, following this evening, no lord present harbored any dissent in their hearts, particularly the boisterous Jon Snow, who, after Robb's imposing display, willingly knelt before Robb's throne, resembling Marjorie of Bear Island in her submission. I would wager that if you commanded him to face death now, he would not even blink. Robb ushered Bran into his bedroom, affectionately ruffling his brother's hair. At this stage, Bran was at the pinnacle of his youthful beauty. Anyone who beheld him would be compelled to declare him adorable. I shall not send him to his demise. He is a loyal subordinate. Bran, unfazed by such concerns, was at the zenith of his admiration for his brother. You will rescue father and sister, one to you? And Arya, though she always steals my thunder. Robb shook his head. I cannot guarantee that. You have encountered the false King Joffrey. He is a product of incest, with a temperament that is quite unhinged. I cannot assure that I shall reach him before he descends into madness and rescue father. As Bran envisioned Joffrey's arrogant, yet cowardly demeanor, his heart sank once more. Robb observed him closely. Bran, do you consider yourself a man? Bran glanced at his crippled legs. I am, but they all say I. Robb interrupted. Listen, Bran. If you remain confined to your chamber for life, no one will ever speak of you. But can you truly lie in bed forever? The opinions of others are inconsequential, for they will change based on your actions. When you display timidity, they will scorn you. Yet, should you strive for strength, they shall come to admire you. When I depart, Winterfell will be in your hands along with 4-year-old Rickon. The Stark name commands respect in the north. Yet there will always be those with ill intentions who will seize this opportunity to attack Winterfell and our other loyal lords with full force. I will leave you some men, and Maester Luwin will assist you. You must learn to lead them and defend Winterfell in times of peril. Bran felt a flicker of motivation ignite within him upon hearing Robb's words. I can do it. Robb solemnly admonished, no matter the circumstances. You must remain indoors and await my return. I will. Even if they mock me, I shall defend our home. The following morning, Robb prepared to depart Winterfell. bidding farewell to Bran as he set forth with his army to march south. Concern etched on his face. Bran expressed, "Rickon refuses to bid you farewell. He fears you will not return, just as father did." Robb shook his head. "I shall return, and then I can teach you the magic you have always longed to learn. From what I have observed, you possess great potential." A gleam of joy illuminated Bran's countenance. "Really?" Robb chuckled teasingly. "Indeed, it is true. Your skills in horseback riding, archery, and swordsmanship do not match Arya's. Becoming a knight holds little allure. Instead, why not learn some magic with me?" Bran's expression faltered, yet an indescribable warmth filled his heart. Comparisons to Arya had long been a source of ridicule from his brothers. But since the incident with the Lannisters that had left him disabled, such jests had ceased. Perhaps it was an attempt to shield his feelings. Yet this pity often left one weeping at night. Robb's current teasing evoked both anger and delight within him. How peculiar. As he watched his brother Robb ride away, Bran saw Grey wind bounding alongside the warhorse, the stark sigil of gray and white flying proudly at the forefront, fluttering in the wind. Theon Greyjoy and Jon Snow flanked Robb, and since last night, Jon had willingly taken on the role of Robb's protector. The remaining 3,000 knights formed two ranks, their steel-tipped spears glinting in the sunlight. Thus began the march of an elite force down King's Road. King's Road traversed the length of Westeros. And in an era of limited productivity, a well-maintained road signified countless souls buried beneath its surface. Consequently, King's Road was the sole highway of the continent. The North, situated at the continent's northernmost point, struggled to attract outsiders due to its harsh winter climate. Thus, despite encompassing a vast area, nearly a third of the continent, it boasted a relatively sparse population. This extensive territory meant that Robb's journey to King's Landing would require considerable time. As Robb's army advanced steadily southward, the initial leg of the journey was relatively smooth, but they soon encountered marshy terrain, which hindered their progress. The soldiers fared reasonably well, yet the supply wagons struggled to navigate the mire, often becoming ensnared in the mud, requiring several men to extricate them. To gather further intelligence, Robb dispatched riders from House Karstark to scout ahead, sending out over 100 men to collect information, recruit wandering knights, and establish contact with those in the marshlands. Thus, they continued their advance, gathering intelligence along the way. After several days, Robb and his forces arrived at Catelyn Bay, the North's most significant fortress. Robb instructed Theon, "Relay my orders. The army shall rest here, and the leaders of each house are to convene this evening." Catelyn Bay, while not particularly grand in appearance, possessed formidable geographical advantages. To the north lay Winterfell, accessible via King's Road, while the south was engulfed in a vast, treacherous swamp. This marshland was fraught with peril, laden with pitfalls and dense thickets, teeming with venomous insects and serpents, its ground a quagmire. Anyone venturing within would find themselves hopelessly lost. It was virtually impossible for an army to launch an offensive from this quagmire against Catelyn Bay. The castle in the marsh was known as Greywater Watch, ruled by the loyal Lord Howland Reed, a brother-in-arms of Ned Stark. The inhabitants of Greywater Watch were those whom Maester Luwin had previously spoken of, the denizens of the marshlands. To the south of the marsh lay the fertile lands of the Riverlands, one of the territories ruled by one of the Seven Lords. Thus, as long as they maintained control of Catelyn Bay, the North would remain invincible. Before the evening's meeting, the scouts dispatched days prior returned to Catelyn Bay, and Robb gathered a wealth of intelligence, although it was not favorable news. Ser Jaime Lannister had led his forces to clash with the army of House Tully at Riverrun, resulting in the death of Lord Edmure Tully. Chapter 6. Our army faces a crushing defeat. The Tully family of the Riverlands, whose family crest is a fish, is commonly referred to as the Fish House. Like the Stark family of the North, they are a prominent noble house with a ducal title, commanding the loyalty of much of the nobility in the Riverlands. What prompted the Tully family to engage in conflict with the Lannisters? Naturally, it was in response to the call of House Stark, as they prepared to venture to King's Landing to rescue Ned Stark. The Tullys and Starks are bound by marriage. Robb's mother is the eldest daughter of the Tully Duke, intertwining their familial ties with a political alliance. Their fates are inextricably linked. One flourishes while the other falters. In the present landscape of Westeros, there are 7 great dukes, yet only the Duke of Tully stands as Robb's unwavering ally. However, the Tully forces suffered a catastrophic defeat at the hands of the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, resulting in the death of an earl and plunging them into a dire predicament. This misfortune leaves Robb in a precarious position, with allies besieged, making the strategic decisions ahead crucial. A single misstep could trigger a domino effect, shattering morale entirely. According to the scouts, following their victory, the Kingslayer's forces experienced a surge in morale, rallying the armies of the Westerlands to march from Casterly Rock towards the Tully stronghold of Riverrun, encountering virtually no resistance along the way. The sight of the Lannister lion banner sent the Riverland troops into a panicked retreat, indicating an alarming prelude to disaster. As the army regrouped under the dimming sky, the assembled lords within the fortress of Carhold were engulfed in a mood as bleak as the overcast heavens. In the council chamber, Robb surveyed the gathered lords, poised to convene, when an urgent series of knocks echoed through the room. Robb's men understood the gravity of the moment. No one would dare disrupt this meeting without pressing cause. "Come in," Robb's voice, though soft, resonated with authority. The door was nearly thrust open, not by a person, but by an overwhelming stench of blood and decay, followed by a knight, bloodied and battered, rushing into the chamber. After a moment of recognition, Robb identified him as one of the knights who had accompanied his father to King's Landing. The knight's first words sent a chill through the assembly. "My Lord Robb, our army has suffered a great defeat. Lord Tywin is advancing." Robb gestured for calm, approaching the knight. Before he could speak further, Robb clenched his fist, slightly bowing, and a golden rune appeared on the ground. A radiant light erupted from the rune and enveloped the knight. Miraculously, his wounds began to heal at a visible pace. And as he stood, astonished by his recovery, he could hardly find words. This was a restorative prayer, a miracle wrought by the power of the Elden Ring. This, by the old gods, it is a miracle, exclaimed Great John, the first to recover from his astonishment. Is this magic? Or a miracle from the old gods? Rickard Karstark stood in wide-eyed disbelief. Robb calmly raised a hand, urging silence among the lords, and in a serene tone, prompted the wounded knight to recount his knowledge to the assembly. Before Duke Ned was captured, he commanded us to seek out Lord Tywin in the name of the king, demanding his return to King's Landing to address the slander against House Tully. However, upon our arrival, we found the king dead. Tywin refused to acknowledge our royal mandate and engaged us in battle. We were no match for him, and most of our number perished. I narrowly escaped and lost contact with the others. At this point, the knight's voice trembled with fear. I intended to return to King's Landing to find Lord Ned, but I learned he has been imprisoned. Lord Tywin is advancing into the Riverlands with an overwhelming force, pillaging as he goes, and several noble castles have already fallen. He is now approaching Harrenhal, ready to seize it. A chill swept through the lords at this revelation. Tywin's successes exceeded all expectations. The war was just beginning, and they had yet to make a move while their foes rampaged unchecked. Now, the old lion, Tywin, pushed along the King's Road, while his son, Jaime, pursued the remnants of their defeated forces, showcasing their formidable military prowess from the outset. The Lannisters had myriad options before them. Tywin could consolidate forces with the Kingslayer and assault Riverrun, and should Riverrun fall, the northern armies would lose all hope of advancing southward. Alternatively, Tywin could adopt a more circumspect strategy, waiting for Jaime to strike Riverrun, as the defenders had already lost their will to fight. He could simply encircle and await opportunity, ready to exploit any movement from Robb, thrusting the northern forces into a perilous position. The current situation was indeed dire, leading to divisions among the northern lords. Rickard Karstark was the first to voice his opinion. "We must immediately go to their aid. Jaime has engaged one of the main Tully forces. If this continues, our allies will be decimated. If we can join forces with the Tullys, we can capture the Kingslayer." "That is misguided," Great John vehemently countered. "We should first eliminate that old snake, Tywin. The Kingslayer is merely a brash youth. You do not grasp the depths of Tywin's treachery. We must strike unexpectedly and seize Tywin. If we capture him, victory is ours." Old Man Bolton offered no strategic plan. Merely analyzing the present circumstances, the bogs of Greywater Watch will guard us. Tywin cannot reach us here. I suspect he will return to seek out his son, Jaime. Perhaps we should remain at Carhold until the situation outside clarifies. Will you hide like a turtle? If you wish to do so, then go ahead. Do we even have enough provisions? The lords erupted into chaos, while Robb remained silent, attentively listening. This was the duty of a commander, to absorb the counsel of his vassals without engaging in their disputes. The debate stretched long, growing wearisome until they noticed that Robb, seated at the head of the table, had not yet spoken, but had been listening intently. Gradually, the din of contention subsided, and all eyes turned to Robb, unconsciously hoping he would offer a decisive direction. "There must be a leader among us," someone urged. "My Lord Robb, you must provide us with guidance." Old Man Bolton was the first to speak. Chapter 7. The Strategy of Self-Destruction. There is no need for alarm, esteemed lords. Robb, with a gentle hand, smoothed the ruffled fur of Grey Wind, calming the restless hearts of those present. Initially shaken by the news of our military setbacks and the formidable enemy forces, their anxiety began to dissipate, allowing them to regain a semblance of rational thought. As the lords settled into a more composed state, Robb slowly began to speak. Although the Lannister family displayed remarkable prowess in warfare, they are not without their vulnerabilities. I have heard that my father publicly exposed Joffrey as the product of the incestuous union between Jaime and Cersei, which led to his imprisonment. This revelation has spread across the continent, and I am certain that King Robert's two brothers will not permit Joffrey to remain comfortably seated on the throne. The late King Robert Baratheon was once among the 7 noble families of Westeros entitled to ducal titles. During the war against the Mad King, Ned Stark forcefully removed the regicide Jaime from the Iron Throne, thereby elevating Robert to power. Consequently, the ducal titles originally held by the Baratheon family were assumed by Robert's brothers. Furthermore, Robert had another brother who had previously assisted him in King's Landing. Legally speaking, should Joffrey lose his claim to the throne, both of these men possess the right to ascend, as they are nominally Grand Dukes, one being the Duke of Storm's End from House Baratheon, and the other the Duke of Dragonstone from the Targaryen lineage. Both possess troops and resources, and the law favors their claims. They will undoubtedly contest for the throne. Thus, the Lannister family, who support King's Landing, will soon face a multi-front conflict. Once the chaos erupts, they will struggle to withstand the onslaught from the remaining 4 ducal houses, with time not on their side. This is why they have launched an all-out assault on House Tully in the Riverlands from the very outset of the war, hoping to swiftly reduce their adversaries from 4 to 3. The assembled lords, being nobles themselves, were well aware of this information, nodding in agreement with Rob's assessment. Yet their expressions remained troubled. While the Lannisters faced dire straits, their own position was no less precarious. All eyes were on King's Landing, and Robert's brothers would not regard them as allies, but rather as secondary competitors in the relentless struggle for the throne, where the victor takes all. The pressure exerted by the Lannisters persisted, and the old Lord Ned must also be rescued. Time, too, was not on the side of House Stark. Robb continued to stroke Grey Wind as he unveiled his strategic plan. I have resolved that our main forces shall first confront Tywin. However, we will not ambush him while he remains unprepared. Rather, we shall traverse the marshes and confront Tywin head-on, trapping him within Harrenhal and preventing his escape. What? Robb has gone mad. This was the first thought that sprang to the minds of all the nobles present. This strategy was utterly absurd. Not only was your uncle's family in peril, desperately calling for your aid, but the act of confronting Tywin across the marshes was also highly unreasonable. This was not merely foolish, it was sheer madness. Why forsake the geographical advantage of the marshes? Why not strike while the enemy remains unaware? Tywin could swiftly eliminate all the minor lords near King's Road and retreat into Harrenhal, gazing down upon the northern forces from a distance. Should Jaime, the Kingslayer, capture Riverrun and annihilate House Tully, the northern army would find itself in a perilous predicament, besieged from all sides. Even if Robb were to realize his folly midway and pivot to attack Jaime, Tywin could leisurely emerge from his castle and pursue the northern forces. There were 3 manifest strategies: to take down Jaime, to ambush Tywin, or to hold the line at the Weeping Bay. Yet our Lord Robb chose none of these paths. He opted for self-destruction. Rickard Karstark lamented, "This will lead to our defeat." Roose Bolton remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Robb, attempting to discern whether the young wolf had a cunning plan or was simply reckless, a military fool issuing misguided commands. The minor lords murmured among themselves, some voicing unconditional support, others expressing deep concern, and some vehemently opposing the plan. However, Great John and Mira from Bear Island remained unfazed, casting aside their chaotic thoughts upon hearing Robb's orders, resolutely committed to executing his commands. Even if they were to face defeat, they would embrace the honor of fighting alongside such a valiant leader. Robb coldly surveyed the reactions of the lords. This matter is settled, but we shall not rush into action. The cavalry from House Manderley and the men from the Vale are en route. Once our forces are assembled, we shall march against Tywin. The lords, recognizing Robb's firm resolve, understood that further discussion was futile and begrudgingly accepted the outcome. Robb had demonstrated exceptional leadership in Winterfell, having successfully garnered the loyalty of several major lords, and his decisions were no longer subject to dissent. Robb then called the assembly to attention. While we await the arrival of House Manderley's forces, I hope you will diligently train your soldiers in preparation for the impending battles. Indeed, there is one more matter. I require the selection of a personal guard, approximately 300 strong, composed entirely of cavalry, equipped with the finest arms. I hope to visit your encampments tomorrow to select some warriors. The lords responded without notable hesitation to this request. Unlike the 500 soldiers required by Robb and Count Selwyn, these cavalrymen were fiercely loyal and would not fall prey to the notion of Robb borrowing them without return. Particularly, the knights appointed by the lords would remain steadfastly loyal to their own allegiances. In truth, many nobles welcomed this opportunity, as it allowed them to rightfully place their progeny close to Robb. Many had awaited this moment. Otherwise, why would Rickard Karstark have brought both of his sons? And Mira Selwyn her daughter? Now, they pondered not only strategies for war, but also how to place their nearly 30-year-old daughter in Rob's bed. Moreover, the commander must have a personal guard. Without protection on the battlefield, if the commander were to fall, chaos would ensue, an outcome no one present wished to witness. Rickard Karstark, shedding his earlier gloom, exclaimed, "My lord Robb, you must select my two sons. They are extraordinary young men. My son Jon Snow is stronger than both of yours combined." The lords erupted into enthusiastic discussion once more. All were acutely aware that Robb was destined to become the Duke of Winterfell, and this was an opportunity to foster connections on the battlefield, ensuring that their families would have a formidable ally to lean upon. Chapter 8. The birth of the Wolf Cavalry. Training the personal guard has become Robb's foremost priority, despite the impending formation of a mere 300 men. Each member has been meticulously chosen from noble families, all of whom are armored cavalry, with a display of valor. A single charge from these cavalry could shatter the morale of even the most formidable opposition, enabling them to pursue and vanquish tens of thousands of ordinary infantry. In this era, armored cavalry represents an unparalleled instrument of warfare. Robb has set rigorous standards, no one shorter than the height of a horse's neck, no one unable to lift a stone, no one incapable of completing a lap around the carhold, and certainly no one of advanced age or seeking to exploit loopholes. As the journey progresses, several noblemen join the ranks, swelling Robb's forces from an initial 15,000 to 18,000, with cavalry numbering around 3,000. The selection process remains stringent, yet the formidable combat prowess of the North soldiers ensures that even with such demanding criteria, 294 armored cavalrymen ultimately qualify for inclusion. Among them are the sons of Great Jon, the two sons of House Stark, and a son from House Karstark. There is no hidden agenda. Robb conducts the selection of his personal guard with utmost transparency. However, noble offspring, accustomed to a life of privilege, often possess a natural robustness compared to their peasant counterparts, bolstered by the fact that their fathers have participated in campaigns against the Mad King, instilling in them a dedication to training from a young age. Thus, Robb's requirements are merely a part of their everyday existence, allowing them to pass with ease. On the training field, the 294 cavalrymen stand in a precise formation, most of them strapping young men in their 20s or 30s, wielding long spears that glimmer ominously under the sun. Their armor, though varied in age, is universally sturdy. What sets them apart from ordinary peasant laborers is the fierce determination evident in their eyes filled with loyalty, honor, ambition, and ferocity, indicative of a highly capable fighting force. Robb, clad in brown leather armor, surveys the ranks from horseback, nodding with satisfaction. This is the army he requires, yet they lack a certain element, one that he must provide. He recalls the ancestral Targaryens who, riding 3 mighty dragons, swept across Westeros, conquering the realm. In this campaign, 6 of the original 7 kingdoms either surrendered or were reduced to ash by dragonfire. However, Robb pauses as he recounts the history of Westeros. Only the southern kingdom of Dorne, its lords and people, did not fight recklessly nor capitulate. When the dragons descended upon them, they took refuge underground, emerging only after the threat had passed to take up arms in defiance. Ultimately, they became the only kingdom not subjugated by the Targaryens, merging with the realm through marriage alliances, achieving a status of equality as a duchy. They are warriors, not for any other reason than their courage to confront formidable foes and their unwavering trust in their lord. "I hope you too will become such warriors for my personal guard," Robb declares. "You must possess extraordinary courage and complete trust in me. If you can achieve this, I, Robb Stark, son of the North, solemnly swear that I will honor your loyalty, and you shall receive your due rewards." At this moment, the brothers seated among the ranks, Theon calls out loudly, "For the North, loyalty." The atmosphere becomes infectious, and the other members of the guard begin to echo the call. Initially somewhat disorganized, their voices gradually coalesce into a singular, powerful chant. Loyalty, loyalty, loyalty. The soldiers' cries grow louder, more synchronized, reverberating across the landscape, echoing throughout Carhold. Of course, this fervor is but a fleeting moment of enthusiasm. Should the call for loyalty require true sacrifice, even the stray dogs on the roadside would refuse. Robb gestures for his attendants to present a bag. The metallic clinks within cause the eyes of several impoverished knights to widen in astonishment. They recognize the sound, the unmistakable clink of gold dragons. Robb reaches into the bag, pulling forth a handful of gold coins, while many more slip through his fingers back into the bag, producing the most melodious sound imaginable. Several cavalrymen swallow hard. The handful Robb holds could procure a fine steed, commission a master blacksmith for exquisite armor, or even secure the affections of the most sought-after maiden, ensuring a lifetime of comfort. Indeed, wealth stirs the heart, and Robb, observing their expressions, smiles and declares, "Yes, it is as you think. This bag of gold is yours." The soldiers collectively hold their breath, their hearts racing. Has their lord been overly generous? How long might this fortune last? Yet, Rob releases the coins back into the bag, stating, to claim this wealth, a price must be paid. As I mentioned earlier, you must place your trust in me and submit to complete obedience during the forthcoming training. My lord, do you imply we must barter our lives for this gold? One knight boldly inquires. Certainly not, Rob replies, shaking his head. This gold is your reward. For every gold dragon you take, you shall serve me for 1 month. During this month, my orders are absolute. Should you violate my commands, I will not hesitate to execute you. However, once the month concludes, should you wish to continue earning gold dragons, you may remain. If you wish to depart, I will not impede your exit. I have made my terms clear. If you are unwilling and wish to leave now, another bag contains silver stags. Take one and you may go. Upon hearing this, many cavalrymen feel a sense of relief. Betraying Lord Rob earns a silver stag, but to remain at his side holds promise. Previously in Winterfell, Rob had established a rigorous military code enforced by a law enforcement team. Both he and his code had executed numerous offenders, yet all respected the law because it was upheld with impartiality. The actions of their lord are evident to all, and they share a consensus about Rob's character. They believe he is a leader worth following. Meanwhile, some mercenary knights care little for Rob's integrity. Their focus is solely on gold. For them, the battle is a means to earn wealth, and this lord is indeed generous even before the first battle has commenced. Other noble scions, indifferent to wealth or Rob's fairness, seek his friendship, and none contemplate withdrawal. Ultimately, only 4 hesitant souls, clutching silver stags, slink away amidst the scornful gazes of their comrades, while the remaining 290 choose to stay by Rob's side. Watching them, Rob feels a swell of emotion, and he takes a handful of gold dragons from the bag, casting them into the air, allowing a golden rain to shower upon each soldier. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Wolf Cavalry. Chapter 9. Listen to the sound of my whistle arrow. The first training session of the Wolf Riders was deceptively simple: archery. Most of them were elite soldiers forged through rigorous training, proficient in horsemanship and swordplay. Enhancing individual combat skills through further training proved quite challenging, a phenomenon known as diminishing returns. Thus, Rob placed greater emphasis on imparting military tactics to these Wolf Riders. With a larger number of soldiers, tactical advantages would manifest. With proper training, these fewer than 300 Wolf Riders could even vanquish 300 mountain men. However, no matter how much they honed their personal skills, it was improbable for them to withstand 5 rounds against a mountain man in one-on-one combat. Such was the allure of tactics. On this inaugural day, Rob sought to instill within this unit the crucial element they lacked: absolute obedience to military orders. Mounted on horseback, he led his soldiers to the forest near the bay. Raising his bow, he shouted to his troops, "Obeying orders is a soldier's foremost duty. I hereby announce the first military command for the Wolf Riders. Do you see the whistle arrow in my hand? It is a specially crafted projectile that emits a whistling sound upon release. Henceforth, when my whistle arrow is shot, your arrows must follow suit, regardless of the target or the time. Those who violate this command shall face the death penalty." As Rob spoke, he noticed some Wolf Riders appeared bewildered. Thus, he drew back his bowstring, preparing to demonstrate on the spot. Whoosh! The whistle arrow flew forth, its sharp sound reverberating through the woods. A shiver ran through the Wolf Riders as they hurriedly grasped their bows and shot arrows in the direction of Rob's arrow. Although they did not fully grasp its significance, they simply complied. "Well done, none of you have faltered." Rob nodded with satisfaction, observing that they had comprehended the essence of his words. "I hope you will remember this well, for it pertains to your very lives." The praised Wolf Riders wore expressions of pride. Following this, Rob led his men through the woods, shooting a whistle arrow whenever they spotted prey. Instantly, hundreds of arrows followed in a deadly cascade. Few animals could escape such a relentless hail of arrows. Upon the prey's demise, Grey Wind, the massive dire wolf, darted forth to retrieve the carcass, placing it beneath Rob's mount in a display of loyalty. "Excellent work," Rob exclaimed, his spirits lifted. "Each of you should inscribe your marks on your arrows. After today's hunt, I will collect the arrows from the slain prey. The one who hits the most will be awarded a golden dragon. Long live House Stark. Long live Rob." The Wolf Riders were taken aback by their leader's generosity, the promise of wealth overwhelming them with excitement. Earning this money is truly effortless. They rejoiced inwardly. The hunting activity soon reached its conclusion as dusk approached, prompting Rob to lead his Wolf Riders back to the bay. That evening, he honored his earlier promise by calling forth the Wolf Rider with the most successful shots and publicly presenting him with a golden dragon. The recipient's hands trembled with excitement, as this golden coin could procure him new armor. With the rewards given, the first day of training concluded without incident, the atmosphere serene and stable. Everyone enjoyed a restful night, anticipating the continuation of such contests the following day, dreaming of how they would revel after winning another golden dragon. At dawn the next day, Rob did not disappoint, returning to the forests of the bay with Grey Wind and the Wolf Riders to continue their hunting endeavors. However, today's coordination was markedly improved. As soon as Rob's arrow left the bow, countless arrows followed, the Wolf Riders' reactions significantly swifter than the day before. Rob was pleased with their performance. Excellent. It is time to present them with a small test. When Grey Wind retrieved a small deer, Rob dismounted to inspect the prey. Then suddenly drew his bow and aimed at his own horse, releasing a whistle arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Most of the Wolf Riders, without hesitation, aimed their arrows at Rob's horse, which was instantly turned into a pincushion. However, 3 Wolf Riders hesitated momentarily, questioning whether they were truly to shoot at their lord's steed. As they finally prepared to draw their bows, they found all eyes upon them, their fellow riders instinctively distancing themselves, encircling the 3 in isolation. Fear gripped the trio as they scanned for Rob's figure, stammering, "My lord, I didn't mean to." Rob remained silent, striding toward them with an impassive expression. "You are soldiers who have made a first mistake, and thus I shall grant you a special consideration. Thank you for your mercy." No, you misunderstand. This is not a pardon from your death sentence. I offer you 3 a chance to duel. All 3 of you may attack me together. If you can slay me, I shall spare you. Rob's audacious declaration stunned all present. The first to object was Theon. "Rob, you cannot do this." Silence. Rob interrupted Theon, his voice icy. "You are now a Wolf Rider. Remember your place and refrain from any insubordination. I shall not remind you a second time." Theon, taken aback by Rob's cold gaze, fell silent, and the remaining Wolf Riders dared not speak further. The 3 looked to one another, realizing their only option was to fight. Though attacking a noble was a grave offense in Westeros, doing nothing was equally lethal. Both paths led to death. They might as well die like warriors. Moreover, they were 3 riders against 1 dismounted opponent. Surely, the odds were in their favor. As the duel commenced, the other Wolf Riders cleared space for the 4 to engage in an honorable contest. Armed with their long spears, the trio charged at Robb Stark, demanding their final chance at survival from the man who sought their lives. The thunder of hooves echoed, yet Robb stood resolute, seemingly awaiting his own demise beneath the thrust of their spears. As their steeds approached within 5 meters, Robb suddenly sprang into action. He leaped high, radiant with a crimson lightning glow. Twisting red lightning danced around him, converging towards his hands, surging into a formidable red lightning blade. The Blade of Lansankus, an invocation showcasing the ancient power of the dragon Lansankus, capable of summoning the red lightning blade, sweeping through the air, and unleashing electric slashes with each swing. As the 3 Wolf Riders closed in, their faces etched with shock and terror, Robb wielded the red lightning blade without hesitation, bringing it down upon them. Chapter 10. The Old Skinner and the Arrow. After vanquishing 3 insubordinate wolf cavalrymen in a manner that bordered on the miraculous, the remaining members of the wolf cavalry were left utterly astounded and bewildered. They struggled to comprehend the extraordinary power displayed by Lord Robb. Soon, however, they succumbed to fervor and began to venerate him. Since ancient times, humanity has harbored a mixture of reverence and fear towards mysterious and formidable beings. A sentiment that found its roots in the old gods worshipped by the children of the forest and the ancestors of Westeros, who began their faith in trepidation. Especially after witnessing Robb conjure a long sword forged from red lightning, their admiration for him escalated to a level akin to divine worship. Some among them had already convinced themselves that Robb was indeed the embodiment of a deity walking upon the earth. Otherwise, they could find no explanation for such wonders. They dismounted and knelt before him, murmuring their most common prayers. "God, please guide me." Robb stood amidst them, accepting their adoration with a sense of nonchalance. He had encountered such scenes before when he assumed the Golden Law and became the king of Elden. To him, this was but a minor spectacle. He gathered the dismembered bodies and ordered, "Bury them and erect a monument." Despite their breach of military orders, they remained part of the wolf cavalry. That evening, the lords of Carhold learned of Robb's miraculous display in the woods. This was not the first instance of his divine prowess. They had all witnessed his valor when he rescued an injured soldier. Their reverence for Robb deepened as he continually astonished them since his arrival in Winterfell. Now, he was an enigma shrouded in mist. The lord's demeanor grew increasingly respectful and formal. In the ensuing days, Robb continued to train his wolf cavalry in the forest. This time, in addition to instilling discipline, he devised a set of small flag signals to coordinate tactical maneuvers. 3 colors of flags, waved in different directions, represented various military commands, including retreat, advance, and encirclement. Given the cacophony of battlefields and the inevitable disruptions that could stretch soldiers' lines, relying solely on vocal commands was impractical unless one could project their voice louder than thunder. While Robb possessed the spell Mountain Troll's roar, which produced a formidable sound, It could only convey a single volume and lacked the versatility needed for diverse battlefield communications. After much contemplation, he concluded that the time-honored method of flag signals would be the most effective. During training, Rob did not forget his rewarding ability. Those who excelled in their training would receive monetary rewards. Under the pressure of high stakes, generous bounties, and the honor of serving their lord, the wolf cavalry gradually became devoted to Rob. The lords, poring over maps in the castle to prepare for the upcoming battle, could hardly fathom that within mere days, their dispatched cavalry had been entirely subsumed under Rob's control. After rigorous training, the wolf cavalry were no longer the same unit they had been just 4 days prior. Their individual combat abilities had not significantly improved, yet the cohesion of the unit became formidable, their eyes alight with longing and bloodlust. It is no exaggeration to say that if they could traverse time and face the wolf cavalry of days past, while complete annihilation might not be feasible, they would undoubtedly crush their former selves with overwhelming might. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden glow, Rob gazed upon his revitalized wolf cavalry and spoke with satisfaction. "Well done. You have completed the initial phase of my training. I am delighted to have so many soldiers by my side. Tomorrow, we shall march to battle and make our enemies tremble beneath our hooves." The wolf cavalry shouted in unison, "Victory is ours." Once the exclamation subsided, a solemn silence enveloped them. Not a single voice was raised in idle chatter as they fixed their resolute gazes upon their commander. "Excellent. Return to the castle," Rob commanded. With a long, mournful howl resonating through the forest, the wolf cavalry followed Rob at a measured pace toward the castle of Carhold. Just as they emerged from the thicket, Rob suddenly reined in his horse, prompting the rest of the cavalry to do the same, patiently awaiting his direction. Without warning, Rob drew his bow and loosed an arrow at the lead direwolf, Grey Wind. The direwolf was the sigil of House Stark of the North. Old Ned Stark had once encountered a dying she-wolf in the wild, cradling 6 unweaned pups, each corresponding to his 6 children, and he entrusted those pups to his offspring. Each direwolf held special significance for the Stark family, transcending the realm of mere pets and embodying a similar symbolic meaning as the dragons of House Targaryen. Grey Wind was Rob's totem, and wherever Grey Wind appeared, so too did Rob. Rob's arrow flew straight toward Grey Wind, and the trained wolf cavalry instinctively reached for their bows, but some hesitated, their arrows not released in time. Whoosh! 276 arrows struck Grey Wind with precision, yet the direwolf emitted no sound. The arrows passed through its ethereal form, embedding themselves in the ground, while Grey Wind's figure shimmered like a reflection in water, wavering briefly before returning to normal. Enemy mirage creates a phantom to confuse foes. This Grey Wind was merely an illusion conjured by Rob. The 11 cavalrymen who had refrained from firing their arrows exhibited a stark contrast to the earlier trio. They voluntarily dismounted, shedding their armor, and approached Rob with drawn swords. Their faces bore no regret, only a steadfast resolve to meet their fate. Through their days of training, they had embraced the wolf cavalry culture that Rob had established, relishing in their generous rewards and the honor bestowed upon them, all while accepting the possibility of death. They knelt before Rob, raising their swords above their heads, beseeching their commander to end their lives. "Write your wills. I shall ensure your rewards reach those you hold dear," Rob replied, a twinge of compassion stirring within him. After all, they were not mere numbers on a battlefield. He had come to know their names, families, and preferences during their time together. Yet, military law could not entertain sentiment, for allowing emotions to govern decisions would only lead to more lives lost. Rob accepted the blades they offered. The 276 wolf cavalrymen, accompanied by the 11 fallen, returned to the castle gates with an air of solemnity. This had been Rob's final test for them, and he was now confident that their combat prowess would exceed all expectations. As the last rays of sunlight faded, Rob's contingent finally caught sight of the gates of Carhold. At the castle entrance, Lord John and the old Skinner, Roose Bolton, were mounted and preparing to ride out toward the forests of Carhold, seemingly bearing crucial intelligence for Rob. This presented a prime opportunity for the wolf cavalry to make their debut. Rob smiled at the sight of the 2 men, ordered the cavalry to stand by, and approached them. As he neared Roose Bolton, he wasted no time, nocking an arrow and firing it at the old man's face. What followed was a moment that Roose Bolton would never forget. A barrage of 276 arrows hurtled toward him. Chapter 11, Jests and Warnings, Golden Block. While praying to the golden tree, deflect the enemy's strikes and lose the balance of combat skills. A certain distance from the enemy can also yield effects. A golden inscription materialized in the air, ethereal runes coalescing into a circle, within which countless golden lines outlined intricate patterns, the most striking of which was the interwoven arcs at the very center. This was the emblem of the perfect golden law. The instant this illusory symbol appeared, the nearest to Rob, Great John, and the old skinning master, Lucius Bolton, felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence. Fortunately, the ephemeral design dissipated almost immediately in a burst of shockwave, allowing them to suppress the impulse to weep and repent. The golden block combat technique deflected all arrows aimed at Lucius Bolton, sending the uncontrolled projectiles scattering wildly, some embedding themselves into the ground near Lucius's horse, startling it and nearly toppling the old skinning master. Struggling to regain control of his steed, Lucius glared at Rob, wanting to question his intentions, yet found the words caught in his throat, rendering him mute. He was filled with terror and confusion. He had clearly seen knights from his own family within the ranks. Yet how could they so easily disregard their past loyalties and shoot arrows at him without hesitation? What had Rob done? Had he somehow enchanted these men? Rob maintained his familiar smile. Haha, my apologies, Lord Lucius Bolton, just a small jest. I trust you won't mind. Everyone recognized this was no jest, but rather a warning. Rob was cautioning Lucius Bolton against his repeated provocations. Fuming internally, Lucius longed to vent his anger by flaying the two men. Yet upon observing the solemn wolf riders beside him, he managed to force a smile. Of course, a most amusing jest. Great John, reveling in the scene, chuckled, haha. Master Rob is truly remarkable. In such a short time, these wolf cubs have changed immensely. Rob feigned modesty. You flatter me. It is but a trivial endeavor. Are you here to seek me in the forest? Has something transpired? Great John's expression sobered. The Manderley forces have arrived, bringing your mother to White Harbor. Rob's heart stirred. Another formidable ally had arrived. Quick, lead me there. The group entered the conference room in White Harbor, already filled with lords of various ranks. Among them, Caitlin Stark spoke animatedly while frequently glancing toward the door, eagerly anticipating the familiar figure's arrival. At last, when Rob appeared at the entrance, Caitlin sprang to her feet, overwhelmed with emotion. As a mother and a wife whose husband had been taken, she felt a duality of dependence on Rob, the eldest man of the household, and concern. For he was still but a child. She longed to rush to him, to kiss his brow and nose, to see how her son had grown in the nearly year-long absence. She yearned to share her experiences, to inquire about his first command in battle, with 1,000 words to express. Yet, as she took a step forward, her feet halted. Coming from a noble lineage and now the Lady of the North, she had attended countless political gatherings and was acutely aware of the atmosphere. She noticed that the moment her son entered the room, the countenances of the lords turned grave. They no longer appeared relaxed, as if under the influence of some formidable authority, growing cautious and wary, afraid to err. Great John and Lucius Bolton, accompanying Rob, presented themselves as protectors, personally opening the door and pulling out a chair for him, as though serving a king. Could she be mistaken? Even if Ned were present, these lords would not display such deference. Caitlin's face was awash with disbelief, struggling to comprehend how her son had matured to such a degree, foreseeing that he would become an even greater lord of the North than Ned. After regaining her composure, Caitlin addressed the lords. My lords, I have traveled far and am quite fatigued. I wish to speak privately with my son. I trust you will understand. All the lords rose in unison, and Caitlin felt an inexplicable sense that they were not departing due to her words, but rather because of her son Rob, who sat beside her. The table was laden with ale and cheese. Caitlin poured a small cup and, after a sip, scrutinized her son. He appeared taller than when she had last seen him. More imposing. It was beyond her comprehension how this young man had managed to command the respect of those lords. You've grown a beard. Edmure began growing his at 16. Rob remarked, gently teasing. The familial bond evoked tenderness in him. Caitlin chuckled. You seem unconcerned about my sending you back to Winterfell, as though treating a weeping child to be sent back to bed. Remember, you were still wielding a wooden sword a year ago. Rob shrugged. You saw how those lords behaved. I wager if you suggested sending me back to Winterfell, they would immediately escort you there instead. Caitlin was not angered by his words. Rather, she felt a swell of pride. You have truly matured. I cannot believe how you have tamed those rascals. I am a Stark, that suffices, he replied. Caitlin yearned to touch his hair, but hesitated and withdrew her hand. Rob inquired, You are aware of Father's situation? This was Caitlin's greatest fear, and she struggled to conceal her trepidation. I know. The Manderley family informed me when I arrived at White Harbor. Caitlin had long planned to return from King's Landing to Winterfell to see her children, but halfway through her journey, she encountered a dwarf from House Lannister drinking by the roadside. Assuming the imp intended to harm her son Bran, she had him captured without hesitation. She then went to her sister's domain, hoping to have her sister deal with the dwarf, only to find that he had escaped. A few days later, she heard of the turmoil in the capital and hastened back to the north to consult with her son on potential strategies. Caitlin sighed, My sister. She is unwilling to send knights from the Vale, so we cannot gain the aid of House Aaron. Chapter 12. A proposal for alliance. Rob chuckled lightly, remarking, It appears that Aunt Lisa dotes quite excessively on my Uncle Rob and Aaron. Caitlin was taken aback to hear her son jesting in such a manner. Be serious, after all. She's your aunt. Although she had not come, Uncle Blackfish accompanied me. Their conversation revolved around the intricate ties of noble marriages. During the reign of the Mad King, the lord and heir of House Stark had journeyed to King's Landing to seek answers, only to be met with their untimely demise at the hands of the Mad King himself. In the wake of the lord and his eldest son's sudden deaths, Ned Stark, the second son, ascended to the title of Warden of the North. Consequently, a rebellion ensued. At that time, the Lord of the Eyrie, Jon Arryn, took Ned in, serving as a father figure. However, this nobleman married Lisa Tully, the younger sister of Catelyn and, thus, Robb's aunt. Therefore, Robin Arryn, the current Lord of the Eyrie, is both an uncle and a cousin to Robb, a relationship marked by complexity. Robb ceased his jesting and turned to matters of importance. I had already anticipated Aunt Lisa's absence. Your relationship has long been strained. Catelyn, wounded by her sister's coldness, replied, I never expected her to be so heartless. After all, Ned is still her family. Robb reassured her, it matters not. The support of grandfather and Uncle Edmure suffices. He then recounted the recent developments of the war. Catelyn remained unaware of the dire situation of House Tully, and her face paled upon hearing Robb's account of their retreat, compounded by the grim news of Tywin's ruthless campaign in the Riverlands. Trembling, she asked, What do you intend to do? Robb met her gaze resolutely, stating, I have instructed my men that we shall gather all forces to confront Tywin's army, preparing for a decisive battle on the King's Road. And what of your grandfather and Uncle Edmure? For the first time, Robb revealed his true intentions. That is a separate plan, one I have not disclosed to anyone. Everyone will believe we are poised for battle against Tywin, but I will take 300 cavalry to support Riverrun. I aim to capture the Kingslayer. As he spoke, Robb unfurled a map, explaining, after we cross the marshes, the main army will continue to confront Tywin along the King's Road, while I will traverse the Green Fork to assist Riverrun. 300 cavalry. Catelyn exclaimed, bewildered. How could you possibly defeat the Kingslayer, a seasoned knight, with only 300 men? Robb's expression remained steadfast. Without engagement, how can one ascertain victory? This is my command, and I shall not waver. Catelyn, sensing Robb's unwavering confidence and the gravity of his demeanor, began to understand why the lords treated her son with such deference. Unbeknownst to her, her son had transformed into a formidable man. Catelyn continued, if you depart the army, who will lead the main forces? Tywin is no mere kitten. He is a cunning and aged lion. His soldiers outnumber yours, and his cavalry far exceeds yours. Your main forces are at risk of being devoured. Robb patiently articulated his reasoning. It must be Old Man Fry. I do not favor him, but both Grey Jon and Rickard Karstark are too reckless. I need someone to hold Tywin at bay, not a fool eager to engage him in battle. I also plan to appoint Mira Reed as my deputy. While she lacks significant military prowess, her cautious nature will prevent her from clashing with Old Man Fry, and she can assist in monitoring him. Catelyn, well acquainted with these lords, had her ideal candidate in mind, Roose Bolton. She felt a surge of pride in her son's strength and discernment. After glancing at the map, she quickly identified a significant obstacle in Robb's plan. There is still a pressing issue. To cross the Green Fork, you must use the Soul Ferry at the Twins, which is the domain of Lord Fry, who is notoriously tardy. Although he swore fealty to your grandfather, he has never been trusted. Neither of them broached the topic of seizing the Twins, for it was a fortress difficult to conquer, and with the crisis at Riverrun, they could not afford to waste time on such a formidable stronghold. Catelyn pondered, let me speak with him. Whatever the terms, we can negotiate. Robb smiled, no need. When I meet Lord Fry, I shall present him with an offer he cannot refuse. You should go. In Robb's view, Catelyn's political acumen was remarkable, and thus, to send her to negotiate with a mere lord seemed a misallocation of talent. However, Catelyn misinterpreted his intent, believing he meant to send her back to Winterfell. I will not return to Winterfell, she heard herself exclaim, surprised to find tears welling in her eyes, blurring her vision. Your grandfather lies gravely ill in Riverrun, and your uncle is surrounded by enemies. Robb quickly produced a handkerchief to dry her tears. Of course not. I have a significant task for you. I need you to engage with House Tyrell at Highgarden regarding a matter. Highgarden? Catelyn queried, perplexed. Though both House Stark and House Tyrell held the title of Duke, their interactions had been minimal. Robb, unfazed, continued, I have heard that the Highgarden Rose is of marrying age. I believe we should pursue an alliance to strengthen our ties. Our relationship with Highgarden is tenuous. This matter. Robb shrugged lightly. The Tyrells control the bountiful lands of Highgarden, and our supplies are dwindling. An alliance with them would greatly alleviate our food shortages. I have also heard they are considering a union with King Robert's younger brother, but given his preference for men, that union is unlikely to succeed. I acknowledge that our families are not well acquainted, which is why I require you to go personally. By the time you arrive, I will have secured a glorious victory to bolster my reputation. The Tyrells harbor no ambitions for dominion over the realm. Their sole desire is to see their daughter crowned queen. Upon recognizing our potential to replace Joffrey, they will naturally agree to our alliance. Robb articulated extensively, and Catelyn began to perceive the merit in his words. At this juncture, acquiring an additional ally was undoubtedly advantageous, and she acquiesced. Initially, Robb aimed to address two issues: the fealty of the Northern Lords and the supplies necessary for the impending conflict. Now, with the first issue resolved, the second could be managed through an alliance with House Tyrell. Indeed, as Robb had surmised, only if House Tyrell foresaw House Stark's victory and unyielding success leading to the Iron Throne would they be inclined to stake their fortunes on him. Thus, the subsequent support for the campaign in the city of Benlu becomes of paramount importance. Chapter 13. Deployment of Forces. The following morning, Catelyn Stark and Robb bid farewell at the shores of Carhold, a poignant moment for the mother and son who had only just reunited the night before. As they prepared to part, Catelyn gazed at her son, her heart swelling with pride. "I never anticipated that you would take the initiative to propose a marriage alliance." The young boy may wield a sword, yet only a true lord can comprehend the intricate implications of a political marriage and accept it with equanimity. Robb smiled and replied, "I have heard that the little rose of House Tyrell is extraordinarily beautiful. I do not consider it a loss." Catelyn, however, remained somewhat apprehensive. "Lord Walder Frey is not an easy man to deal with. I worry he may not allow you to cross the river." "Do not fret. I shall manage the situation." Observing Robb's confident demeanor, Catelyn chose not to voice her concerns further, mounting her horse and departing Carhold with a small retinue of knights. Worried for his mother's safety, Robb arranged for 2 children from House Manderly to escort her, for the roads were fraught with bandits, and necessary precautions must be taken. Robb turned back to gaze at Carhold, where the lords were already preparing to set forth, ready to traverse the marshes in search of Lord Tywin's army for a decisive battle. He addressed an elder knight with courtesy, Ser Brynden. "You are most familiar with the situation in the Riverlands. I kindly ask for your guidance on the upcoming journey." Ser Brynden, known as the Blackfish, was the younger brother of the current Lord of the Riverlands. He had distanced himself from the Tully family to forge his own path, adopting the banner of the Blackfish. Initially, he accompanied Lisa to the Vale of Arryn, but upon hearing of the dire circumstances in the Riverlands, he resolutely followed his niece Catelyn to the battlefield. Thus, it could not be said that the Vale had entirely abstained from the conflict. At least one knight had joined the fray. In terms of lineage, Ser Brynden was Robb's great uncle. However, on the battlefield, Robb was the commander, and although he exhibited rare politeness, it was merely a formality. Despite his advanced age, Ser Brynden's eyes still sparkled with vitality. "Leave it to me." Leaving 1,000 archers stationed at Carhold, Robb's army marched forth along the King's Road, navigating the marshes with the assistance of scouts sent by the Marsh Lords, encountering no significant dangers along the way. Upon crossing the marshes, they entered the Riverlands, where Ser Brynden meticulously selected 100 men and 100 fine horses to gather intelligence in the perilous territory. His capabilities were outstanding, as he relayed new information daily. Although most of it was grim, it was certainly preferable to walking in darkness. However, when Ser Brynden placed the latest battle report on the table before the lords, a heavy silence fell upon them. The Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, had besieged Riverrun, and Edmure Tully, with his remnants, faced Jaime in a desperate stand, resulting in his capture along with many knights. The fortunate but beleaguered Lord Blackwood was left to defend Riverrun. Though Ser Brynden reported the situation with an impassive expression, he was inwardly frantic. That was his nephew. After Edmure's defeat, most lords of the Riverlands scattered back to their castles, only to be systematically vanquished by Lord Tywin's forces. Harrenhal was surrendered, and without Lord Blackwood to defend it, Raventree Hall fell swiftly. Lord Tywin's vassals ravaged the Riverlands, leaving several territories in ashes. Aside from Riverrun and Lord Frey's castle at the Twins, only House Malestries retained control of Seaguard. Yet their numbers were insufficient to make a significant impact. Lord Jon was incensed upon hearing the reports. How could they be crushed by the Lannisters so swiftly? Tens of thousands. It's not as if slaughtering swine would be accomplished so quickly. Roose Bolton, ever astute, observed the situation. The Lannisters have already triumphed in the Riverlands. If we do not strike immediately, the territory will succumb within 10 days. Rickard Karstark shouted vehemently, "Attack! We must engage them at once. Otherwise, these knaves will think us idle." Robb glanced at the reactions of the noble lords he relied upon, lamenting that while Jon and Rickard displayed valor, it was the cunning and calculated nature of the old schemers that provided stability. No wonder he had managed to eliminate House Stark in the original timeline and become the new guardian of the North. Resolute, Robb began to devise his tactical arrangements. "Ser Brynden, keep an eye on the ravens above. Should any raven not of our flock take flight, shoot it down. I do not wish for our every move in the Riverlands to be under enemy scrutiny." Ser Brynden responded respectfully, "I have already made arrangements, if you desire. I can fashion a hat for you from the feathers of any ravens we shoot down. Rob was greatly pleased with Sarah Brinden's response. You see, this is what one calls professionalism. Roose Bolton glanced at Sarah Brinden as well. Though he had long heard of the knight's superior abilities compared to his nephew Edmure, it was evident that Sarah Brinden exceeded even those rumors. You are all aware of our current predicament. The Green Fork flows southward, dividing our battlefield into two parts. On one side lies Riverrun to the west, and on the other, the King's Road to the east. I previously mentioned that I would concentrate our main forces to the east for a confrontation with Lord Tywin's army. The northern lords assumed Rob had changed his mind. Yet his subsequent words made them question their own hearing. Rob's finger glided across the map, finally pausing at Riverrun. My plan remains unchanged. But there is one additional matter I must disclose. I shall personally lead the Wolf Cavalry to support Riverrun, while you will hold Lord Tywin at bay along the King's Road. The expressions of the lords shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated their leader's madness had not only remained but had intensified before Edmure was captured by the Kingslayer. They believed that the combined forces of the North and the Riverlands could secure victory against Jaime. Now that Edmure was imprisoned and the Riverlands' fighting strength severely diminished. Even with the North's army joining, their chances of success were only 60%. Yet Rob intended to venture forth with merely 300 cavalry? What difference was that from a death sentence? However, recalling Rob's recent extraordinary displays, a flicker of hope ignited within them. Perhaps their lord had a hidden strategy yet to unfold. Chapter 14. The army approaches Wanha City during my absence. The command of the army was temporarily assumed by Count Lus Bolton, assisted by Count Magi VII, while Countess Magi Mormont continued to oversee military discipline. Previously, Rob had made personnel adjustments and arrangements within the main force, which greatly displeased both Great John and Rickard Karstark, as they felt their capabilities were not fully acknowledged by Rob. However, they refrained from publicly challenging him, having learned the importance of preserving their lord's authority before outsiders. Therefore, after the meeting, the two sought Rob in private. Great John, panting heavily, expressed his confusion. My lord, I fail to understand. How can you entrust the army to Lus Bolton, a schemer? Rickard Karstark remained silent, but his expression revealed his agreement with Great John's sentiment. Rob poured them each a cup of ale. What are your thoughts on Lady Magi? Without hesitation, Great John responded. Loyal, hot-tempered, and somewhat stubborn and willful. Rob then inquired, do you believe she is competent as the commander of the military law enforcement? After a moment's hesitation, Great John replied honestly, indeed. Her character is well suited for such contentious tasks. Rob took a sip of his ale. What if I were to promote her to Supreme Commander? Do you think she would excel in this role? Great John and Rickard Karstark fell silent. They were astute enough to grasp the underlying implication in Rob's words. After a pause, Rickard reluctantly stated, I know we are not suited for the role, but we cannot allow that skinning-obsessed maniac to take command. He is a thorough schemer, and I have heard he has left numerous cavalry in his dreaded fortress, likely harboring ulterior motives. Rob reassured them. The waters of the Green Fork are clear, while the marshes are putrid, yet both have their respective utilities. The Green Fork nourishes the soil, and the marshes deter enemies. Can I favor only the Green Fork and despise the marshes? If the Green Fork floods, I shall repair it. If the marshes become increasingly foul and affect the inhabitants, I shall attend to that as well. Though one may be preferable to the other, I see neither as wholly good or bad, but rather as resources to be wielded judiciously. In a distant land of wisdom, there is a saying I admire. The clouds swirl in the sky, while the water rests at the bottom of the bottle. Each of you has your place. If you are clouds, I will grant you the sky. If you are water, I will keep you at the bottom of the bottle. Great John and Rickard Karstark were left speechless, momentarily unsure of how to respond. A significant part of their bewilderment stemmed from their inability to fully comprehend their lord's words, yet they grasped the essence. Lus Bolton was more suited to the position, but Rob had greater trust in them and would provide opportunities for their merits to shine in the future. This vague confusion left them with a sense that Rob was considerably more intelligent than they were. Had any other lord dared to engage in such wordplay and speak in riddles, they would have drawn their swords in impatience. Yet, they were acutely aware of Rob's terror and mystique, and none had the courage to act against him. Rickard Stark resignedly stood. Very well, we shall abide by your decision. Having settled the matter with Great John and Rickard Stark, Rob swiftly issued orders for the troops to advance. The main force, led by Lus Bolton, proceeded along the King's Road, with the primary objective of intercepting Tywin's army, which was pillaging along the same route. Meanwhile, Rob, accompanied by fewer than 300 wolf riders, prepared to head towards the Wanha River crossing to support the besieged Riverrun. Wanha City was not far from Rob's position, and since the wolf riders were cavalry, their speed far surpassed that of the main army. In less than an hour, Rob could see Wanha City on the horizon. Theon Greyjoy glanced around, his tone light. Those road signs tied to men are all spies of House Lannister. It seems Lord Fry of Wanha City is aligned with us. However, Ser Brynden Tully's expression was grave. That does not signify much. Wanha City has gathered a force of 4,000, yet when Lord Tully summoned his vassals, Lord Fry did not march to River Run. Defending one's territory is one thing. Fighting for honor against House Lannister is another. Robb remained non-committal in his thoughts, aware that Lord Fry was devoid of honor and that only sufficient profit could sway him. Yet, he did not realize that he and Robb were, in essence, kindred spirits. The company soon arrived outside Wanha City, marking Robb's first glimpse of the castle where the infamous Red Wedding would later transpire. It featured 2 fortifications straddling the banks of the Green Fork, forming a formidable defensive structure. Even with Robb's main force, it would take considerable time to breach. With 20,000 confronting 4,000 within the city, provided Robb did not go all out. Gazing at the closed city gates, Ser Brynden seethed. That old fool shows no regard for his oaths. It's no wonder my brother has always distrusted him. Robb replied coolly. I have heard that Lord Fry is advanced in age, exhibiting the caution of an elder, coupled with the ambition of youth, not lacking in shrewdness. Such a man will always side with the victor. That old turtle, Ser Brynden cursed, as Lannister troops ravaged farms and pillaged homesteads within his territory. Yet he remained holed up inside. From a distance, the castle walls were alive with the glint of weapons and large crossbows. Archers were stationed at every parapet and arrow slit. The drawbridge had been raised and the gates lowered. Clearly, Lord Fry had gathered all 4,000 soldiers within the castle. As the group observed the stronghold, a side gate suddenly swung open, extending a wooden bridge across the moat, from which a dozen knights approached them. They bore the silver-gray insignia with deep blue twin towers, each appearing as a weasel. One knight, leading the charge, approached Robb's company, resembling an aged and weary weasel. Though he maintained a degree of courtesy, my father has sent me to greet you. May I inquire as to who leads this formidable company? Robb rode forward. You should have heard my name, Robb Stark. Grey Wind followed closely, his eyes revealing a savage fierceness as he fixed his gaze upon the horses of the approaching knights. The old knight's watery gray eyes sparkled with interest, yet his mount shifted uneasily, avoiding the dire wolf. If you would care to join my father for dinner within the castle to discuss your intentions, I am certain he would be honored. Chapter 15. The education of the weasel. Upon hearing the old knight's words, Ser Jorah Castle immediately turned to Robb, expressing concern. This is perilous. Once we enter the castle, we may find ourselves at his mercy. Whether he chooses to imprison you or present you as a gift to Tywin, all at his whim. Theon Greyjoy shared the unease but remained silent, knowing it was best to heed Robb's command in such matters. Robb felt indifferent. He had fought alone for the majority of his battles. Not to mention, even in the grand capital, he had single-handedly carved a path through foes. While he might not be able to slay the 4,000 guards of River Run, no one could prevent his exit from the castle. Nodding at the aged knight, he said, lead the way. The old knight's eyes sparkled with admiration. As you wish, my lord. As they made their way into the castle, Robb engaged the knight in conversation. I have yet to learn your name. Do you refer to Lord Fry as father? The knight responded politely. I am Ser Stevern Fry, my lord. Merely a humble knight in my father's service, with over 20 brothers. As for whether my father has other illegitimate children, I am uncertain. Robb marveled. Lord Fry is quite vigorous for his age. With the addition of his grandsons and great-grandsons, he could likely assemble an army. He then inquired, do you have any sons? Ser Stevern Fry managed a wry smile. My grandson was born 5 years ago. Robb's expression turned regretful. I heard you are the eldest son of Lord Fry. It is indeed rare to find a lordship heir over 60 years old. Ser Stevern Fray's countenance shifted, as if Robb had struck a nerve, and he lapsed into silence. Before long, Robb found himself in the reception hall facing Lord Walder Fry. The old lord, now 90, resembled a withered pink weasel. His head bald and speckled with age spots. Due to gout, he required assistance to stand. A frail 16-year-old girl followed closely beside his litter. Surrounding the hall were numerous members of House Fry, sons, grandsons, illegitimate sons and daughters, along with several elderly great-grandsons, numbering at least 50. A poetic line surfaced in Robb's mind. A pear tree bows under the weight of its blossoms. The old lord settled into the lord's seat, scrutinizing Robb with suspicion. So you are Robb Stark. You appear far younger than I expected. Huh, a mere boy. Yet, you possess some audacity. I assumed a person of your stature would shy away from meeting an old man like me. Father, Ser Stevern interjected reproachfully, have you forgotten? Lord Robb came at your invitation. Am I addressing you? I am not dead yet. You are not Lord Fry until I pass. Do I seem like a corpse? He dismissed his son's words with disdain. Father, this is hardly courteous, a younger son remarked. Even my illegitimate son dares to lecture me? Lord Walder's demeanor darkened. You all deserve to die. I shall speak as I please. I have entertained 3 kings in my lifetime, and the queens are beyond count. Do you believe I need your instruction on hospitality? I was sowing my seed in your mother while she was still tending sheep. His sons, chastised, fell silent. Their faces flushed. Rob replied candidly, I had no notion you were such a bitter old man. Otherwise, I would not have come to see you. The old weasel exploded in fury. What are you saying? You impudent boy. Do you think this is Winterfell, surrounded by fools playing Lord? I could summon someone to slit your throat at a moment's notice. Before Lord Fry could complete his tirade, he halted abruptly, his face reddening with fear. Rob regarded him with amusement. Do continue. Why have you stopped? As he raised his dagger, the cold metal pressed more intimately against Lord Frey's neck. A crimson line appearing on his skin. The Fry heirs were bewildered, having not seen how Rob had moved so swiftly beside their lord. One moment he was there, and the next he had vanished. With the grace of a hound, he had approached. The Fry sons stood tensely, drawing their swords cautiously, wary of provoking Rob. The old man, terrified, disregarded his neck wound and shouted, You damn fools. Put down your swords. Do you not see I am under his control? Rob watched their performance with interest. It seems your sons and grandsons are eager for your demise. Perhaps we need to discuss matters privately. The old weasel screamed desperately. What are you waiting for? Get out. You too, you foul woman. Out, out, out. His sons, grandsons, daughters, illegitimate children, and grandchildren filed out of the hall. Rob noticed some hesitating, uncertain whether to rush forward, unsure if his blade would first seek them or the old man. Once the hall was clear, Lord Fry quickly pleaded. Noble Lord Rob, your father is imprisoned. You are destined to be the protector of the North, a duke of great renown. Trading places with a lowly lord like me would be the most unwise of transactions. Rob laughed heartily, withdrawing the knife from Lord Frey's neck, then effortlessly lifting him and casting him to the ground. I preferred your previous defiance. Disoriented from the fall, Lord Fry struggled to raise his head. Observing Rob confidently seated in the Lord's chair, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to flee and summon his guards to eliminate this insufferable wretch. However, upon glancing at his own weary legs, he quietly abandoned the thought. He could not guarantee he would survive behind the man. You cannot kill me. Unprovoked assault on a noble would ensure no one would follow you thereafter. Do you wish to be the second Mad King? Lord Fry painfully rose, adding, No matter what you desire, should you kill me, my sons, despite their wishes for my demise, would turn against you as well. Lord Fry spoke the truth, for this was the game of nobility in Westeros. Rob, observing the old man's fear, chuckled. I do not intend to kill you. I merely wish to discuss certain terms. However, your foul tongue requires some correction. Upon realizing his life was spared, Lord Fry fixed Rob with a resentful gaze. Chapter 16. Amicable Negotiation. What a striking gaze. I admire it. Rob smiled as he met the eyes of the other man, gripping the hilt of his dagger and flinging it away. The Marquis of Fry let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. My foot. The dagger pierced through the Marquis's foot, its tip embedding into the floor, while the hilt trembled upon the wound. Hearing the commotion, the Fry family members craned their necks to glimpse into the parlor, their faces falling with disappointment upon realizing that the Marquis was still alive, and they retreated sullenly outside. Rob looked at the wailing Marquis. Perhaps now you can comprehend your predicament. Truth be told, I would not mind killing you. My Lord Rob. The Marquis's face drained of color. Please, whatever you desire, I shall comply. At over 90 years of age, the Marquis was not ready to meet his end. He had yet to savor the sweetness of his recently wed 16-year-old bride. Terror filled his heart as he was acutely aware that should he provoke the young lord before him, his head would soon follow. Rob stated, It is quite simple. I merely wish for you to uphold your oath, to pledge loyalty to my grandfather, and to open the city gates, allowing my forces to pass through Lwana City. The Marquis interjected eagerly. No problem. I can raise the gates immediately. The old weasel was quick to agree. Having known for some time that Rob had brought only 300 cavalrymen, even if he allowed these 300 to enter the city, he commanded a force of 4,000, a significant advantage. There was no way they could seize Lwana City with such a small contingent. Moreover, with the battle in Binlu City proving fierce, his adversaries would not linger here for long. As long as he allowed them to pass, they would surely hasten to Binlu City, thus securing his life. A smile graced Rob's face as he descended from his seat to confront the Marquis. I am delighted that we can reach an agreement so swiftly, a truly amicable negotiation. You see, we need not let matters become so tense. The old weasel cursed inwardly, yet wore a sycophantic smile. You speak the truth. However, he continued, I still harbor some concerns. After my forces cross the river, you will be right behind me, with 4,000 men, quite intimidating. Wouldn't you agree? The Marquis hastily assured him, I swear I would never commit an act that would tarnish my honor. Rob dismissed this with a wave. You have sworn to my grandfather before, and it seems your vows are as worthless as toilet paper. Here's what we shall do. Let your son, Steverin Fry, accompany me into battle. Moreover, to cement our friendship, I will arrange a marriage between my uncle Edmure and one of your daughters. What say you? The Marquis, desperate to save his life, replied eagerly, very well. That is acceptable. With an abundance of sons and daughters, he had no qualms about offering up two. He would not feel the loss. Rob smiled. As for your 4,000 soldiers, I would like to borrow them. The Marquis, with utmost sincerity, responded, yes. They shall accompany you to Benlu City. Not likely. The moment you leave Wana City, I shall send men to hunt you down. Rob laughed heartily. You misunderstand me. I am here to humiliate you. But I would not dare use your own men against you. Let them remain in Wana City. Once I have dealt with the regicides, I shall return for your 4,000. Ah, what does this young man mean? The Marquis found it increasingly difficult to fathom the intentions of this boy, as each of his moves caught him off guard. The initial plans he had devised were now utterly disrupted, and he was forced to follow Rob's lead. Could this boy truly be only 15 years old? Yet, ultimately, he remained too inexperienced, mistaking the battlefield for a mere game. Believing he could topple the regicides with just 300 men, the Marquis quickly calculated in his mind, war is a brutal affair. This lad does not comprehend its cruelty. Once he is defeated by the regicides, I shall reclaim today as a front, and the entire Stark family will pay for it. Rob was acutely aware of his thoughts. This spiteful old weasel would not easily swallow his pride, and he had just given him a reason to rebel. The events of the Red Wedding were of great significance to Rob. It was a monumental occasion, and with the information gap between him and his adversaries, he could achieve his objectives if he played his cards right. I hope Uncle Edmure does not mind that I have arranged a marriage for him in advance. I have heard that this old weasel has a rather decent-looking daughter, and I am sure my uncle will be pleased. As the negotiations drew to a close, Rob smiled as he withdrew the dagger from the Marquis's foot, causing blood to spurt forth and screams to echo. Now, order the gates open so my forces may cross the river. Rob gazed upon the contorted face of the Marquis, finding satisfaction in his discomfort. As the wolf cavalry marched in an orderly fashion across the bridge, Rob escorted the Marquis to the city gates to reunite with his troops. Sir Stephen Fry, as per their agreement, donned his armor and joined the ranks of the wolf cavalry. The Marquis was on the verge of tears. See, can you let me go now? My foot is still bleeding. If this continues, I shall die. Rob feigned reluctance. Logically, I should release you. But how can I be certain you won't pursue me with your 4,000 men? I swear I would never do such a thing. Look, there you go swearing again. Rob struck the old weasel's face with the flat of his dagger. I told you your oaths are worthless. The Marquis whimpered. Then, what must I do for you to trust my words? Rob pondered. Gather your other sons, and accompany us for 5 kilometers. Then you may return to Wana City with your sons. Without waiting for the Marquis's consent, he tossed him to Theon. Tend to his foot. Otherwise, this old man will bleed out. The wolf cavalry pressed forward, escorting the Marquis as Rob adhered to their agreement, allowing the Fry family to retrieve him 5 kilometers away. Old man, upon your return, see to 2 matters. Prepare for a grand wedding, and ensure your 4,000 men are ready for battle. The soldiers of Wana City were predominantly infantry, primarily defensive, and maintaining a 5-kilometer distance from the cavalry essentially guaranteed that Rob's forces would never be pursued. As for the unfortunate Marquis Fry, he was struck by Rob before leaving, a blow sufficient to render him unconscious for a day and night. By the time he awoke, ready to issue commands, the world may have turned upside down. Crossing Wana City, the wolf cavalry faced no further obstacles, racing onward toward Benlu City. Stephen Fry followed Rob. Puzzled, why do you want me with you? My father has many sons. He cares not whether I live or die. You cannot threaten him with my life. Moreover, the terms you discussed, he would never accept after what you have done. Rob, mounted and armed with his spurs, replied, it matters not. Once I have repelled Jaime Lannister and reclaimed the Riverlands, he shall have no choice. As for why I require your companionship, are you not aware? Esteemed heir of the Marquis for 60 years? Stephen Fry did not directly respond to Robert's inquiry. Are you truly so confident in your ability to vanquish the Kingslayer? Robert gazed ahead. I have never doubted myself. Chapter 17. Tenfold enemies. The brook babbles softly, illuminated by the shimmering moonlight. The swift current of the stream shatters the full moon's reflection, while the rustling leaves in the trees, stirred by the wind, combine with the gentle whinnies of warhorses, creating a haunting melody. After a long and arduous journey, the wolf riders finally discover a temporary resting place within the whispering forest near the city of Runestone. Grey Wind, somewhat agitated, weaves restlessly among the soldiers, inciting a flurry of commotion as the sound of clashing armor fills the air. Calm yourself for a moment. Rob commands as he seizes Grey Wind, bringing the wolf to rest by his side. At that moment, Ser Brynden Tully emerges from the woods, visibly fatigued from a day's labor. He has remained vigilant, conscious of the need to shield the movement of their forces. Jaime is completely unaware of our whereabouts. Not a single raven has returned to his camp. All scouts from House Lannister that we encountered have been dispatched. Rob has grown to trust Ser Brynden. who has proven his worth over the past few days. He is a rare talent, and, moreover, his great uncle. Let us discuss the situation with Jamie's forces, Rob suggests. Ser Brynden hesitates before responding. They likely number around 3,000 cavalry and approximately 10,000 infantry. I managed to establish a tenuous connection with Runestone, where Lord Blackwood commands the garrison, which consists of about 3,000 to 4,000 men. Rob chuckles lightly. For 1,000 against 13,000, it appears they hold the advantage. Ser Brynden is uncertain whether Rob's demeanor reflects arrogance or confidence, yet the ease of his expression calms the frantic beating of Ser Brynden's heart somewhat. There is not solely grim news, however, as Ser Brynden sketches a map in the sand. He explains that due to Runestone's unique geographical position, nestled between the Red Fork and the teeming Stone River, the usurper has been compelled to disperse his forces across 3 locations to besiege the city. Their numbers are thus widely scattered. Rob contemplates this, stating, the significance of cavalry far outweighs that of infantry. Our first priority must be to eliminate the Lannister cavalry. Ser Brynden promptly offers a strategy. All 3,000 of the Lannister cavalry are led by the usurper himself. These prized warriors will not participate in the siege. They typically scour the riverlands for scattered resistance. The Earl of Blackwood occasionally dispatches troops to harass the besieging forces, but they are invariably hunted down by the usurper's cavalry. The usurper is formidable and volatile. We could disguise ourselves as the garrison of Runestone to draw Jamie here. Rob finds this plan plausible, yet he notices a flicker of hesitation in Ser Brynden's expression and inquires, what troubles you? Ser Brynden surveys their surroundings. But we only have 300 men, my lord. They have 3,000 cavalry, a 10-to-1 ratio. So what? Do you believe we shall be defeated? Ser Brynden cautiously formulates his thoughts. I cannot say, but it will undoubtedly be a bitter struggle. The usurper is incredibly strong. He has nearly shattered the entire Riverlands on his own. You have seen the devastation along the way. Jamie's forces have achieved consecutive victories, and their morale is high. We are vastly outnumbered. Rob pats him on the shoulder. Fear not. No matter how strong the usurper may be, he is but one man. Ser Brynden longs to retort. But so are you. Rob turns to Theon, who comprehends his intent and raises his fingers to his lips, emitting a sharp whistle. In an instant, all the wolf riders within the Whispering Forest spring into action, moving with the elegance of seasoned performers, chaotic yet harmoniously beautiful. Within 10 seconds, each wolf rider has mounted their steed, their armor mysteriously donned, and with long spears or polearms in hand, the glinting points aligned to form a cohesive phalanx. They remain silent, their eyes fixed on their commander. The atmosphere in the forest transforms into one of grim anticipation, the temperature seeming to drop. Ser Brynden and Ser Steve are momentarily at a loss, awed by the spectacle before them. What kind of force is this? They have never witnessed such an army. In a mere blink, had they faced such an opponent, they might not have even donned their armor before the so-called wolf riders could strike with lethal precision. It dawns on them why Rob exudes such confidence. Rob approaches the wolf riders' formation. We are about to engage in battle. The enemy has approximately 3,000 men, all cavalry. The wolf riders' formation remains steadfast, their gaze is sharp and unwavering. Rob inhales deeply. This is your inaugural battle, Whispering Forest. Remember this place, for the world shall remember it too. Here, the first undefeated army in history, the Wolf Riders, shall commence their first engagement. Regardless of who the enemy may be, let them understand, winter is upon us. The Wolf Riders stand resolute, not a word uttered among them, the only sound in the forest being that of the rushing water. Yet, beside them, Ser Brynden and Ser Steve seem to hear the roar of thunder and flames, the howl of wild winds and snow, a force and momentum pulse within this assembly. In that moment, both men wholeheartedly believe victory is assured. Despite the enemy's numbers being tenfold, despite their successive victories, despite their own exhaustion from the long march, this battle is destined for triumph. Ser Brynden, send a raven to Lord Blackwood in Runestone, instructing him to dispatch forces to harass the Lannister troops besieging them. John Umber, Tormund Karstark, Ed Karstark, Clay Serwyn, Theon Greyjoy, and the eldest daughter of Lady Mormont of Bear Island. Rob meticulously selects several noble-born soldiers from among the Wolf Riders, intending to use them as bait to lure the enemy deeper. The scions of noble houses possess superior physical attributes, enhancing their chances of survival as bait. Rob also wishes to provide them with a stage to showcase their capabilities, preparing for their future advancement and the potential to forge alliances with their families. Rob watches them depart. I shall await your return here. Do not let me down. Theon and Jon raise a spear adorned with the banner of House Tully, leading a dozen men as they vanish into the night. Rob and the remaining Wolf Riders take cover behind the hills, poised to strike as the enemy enters the hollow at the front of the hills. The Wolf Riders will unleash their most devastating charge. After an eerie silence, a faint sound resonates from afar. They come, Ser Brandin voices, his tone trembling. Chapter 18. Luring the enemy deeper outside the city of Runestone, the northern garrison was stationed. The Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, sat within his tent, surrounded by vassals loyal to House Lannister. Unlike most of his enthusiastic companions, Jaime bore a look of fatigue, despite appearing victorious in several recent battles. The struggles he faced were not for outsiders to understand. One of his liege lords, Earl Ilyn, laughed heartily as he surveyed the map. The morale within the city is on the brink of collapse. In just 3 more days, we shall seize Runestone. Jaime exhaled a sigh of relief. Once we conquer Runestone, the little wolves of the north will dare not venture out of the marshes again, and the war in the north will be at an end. Earl Banefort, his face aglow, proclaimed, since the ancient battle of fire and blood, there has been no such glorious campaign. Sir Jaime single-handedly shattered the Riverlands. It has been ages since we have witnessed such a legendary figure. The vassals of House Lannister rejoiced, for they could already scent the aroma of rich spoils. The vast, fertile lands of the Riverlands had become unclaimed due to war, and each of them saw an opportunity to secure a share for their own families. War was an art of slaughter and the swiftest means of expansion. Jaime remained silent, yet his expression betrayed a hint of satisfaction. As a knight, to have orchestrated such a battle was enough to etch his name in history, a great comfort for one who valued honor and chivalry. To safeguard the citizens of King's Landing, he had borne the ignominy of being called a Kingslayer during the reign of the Mad King. But now he finally had a chance to redeem his reputation, filling his heart with solace. Raising his goblet of fine wine, Jaime gestured to his subordinates. To House Lannister. Cheers. Long live Lannister. Long live the Westerlands. In an atmosphere of jubilance, the nobles drank deeply from their cups. Just then, an inconspicuous scout soldier burst in, shattering the peaceful ambience. My lord Jaime, we have spotted enemy cavalry on the northern hillside, bearing the sigil of House Tully. Jaime dismissed the report with a scoff. How laughable. Lakewood sends men to harass us, thinking it will delay our assault. Earl Ilyn, witnessing this, barked. How many have they sent? The scout, who had just returned from his brief reconnaissance, could only speak vaguely, having not ventured far enough to gauge the enemy's strength. It was too dark to see clearly, but perhaps a dozen cavalrymen. Ilyn chuckled heartily. It appears that Lakewood is truly out of options, sending merely a handful of men. My lord Jaime, allow me to retrieve their heads. Jaime hardly regarded their numbers, even remaining seated within the tent, waving his hand dismissively. Then I shall leave it to you. The soldiers of the Riverlands had already been rendered demoralized by Jaime's previous victories. Many would flee at the sight of the Lion Banner, lacking any will to fight. Hence, Jaime instinctively considered the Riverland soldiers negligible. Moreover, without any recent intelligence from the north, he had not contemplated the matter further. Confident, Ilyn returned to his own camp, gathering over 30 cavalrymen, and followed the reporting scout towards the hillside. The moonlight was exceptionally bright that night, illuminating the scattered figures of a few mounted soldiers atop the hill, the leader brandishing the Tully Fish banner. Ha ha ha, behold, their armor is free for the taking. Charge. Having triumphed in 2 consecutive battles, Ilyn rode forth with unshakable confidence, brandishing his lance as he charged toward the Riverland cavalry. As anticipated, the Riverland cavalry turned and fled toward the rear of the hill, seemingly frightened by Ilyn's ferocity. Witnessing the enemy's retreat only fueled Ilyn's excitement further. He spurred his horse onward, bellowing for his men to follow. Onward. Whoever slays those cowards may choose any horse or armor they desire. First come, first served. The scout soldier remained at the base of the hillside, leisurely awaiting the outcome of the conflict. Soon, the sounds of clashing weapons and scraping armor echoed from the other side of the hill. Ilyn and his cavalry shouted curses, mingled with cries of agony. In just a few minutes, this battle will be over, and soon I shall return to bring good news to Lord Jaime. The scout mused idly. However, as the shouts from the hillside gradually dwindled, he was taken aback by the unexpected sight. The Tully cavalry had returned from the other side of the hill, standing silently in their previous positions, banners held high. They uttered not a word, remaining eerily silent, yet their presence instilled an inexplicable sense of dread within the scout, as if his very breath had been stolen. Where is Lord Ilyn? What has become of his cavalry? Have they all been vanquished? Overwhelmed by anxiety, the scout recalled his duty and spurred his horse, fleeing back towards Jaime's main camp. The Tully cavalry remained motionless, like statues upon the hillside, allowing the scout to return unhindered, their gazes filled with indifference. What? Earl Ilyn has been captured? Upon hearing this news, Jaime erupted in fury. Yet he quickly recognized that this adversary was formidable. Grabbing his armor, he donned it with remarkable speed. Gather all mounted men. I wish to see who possesses such audacity. Instantly, the 3,000 cavalrymen stirred, akin to droplets of water splashing into a hot pan, igniting a frenzy within the camp as men scrambled to mount their horses, don their armor, and retrieve their family heirlooms. After a considerable delay, Jaime's 3,000 cavalry assembled and followed the Kingslayer towards the rear hillside. After only a brief distance, Jaime spotted the dozen or so statuesque cavalrymen. The leader was unfamiliar to him, indicating that they were not from a notable noble house. Although they differed from the usual Tully knights he encountered, Jaime dismissed them as insignificant. Still seething with anger, he yearned to charge personally into battle. Earl Banefort, however, interposed himself. "My lord Jaime, you are our supreme commander, your stature too noble to risk. Allow me to lead the charge in your stead." Jaime understood Banefort's desire for the spoils of war, and, conceding to his request, agreed. Unlike the reckless Elden, Banefort was meticulous in thought, gathering over 100 cavalrymen. Even facing a tenfold disadvantage, he believed that with a mere 1 in 1,000 chance of being defeated, he could still retreat unscathed. Chapter 19. Confrontation of two armies. As the Earl of Banfit charged forward, the cavalry on the hillside, much like before, instinctively retreated to the rear side of the slope. James could not discern the chaos unfolding on that side. He could only hear the soldiers' curses and anguished cries. This skirmish lasted considerably longer than the previous one. And after an undetermined passage of time, cavalry finally emerged into James's line of sight. They were the Earl of Banfit's subordinates. The scouts who had scurried back to deliver news let out a sigh of relief, murmuring, "At last, we have prevailed." It was truly a nightmare not long ago. However, it soon became apparent to the Lannisters that something was amiss. An increasing number of the Earl's cavalry appeared on the hillside. But they did not seem to be returning in triumph. Rather, they appeared to be in disarray. The numbers were also off. Instead of 100, only over 70 returned. When the Earl of Banfit, his helmet askew and weapon lost, galloped back with a look of sheer terror etched upon his face, James realized his earlier suspicions were indeed correct. "Steady now, do not let them break our formation," James commanded, seizing the fleeing Earl before he could regain his composure. Without waiting, he snatched a jug of water from a servant and doused Banfit's head. "Calm yourself. How did you return? Were there ambushes lurking in the woods behind?" The cold water jolted the Earl into a semblance of rationality, and he stammered, "No. No ambush. Just those few. Too powerful. We could not withstand 3 charges." They did not utter a word. They did not utter a word. The last phrase he repeated twice, as the earlier scene had profoundly shaken him. A dozen armored knights, brandishing their lances in deathly silence, charging towards him. Such a sight was one he wished never to witness again. James seethed with rage. "Just those few? They scattered you with merely 3 charges." Banfit hesitated. "They fear no death." James inwardly scorned the Earl. He could charge to claim credit but fled in the face of battle, utterly devoid of any knightly spirit. Beneath the moonlight, those few cavalrymen returned to their original position, silently confronting James's 3,000 horsemen. Yet, the recent clash had diminished their ranks. It was unclear how many had perished or been wounded. Regardless, the ability of a mere handful of knights to rout over 100 of their cavalry proved that the enemy before them was indeed of the highest caliber. James narrowed his eyes, his fury boiling over. "Damn it, this is an affront and a mockery of us." He donned his helmet, safeguarding his vital areas, leaving only his eyes exposed as he gazed forward. "Advance the entire army. Capture as many alive as possible. I want them unharmed." He resolved to deploy the entire force to seize the elite cavalrymen and interrogate them regarding their origins. The formation of 3,000 horsemen gradually adjusted their positions, and once all was prepared, the soldiers surged forward in unison, a thunderous charge echoing through the night. Any inexperienced commander would have been caught off guard by James's maneuver, likely finding themselves within the cavalry's attacking range before they could react. Young John, brandishing the Tully family banner, watched as James suddenly led his army forward, feeling somewhat unprepared. "At least I am not facing such an opponent alone. I have Rob, the young wolf, behind me," he thought. The title Young Wolf was a term of endearment among the vassals of the North for Rob, stemming from respect and admiration. Yet, John yearned for a title uniquely belonging to the Wolf Cavalry, one that would distinguish him from ordinary soldiers. With no time to ponder further, seeing his role as bait had been fulfilled, John turned his horse toward the designated location. As James's forces surged toward the Whispering Woods, he contemplated the possibility of hidden foes within the trees. Yet with only a handful of adversaries, retreating into the woods seemed logical. They could hardly charge at him with so few men, could they? Upon noticing James's deceleration, John too slowed his pace, as if to taunt him. James's patience waned, his wrath overtaking his reason, and he charged toward John's contingent. This chase persisted for 10 minutes until they reached a depression in the terrain. John accelerated suddenly, veering toward a nearby hillock to regroup with the main forces. Rob had long heard the thunderous hooves and, upon sighting John's position, swiftly turned around, leading the wolf cavalry to the hilltop to greet him. Aha! Indeed, an ambush. James was startled by the sudden appearance of cavalry. immediately reining in his horse to slow his advance. However, when he discerned the composition of the opposing forces in the moonlight, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. 300 men. Rob, the young rascal. Huh. Glancing around, the surrounding silence suggested little chance of any other reinforcements. The king lair. How fare you? It has been a while since our last encounter. Rob, looking down from his elevated position at the cavalry arrayed before him, tenfold their number, exhibited no trace of panic, leaving James perplexed. Did this boy truly lack understanding of battlefield dynamics? Seeing James remain silent, Rob continued. You and that wench Cersei were caught in your disgraceful affair, and my brother Bran Stark, who stumbled upon your sordid secret, was cast from the tower, leaving him crippled for life. I have also heard that you impaled my father's knee with a lance in King's Landing, rendering him reliant on a crutch to walk. The Lannisters are truly a ludicrous family. Rob's words echoed across the battlefield, igniting righteous indignation among the wolf cavalry, their anger swelling within them. Meanwhile, the Lannister ranks were enveloped in uncertainty, questioning the veracity of Rob's allegations of incestuous scandal, marveling at their commander's audacity. Though they cared little for Ned's plight, James felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, teetering on the brink of losing his composure. He roared, "Silence! You wretched scoundrel! Once I slay you, this battle will conclude. Do you truly believe 300 men can accomplish anything? Enough! We are on the battlefield." Rob, having achieved his aim, grew weary of banter and silently raised his right hand, as if cradling something unseen. The more than 3,000 onlookers stared at Rob's peculiar gesture, perplexed. Suddenly, Rob clenched his right hand with force. A crackling sound filled the air, and in an instant, a lance composed of golden lightning materialized in his grasp. Chapter 20. The Roar of the Ice Dragon. Thunder Spear. Summon the Thunder Spear and hurl it straight forward. The unwavering trajectory and indomitable strength of the Thunder Spear render it one of Rob's most cherished spells, having previously vanquished countless formidable foes. In the realm of a song of ice and fire, while magic remains acknowledged and believed by some, such extraordinary powers have long faded into obscurity, unknown to the common populace. As the soldiers on the battlefield witnessed Rob wielding the lightning with mastery, manipulating this most potent and mysterious force of nature, waves of astonishment rippled through their hearts. A miracle. The Wolf Riders, having previously observed Rob slay a condemned criminal with a blade of red lightning, remained unfazed. However, for the Lannister army, this spectacle was an unprecedented revelation. They stood dumbfounded, many still dazed when Rob had already cast the Thunder Spear. Protect the commander. Lord Jaime. Block it. Rob's Thunder Spear undoubtedly targeted Jaime, for to capture the thief, one must seize the king. With Jaime's downfall, victory would be nearly assured. Yet, the knights serving House Lannister reacted swiftly, selflessly shielding Jaime, uncertain of the spell's potency. The Thunder Spear's formidable penetrating power swiftly pierced through these valiant souls, reaching Jaime's helmet, which was knocked to the ground, revealing his golden hair. Alas! Rob shook his head in disbelief at the willingness of some to sacrifice their bodies for his prayer. Jaime, witnessing the four knights fall to protect him, felt a mix of astonishment and rage, bewildered by the dark sorcery employed against him. However, he quickly regained his composure and bellowed to his soldiers, "Fear not. He was merely engaging in theatrics. That little brat requires several seconds to unleash such sorcery. Let us charge and slay him." To bolster his troops, Jaime added further incentives. Lannisters always pay their debts. 500 golden dragons for Rob's head. We shall keep our word. Enticed by the promise of vast riches, the morale of the Lannister forces surged. For humanity, sufficient profit outweighs the value of life itself. 3,000 cavalry faced less than 300. And the numerical advantage emboldened their spirits. Strangely, the smaller force was equally resolute, bracing for a fierce clash. Charge. Do not allow that little sorcerer time to cast his spells. Annihilate them. Jaime led the charge, roaring with fury. Yet, he was soon surpassed by the more avaricious Lannister soldiers, the allure of 500 golden dragons fueling their fervor beyond imagination. The 3,000 cavalry surged toward a single target, their momentum a harbinger of dread for one's life. The Wolf Riders gripped their pikes with trembling arms, for it was their inaugural engagement as wolf cavalry in a formal battle. Fear, trepidation, exhilaration, bloodlust, and nausea intertwined, ultimately suppressed by the semblance of rationality, leaving their minds blank. Gazing down at the enemy, Rob beheld 3,000 greedy eyes fixated upon him, yet his heart remained unperturbed. He had encountered far more frenzied gazes before. However, to pit his fewer than 300 wolf riders against this throng would likely result in a Pyrrhic victory, leaving scant survivors, a fate Rob wished to avoid. Thus, he resolved to reveal a fraction of his true power, to determine how significantly he could sway the tide of battle. Rob abruptly rose upon his steed, surveying the oncoming Lannister soldiers. Then, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded before all present on the battlefield. What? What is that monstrous thing? Beneath the pure, snow-white moonlight, the previously warm air turned frigid, as white unexpectedly became the dominant hue. Rob leaped from his mount, his hands igniting with crimson sigils, a fantastical blue rune materializing above his head. Subsequently, a spectral visage of a dragon's head manifested above him. This dragon's apparition completely enveloped Rob's head, rendering him a fantastical creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a man. The dragon's ethereal form was entirely white, its pristine horns and scales, if examined closely under sunlight, revealed the frost covering the obsidian scales of the great beast. The dragon's apparition opened its vast maw, coalescing frigid elements within, gradually forming a tempest of blizzards. In the next moment, the icy breath of the dragon erupted forth. Winter has come. Blizzard of Berelius, transform into a dragon and unleash Berelius icy mist from the sky. Berelius, once a dragon inhabiting the lofty snow-capped mountains, had its breath transformed by the environment into a unique icy fog. Beyond inflicting colossal damage, it could also ensnare foes in frost. Coincidentally, our Fade comrade mastered a potent and mysterious secret technique, coupled with a peculiar penchant for collecting, allowing him to learn the dragon's breath spell by slaying the great beast and consuming its heart. Oh, so cold. A dragon. Do my eyes deceive me? Run. Is this sorcery? I just witnessed his bizarre form. Jamie, growing frantic, barked. No one is to flee. First, kill Rob, the enforcers. In a mere half a minute, the foremost ranks of the Lannister army suffered a sudden loss of 100 to 200 men, either frozen to death or rendered entirely incapacitated. A dozen frozen corpses lay strewn across the forefront. Jamie had fortuitously found himself amidst the middle to rear of the ranks, narrowly avoiding becoming a popsicle himself. Or else he would have added yet another tale for posterity. On the hillside, as Rob concluded his incantation, he sensed the tremors in his steed's legs. It likely felt the suppressive bloodline of the dragon, tears streaming uncontrollably as it nearly collapsed. Even the once unyielding and brash direwolf Grey Wind sensed the transformation, tucking its tail in fear. Rob assessed his own state. Although there were no visible indicators of energy, casting these spells drained his mental fortitude. In this realm, no elemental potions awaited to hasten his recovery. He could only regain strength through rest. In the short term, he would be unable to unleash another such advanced spell. Having evaluated his condition, Rob turned to witness the Lannister army, now thrown into disarray by the icy breath, struggling to maintain formation. The lords, each fighting for themselves, exhibited a lack of discipline, unable to keep pace with Rob's highly centralized combat strategy. Chapter 21. Charge with me. Although the Lannister forces suffered minimal losses, with merely 100 men rendered incapable of combat, the sight of Rob transforming into a dragon and swiftly annihilating 100 foes was indelibly etched in the hearts of all present. The morale shattered. They were uncertain whether Rob could unleash such formidable power again, nor did they know when their lives might vanish into oblivion. This evoked memories of legendary battles from antiquity. Tales they had heard from childhood to adulthood, of the Targaryen family sweeping across the continent on the backs of 3 great dragons. Those were dragons. For the inhabitants of Westeros, having been ruled under the banner of dragons for centuries, a deep-seated reverence for these creatures had long been instilled. Rob was acutely aware of this psychology, which is why he chose to employ the Dragon Prayer, a spell that demanded immense energy. His mental fortitude was gradually recuperating, and at the current rate, he estimated that after an hour's rest, he could once again unleash a complete dragon's breath. Rob sensed his vitality returning and found himself capable of casting some less draining spells. Thus, he summoned forth a myriad of hues from his hands, invoking prayer spells to enhance his combat capabilities. Beast Vitality conserves the vitality of beasts within the body, allowing for gradual health restoration over a certain period. Flame. Grant me strength. Ignites flames upon the body, enhancing physical prowess and fire-based damage. Dragon's Thunder Protection surrounds the body with lightning, aiding the protector in deflecting attacks more easily. Black Flame Protection envelopes the body in black flames, reducing damage taken. One by one, Rob cast prayers of either defense or offense upon himself, illuminating his form with a spectrum of colors against the night. Orange and black flames intertwined, while golden lightning and dark beast vitality flowed together, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Rob finally raised his sword towards the sky, piercing it with a golden, sacred light that enveloped all the Wolf Riders. Golden Oath, a prayer that enhances the attack and defense capabilities of oneself and allies. All the Wolf Riders felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through their bodies, an exhilarating sensation that filled them entirely. Their eyes blazed with fervor, and their hands gripped their lances with newfound steadiness. Seizing the moment, Rob swung his sword downwards with great force, and 300 wolf riders charged forth silently toward the somewhat disordered Lannister army. The lance tips shimmered with silver light under the moon's reflection, akin to a synchronized swarm of fireflies advancing forward. Leading the charge, Robb plunged directly into the enemy ranks, a beacon of brilliance. With precision, he aimed at the location of the usurper, Jaime, and released an arrow towards the golden-haired man. A flurry of over 200 arrows soared forth. Upon witnessing the radiant Robb and the multitude of fireflies rushing towards him, Jaime momentarily lost focus, but quickly regained his combat awareness. Do not panic. There are less than 300 of them. Jaime bellowed, commanding his noble subordinates. They are coming for me. If 300 dare to charge the center, you must take your men to the sides and accelerate your assault to crush them. Seeing his noble lords momentarily dazed, Jaime erupted in fury, disregarding the rain of arrows heading his way, and shouted from his elevated position, "Are you all brainless? Robb is coming for me, and if you remain here, you will face that monster's charge head-on. Move to the sides and hurry up. I will leave 1,000 men here. The other 2,000 will flank and annihilate them. With just one charge, they will be decimated, and we shall triumph." Jaime's furious shout ultimately made an impact. Some timid lords, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted, hastily moved their men to the flanks. However, in the absence of unified command, the formation descended into chaos, with some units on the left attempting to flank right, while those on the right sought to ambush left. The soldiers, already terrified, glanced back incessantly, contemplating a retreat to the main camp in hopes of survival. Had it not been for the enforcers behind them, many would have fled. Of the 3,000 cavalry, barely half maintained any semblance of organized movement. That was sufficient, Jaime thought, believing that 1,500 men were more than enough to eliminate the fewer than 300 opposing cavalry. Perched upon his steed, Jaime donned the helmet brought to him by his subordinate, locking eyes with Robb, who was charging towards him. "Robb, I am right here, come at me. Robb, use your dark sorcery to end me, you bastard. Lannister, hear my roar, kill." Jaime shouted, cursing Robb and invoking the Lannister family motto, attempting to rally his troops and restore their crumbling morale. He discerned Robb's intentions, yet he chose to confront Robb directly rather than flee. Spitting on the ground, he muttered, "Come on, you bastard, let us see whose speed prevails. Yours in breaking through my center, or mine in flanking from the sides." Yet, no matter how vehemently Jaime yelled or provoked, the 300 knights charging forth remained silent. They resembled the legendary Death Knights, bringing only eternal silence to their foes. Those resisting Robb's wolf cavalry felt the grip of fear tightening. Were it not for Jaime's voice echoing in their ears, they would have fled long ago. Crash! The first to shatter were the soldiers frozen into ice sculptures by Robb's frost dragon breath, followed by the Lannister cavalry witnessing the lance tips, akin to fireflies. The two waves of cavalry collided, and it was then that the previously silent wolf riders unleashed their first battle cry of the night. Winter has come. The Lannister army, already on the brink of collapse, was struck with terror by this sudden outburst, their hearts and minds shattered. They were horrified to discover that their lance tips could not penetrate the battlefield's most resplendent figure. Robb was the first to charge into the heart of the Lannister forces. Multiple lance tips appeared before him, yet Robb, empowered by numerous prayers, disregarded these feeble long spears, his sword slicing through them effortlessly. Grey Wind followed closely behind, his robust form and fearsome howl sending some cavalry mounts into a frenzy. Grey Wind leapt, twisting his body, and lashed onto a horse's throat, the crimson blood soaking his fur. With a swift strike, Robb delivered a simple yet devastating blow. His adversaries could do nothing but watch helplessly as his sword severed their throats. In the blink of an eye, several Lannister cavalrymen had been slain by Robb. One man and one wolf, having opened a breach at the onset of battle, allowed the wolf riders to flood through. Their lances struck true, instantly piercing the Lannister army's defenses, shattering their final psychological stronghold. Chapter 22. The Dance of the Waterbird. Robb surged into the fray, confronting the Lannister forces with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep, unleashing a relentless slaughter. His sword cleaved through a knight's skull, while with his left hand, he conjured a violent inferno that incinerated another charging knight into ash. On the battlefield, all notions of combat technique faded into oblivion. Robb was now wholly guided by instinct. Summoning the energies within him, he mechanically repeated his strikes, instinctively casting spells and invoking prayers, ruthlessly reaping lives. Lion slice, double slash, whirlwind slash, technique after technique unfolded. Robb resembled a dancer upon the battlefield, both graceful and brutal. In less than 10 minutes, an expanse of desolation surrounded him. The corpses of Lannister soldiers piled high, blood-staining Robb's entire being, rendering him as though he had emerged from a vat of crimson. Ghost. A demon. It's come to claim our lives. Flee. We are defeated. The Lannister soldiers, witnessing this hellish spectacle, were gripped by terror, and one by one, they abandoned their weapons to escape. The wolf cavalry, emboldened, nearly forgot they were engaged in a perilous battle against foes tenfold their number. Encircling Robb as they slaughtered the remnants of the shattered Lannister forces and fended off any knights attempting to break through to him. An army is a vast collective, not merely a singular entity. As some sought to flee, others rallied to resist, giving rise to the peculiar sight of one side collapsing while the other fought fiercely. The Kingslayer, Jaime, beheld Robb as he penetrated the heart of his forces with ease, recklessly advancing toward him. Momentarily dazed, he became aware of the cacophony around him, the thundering of hooves, the splashing of iron boots in shallow water, the dull sound of swords striking oak shields, the clash of steel, the whistle of arrows, the drumming of war, and the simultaneous cries of 1,000 horses. Shaking off his stupor, Jaime barked, "Follow me! Follow me!" Although the central force of thousands crumbled, the rear guard could not alter the morale of the troops. Yet Jaime still had his personal guard. He understood that only one course of action could turn the tide of battle. He must detain Robb, should the center falter. The flanking forces poised to assault the enemy's wings would also fall into disarray, potentially succumbing to Robb's onslaught one by one. Gathering a few hundred men, armed with pikes, Jaime launched a final assault toward Robb. "Kill, follow me, and slay," he shouted, rallying his troops. However, his cries caught Robb's attention. Blood obscured Robb's vision, and wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, he finally discerned the scene ahead. The unmistakable golden hair belonged to the Kingslayer himself. "Is he truly able to organize a charge against me?" Robb mused, surprised. He ceased casting further spells, gripping his longsword and awaiting Jaime's approach. "Robb!" Jaime roared, cleaving through several retreating Lannister soldiers. In the darkness, they could see each other, yet the throng of bodies made the short distance feel interminable. Jaime noted that the peculiar auras surrounding Robb had dissipated. He appeared as an ordinary man now. His dark magic is gone. Seize him, slay him. Jaime felt invigorated, urging his men onward. Robb regarded the advancing foe with a cold gaze, his wolf cavalry swiftly assembling for a direct confrontation. He gestured to quell their eagerness. Dismounting his steed, Jaime, witnessing this unusual turn, initially felt a surge of hope, believing Robb to have faltered, only to be struck by a sinking realization. Robb was no fool, and such a bold maneuver must surely conceal a cunning ploy. Regardless, this was a decisive charge, Jaime thought. Then he beheld Robb tighten his grip on his sword, leaping high into the air, pausing momentarily in an uncanny pose, and then hurtling toward him at an impossible speed and angle. As Robb closed the distance, he swung his blade, unleashing a multitude of sharp, white sword energies that erupted around him. The clang of steel reverberated as Jaime felt his armor endure countless strikes, losing his balance and tumbling from his horse. In that instant, his mount was decapitated by a stray blade. Robb did not glance at the fallen Jaime. His dance of death was far from over. He charged again, halting amidst the throng of Jaime's cavalry, a protective aura of sword energies encircling him, swiftly clearing swathes of empty ground. To the Lannister soldiers, Robb appeared as a ghost, materializing at one spot, claiming lives, and vanishing just as swiftly. War is an art of slaughter, and Robb was the ballet master of the battlefield. The Waterbird's sword dance, the Valkyrie's signature technique, was once more unleashed in Robb's hands. The wolf cavalry, witnessing Robb's ferocious engagement, felt a surge of fervor and charged forward, entangling themselves in a brutal melee with the Lannister forces. Their pikes were raised high, piercing through any soldier that dared to obstruct their path. The enemy was paralyzed with fear, their will to fight extinguished. As long as they followed Lord Robb, victory was assured. Engage in battle, follow the trail of blood, follow their blood-soaked leader. Fight, and then crush the enemy. Winter has come. The wolf cavalry let forth a second roar of wrath, plunging the Kingslayer Jaime's loyal forces into the depths of despair. Jaime lay on the ground, his body marred with wounds, struggling to rise and regroup his troops. He refused to believe that Robb was invincible, that he would never tire. Yet, alas, he too was not invulnerable. Ser Brynden Tully appeared before him, surveying the bloody Jaime without hesitation. He struck him down with the shaft of his spear, dragging the dazed Jaime in a display around the battlefield. Jaime has been captured. Surrender, and you shall not be slain. Jaime has been captured. Surrender, and you shall not be slain. Ser Brynden and several wolf cavalrymen raced around the battlefield, parading Jaime before his own soldiers. In that moment, the Lannister cavalry comprehended the gravity of their defeat. Aside from a few scattered knights desperate to reclaim Jaime's body, believing him slain by Robb, the remainder of the cavalry began to flee aimlessly. The wolf cavalry embarked on a ruthless pursuit. Chapter 23. Debts must be paid. The battle raged on until dawn. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the whispering woods, this war, destined to be inscribed in history, finally came to a halt. Blood-tinged dewdrops clung to the leaves and grass, cascading down the textures and swiftly vanishing from the lifeless bodies below. Robb Stark rested against a tree, with Grey Wind serving as his steadfast support, emitting a low growl. Having howled and fought fiercely throughout the night, his throat was now sore. The remaining wolf riders were scattered around, while a few weary souls stood sentinel in the foliage, on guard against a potential ambush from the nearby forces of Riverrun. As for the scattered corpses and spoils of war, they lacked the strength to organize them. Sir Brendan Tully, known as the Blackfish, sat opposite Rob. Reporting the outcomes of the previous night, we captured nearly 100 knights, around 10 nobles, including Lord Westerling, Lord Baneford, Sir Giles of Greenfield, Lord Islam, Sir Tydos Blackwood, and a Dornishman named Malor. We also apprehended 3 Lannisters, all nephews of Lord Tywin, 2 from his sister and 1 from his deceased brother. The bodies are still being counted, but I estimate that about half of the enemy fled after the first hour of fighting. The litany of names caused Rob's head to ache. What about our casualties? I am more concerned about that. The Blackfish hesitated. We lost 58 men, over 100 were injured. A pang of sorrow welled within Rob. If it were within his power, he would wish for none of his wolf riders to perish. Such is the nature of war. Only blood and fire can forge exceptional warriors. Seated to Rob's left was Theon Greyjoy. We captured the Kingslayer. That bastard in King's Landing will be left speechless. Lord Eddard will be saved. Let us hope so, Rob mused, aware that at this very moment, King Joffrey would be spiraling into madness, intent on executing Eddard Stark. Yet, he still held hope for the safety of his 2 sisters. While both would face trials in the unfolding narrative and ultimately grow from them, Rob wished instead for his kin to live peacefully in a sheltered haven. Suffering is not the sole path to growth. Those who sing the praises of hardship often harbor ulterior motives. Rob surveyed the remaining 200 wolf riders. Though their faces bore the marks of fatigue, their spirits were undeniably high. For many of these knights, this battle would become a tale to boast of in taverns for a lifetime. This band was still capable of further combat, albeit after sufficient rest. Rob began to contemplate the current state of affairs. Riverrun still required their support, with over 10,000 enemies besieging the city. However, upon hearing news of the Whispering Woods battle, the enemy's morale would likely plummet, signaling the time for decisive action. Blackfish, have we received any word from Lord Jason Mallister? Jason Mallister, the Lord of Seaguard, had seen nearly all of the Riverlands ravaged by the Lannisters, with only Riverrun, Tully's Hold, and Seaguard remaining unbreached. Given Seaguard's proximity to Tully's Hold, Rob had instructed the Blackfish to notify Jason Mallister to march his forces to the Whispering Woods. After all, 300 wolf riders, no matter how formidable, could not directly assault a fortified camp of 10,000 men. Such an act would be sheer folly. Unrelated to courage, the Blackfish's intelligence was unparalleled. We have received word. The Raven's luck is commendable. It was not shot down amidst the fray. As per your directive, Lord Jason Mallister has set out with his forces. However, their pace is slow, as they encountered many straggling soldiers from the Riverlands who were defeated by Jaime, and he is currently absorbing these men to bolster his ranks. He is expected to reach the Whispering Woods in 2 days with approximately 2,000 troops. Rob calculated in his mind. Old Walder Frye alone could muster a force of 4,000, and while Seaguard was not as prosperous as Tully's Hold, the addition of the remnants of defeated soldiers would yield a commendable number. With over 3,000 defenders still in Riverrun, while his forces were outnumbered, they were not without hope. Could it be any harder than the battle of the previous night? Resolute, Rob began issuing orders. Then we shall wait here for Lord Jason to arrive. Blackfish, ensure communication with Riverrun. Once we strike, they must coordinate their counterattack. The ensuing events unfolded simply. Once the wolf riders had rested, they eagerly began to sift through their spoils. Rob was generous to his wolf riders, bestowing rewards based on their valor in battle. The armor of the fallen enemies was of considerable value, and he would distribute it fairly. Meanwhile, Rob approached his own spoils. The Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, bound in armor and bloodied, was presented before Rob, his golden locks now matted with dried blood. Ah, Sir Jaime, you wield quite the reputation. You nearly conquered the Riverlands. Jaime lifted his head, locking eyes with Rob. What manner of creature are you? Rob shrugged. Merely a wretched soul seeking to save his family. I shall not kill you. Returning you to King's Landing could secure my family's safety. Jaime's expression darkened. The disgrace of being a prisoner exchanged for a trade was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, his reputation had already plummeted to unfathomable depths. Rob's tone shifted. However, we have another matter to address. Jaime appeared perplexed. Rob kindly reminded him. You pushed my brother from the window, leaving him crippled for life. You pierced my father's knee in King's Landing, rendering him reliant on a cane. Do you believe those acts can simply be overlooked? Do as you wish, Jaime replied, his composure intact. He felt remorse for Bran, a mere child whose life he had shattered for his own desires. Punishment was warranted. Rob nodded. Very well. Without further ado, Rob swung his sword, severing Jaime's left hand entirely. This is retribution for Bran's disability. Before Jamie could utter a cry, Rob unsheathed a spear and thrust it into Jamie's knee, piercing it cleanly and embedding it into the ground. Jamie's agonized screams echoed through the whispering woods. Rob wiped his hands clean. Fair enough. Disability for disability, a pierced knee for a pierced knee. Lannister, debts must indeed be repaid. Chapter 24. Delayed reports of battle, my dear father. Are you not astonished that I have yet to meet my demise? The diminutive Tyrion jested, wielding a grand shield. While the archers suffered from a most grievous headache. Following the tumult of battle, he emerged from the mountain of corpses, offering whimsical banter to his father, the current warden of the West and head of House Lannister, Tywin Lannister. Tywin, resplendent in his lion-themed attire, revealed no trace of emotion upon encountering his son, whose arm had nearly been severed. Instead, he busied himself savoring fine wine from a jeweled goblet, relishing the triumph that accompanied victory. Observing this, Tyrion feigned concern. Oh dear, my continued existence surely must jeopardize your grand designs. If that is the case, I am indeed deserving of 1,000 deaths. With a fleeting glance, Tywin retorted, the wildlings you brought from the Vale possess some utility. I intentionally placed you in the disorganized left flank, believing that young Robb Stark would be compelled to advance upon witnessing the collapse of that side. To be cast into a doomed battalion, personally guiding my own neck to the enemy's blade. Yet you fail to inform me beforehand, leaving me in the dark, Tyrion replied. Tywin drained his goblet. If all were aware, what would be the essence of military secrecy? If you knew your fate, could you act with such conviction? Tyrion cast a disdainful glance at the man he begrudged as his father, silenced by his innate status as a dwarf. A constant reminder of Tywin's desire for his demise. The Lord's misguided honor compelled him to maintain a facade of dignity while subjecting Tyrion to ceaseless humiliation and discrimination, all in a bid to see him gone. Yet, he would not acquiesce to such wishes. If Tywin desired him to vanish from his sight, Tyrion vowed to live openly. An enduring reminder to this wretched father. You still have a dwarf for a son. Unperturbed by Tyrion's expression, Tywin began to remove his armor with the assistance of his attendants. Considering Robb Stark's youth, his cautious command was indeed remarkable, but Tyrion knew he possessed superior skill. For victory was still victory. Ultimately, Robb remained merely a headstrong youth, more courageous than wise. Tyrion wished to offer further jibes, yet in the wake of Tywin's recent triumph, any mockery would be futile, as Tywin was impervious to such taunts. At that moment, an urgent voice broke through the air. Lord Tywin. Sir Adam Marbrand, riding swiftly, dismounted, his horse frothing at the mouth, blood seeping from its jaws. Tywin rose to greet him, and Marbrand knelt before him. Your Grace, we have captured several enemy leaders, including Lord Selwyn Tarth, Sir Willis Manderley, and Harrion Karstark. We also eliminated Lord Hopewood. However, most have fled, their morale waning. Tywin, dissatisfied with the news, inquired, what of that Stark boy? Sir Adam swallowed hard. According to our prisoners, Robb Stark was not with them. He has taken 300 heavy cavalry to River Run. What a headstrong lad, indeed. Tyrion chuckled at his father's earlier assessment. Tywin, though momentarily vexed, quickly regained his composure. He commands but 300 men. What can he possibly achieve at River Run? Does he think to defeat Jaime with such a meager force? Sir Adam reminded him, there are 4,000 at the Twins. The numbers at Seaguard remain uncertain, and the garrison at River Run is also unknown. Given the river's encirclement, Lord Jaime will likely disperse his forces across 3 locations to besiege River Run. If that boy manages to dismantle them one by one. Tywin recognized he had been outmaneuvered by a mere boy. He finally understood why the northern forces scattered so easily, with 20,000 on each side. Their victory appeared rather implausible. All was a ruse to shield Robb Stark. Unlike the imp, Tyrion, Tywin's primary concern was Jaime, his sole recognized heir. Dispatch orders to the army. We shall proceed to the Twins at all costs. Sacrifice any supplies or equipment as necessary, and advance with utmost haste. Yes, Sir Adam, who had served Tywin for many years, was taken aback by such a display of emotion. The northern forces, recently defeated by Tywin's 20,000, were now regrouping near King S Road. The booming voice of Great John echoed, why do we not strike first, allowing them to inflict such losses upon us in vain? His ire was directed at the commander of their ranks, Roose Bolton. We have 20,000, and their numbers are similar. What is the harm in a skirmish? Roose, however, dismissed Great John's bravado. We are no match for Tywin. They boast over 6,000 cavalry, while we possess but 2,000. Their archers are far better equipped. Nonsense. A northerner can best 10 of them. Roose, disinterested in the brash assertions, replied, I am appointed by Lord Robb as commander. Should you harbor grievances, address them to him once this conflict concludes. For now, you shall heed my commands. Rickard Karstark, anxious for his captured son, interjected, we cannot remain idle. Our men have been taken. Roose reassured him, They have captured some of ours as well. Nobles do not execute one another. We shall await a prisoner exchange, and your son will return unscathed. Despite their defeat, the Northern Army retained a significant force, suffering merely 2,000 casualties. However, they had only bested the motley crew of mercenaries and wildlings summoned by the imp, while Tywin's main forces remained largely unscathed. Roose contemplated, since they have taken prisoners, they must be aware of the young wolf's support for Riverrun. They will surely seek to reinforce it. We must adopt guerrilla tactics, harassing them to prevent a unification with the Kingslayer. Having reassured his weary troops and devised a new strategy, Roose Bolton set forth with the remaining northern soldiers. News of Robb's victory over Jaime had yet to reach the battlefield across the river, while in King's Landing, the populace remained oblivious to the true state of affairs. Everyone believed the conflict was nearing its conclusion, with Jaime poised to sweep across the riverlands. The north is next target. At dawn, the benevolent King Joffrey wore a countenance of excitement, preparing to undertake his first significant act since his ascension. He intended to pass judgment upon the former hand of the king. Chapter 25. The delayed letter. My mother urged me to have Duke Edric don black attire, and Miss Sansa fervently pleaded for her father's mercy on numerous occasions. Joffrey fixated on Sansa with a smirk, then turned to address the crowd, driven by the frailty of their feminine hearts. As long as I reign as king, treason shall be met with the utmost severity. Sare Island, behead him. Sansa on the platform, and Arya hidden amidst the throng nearly succumbed to faintness. Queen Cersei hastily grasped her son, aware that this was an unwise decision. She had already threatened Ned's life using her daughter to compel his public confession of guilt. Executing Ned now would only incite a relentless vendetta from Joffrey and the North. Why was the Targaryen Mad King dubbed the Mad King? Was it not due to his indiscriminate slaughter of nobles, instilling fear in all, ultimately earning him the title of Madman? The High Septon and the Spymaster, the Spider, who were tasked with judging Ned, were utterly bewildered by Joffrey's proclamation. This was not how matters were supposed to unfold. Each grasped Joffrey's cloak, one of them vociferously gesturing at him. Joffrey shook his head, dismissing their counsel. Thanks to Cersei's unrelenting indulgence and his royal title, there was no one in King's Landing capable of swaying Joffrey's resolve. Cersei offered little discouragement, her affection for her son outweighing political prudence. Moreover, her brother was rampaging unchecked. What tempest could the North possibly conjure? Amidst the incredulous gasps of the crowd, Ned Stark met his end. In the grand hall of King's Landing, Joffrey was toying with his courtiers. The recent execution of Ned had inflated his confidence, rendering him almost euphoric. Cersei sat beside him, observing her son's antics with keen interest. At that moment, a servant entered the opulent chamber, cradling an exquisitely crafted box. Your Majesty, your Grace. A gift has arrived from the North. Sitting below the king and queen, Sansa, as pale as a specter, suddenly lifted her head, her eyelashes fluttering. Joffrey instinctively recoiled. But recalling that only days had passed since Ned's execution and that the northern forces were still unaware of this news, he straightened his posture, embracing his royal demeanor. Ah, could it be a letter of fealty and surrender? What was that traitor's name again? Something like Turnip. Stinkball. Queen Cersei gestured for the messenger to present the box to her, intent on inspecting its contents before deciding whether to share it with Joffrey. After all, Joffrey was still a child, requiring careful nurturing. Divulging everything to him might terrify him, especially with a new king emerging in the south and Robert's younger brother raising a rebellion. The Kingsguard Sandor Clegane accepted the box and transferred it to Cersei. With a nonchalant smile, she unwrapped the box and opened it. Crash! The box tumbled to the ground. All eyes in the hall were drawn, not to the horrified and shocked Cersei, but to the grotesque contents spilling forth, the severed arm of a man and a letter. Joffrey was taken aback. Leaping from his seat in a panic, fumbling for something to grasp, his lips twitching in disbelief. How dare he present such a thing to a king? Such insolence. Treason. Lady Stark, I have heard that you and the false King Joffrey have imprisoned my father, and I am deeply distressed. Please, noble lady, show mercy and release my father and my two sisters, that they may not suffer any indignities. It is said that the Lannisters repay their debts. I have long admired your family and intend to follow suit. In retaliation for my brother Bran, and to alleviate your longing for your lover, I present to you the left hand of the Kingslayer, Jaime. Sir Jaime has been living comfortably with me, and I intend to use him to negotiate for the return of my family. I hope for your cooperation. Sincerely, Robb Stark. The assembly in the hall concluded amidst confusion, and Cersei, accompanied by several lords, retreated to her study. Upon reading the letter, she trembled with rage. That cursed Robb. The entire letter was couched in honorifics, yet dripped with disdain and threats. Damnable. Cersei found herself at a loss as to how to proceed. What now? Ned was dead. Would he kill Jaime? The others remained silent, unconvinced that the severed arm truly belonged to Jaime, but Cersei appeared certain that Robb had included a token within the box. Did this imply that the Lannister forces had already faltered? They had failed to prevent Joffrey from executing Ned. Should Robb invade King's Landing, the consequences would be dire. Seeing their silence, Cersei's ire flared. Each of you is utterly useless. The master of coin, Peter Baelish, finally spoke. My lady, I recommend acquiescing to Robb's demands and negotiating with the North. The spy master, the spider, objected. Negotiate? We have slain Ned and allowed one of his daughters to escape. Would Robb agree to trade a mere girl for the Kingslayer? How can we know unless we try? Perhaps we can offer more gold. The eldest maester, Pycelle, remained unperturbed. A veteran of the realm, he had witnessed rebellions before, and they had never befallen him. After much deliberation, Cersei regained her composure and decisively stated, respond to that traitor Robb immediately, assuring him that we will treat his family well and will soon return them. Though Ned has already been executed, if he demands more gold, we shall comply. Draft a letter to my father, instructing him to return to King's Landing to protect his king. I do not wish for us to be left with so few defenders when that false king approaches. Peter, there is something I need you to do. I have heard that House Tyrell has allied with the false king. They are a bunch of ambitious fools, wishing to marry their daughter to the throne, dreaming of princely status, while we possess a rightful king. Tell Joffrey not to torment Sansa. I have heard that she was forced to view her father's corpse recently. If this girl is driven to suicide, we will be left with no cards to play. Once everyone had departed, Cersei clenched her fists, her nails nearly piercing her skin. Jaime, you must remain safe. The tension of the situation left her feeling restless and hollow. She paced back and forth, unable to calm her tumultuous emotions. She then turned to a nearby maid and commanded, summon my cousin Lancel Lannister. Chapter 26. The crucial battle. Robb Stark was not preoccupied with the happenings in the royal city. His focus lay on a significant battle that awaited him. As with the Battle of Whispering Woods, the enemy's forces outnumbered his own, fortified by robust defensive structures. The prospect of replicating the miraculous cavalry charge that could conclude the conflict was now dim. It was time for direct confrontation and strategic command. Robb contemplated his current state. Although he possessed considerable strength, in this world, there was no magical elixir to swiftly restore his vigor during combat. He could only await the gradual passage of time for recuperation. Otherwise, his fiery breath would render enemy troops mere playthings. Casting wide enchantments on his army was not a prudent strategy, for the duration of such spells was fleeting, typically lasting only a few minutes. A large-scale battle could extend throughout an entire day, and it was impractical to seek allies for enchantments amidst the fray. The cost-to-benefit ratio was simply too low. Robb resolved to emulate the path of the great warlord Xiongyu, relying on personal valor. If he could shatter the enemy's morale swiftly and decisively, victory would be within his grasp. In ancient times, Xiongyu had faced armies of hundreds of thousands with only a few tens of thousands, and Robb believed he could do the same. My lord, Count Jason has arrived, announced Ser Blackfish as he entered Robb's tent. Accompanied by an elder nobleman, the esteemed Count Jason Mallister, who had come to offer support from Seaguard. The Count was a lean man with a clean-shaven face, his brown hair streaked with gray, and his steely blue-gray eyes betraying a fierce disposition. Perhaps due to the rigors of the march, his face was gaunt yet sharply defined. Clad in indigo armor adorned with silver, and his helmet bore the wings of a majestic eagle. He greeted Robb with courtesy, Lord Robb Stark. It is impressive to see such prowess at your young age. You make us old-timers in the Riverlands feel rather ashamed. Robb rose to meet him, finding this noble far more trustworthy than the old weasel from Lannister City. Your praise is unwarranted, my lord. Those are mere accolades. The past is like the clouds in the sky, ephemeral and inconsequential. Count Jason Mallister regarded Robb with approval. To achieve such monumental feats as capturing a king at such a young age, while maintaining humility, is indeed rare. On my journey here, I encountered numerous wandering knights and defeated troops seeking to join our cause. I took the time to incorporate them into our ranks, and now we number over 2,500. Robb deemed this sufficient and approached the map to assess the situation at Riverrun. Situated at the confluence of two rivers, Riverrun was encircled by water, forcing Jaime to divide his forces into three groups stationed at the west, east, and north of the city, an opportunity for Robb. In truth, we are currently at an advantage, declared Ser Blackfish, analyzing the map. With Jaime captured by you, their forces are leaderless, and their morale is undoubtedly in disarray. Our combined strength with the garrison at Riverrun exceeds any of their three divisions. Count Jason Mallister remained silent, eager to hear Robb's tactical plans. After a moment's contemplation, Robb opted for a straightforward strategy from the annals of warfare, a surprise attack coupled with a feigned assault. Under the cover of darkness, we shall launch a full-scale assault. Count Jason, I require all the cavalry from your forces. How many do you have? Perhaps 100 or 200, with decent combat capability, Jason replied. Excellent, Rob nodded. I shall lead 400 riders to launch a night raid on the enemy forces at the north bank. Upon seeing the signal fire, you will immediately command all your troops to assault the western flank. Sir Blackfish had no doubts about Rob's capabilities. Previously, he had led a mere 300 men to breach Jamie's 3,000 cavalry, and this night raid would surely succeed. What of the garrison at Riverrun? He inquired. Rob had already formulated a response. Once I initiate the night raid on the north bank, the forces to the east and west will undoubtedly cross the river for support. The garrison at Riverrun will then engage those reinforcements in a decisive counterattack. Lannister troops will be no match for them. With the plan set, all prepared for battle, Sir Blackfish departed to clear the vicinity of scouts, ensuring the enemy remained unaware of their movements while also communicating with the garrison inside Riverrun. As night descended, Rob mounted his steed, leading over 400 cavalry into the fray. The moon hung full in the sky. Together with his riders, he awaited silently at the north bank. After what felt like an eternity, the distant cawing of ravens echoed, a signal from Count Jason that all was in readiness. Upon witnessing the extinguishing of the campfires on the north bank, Rob donned his helmet and grasped his sword. Behind him, the wolf riders stood in silence, brandishing their lances as one. The cavalry sent by Count Jason appeared somewhat anxious. Many were newly defeated stragglers. And had it not been for the tales of Rob's victory over Jamie's forces, many would have fled. Could a few hundred cavalry truly contend with a fortified legion of thousands? Was this not a path to certain death? Yet, gazing into Rob's resolute eyes and feeling the grim atmosphere among the wolf riders, an inexplicable confidence blossomed within them. They felt that following such a leader would surely lead to victory. The enemy is at rest, and now is our finest hour to strike. Follow my lead. Rob's voice emerged from beneath his helmet, somewhat muted, yet unmistakably clear. With a howl, under the full moon, the sound of hooves thundered like a tempest. The Lannister sentries on the north bank quickly detected the anomaly. One soldier instinctively reached for a nearby horn, preparing to sound the alarm. In that moment, a golden lance of lightning pierced through the soldier's chest, rendering him paralyzed, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he wondered, why can I not move? As he fell, the remaining sentries sought to retrieve the horn, but were swiftly dispatched by Rob's second bolt of lightning from afar. After several such instances, the sentries realized that the horn was a harbinger of death, best left unheeded. Thus, the few remaining soldiers resorted to the primal method of warning, shouting, "Enemy attack! The wolves have come!" Yet their cries could not swiftly traverse the entire camp. With the absence of the horn's warning, 1/3 of the northern garrison remained oblivious, still entangled in slumber. Many soldiers from the tents nearest to Rob's forces were awakened by the pounding of hooves. To the fortifications. Enemy attack. Cover. Where are the archers? Hurry. The command structure of the northern garrison had not yet fully collapsed. There were still mid-ranking officers attempting to mount a defense. Rob led the charge, spotting the wooden barricades erected to thwart cavalry. He leapt high from his mount, conjuring the ethereal visage of a great dragon. This time, it was the roar of the fire dragon. Chapter 27. The sudden assault on the flowing city, a torrent of flames, unleashed by majestic dragons, engulfed the positions along the northern shore of Lannister. The barricades, initially erected to withstand a cavalry charge, crumbled effortlessly before the might of the inferno, reduced to charred remnants in mere moments. A number of archers, seeking refuge behind fortifications, found themselves seared by the dragon's breath, their anguished cries piercing the chaos. The Lannister soldiers, witnessing this harrowing scene, felt their hearts plummet, yet their fear quickly dissipated. For, following close behind, the cavalry, their horses' eyes obscured by blindfolds, surged forth, scattering the smoldering barricades and mercilessly ending the lives of those soldiers. "Fire! Hold them back, spearmen! Quickly, form your ranks!" shouted the Lannister officers. Yet their commands were soon silenced as Rob set his sights upon them. With a swift motion, a fragment of stone appeared in Rob's hand, propelled at incredible speed, shattering the helmet of an officer still attempting to direct the battle. The force of the impact sent him reeling, collapsing to the ground. Beast Stone, a tool that swiftly releases sharp shards, capable of being used in succession. It is said to be one of the earliest weapons wielded by the wise beasts of the age of the golden trees. This was one of the beast prayers. Though less potent than the lightning lance or dragon prayer, its rapid deployment and negligible wind-up made it exceedingly practical. As one officer fell, another hastily took command. "Wake those lazy pigs. Grab your spears, do not." His words were abruptly cut short by a dull thud as he too succumbed, collapsing lifelessly. One after another, it became apparent that any officer who dared to shout commands met the same fate, casting a pall of silence over the noble commanders. Rob surveyed the battlefield. The enemy camp ahead had been thrown into disarray, while the rear seemed to just begin to grasp the reality of the night assault. Time was of the essence. He needed to strike before they could form a spear wall, lest his cavalry be denied their advantage. Follow me, Rob bellowed, leading over 400 cavalrymen as they charged towards the still-dazed camp, igniting fires along their path. The deeper they advanced, the more fortified the structures became, all erected in preparation for an assault on Flowing City. Rob conjured the visage of a dragon's head, unleashing flames upon any siege equipment he encountered. However, each burst of fire was brief, as the exertion of such powerful dragon prayers drained his mental fortitude, which was insufficient for prolonged use. Is that a dragon? Am I still dreaming? Is that the head of a dragon spewing fire? The Lannister soldiers emerging from their camp believed they were hallucinating, either still caught in sleep or somehow transported back over 3 centuries to the time of Targaryens riding dragons to conquer the continent. Before they could comprehend the situation, the cavalry, brandishing torches, charged forward, extinguishing their lives. Run! Help! We need to escape. 7 gods, save us. The remaining Lannister soldiers, confronted with this terrifying spectacle, found their fighting spirit utterly vanquished. Many had not even donned their armor properly before rushing into battle, and the sight of such horror extinguished any remnants of valor. Rob incinerated a significant portion of the siege equipment, yet his mental energy was nearly depleted, leaving him powerless to cast further prayers, forcing him to await the gradual restoration of his strength. Drawing 2 long swords from his back, Rob engaged the Lannister defenders in close combat. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. He galloped forth, flanked by over 200 wolf riders, slashing through any soldiers that obstructed their path, racing through the northern camp. His cries of surrender, and you shall not be harmed, sought to dismantle the enemy's resolve, plunging the camp of thousands into utter chaos, as flames erupted and people fled in all directions. Damn it, something is amiss at the northern shore. Count Andrus Blackspear, stationed on the western bank, observed the inferno and the unending wails above, occasionally interspersed with the strange roars of beasts. His heart sank. With Jaime leading 3,000 cavalry into battle, having vanished for days, many returnees claimed that Jaime had been captured by Rob. The nobles, already on edge due to this news, now found themselves in complete disarray upon witnessing the northern shore under siege. Follow me to support the northern shore. Their numbers are few. If we can hold the defenses, we shall prevail. Count Andrus swiftly gathered his men, crossing the river with 2,000 troops. As the turbulent waters surged, he began to regret his hasty decision. After splashing his face with river water to regain his composure, he resolved that regardless of the risks, support for the northern shore was imperative. Otherwise, if the defenses fell, his forces on the eastern bank would be torn asunder, making it all too easy for the enemy to breach their lines. Attack! Suddenly, the once quiet night around Flowing City erupted into tumult. Hundreds of torches flared to life, and the creaking of catapults, long loaded, filled the air. As the cries of the Flowing City defenders rang out, massive stones were hurled towards the crossing Lannister forces. We've been outmaneuvered. Count Andrus felt a chill run through him. Yet, this was not the worst of it, for he then heard a cacophony of battle cries. Follow me. Surround them. Do not let them escape. Kill. For the Wolf Lord. For Duke Ned. For Flowing City. On the western bank, having laid an ambush for some time, Count Jason Marys led his 2,000 men forward, launching a ferocious assault upon the Lannister forces on the western bank. The gates on the western side of Flowing City swung open, and the long-suspended drawbridge finally descended. Revitalized, the troops from Riverlands surged forth under the leadership of Lord Lakewood. Joining in the fray, the 2 forces converged upon the Lannister troops, encircling them amidst a chorus of battle cries. It's over. All is lost. Count Andrus beheld the chaos among the western garrison, soldiers surrendering en masse without even engaging in battle, while his own vessels were battered by stones from the catapults. Fortunately, he would soon be free from such trivial concerns, for he saw a massive stone hurtling toward him. His ship was about to capsize. Chapter 28. The Tyroshi cavalry. After a night of arduous and fierce combat, the Lannister forces besieging Riverrun were utterly defeated by Robb. The Lannister troops on both the north and west banks were slaughtered, with the majority of soldiers either fleeing or surrendering. Those who dared to remain and resist met their demise. Initially, the garrison stationed on the west bank attempted to form a shield wall to withstand the assault. However, under the leadership of Lord Tydos Blackwood, the defenders of Riverrun launched a surprise attack from the rear, resulting in even more devastating losses on the west bank than the north. Meanwhile, the eastern forces remained inactive, and Sir Fleurs Prester, realizing the situation was irreversible, led his 4,000 men in an orderly retreat to safety. A mercenary from Tyrosh, tasked with leading the Free Riders, cut down the Lannister banner and defected to the Stark side. In the aftermath of the battle, Ser Brynden Tully, known as the Blackfish, approached Robb to report on the events of the previous night. My lord, the ship of Lord Andrus was struck by our trebuchet, encased in heavy armor. He was unable to resurface after his vessel capsized. We suffered 200 casualties but eliminated over 2,000 enemies and captured more than 3,000. The spoils are countless, and we are hastening arrangements for an inventory. Rob felt a weariness settle upon him. The bloodshed of the night had yet to dry upon his skin. Yet, as the leader of his forces, he could not afford a moment's respite. Has my uncle Edmure Tully been located? The Blackfish's tone lightened considerably. Indeed, he has been found, along with a group of nobles from the Riverlands, all confined in the same prisoner camp. He has lost quite a bit of weight. Rob nodded. Let us first arrange for their accommodation in Riverrun. I will meet with them shortly. Now, summon that Tyroshi mercenary to me. Tyrosh, a free city, was not a part of the continent of Westeros, but rather a member of the contested lands, known for its abundance of mercenaries and slaves. It seemed the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, had specifically recruited these free riders for this campaign. However, to Rob's surprise, these mercenaries exhibited a lack of fighting spirit, and upon witnessing the imminent downfall of House Lannister, they boldly changed allegiances to Rob. Faced with these cavalrymen presenting themselves on a silver platter, Rob had no reason to turn them away, yet their loyalty remained in question, making their integration into his forces a challenging endeavor. The mercenary who had felled the Lannister banner was soon brought before Rob. Though unremarkable in appearance, his beard was peculiar, long and an unusual shade of gray-green. While Rob appraised him, the green-bearded mercenary scrutinized the young lord in return. Blue eyes, auburn hair, a robust physique, unlike the legends that spoke of the young wolf transforming into a dragon to sweep across the battlefield. Regardless of his thoughts, as a defeated soldier, the mercenary knelt before his new master, pledging his loyalty. I am called Pero, known to many as Greenbeard. I represent 300 Tyroshi riders and 600 steeds, prepared to fight for the new king. Rob, standing beneath a tree, looked down upon Greenbeard. I have heard that the Tyroshi are notorious for their greed. Greenbeard felt a shiver run down his spine. This was a challenging remark to respond to, and he could only remain silent. Rob shifted his tone. Yet, greed is not inherently a vice. One must have desires. If everyone were a saint, devoid of wants, how could I compel them to serve my cause? Greenbeard exhaled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. My lord, rest assured, the Lannister commanders were exceedingly foolish. We recognized they were no match for you, which is why we chose to join your ranks. Is that so? It seems you bear no moral qualms about switching sides, Rob remarked, raising Greenbeard's apprehension once more. His life now rested in the hands of another, a precarious position indeed. No, Rob interrupted. Well then, let us proceed in this manner. We shall provide the coin, and you shall provide the might. As long as we adhere to the terms of our agreement, it shall benefit us all, shall it not? Indeed. Yes, Greenbeard felt akin to a marionette, manipulated at the whims of Rob's words, his emotions swaying with each statement. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he sensed that this young man possessed a wisdom beyond his years. Rob approached Greenbeard, placing a hand upon his head, smearing the still-drying blood upon the mercenary. Greenbeard dared not utter a word. Since you have pledged your service to me, lead me to see the warriors of Tyrosh. Greenbeard sighed in relief. This hurdle had finally been crossed. Rob understood that the loyalty of these mercenaries would be tenuous at best. Yet loyalty and honor could be cultivated over time, contingent upon his methods. With a third of the wolf cavalry lost, Rob required reinforcements, and these Tyroshi riders would serve to replenish his ranks. Furthermore, Greenbeard and his men hailed from the eastern continent, rendering them familiar with that terrain, which would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Upon inspecting the Tyroshi mercenaries, Rob was pleasantly surprised by their overall quality. Each individual met his stringent standards for wolf cavalry. This was reasonable, as these men had traversed the sea to fight as mercenaries in Westeros. Without confidence in their own abilities, they would scarcely dare such a venture. With the addition of the 300 Tyroshi riders, Rob's wolf cavalry expanded to over 500, though their combat effectiveness likely lagged behind that of the previous 300. He intended to allow them to acclimate with the original wolf cavalry before commencing training, confident that their battle prowess would soon escalate. Greenbeard also brought Rob vital intelligence. The Lannister forces on the east bank numbered 4,000, 2,000 spearmen and 2,000 archers, presumably on their way to rendezvous with Lord Tywin on the King's Road. Lord Tywin commanded an additional 20,000 troops, all hastening towards their location. Rob smiled. I have 15,000 men pursuing Tywin's rear. He is still quite a distance from us. Upon hearing Rob's words, Greenbeard felt a jolt of surprise. This young wolf lord had defeated over 10,000 Lannister troops with fewer than 3,000 of his own, with an additional 10,000 at his disposal. Was House Lannister not destined for certain defeat? Rob dismissed Greenbeard's concerns, for the siege of Riverrun had just been lifted, and a significant portion of the Riverlands still lay under Tywin's control. There remained much for him to accomplish. Blackfish, let us enter the city together and assess the situation of Lord Tully. Chapter 29. The bequest of grandfather under the guidance of Uncle Edmure Tully. Rob entered his grandfather's study. The bustling city of Riverrun was characterized by its triangular shape, and so too was the Duke's study. Featuring a protruding stone balcony resembling the bow of a colossal sandstone vessel. In Rob's memory, his grandfather, Poteen Tully, had always been a man of substantial stature. However, he now appeared somewhat diminished. His muscles seemingly melded into his bones, and his hair and beard had transformed entirely to pure white. Edmure spoke softly, "Father, your grandson has arrived." Upon hearing Edmure's voice, Duke Tully opened his eyes, revealing the same striking blue that Rob possessed. "Rob, the son of little Caitlin. I remember him. He has inherited my eyes." The Duke's voice was faint and filled with anguish as he groped for Rob's hand. Rob hurried forward to grasp his grandfather's hand, which, though once large, now felt frail. The skin hung loosely upon the bones, having long since lost its strength. Despite his illness, Duke Tully was resolute in summoning his bannermen for a fierce battle, motivated by love for his family and the Lannister clan, which deeply moved Rob. His palm radiated with a golden light. "Grandfather, it is I. Please do not speak." Edmure was astonished to witness two golden rings suddenly manifest on the ground, radiating a comforting wave of energy centered around Rob. This sensation was unfamiliar to Edmure, yet he instinctively felt it was a divine blessing. A baptism meant only for the most devout of believers. Divine blessing, a prayer of the fated one, fit for a king, capable of encompassing allied characters nearby, alleviating abnormal conditions. With a burst of golden light, Duke Tully felt a warm embrace enveloping him. The excruciating pain in his abdomen, akin to a multitude of crabs pinching him from within, which he had only been able to ease with medication, had mysteriously vanished. He was astonished to discover that he felt hunger. For a man who had not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time, this sensation was almost foreign, and in that moment, he felt an urge to weep. My body is no longer in pain." Edmure, witnessing the change in his father's demeanor, felt a wave of relief wash over him. What has happened?" Rob explained, "Grandfather's condition was dire. I could not fully heal him, but I could alleviate his suffering." "This is more than sufficient. This is more than sufficient," Edmure murmured. Filled with gratitude for Rob's efforts and feeling a deep-seated hatred for his own powerlessness when confronted with his father's suffering. "Thank you, Rob." Edmure expressed his gratitude. Rob waved his hand dismissively. "We are family. There is no need for thanks. If anyone should express gratitude, it is I, for the burden you have borne for my father." Edmure, marked by scars and with bandages wrapped around his neck from battles against the usurper, had narrowly escaped death on the battlefield. The light returned to the Duke's eyes as he gazed at Rob, a loving smile gracing his features. "Once, you were but a small child. Now you are capable of leading men into battle. Last night, I had them carry me to the gatehouse, and I witnessed your prowess. The torches surged like a tide, and I heard the screams from across the river. The siege tower was ablaze. You surpass your uncle." Rob smiled modestly. "It was merely a trivial endeavor. Grandfather, it is not just I. Ser Brynden has also returned." Upon hearing of his brother's return, the Duke's eyes brightened. "He has returned from the Vale? What of little Caitlin? Has Lisa come as well?" "My mother has gone to the errands to seek out Robert's younger brother," Rob replied, shaking his head. "Aunt Lisa did not come from the Vale. She must care for her son. She ought to have come. How could she not?" Duke Tully expressed his dissatisfaction. "Has Blackfish married?" "Not yet," Rob replied. The Duke's discontent deepened. I told him to marry. I am his lord. He knows I have the right to arrange his marriage." Rob found it amusing that his grandfather, despite his advanced age, still exhibited a childlike stubbornness. "Ser Brynden is a valiant warrior and possesses a keen tactical mind. Without him, our campaigns would be far more arduous. He has always been cut out for warfare. He was once known as the Knight of the Bloody Gate, was he not? That Blackfish." The Duke glanced at Rob, then at his son, sighed, and waved his hand. "I have matters to discuss with Rob." Edmure understood his father's intent and stepped outside, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "You have done well. What are your plans moving forward?" Rob pondered briefly before responding earnestly. "I wish to rescue my family first. I will be mustering troops to assault the Lannister territories, applying pressure, but I do not wish to march on King's Landing. The situation is still quite complex." The Duke nodded in agreement. "Your strategy is sound. You are indeed Ned's son. I have but a few days left to live. I am aware of my condition. Edmure cannot measure up to you in times of peace. He might have been a capable duke, but now he cannot hold the Riverlands." Rob, recognizing the frankness of his grandfather's words, did not shy away from expressing his own thoughts. While Uncle Edmure may not be a premier commander, he is well respected among the lords, making him suitable for managing the affairs of the realm. As for military matters, I believe Ser Brynden would be an excellent choice. The Duke scrutinized Rob's eyes, which mirrored his own. "You are indeed a person of vision, and this is a fortuitous development for our family." It was implied that Rob harbored ambitions regarding the Riverlands. Yet the Duke understood the precarious external circumstances. The Riverlands must rely on the north to weather the storm, and submitting to Robb was not an unpalatable notion. Having weathered many storms throughout his long life, the Duke was acutely aware of the most suitable paths forward. Robb had managed to defeat the Lannister forces and capture the Kingslayer Jaime with but a small contingent. This monumental feat would undoubtedly etch his name into the annals of Westerosi history. In stark contrast, his own son had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Jaime. Returning home in disgrace, his reputation diminished to the lowest point, rendering any competition for command impossible. Robb looked earnestly at his grandfather. "You are my family, and I shall not allow any family member to suffer injustice. No matter what, you will always be the Duke of the Riverlands, and Uncle Edmure will retain his title." The Duke regarded Robb without further comment. "The future of the Riverlands is entrusted to you." Chapter 30. Individual arrangements. Duke Tully's health was not in the best condition, and he was due to meet his brother, Ser Blackfish, which would inevitably lead to a quarrel. Thus, Robb chose not to linger in his grandfather's study. After a night of strenuous efforts, Robb felt utterly exhausted and randomly selected a room to sleep until noon. Following lunch, his foremost task was to convene a meeting with the lords. In the meeting chamber of Riverrun, Robb occupied the seat of honor, with his uncle, Ser Edmure Tully, seated to his left. The other nobles appeared unperturbed by this arrangement. Having led 2 unprecedented battles, Robb's reputation had soared, and the title of the young wolf had become widely recognized. 6 individuals attended this meeting, namely, Lord Jason Mallister of Seaguard, Lord Tydos Blackwood, Ser Edmure Tully, Ser Blackfish, and lastly, Robb along with Theon Greyjoy. Robb commenced the discussion. "The recent victory in the battle at Riverrun is attributable to the commendable efforts of all present. However, Lord Tywin's forces remain at large, and my family has yet to be rescued. This conflict is far from over." Ser Blackfish, recently embroiled in a heated argument with his brother, bore a slightly flushed countenance, yet it did not hinder his ability to gather intelligence. He produced a parchment. "Lord Tywin has recently defeated the Northern Army, though with minimal casualties. He has since hastened towards Riverrun, leaving behind wounded soldiers unattended and compressing rest periods, resulting in significant losses and desertions among his ranks. Lord Roose Bolton has made several attempts to harass him, but each has been repelled by Lord Tywin." Robb nodded. It appears that Old Fry is no match for Tywin. Yet, knowing that Jaime has been captured, Tywin will likely seek refuge in a fortress, waiting for the opportune moment. "We require minimal forces at the frays. Draft a letter instructing him to continue his standoff with Tywin. As for Greyjon and Rickard Stark, along with Mira, have them march to Riverrun to join us." Ser Blackfish acknowledged with a nod, having unconsciously grown accustomed to Robb's commands. Robb continued, "Ser Blackfish, I hold your capabilities in high regard. I would like you to oversee military intelligence. Will you serve as my intelligence officer?" A whirlwind of emotions surged within Ser Blackfish. Having been frustrated with his brother's meddling in his marital affairs, he had established his own path, seeking employment with his niece, but had been underutilized until now. "I shall not disappoint you," he replied with alacrity. Robb was pleased, knowing his forces had gained a formidable asset. "Uncle Edmure, Jaime has scattered the Riverlands forces, and there are still many soldiers dispersed. I wish for you to rally them under the Tully banner. They are valuable resources." Ser Edmure Tully felt a pang of shame, as his defeat stemmed from his inability to match Jaime's prowess. Now, he was tasked with confronting the remnants of those broken soldiers, which weighed heavily on him. However, he was the only one capable of this task, as the people of the Riverlands remained loyal to House Tully, and with the Duke's declining health, he, as the sole heir, must undertake this responsibility. "I shall do so, though I wonder how many still live." Robb was deliberate in his arrangements, believing one must confront their past failures to grow. Turning to the 2 earls, he made further assignments. "Lord Blackwood, your castle has fallen, and Tywin holds your family captive. Many lords from the Riverlands remain under Tywin's control, while we have his nephew and several lords from the Westerlands in our grasp. You shall be responsible for negotiating a prisoner exchange with Tywin." Lord Blackwood, who had steadfastly defended Riverrun, felt his contributions were equal to those of anyone present. Upon learning of his family's capture, he had been consumed with anxiety. Now, with Robb providing an opportunity, he cast a grateful glance towards him. "Rest assured, I will not allow personal motives to tarnish my honor." Robb then turned to Lord Jason Mallister. "Lord Jason, once my forces arrive, we shall continue westward to the Westerlands. Tywin has ravaged the Riverlands, leaving countless victims in his wake. We must exact our vengeance." After reclaiming Riverrun, Robb had severed Tywin's connection to the Westerlands, rendering it an isolated territory reliant solely on supplies from King's Landing. Furthermore, the majority of Tywin's and Jaime's forces had been withdrawn, rendering them vulnerable and lacking in threat. Lord Jason Mallister, content with this promising endeavor, awaited the conclusion of the meeting. Noticing he had yet to be assigned a task, Theon, desiring to prove his worth, volunteered, Rob, the Iron Islands still hold my father's forces. I can return and persuade him to send aid. Theon Greyjoy hailed from the Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands, whose sigil resembled an octopus, hence their moniker, the Ironborn. The Iron Islands were characterized by their barren lands and a rugged lifestyle reliant on raiding. They had previously rebelled, but during that time, Ned Stark and the former king, Robert, had decisively quelled the Greyjoys, resulting in the deaths of 2 male heirs, leaving only the 10-year-old Theon alive. Ned, unwilling to eradicate the family entirely and wishing to prevent further insurrections, had brought Theon to Winterfell, raising him with care and allowing him to forge a bond with Rob. Rob, recalling the previous timeline where Theon had betrayed House Stark, felt conflicted. His dilemma was not whether to permit Theon to return, but rather the implications of such a decision. Rob secretly hoped for a rebellion from the Iron Islands, as it was a crucial element of his plans. However, Theon had fought alongside him in 2 battles, and despite the memories of betrayal, Rob still felt a semblance of loyalty towards him. After a moment of contemplation, Rob acquiesced to Theon's request. Your path diverges from that of your past. Upon your return to the Iron Islands, how you choose to act remains uncertain. Consider this your trial. Should you succeed, we remain brothers. Should you revert to your former self, the choices you make will define your path. I hope you do not stand in opposition to me. Rob observed Theon's elation, offering a silent prayer for his friend. As the second round of recommendations commenced, he expressed his gratitude for the support of all present. Chapter 31. Oh, how they have wronged me. Ser Jon and Rickard Karstark arrived in Riverrun with their forces, accompanied by a sorrowful piece of news. Ned Stark had been executed by the false King Joffrey. In the council chamber, Rob once again convened a meeting, gathering the noble lords of the North and the Riverlands. Ser Jon was overwhelmed with grief. Upon seeing Rob, tears streamed down his face. The Lannisters shall pay for this. I swear by the heavens, I will avenge Lord Ned. Rickard Karstark shared his fury. Regicide. We must take the traitor's head. We shall retaliate. Rob, sitting stoically with a cup of ale in hand, replied with a stern demeanor, the regicide cannot be slain. I need him to bargain for my sister's return. Moreover, he is not the one who killed my father. We must seek vengeance from those truly responsible, Joffrey himself. At this moment, Rob had no interest in executing Jaime, as it did not align with his character. Venting his wrath on irrelevant targets was futile. Had Cersei advocated for Ned's death, he might have considered killing Jaime. For Jaime was Cersei's greatest concern, and such an act would drive her to madness, a strategic maneuver. However, Joffrey was a flawed monster. Presenting Jaime's head before him would only incite fear, not sorrow. Ser Jon had already heard of Rob's illustrious deeds during the journey, and his admiration and loyalty had reached new heights, leaving him in agreement with Rob's words. Rickard Karstark's eldest son had been captured by Tywin, and Rob was negotiating the exchange using his own hostages. Rickard felt grateful for Rob's actions and remained silent. Ser Jon, with a thunderous voice, inquired, My lord, what shall we do next? We shall heed your command. Rob, sipping his ale, turned his gaze to Ser Brynden Tully, who nodded slightly, revealing news he had just received. Former King Robert's younger brother, Renly, has proclaimed himself king. He has allied with House Tyrell of Highgarden, mustering an army of 100,000 to march against Joffrey. Ser Jon gasped, 100,000? How can there be so many? Ser Brynden explained. After Robert Baratheon ascended to the throne, Renly inherited Robert's former ducal title. I have heard he is well regarded, and many nobles from Storm's End rally to his cause. Rickard Karstark added, he has also formed an alliance with the Tyrells of the Reach, the wealthiest region. Together, they can indeed assemble an army of that magnitude. Westeros is comprised of 7 kingdoms and the capital, King's Landing. Currently, 5 of these kingdoms are ensnared in this chaotic struggle, and no one can predict who shall ultimately prevail. Rob recognized that the time was not yet ripe. The situation is tumultuous. Let them engage in their dog-eat-dog conflict. The most pressing matter is to secure my sister's return. Lord Tytos Blackwood had already set forth to King's Landing with Rob's commands to negotiate the exchange of captives, and this matter would soon be resolved. Ser Brynden felt the situation was precarious. We are at an impasse with the Lannisters. Should we engage in trade with the false King Joffrey, we would immediately become targets for the new King Renly. Ser Jon vehemently retorted, what nonsense is this king? I acknowledge no such wretched king. The Riverlords echoed his sentiments, for most had seen their lands ravaged by the Lannisters, and they were full of pent-up indignation. However, they were acutely aware that alone they could not stand against the Lannisters. Thus they fervently wished for Rob to lead them in reclaiming the Westerlands, not only as retribution but to recover their losses. The Lannister father and son had plundered their lands and slaughtered their people, leaving the castles of the gathered lords in smoldering ruins. Could that so-called King Renly deliver justice for them? If he could not, he was no king of theirs. Lady Maya Stone, who had remained silent until now, abruptly stood and chastised the nobles. You claim Joffrey is a usurper, yet assert that Renly cannot deliver justice for you. Do you wish to declare independence? The river lords fell silent. They certainly lacked the means to establish their own rule, but they could not speak for others. All eyes turned to Robb, who, though his expression was composed, uttered not a word. At that moment, Ser Jon slammed his fist upon the table. Lords, hear me as I share my thoughts on these two kings. Renly Baratheon means nothing to me. Why should we allow the Highgardeners and that indecisive fool to govern us? What do they know of the Wall, of the Wolfswood, and of the ancestors' graves? Their god is not the true one, 7 gods. I curse them all. As for the Lannisters, let the others take them. I have had enough. The river lords felt a twinge of embarrassment, for they too worshipped the 7. But now was not the time for matters of faith. In discussing the war's circumstances, the 7 could be forgiven. Ser Jon withdrew a fearsome greatsword, pointing it at Robb. Why can we not govern ourselves as we once did? My lords, I will kneel, but only to this king. His voice thundered, long live the king in the north. Then Ser Jon knelt, placing his sword at Robb's feet. Long live the king in the north. Lady Maya Mormont rose next, placing her spiked mace beside Ser Jon's sword. Count Ricard Karstark followed suit, mirroring their actions. Robb, who had remained stoic until now, finally reacted, his expression one of astonishment. What are you doing? Get up. Do not do this. At that moment, the river lords also rose. Despite the Manderleys never having been under Winterfell's rule, they stood united, drawing their swords and kneeling. Together, they cried out an ancient title, King in the North. King in the North. Robb appeared flustered. How can you do this? What is this? How can I presume to be king? Lady Maya produced a crown of pure gold, forcing it upon Robb's head. It was an exquisite crown, adorned with a golden tree at its center, a wolf gazing into the distance amidst the foliage. Robb could offer no resistance as the crown settled perfectly upon his head. Oh, how you have wronged me! Robb exclaimed in exasperation. Chapter 32. The king's vassals. The essence of a king was inherently inscribed in Robb's soul. The nobility of the Riverlands yearned for a leader to exact vengeance upon the Lannisters. The lords of the north, unwilling to have their efforts in vain, now held a substantial advantage and craved to reap further rewards from the war. War is a ravenous beast, eternally insatiable, once unleashed. It swiftly ignites the desires within the hearts of men until temporarily satiated. It was evident that the ambitions of the Riverlands and northern lords remained far from quenched, as the colossal specter of war lingered within each individual. Thus, it was only natural for Robb to be proclaimed the king in the north. Although his performance may have lacked depth, it mattered not, for no one cared. After a brief display, Robb returned to his customary demeanor, setting the tone for this unfolding drama. Our essence now was to restore the north to its status as an independent kingdom, not to lay claim to the entirety of Westeros like Joffrey and Renly. I would not inherit the title of duke. I would rise as a king. As for legalities, they were inconsequential, akin to the Targaryens' conquest of Westeros. My power was the justification for my kingship. A wave of jubilation surged among the nobles of the Riverlands and the north. The eldest son had officially declared his kingship. From this moment forth, Robb Stark would be recognized as the king in the north, governing lands that extended from the north to the Riverlands. The elevation of his status was a splendid development. If the eldest did not ascend, how could one expect to rise? If one did not rise, how could their subordinates aspire to ascend? Without rewards, how could they be compelled to serve? If loyalty waned, the leader would disregard them, and ambition would falter. This was the cyclical nature of war. Observing the elation on the faces of his followers, Robb began to delegate tasks. Greyjohn, Ricard Karstark, and Lord Jason Mallister, you 3 shall take your men to garrison the western bank of the Weeping Town. The towns there can adequately accommodate you. Once the hostages are exchanged, you shall immediately mobilize to assault the Westerlands, seizing their territories, wealth, and resources. The Riverlands have suffered grievously. Without reclamation, they shall remain depleted. The 3 valiant lords nodded in agreement, their faces aglow with excitement. Plundering was always a lucrative endeavor. They were prepared for a great battle. After the meeting concluded, Robb retreated to his grandfather's study, sitting alone in contemplation of matters unfit for the ears of his subordinates. Following 2 monumental victories, his prestige within the North and Riverlands had reached its zenith. The most apparent change was that no longer would he encounter the likes of the old weasel, who would bargain for terms before committing troops. Yet, what thoughts lay hidden in the hearts of men remained uncertain. Robb withdrew a piece of parchment and inscribed 4 names. The first was Catelyn. His mother had gone to persuade the newly crowned king Renly to ally with House Tyrell. Although Renly appeared to be wed to the rose, he favored men, entangled with the Knight of Flowers. It was likely that news of my triumph over the Lannisters would soon reach her. Renly would likely meet his demise due to the dark sorcery of his brother. With Catelyn's acumen, she should have a chance to secure a union with the Tyrells. Robb marked his mother's name in red, signifying a favorable outcome. Next was Lord Tyto's Blackwood, dispatched to King's Landing to negotiate with Tywin's forces, bearing many of Robb's demands. Chiefly the exchange of hostages. Joffrey would be easily dealt with, but Tywin and Cersei were formidable adversaries. This journey would likely be fraught with challenges. Yet given the advantages on their side, success seemed probable. Robb marked Tyto's name in black, indicating potential complications, yet hopeful for a favorable resolution. Robb's gaze shifted to Theon Greyjoy, sent to the Iron Islands. As a childhood companion, Theon's personal capabilities were unquestionable. However, being a hostage in House Stark, he had endured 2 battles under Robb's command. Whether he could withstand his father's intimidation remained uncertain. Unlike the original timeline, Robb was aware of the impending rebellion from the Iron Islands, which would bring an army to the north. Thus, he monitored all movements from the Iron Islands, understanding that Theon's personal choices would not alter the tide of events. Robb's willingness to send him back was, in essence, a test of loyalty. He could only hope that Theon would make the right decision. Robb made no marks next to Theon Greyjoy's name, as he deemed it inconsequential. His gaze fell upon the final name, Roose Bolton. Currently, Roose commanded a force of 10,000 upon the King's Road, standing in opposition to Tywin's army at Harrenhal. Despite having suffered previous defeats, facing Tywin indicated Roose's military prowess was not to be underestimated. If possible, Robb wished to win Roose Bolton to his cause. He had already issued several warnings, but whether this old fox could discern the changing tides remained to be seen. Robb drew a line next to Roose Bolton's name, signifying that this individual required further assessment. Having contemplated the circumstances of the 4 key figures he had dispatched, Robb began to address the various affairs of the Riverlands and Weeping Town, primarily focusing on military matters. Before exchanging hostages with the Lannisters, any offensive against the Westerlands would need to be tempered. However, inactivity was not an option. To secure external peace, internal matters must first be settled. Robb's eyes roamed over the map of the North and Riverlands, ultimately pinpointing his initial target, Riverrun. The old weasel still commanded 4,000 men, a force not to be dismissed. Having previously clashed with him, those men could not be utilized. Now, there was time to settle the score. Ringing a bell, a beautifully attired maid entered the study. Summoned Sir Stevern Fry. Soon, clad in armor and of an age that could well be Robb's grandfather, Stevern Fry entered the room. Upon crossing the threshold, he knelt on one knee. Your Grace, how may I serve you? Robb nodded slightly. Have you been in correspondence with your father recently? Stevern Fry felt a jolt of apprehension, unsure if this was a test from Robb, especially considering the tensions arising from the Fry Lord's failed attempts to gain favor, leading to a strained relationship. However, as the eldest son of the old weasel and heir to Riverrun, communication was indeed commonplace. Realizing this, Stevern replied, Yes, my lord. My father congratulates you on your splendid victories. Robb chuckled. Congratulate me? I fear he may have soiled himself in fear at this very moment. Chapter 33. Robb's command. Lord Stevien Fry bowed his head, expressing deep reverence for you, my lord, vowing to never repeat past mistakes. Robb gazed at him and suddenly spoke. You must be over 60 years old, are you not? Indeed, your majesty, Stevien Fry replied, a flicker of emotion crossing his heart. Robb and Stevien had always shared an unspoken understanding. Robb, either intentionally or inadvertently, enjoyed alluding to Stevien's age, often remarking how rare it was to find an heir over 60 in the realm. The Fry family had long been plagued by discord, with too many sons and an aging patriarch, resulting in a lack of familial warmth. Some sons and grandsons were willing to shamelessly flatter Lord Fry, yet they showed little respect towards Stevien. This was understandable. In Westeros, reaching 60 was considered advanced age, and the uncertainty of who would perish first, him or Lord Fry, loomed large. Consequently, Stevien Frey's anxiety gradually eroded his familial bonds, particularly towards his father and brothers. Robb, perceiving the internal dynamics of House Fry, chose Stevien as his companion. A calculated gamble. You have fought alongside my wolf cavalry, thus you are half a knight in my service. Return and write a letter to your father, informing him that I shall soon pay him a visit. As before, I will bring only my wolf cavalry. You shall accompany me. Stevien Fry lowered his head further, his aged hands trembling slightly. Yes, your majesty. The Riverlands had suffered immensely under the ravages of House Lannister, with lords incurring significant losses, leading to the slaughter and displacement of countless commoners. An influx of refugees, coupled with dwindling resources, naturally gave rise to banditry. Robb had dispatched his uncle Edmure to gather supplies from the Riverlands and rally the scattered soldiers, yet this could not entirely rectify the chaos in the region. Robb aimed to march north to Riverrun, seizing the opportunity to train his wolf cavalry and eliminate the bandits along the way. Prior to departure, Robb held a private meeting with Lady Mhegi of Bear Island and Ser Brynden Tully, both of whom were highly esteemed in his eyes, one serving as the whip of military law, the other as his eyes and ears on the battlefield. Finally, Rob visited his grandfather, whose health had improved somewhat, though decline was inevitable. Rob wished to spare him further worries, engaging in light conversation before taking his leave. In the afternoon, Rob arrived at the camp of the Wolf Cavalry, where he was greeted by the eager Small John and Greenbeard. The latter appeared somewhat anxious. "Your Majesty, we are at your service." Small John, after bowing, declared with enthusiasm, "Your Majesty, we are all prepared and ready to depart at any moment." Since the battles at Whispering Woods and the Whispering City, the Wolf Cavalry's illustrious reputation for invincibility had spread across the continent. In the camp at the Whispering City, they were the talk of the town, with many ordinary soldiers coming to witness the legendary Wolf Cavalry firsthand. This admiration provided immense gratification to the Wolf Cavalry, instilling a sense of honor and reverence that compelled them to hold themselves to higher standards, aligning their actions with the expectations of others, a common psychological phenomenon. Thus, the contrasting expressions of the jubilant Wolf Cavalry and the somewhat despondent, apprehensive Tyroshi mercenaries were stark. Rob observed the Tyroshi mercenaries and then the original Wolf Cavalry, noting the distinct divide between the two groups. It seemed that Small John had failed to instill a sense of collective honor in the mercenaries over the past few days. This boded ill. Rob required the Wolf Cavalry to function as a cohesive entity, an extension of himself, capable of executing his commands at will. The existing division was unacceptable and would need to be addressed en route to River Run. Determined, Rob rode forth to confront the Tyroshi mercenaries, speaking slowly. "How much does Jamie pay you?" Greenbeard, momentarily taken aback, asked. "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" Rob replied coolly, "Are you not mercenaries? Jamie pays you, and in return, you serve him, do you not?" The mercenaries exchanged glances, one bold enough to respond, "Your Majesty, we receive 2 silver stags for every battle we fight for the Lannisters." Rob chuckled, "Such meager compensation, and you risk your lives for it?" Small John, enlighten them on the rewards of becoming Wolf Cavalry. With pride, Small John stood tall and proclaimed, "From this moment forth, you shall receive 1 gold dragon each month." A gasp erupted among the Tyroshi mercenaries, astonished by the generosity of their new lord. 1 gold dragon? A peasant could hardly earn such a sum in a lifetime. The realization that they could earn such wealth in a mere month sent waves of excitement through them. However, Small John, observing the mercenaries' loss of discipline as they began to chatter excitedly among themselves, felt a surge of anger. The Wolf Cavalry were the elite troops under the Blood Wolf. How could they be so disorganized? They referred to Rob as the Blood Wolf in private, having witnessed him single-handedly slay countless foes on the battlefield, bloodied but unyielding. "Lord Ned is dead. He is no longer the young wolf. He is the Wolf King." "What Wolf King? Did you not see how Rob looked that day?" My legs trembled just watching him. He was terrifying, like a creature emerging from a sea of blood. "He is the Blood Wolf." Blood Wolf, what a fitting name. I wager that the wretched Joffrey will soil himself upon hearing it. Amidst this banter, the Wolf Cavalry decided to differentiate themselves and expressed unanimous consent to refer to Rob as the Blood Wolf. Small John felt it his duty to impart some discipline to these mercenaries. "Silence. You fools, can you not see His Majesty is present? Close your mouths and be quiet. Who do you think you are, you bastard? What gives you the right to instruct us?" An uproar ensued among the mercenaries, who, being free spirits by nature, resented being chastised. They began to shout back defiantly. Furious, Small John raised his whip and approached the offending mercenary, striking him across the face, leaving a red mark. The camp erupted in chaos, the 300 Tyroshi mercenaries seething with rage, brandishing their weapons and glaring at Small John, hurling profanities as if ready to tear him apart. The Wolf Cavalry quickly turned to face the Tyroshi mercenaries, standing their ground in silence, weapons sheathed, awaiting further orders. They had not yet heard Rob's command. Chapter 34. Your identity stop. "What do you intend to do?" Greenbeard exclaimed, startled. They were currently within Rob's encampment, surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers on high alert. Any disturbance would undoubtedly result in dire consequences for them. Yet, his voice was too feeble, lacking the authority needed to quell the growing fury of the Tyroshi mercenaries. Some had already recklessly collided their chests with young John S., provoking one another. Rob observed the unfolding farce with keen interest, aware that young John, mindful of his orders, refrained from engaging with the mercenaries. After a moment's contemplation, Rob approached a viewing platform and settled down leisurely, finding the scene somewhat amusing. "Remove your armor," he declared. Young John, even amidst the brewing conflict, kept a significant part of his attention on Rob. Upon hearing his words, he immediately bellowed, "Remove your armor! Remove your armor!" Several noble-born Stark riders echoed his call, and soon all the Stark cavalry heard Rob's command. Without hesitation, they shed their leather armor. The heavy armor worn in battle was not what they typically trained in, which consisted of lighter leather. Seeing the near-synchronized movements of their adversaries, the previously belligerent Tyroshi mercenaries found themselves at a loss, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Clearly, they had not heard Rob's orders. A brief silence enveloped the camp, as the Stark cavalry stripped off their leather armor and secured their weapons. The Tarnished mercenaries remained in a state of confusion, still clutching their arms, glancing around in silence. Greenbeard felt a pang of anxiety. Young John, noticing their inaction, was the first to break the silence. Remove your armor. Behind him, over 200 voices roared in unison. Remove your armor. The sound echoed thunderously, startling many mercenaries into dropping their weapons. Greenbeard looked up at Rob, who maintained an inscrutable smile, and a sense of panic began to settle in his heart. The fates of himself and these mercenaries rested in the hands of this mere teenager. Should he choose, the next day's river of blood flow would be littered with 300 corpses. Quick to react, Greenbeard understood Rob's intent before the situation spiraled out of control. He dashed around the mercenary formation, shouting, "Remove your armor, drop your weapons. His Majesty commands us to engage them unarmed." Greenbeard was drenched in sweat, desperate to ensure that everyone heard his voice. The mercenaries, upon hearing Greenbeard's frantic cries, glanced at the Stark cavalry before them. Their pent-up anger surged forth, and with the prospect of a fair fight, they hastily began to remove their leather armor. Yet, a faction of the mercenaries, accustomed to defiance, grumbled in protest. "What nonsense from a mere youth! Only a fool would fight unarmed. I am a knight, and shall never relinquish my weapon or armor. Draw your swords. Let those wolf pups see what true warriors are made of. I'm a Tarnished mercenary. Even if he offers me a golden dragon, I'll not stay in discomfort. Let me ride away. What can he do? Who cares for this brat?" Suddenly, amidst the raucous shouts of the mercenaries, a rumble of thunder resonated from the sky. Crack! A bolt of golden lightning descended without warning, striking one of the Tarnished mercenaries squarely on the head. The flash came without forewarning, and in the clear blue sky, none had time to react. The mercenary fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to even utter a scream. Precision lightning strike. Lightning descends upon the target's head, capable of being released repeatedly. Crack! 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 Rob sat impassively, observing all the mercenaries who had yet to remove their armor, golden light flickering upon his hands. Lightning bolts materialized in midair, striking with precision at those who had disobeyed the military order. Rob showed no mercy. Their bodies were charred in an instant, hair standing on end, as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After a string of mercenaries fell, the Tarnished finally realized the source of the lightning and its target. Quickly, quickly, the Wolf King of the North has unleashed his wrath. He punishes those who disobey. Remove your armor. Greenbeard, witnessing his men and friends fall one after another, was frantic, shouting desperately. After witnessing over 20 mercenaries drop, Rob finally ceased his onslaught. Those who had not fully removed their armor now experienced a surge of relief, cursing the difficulty of shedding their gear. Their spirits were waning. Otherwise, they would have all been struck down. Rob, resting his chin on his hand, displayed an air of indifference. His cold demeanor instilled fear in Greenbeard. This monarch was indeed terrifying, able to extinguish over 20 lives with a mere flick of his hand while maintaining such an apathetic expression. Greenbeard contemplated a future spent serving this king, and a wave of desolation washed over him. "Strike," Rob uttered succinctly. Upon receiving the command, the previously silent Stark cavalry erupted into action, pouncing upon the Tarnished mercenaries before they could comprehend what was happening. The Stark cavalry had been meticulously selected from the finest warriors across the north, many of them noble scions who had undergone rigorous training in battlefield combat from a young age. Having been tempered by 2 legendary battles, they had undergone a transformation. They advanced with silence, their eyes resolute, their minds filled with memories of Rob's training. In this skirmish, the team that coordinated best would emerge victorious. They instinctively formed small squads, sometimes dispersing to flank, at other times converging to overwhelm, swiftly bringing down small groups of mercenaries without suffering significant injury themselves. In less than 20 minutes, all the Tarnished mercenaries lay defeated, bloodied, and groaning on the ground. The Stark cavalry stood tall in the camp, gazing down upon their vanquished foes. Any mercenary still cursing after being bested would quickly find themselves surrounded, subjected to a barrage of fists and kicks until they fell silent or were rendered incapable of speech. "Your Majesty, please spare them." Greenbeard glanced anxiously at Rob, fearing that further violence would claim lives among his men. Rob met Greenbeard's gaze, his eyes devoid of emotion, yet chilling to the bone, causing Greenbeard to refrain from further speech. Then, he heard the chilling words that froze him in place. "If I recall correctly, you are identified as surrendering soldiers. Do you think you can come and go as you please here?" Chapter 35. The Organization of the Wolf Riders. "Your Majesty, we..." Greenbeard fell silent, harboring a glimmer of hope within. In recent days, Rob had been preoccupied with matters of kingship, leading to the merging of these Tarnished mercenaries with the Wolf Riders, thus blurring their identities. We are mercenaries who have forsaken the Lannister banner to serve under House Stark. Henceforth, we are the hired swords of House Stark, not mere prisoners," thought Robb, finding amusement in the delusions of the mercenaries around him. Perhaps other lords might turn a blind eye, even condoning the mercenaries' beliefs. However, Robb did not share this sentiment. "You were once enemies, and upon surrendering, you became captives. As captives, I possess the authority to deal with you as I see fit. In Westeros, all notions may be entertained, yet power is never founded on legalities, but rather on strength." Robb's current might and influence granted him the liberty to decide the fate of these mercenaries. "You are but clay in my hands, to be shaped and molded as I wish. Should you resist, feel free to attempt reasoning with me, though my reasoning may very well outweigh yours. Strength is the essence of power. Awaken them. They must memorize my words before nightfall." Robb commanded the Wolf Riders, who promptly fetched buckets of cold water to douse the mercenaries, the icy shock quickly restoring their lucidity. "First, from this moment forth, you are no longer mercenaries. You belong to my Wolf Riders. Second, consult your elders beside you to comprehend what my commands signify on the battlefield and in the encampment." Having delivered these instructions, Robb paid no heed to whether the mercenaries, no, the Wolf Riders, would remember them. That was no concern for a king. His subordinates would ensure the task was accomplished. His responsibility lay in managing the structure and regulations of the unit. Jon Snow, Greenbeard, organized these men into groups of 10, with 4 Northmen and 6 Tyroshi in each squad. Once arranged, present me with the roster. Establish ranks. Each 10-man squad will have a captain and a vice-captain, chosen internally by themselves, while the vice-captain shall be appointed by the captain. Every 10 squads will form a 100-man unit, which shall have a centurion and 2 aides, the selection of whom I will personally oversee from the 10 centurions. You 2 will each be responsible for 100-man unit. Once organized, bring the qualified individuals to me. The number of Wolf Riders need not be excessive. Robb intended to cap the expansion at 1,000. Yet, the division and discipline of the entire force must reach an optimal state. After 2 hours, Robb finally met with numerous centurion candidates. Following careful consideration, he selected several centurions and aides, primarily from the nobility of the north, whom Robb knew best. Among them were Jon Snow, Ed Casterly, Daisy Mormont, the heir of Bear Island, and Grey Seven. Only Greenbeard was a centurion of Tyroshi descent. The ratio of Tyroshi to Northmen among the aides was similar, as Robb prioritized valor, choosing those who had performed commendably in the recent skirmish. Robb addressed the centurions. "Your fathers were my most trusted earls. I hope you embody their courage within the ranks of the Wolf Riders. Loyalty to your majesty, long live the North." The response was unanimous, leaving Greenbeard, who was unclear about the slogan, somewhat embarrassed. Robb then produced several parchments. "You must maintain discipline among your soldiers. This is the training regimen I have arranged for you. Adhere strictly to the training schedule and execute commands without fail." The 5 centurions glanced over the documents, noticing not only physical training but also cultural studies, including mathematics and astronomy. What purpose could these serve? Despite their confusion, they did not voice their concerns. What the king requested must be fulfilled. This training plan had occupied Robb's thoughts for quite some time. Ultimately, he resolved to adopt a modern militaristic management style, with enforcement levels situated between university training and formal military service. The captaincy system was an evolution of the squad leader structure. In the future, Robb would implement team evaluations to foster competition and create positive motivation among them. Robb continued to refine the organization of the Wolf Riders. "Inform your men that soldiers from the north may pledge loyalty to me for 1 year before requesting to leave the Wolf Riders, or choose to continue their allegiance for another year. Those who wish to remain permanently may swear fealty to me. As for the Tyroshi, considering their circumstances, they must pledge loyalty for 3 years before they may leave, after which they will be treated like their northern counterparts. Those who flee before their term is completed will meet the same fate as deserters of the Night's Watch, execution." Greenbeard quickly knelt. "Thank you for your mercy." Robb waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Gather your belongings. We depart shortly." Robb's objective was to head to Riverrun, but along the way, he intended to clear out bandits and brigands from the area, providing training for the Wolf Riders. Greenbeard stepped forward, his expression troubled. "Your Majesty, some individuals are severely injured and may not be able to." Robb gestured to indicate he understood. Robb approached the newly numbered Wolf Riders, all eyes fixed upon him. Leaning down, a gentle yet radiant golden light emanated from his left hand. 2 circular halos, woven from mysterious runes, appeared beneath Robb's feet. Flowing outward, around him, golden points of light, akin to tiny meteors, began to swirl and dance. Then, this dreamlike scene shattered. Yet everyone present felt a warm energy coursing through their bodies. Robb stood upright as if nothing had transpired. However, The wolf riders were astonished to discover the extraordinary changes within themselves. My wounds are healed. I no longer bleed. My arm can move again. A miracle. Long live. Restoration of the king can encompass surrounding allies, significantly restoring health. This was an immensely taxing prayer spell. Rob had depleted his mental energy from prior combat and required time to regain sufficient strength to perform it. While the elders among the wolf riders had witnessed Rob's miracles before, it was the first for the newcomers. The awe they experienced was unparalleled. In this feudal era, a single individual could heal hundreds with a mere gesture. This embodied the divine in their eyes. From this moment onward, countless Tyroshi began to revere Rob as a deity in their hearts. If a person acts with abilities that resemble their conception of a god, then they are indeed a god. Long live the King of the North! Long live the King of the North! In the camp of the wolf riders, this rallying cry resonated with unparalleled unity. Chapter 36. The meeting at King's Landing. In the resplendent hall of King's Landing, Count Titus Lakewood donned simple armor, adorned with carvings of silver, withered trees, while crows circled nearby. A magnificent cloak made of raven feathers draped over him, tall and slender. He only needed to slightly raise his gaze to meet that of Joffrey seated upon the throne, with Cersei behind him. This posture lent him an air of confidence and strength. Joffrey's immediate reaction was one of disdain. The damned traitor! I shall never concede to the demands of this rebel. One day, I will sever his head and display it on a pike, just as I will with his father's. Count Titus Lakewood, however, did not spare Joffrey a glance. He was acutely aware that the true master of King's Landing was not this pretender. He exchanged a knowing look with Cersei, attempting to discern the thoughts of this regent. The ascension of His Majesty as King of the North would undoubtedly provoke the Lannisters. He could only hope that, as Rob had suggested. Cersei's feelings for Jaime Lannister ran deep. A twinge of unease gripped Lakewood, yet he betrayed none of it in his demeanor. The words of Rob echoed in his mind. Never let your enemies discern your thoughts. Seeing Count Lakewood's disregard for him ignited Joffrey's fury. How dare you show such disrespect to the king, Hound? Kill him. Ser Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, towering and formidable, was one of the fiercest warriors on the continent. He received the command and, with heavy strides, approached Titus Lakewood. 1, 2, 3, here he comes. Count Lakewood's visage remained devoid of panic, even as the Hound's grip encircled his neck, his internal countdown reaching its conclusion. At that moment, he heard the expected voice. Cersei interjected. Hold on, let us hear what the North's pretender has to say. Cersei could not allow Joffrey to execute Lakewood. Such an act would signify the collapse of negotiations with Robb, and Jaime would never return. The Hound glanced at Joffrey, who hesitated but ultimately acquiesced to his mother's will. Ahem, Count Titus Lakewood coughed twice, alleviating the discomfort the Hound's grip had caused him. He elegantly bowed to Joffrey and Cersei, a wise decision. He then surveyed the hall, casting a sharp gaze upon every individual present, advisors, archmasters, and the master of coin. Some met his gaze, while others instinctively lowered their heads. Regardless of their reactions, Count Lakewood commenced his address. You are aware of my king's invincible prowess. He has now taken Riverrun, and his forces will reach Casterly Rock within 2 days. The majority of the Westerlands lie within his sights. It will not be long before the nobility of the West kneel beneath my king's iron heel. Lord Tywin remains at Harrenhal, but should he dare to step beyond its walls, my king and Lord Roose will ensure his head rolls. To the south, Lord Renly has amassed an army of 100,000, declaring himself king, and will soon arrive at King's Landing. Count Lakewood's words echoed throughout the hall. Provoking glances exchanged among many. Some were oblivious, while others were well informed. Joffrey's complexion paled, as he was unaware of certain developments, such as Renly's claim to the throne. He looked to his mother, hoping she would assert that all of this was false. However, before Cersei could speak, Count Lakewood unexpectedly erupted in a roar. Joffrey, did you just attempt to kill me? Do you believe I am afraid? At Riverrun, I commanded merely 3,000 men, while the usurpers boasted over 15,000. They worked tirelessly through the night to construct siege towers and transport catapults. At that moment, I had no certainty of my fate. Perhaps, the next instant, the usurpers would breach the gates and claim my head. After enduring such torment, do you think I still fear your threats? Just because of this insignificant mongrel? You may kill me, and I shall join the old duke with my head displayed on a pike. But Count Lakewood's gaze hardened, his finger pointing accusatorily at Joffrey, a cruel intensity radiating from him. I swear, my king shall avenge me. He will storm the gates of King's Landing, slaughtering any enemy that stands in his path, capturing you just as he would the usurpers, severing each limb and flaying your skin, displaying you for all to see. If you doubt my resolve, then by all means, try it. Kill me right here. Do it now. Come on. Joffrey, terrified, leapt from the Iron Throne, horrified by the vivid imagery conjured in his mind. He trembled, shouting, How dare you speak to me like that? Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Yet no one moved. He appeared as a deranged patient, screaming alone. Cersei rushed forward, embracing her child in an attempt to soothe him, her eyes blazing with fury at Count Lakewood. Do not kill him. Sever his hands and feet. Count Lakewood remained resolute. You will not do that, Your Grace. If you wish to dispose of the usurper, you may attempt it, but it will not go unchallenged. Cersei's expression shifted. Now? Are you implying that Jaime is within King's Landing? Indeed. How else could I demonstrate my king's sincerity? Count Lakewood commanded his attendants to bring forth a chest, and Cersei did not intervene, allowing it to be opened. She hastened to the chest, peering inside. Jaime, the usurper, lay within, gaunt and shrouded in a faint crimson glow. Curled within the chest, having survived the arduous journey, he was a miracle of life. Struggling to open his eyes and discern Cersei's visage. Cersei's expression transformed from joy to fury as she turned to Count Lakewood, directing the surrounding guards. Kill him. Jaime had made it to King's Landing. Nothing else mattered to Cersei now. She was unyielding, even as she had yet to strike any accord with Robb. No, please. Jaime's weak voice emerged. Witnessing her lover in such a state ignited Cersei's fury, compelling her to seek the demise of Count Lakewood. I have been poisoned. He alone possesses the antidote. Jaime raised a hand, feebly revealing his current condition, his palm marred with a patch of red substance. Reminiscent of decaying flesh yet bearing an eerie beauty akin to sacred flowers. Cersei's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 37. Cell or guest room. Cersei hesitated for a moment, but her face quickly morphed back into one of fury. How dare you commit such a vile act? The antidote must be on him. Killing him will surely reveal it. If your intention is to see my brother perish, then so be it. They had certainly considered the current circumstances before sending him here. At that moment, a flippant voice echoed from outside the hall of King's Landing. A diminutive figure, a dwarf with a comically awkward gait, entered. He disregarded the peculiar glances from those around him and strode directly to the box. Upon seeing the frail Jaime, a look of sorrow crossed his face. Forgive me, dear brother. Though I love you, if you wish for our fates to be exchanged, I would rather embrace death. The imp, Tyrion, jested at the expense of Jaime, who managed a weak smile, finally reunited with his brother and lover, as if in a dream. Cersei glared at the imp, her disdain palpable. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be with father? Tyrion leapt onto a chair, adopting a shrugging gesture. Alas, I had intended to disgust you by kissing your face, but I see you're standing. As for my presence, it is merely due to your foolish actions. He produced a writ from his pocket. An appointment from the current king's hand, Lord Tywin, granting the imp the role of acting hand of the king. Before Lord Tydos Lannister's arrival, he had already conferred with their father, who had somewhat acquiesced to his request. However, the final decision rests with you. I am merely here to observe, the imp said, sitting back with interest as he regarded Lord Lannister. I never expected you would confine my brother within a box. Both father and I were deceived by you. The audacity of King Robb to take such action is truly remarkable. Joffrey bellowed. He is not a king. He is a false emperor. Lord Tydos Lannister corrected him with solemnity. Our king does not seek dominion over the continent of Westeros. He is a king, but not an emperor. With Cersei's help. Jaime struggled to his feet and looked at her apologetically. Before coming here, I swore an oath to Robb that, regardless of whether you reach an agreement, I would return his two sisters. Do not blame me. If you refuse, I shall release them myself. Cersei regarded Jaime, understanding his nature. Despite others branding him as the Kingslayer, devoid of knightly honor, she had always known him to be just that. Moreover, upon seeing the imp, Cersei grasped her father's intent to acquiesce to Robb's demands. This transaction would undoubtedly benefit House Lannister. Jaime and the Stark daughters? Even exchanging them for 10 Stark daughters would be a bargain. Thus, he must have further demands. Cersei turned to Lord Tydos. Very well. What does your master require in exchange for Jaime's antidote? Lord Tydos proclaimed loudly. First, the release of our king's two sisters, ensuring their safe passage by sea back to White Harbor. Additionally, the betrothal of Sansa Stark to Joffrey Baratheon must be officially annulled. Cersei found this demand entirely acceptable, while Joffrey seethed, wishing to slay Robb, yet feeling powerless. Second, the immediate return of Lord Eddard Stark's remains. We shall honor his wishes and inter him in Winterfell's crypts, allowing him to rest alongside his siblings. The bodies of the guards who perished in King's Landing must also be returned. Joffrey frowned, displeased, for he saw himself losing an intriguing toy. Third, Lord Eddard's greatsword, Ice, must be delivered to Riverrun, to be presented to our king. Fourth, Lord Tywin must release our knights and lords captured during the Battle of the Green Fork. Upon compliance, our king shall immediately free all hostages taken at Whispering Woods and Riverrun. The imp took a sip of wine. Knowing that Lord Tydos had already negotiated these terms with Tywin, he was merely here to inform the lords of King's Landing. Lastly, Joffrey the king and the queen regent must publicly announce the relinquishment of their claim over the north and the riverlands. From this day forth, our land shall no longer hold any ties, becoming a free and independent kingdom, akin to ancient times. Our territory includes all lands north of the neck that belong to House Stark, as well as the regions traversed by the Trident and its tributaries, extending from Gold Tooth to the Moon Mountains. Though Lord Tydeus' final demand was not unexpected, it still sent a tremor through the hearts of all present. It was akin to receiving a long-anticipated piece of bad news that finally materializes before one's eyes. Cersei's face drained of color from rage, while Joffrey exploded in fury. Damn it! Damn it! I will never agree. I want him dead. I want him dead. King Joffrey. Lord Tydeus retorted boldly, unafraid. These are my king's terms. If you accept, he shall bring peace to King's Landing. If you refuse, King's Landing shall become the next Whispering Woods. Seeing Joffrey once again intimidated, a sense of satisfaction welled within Lord Tydeus, recalling Robb's words to him. Negotiation is a struggle of underlying forces. What cannot be achieved on the battlefield cannot be gained at the negotiation table. Yet now, I have prevailed on the battlefield, and the remainder lies with you. Cersei fixed her gaze upon Lord Tydeus. We shall not acquiesce to the final demand. Then when Lord Renly leads 100,000 men against King's Landing, Lord Tywin will find his army trapped in Harrenhal. Cersei sneered. You wish to ally with Renly? Do not forget, he has crowned himself king. Every king has but one demand, submission. Renly shall never agree to your terms. Lord Tydeus stepped forward, unwavering. That is not a matter for one whose head is already hanging from the city walls to ponder. Cersei fell silent, struggling to respond. We still have Dorne. Lord Tydeus burst into laughter. Dorne, which wishes for the complete annihilation of House Lannister. The hall of King's Landing fell into a hushed silence. No one could refute Lord Tydeus' words any longer. Sir Jaime has but one day remaining. Take your time to consider. However, our king is not a patient man. You must reach a decision swiftly. Lord Tydeus observed the distressed faces of those present, bowed politely, and said, Now, please lead me to my quarters. Whether it be a cell or a guest room, I am indifferent. Chapter 38. The village's desolation crows soared from afar, bringing tidings longed for by the people. The realm between Riverrun, the city of the flowing river, and Oakenshield. Robb led his cavalry, the Stark wolves, advancing steadily, opting not to head directly to Lannister's fortress. Riverrun. Acting on the intelligence provided by Blackfish, Robb resolved to first venture southward in pursuit of the Lannister forces ravaging the Riverlands. Tywin Lannister, a cunning adversary, kept his main forces coiled within Harrenhal, while his vassals unleashed terror upon the region. His intent was to lure Robb into a confrontation at Harrenhal, where the geographical advantages would serve to his benefit, enabling him to vanquish Robb. The wily fox, yet even the most astute cannot outmaneuver a hunter, eventually reduced to trembling in a cave. As Robb contemplated this, Jon Snow, on horseback, approached with a letter in hand. His face radiated excitement. Your Grace, the raven from Lord Rickard has returned. There are developments from King's Landing. Breaking the seal. Robb first scrutinized the missive to ascertain that Lord Rickard had conveyed the information in their agreed-upon cipher. To ensure the integrity of the communication, they had established a secret code. By checking for deliberate errors in the third letter of each message, they could confirm whether Lord Rickard was under duress. Finding the expected code in the letter eased Robb's mind slightly. The missive revealed that while the Lannisters had reservations about Robb's conditions, they ultimately acquiesced to his demands. Everyone understood this to be a mere temporary reprieve. Once stability returned to King's Landing, they would undoubtedly reject the North's current claim to independence, and war would reignite. Yet, amid the chaos, all parties sought equilibrium, and the Lannisters were compelled to compromise. Sansa would be escorted to White Harbor, the city of the North's vassals, alongside her father's ashes by Lord Rickard, who would then ensure their return to Winterfell by the Northern Lords. Arya's disappearance was unsurprising. King's Landing would be unable to deliver her. Once the transaction was complete, Robb intended to use this excuse to plunder the lords of the Westerlands. His father's great sword, Ice, was soon to be returned to Riverrun. As the ancestral blade of House Stark, it bore significant symbolism, but more crucially, it was forged from Valyrian steel, the most exquisite steel in Westeros. Valyrian steel was said to possess magical properties, capable of inflicting fatal wounds upon the White Walkers beyond the wall. In truth, for Robb, whether Valyrian steel could harm the undead was of little consequence. They were mere abominations. He had 9 methods to ensure their eternal slumber. 9. What truly captivated Robb's interest was whether this magical material could amplify his own spells. His Kalia magic and swordsmanship had seldom seen the light of day, largely due to the lack of appropriate spell catalysts, where the costs outweighed the prayers. It appeared Lord Rickard had performed admirably upon his return. Robb might consider granting him a position among his advisors. After perusing the letter, Rob conjured a flame that swiftly consumed it, leaving only a wisp of ash to dance in the wind. The decision to release Jaime had taken many by surprise, yet Rob had prepared contingencies. He had planted the seeds of crimson decay within Jaime. As there was no true antidote, the decay was far from lethal. With the passage of time, the corruption would gradually diminish but never vanish entirely. The crimson decay would forever mark Jaime, allowing Rob to track his movements through the mystical arts. Although Jaime had returned to King's Landing, Rob maintained control over him. In fact, this arrangement had been Jaime's own suggestion. Should I return, my father and Cersei may not uphold their promises, possibly continuing to imprison your two sisters, so take precautions with me. I would not wish to betray anyone due to unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, Rob had chuckled, admiring Jaime's knightly essence. However, Jaime was overthinking. Rob had already sown the crimson decay within him, making his precautions superfluous. With matters in King's Landing settled, Rob felt a weight lift from his heart. His spirits buoyed. Your Grace, just 5 miles ahead lies Oakenshield. It is said that Lord Tywin's men are lurking nearby, pillaging villages. Yet it seems there is a force clashing with them. Jon Snow rode alongside Rob, bearing a letter from Blackfish, reporting the current circumstances. Rob nodded, instructing, dispatch more men to scout the vicinity. At that moment, another centurion, Daisy Mormont, arrived on horseback. A rarity among noble heirs, she stood tall at 6 feet, even surpassing the still-growing Rob. Her expression was one of fury. Your Grace, the village ahead has been sacked. The devastation is unimaginable. Upon Rob's arrival at the village, it lay in ruins, reduced to a wasteland of charred earth. Abandoned, exposed corpses remained unburied, scavenging wild dogs and crows fleeing at the sight of newcomers. The women had been horrifically mutilated, their appearances suggesting they had endured unspeakable horrors before their demise. This was the brutal face of war. The faces of the Stark cavalry twisted with madness upon witnessing the scene. Lannisters, damn them. Rob's visage remained impassive, yet his heart seethed with wrath. It appeared our adversary, Tywin, relished in stilling terror. Thus, he should be prepared to savor the taste of it himself. As king, I vow to capture Tywin alive and return to him, tenfold, nay, 100-fold, the horrors inflicted upon this village. I hope he does not perish too quickly in his torment. Rob commanded the bodies to be gathered and piled together. Extending his palm, a brilliant red flame manifested, which he gently propelled forth. The flame detached from his hand, swelling into a massive fireball that ultimately engulfed the corpses, with the inferno consuming the remains. Rob and his wolves pressed onward. The Riverlands still lay predominantly under Tywin and his lackey's control, who sought to force Rob into a decisive battle. Rob understood that the gravest error in warfare was to engage on the enemy's chosen battlefield, hence he would not be drawn into confrontation. If he favored guerrilla tactics, then Rob would humor him. Contemplating how long this old dog could play his game, he was soon interrupted by Centurion Ed Casterly's intelligence. Your Grace, ahead. 2 forces are clashing, judging by the banners. One belongs to the Lannister vassals. Chapter 39, The God of No Response Slaughter. Fortune smiled upon him as he encountered this pack of masterless curs. They were in for a most unfortunate turn of events. On the outskirts of the woods near Oak Hall, 2 factions clashed violently. The group bearing the black and white striped boar banner held the upper hand, launching a surprise assault on the forces hidden within the woods. With superior numbers and equipment, they swiftly overwhelmed their adversaries. Sir Burton Creck rode with exhilaration, charging back and forth across the battlefield, his steed trampling one soldier after another beneath its hooves. As the younger brother of the Earl of Creck from the Westerlands, he was currently carrying out Lord Tywin's orders to pillage and burn in the Riverlands. Thus far, Burton Creck had set ablaze 5 villages, leaving dozens dead by the edge of his sword. He reveled in the screams of women in the throes of despair, exposed before the gaze of many. Of course, the sounds accompanying their dismemberment were equally delightful. The beauty of both was comparable. Originally, Sir Burton Creck intended to continue his rampage on the next village, but fortune intervened when he stumbled upon an unexpected delight in the woods. A group of armed men lay concealed among the trees, and he initially presumed them to be mere brigands or outlaws. To his surprise, they turned out to be the notorious outlaws sought by Lord Tywin, the Brotherhood without banners. On the battlefield, a figure clad in a red robe, resembling a monk, darted about, rallying any brothers still capable of fighting. He shouted desperately, "We cannot withstand them. We must retreat." A soldier yelled back, "Damn it, they've killed Big Belly. I will avenge him." The red-robed monk seized the soldier, insisting, "Return and devise a plan. Going out now is akin to walking to your death. How can you avenge Big Belly? But where shall we retreat? They surround us. To Oak Hall. The lady there will surely allow us refuge. Their territory has already been ravaged by the Lannisters. We share a common enemy." The soldier, Despair etched upon his face, replied. There's no point in going to Oak Hall. Their soldiers have all been sent to battle in Riverrun. The mountain knows we are here and will soon bring men to Oak Hall. The red-robed monk seethed, cursed the mountain. Have you forgotten our oath? We fight for the farmers of the Riverlands. Should you go now to meet your demise, you would betray our vow. Inspired by the monk's fervor, many soldiers reignited their fighting spirit, quickly rallying together, prepared to exploit any weaknesses in the enemy's formation to break free. The monk observed a few soldiers struggling with a corpse. We must retreat. Why carry a body? The soldiers wiped the blood from their faces, saying, This is Big Belly's corpse. We cannot leave him here for the enemy to desecrate. The monk hesitated for a moment, then replied, Very well. You go in the center. The members of the Brotherhood without banners began gathering their comrades as best as they could, initiating their retreat. Sir Burton Crack noticed this small group, one of the few still capable of organizing itself. In times of chaos, it was crucial to scatter any group that could unite. If they fled individually, they would pose no threat. Onward, kill them, capture their leader. Lord Tywin's bounty will afford us a day of revelry in the finest taverns of King's Landing. Dozens of cavalrymen followed their leader, charging towards the small group led by the red-robed monk. The monk howled in despair, damn it, as the cavalry pursued the fleeing infantry. The battle had reached an entirely different level. The cavalry possessed overwhelming crushing power. In the blink of an eye, Burton Crack plunged into the fleeing ranks. Watching his comrades fall one after another, the monk's eyes filled with bloodshot fury. He struck his sword repeatedly against the ground. Damn it, ignite. Why won't you ignite? King of Light, why do I not receive your response? Why can I not see the future within the flames as others do? To set my sword ablaze? Why am I left, powerless? The red-robed monk sank into despair, not merely due to the irrevocable nature of the battle or the loss of his warriors, but because his faith had utterly crumbled at this moment. He had long questioned why he could not manifest the miracles of the King of Light. Now, at this critical juncture, he felt no divine response. Damn it, is this how it all ends? My lord, what are you waiting for? Retreat now. You all go. I will hold the rear. We cannot leave Big Belly's body on the battlefield. Gather here. The shouts and pulls of his comrades jolted the red-robed monk from his confusion, forcing him to confront the dire situation. Although the soldiers had been scattered by Burton Crack's cavalry, many still gathered here. Some sought escape, while others fought for honor. There was still a chance. He could not give up. If the gods would not respond, they would rely on themselves. In that crucial moment, the instinct for survival ignited a flicker of energy that emboldened the Brotherhood without banners. Those who had previously fled began to rally once more. The red-robed monk staggered to his feet, straining to discern the direction, then led his men towards Oak Hall. On either side of their formation, several spearmen stepped forward, raising their pikes high, ready to confront any cavalry that might charge through, protecting their comrades in the center from harm. However, their numbers were too few, and the cavalry still had archers at their disposal, falling rapidly. Where the hell are the archers? Shoot them. Some in the ranks could no longer endure, seizing their bows to return fire at the cavalry. Yet, in their frantic retreat, hitting a moving target was nearly impossible. They shot haphazardly, hoping merely to intimidate the enemy. Lord, there are too many cavalry. I know. Damn it. I'm devising a plan. The red-robed monk struck his weapon with fervor, wishing for it to ignite, hoping to scare off the horses and halt their pursuit. Yet, no matter what he did, his weapon remained unresponsive. Curse it. How did those witches do it? Why can't I? In a fit of rage, the red-robed monk shouted, By the gods, respond to me. At that moment, a wolf's howl echoed from beyond the battlefield. The members of the Brotherhood without banners turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, bewildered by the thundering of galloping hooves. A banner bearing the sigil of the dire wolf appeared at the forest's edge. After a brief regrouping, they silently charged towards Burton Crack's forces. Leading the charge was a boy with blue eyes and russet hair, accompanied by a massive dire wolf. As he charged, every enemy he encountered fell before him, the dire wolf dispatching any who dared to attack. In mere moments, the boy reached the red-robed monk. The monk squinted against the glaring sunlight, struggling to make out the boy's features. Yet his voice resonated with strength. Even amidst the cacophony of battle, he distinctly heard the youth's words. What has become of your deity? Chapter 40. Blood for blood. The red priest Soros, hailing from the distant shores of Meereen, ventured to the continent of Westeros to propagate the faith of the Lord of Light. During his time in Westeros, he witnessed the reign of 3 kings. Under the rule of the Mad King, he endeavored to spread the teachings of the Lord of Light, but that fire-obsessed monarch was enamored only with dragonflame, dismissing the tenets of the Lord as mere folly. This left Soros in a state of confusion and self-doubt. Subsequently, Robert Baratheon instigated a rebellion and ascended to the throne. The object of Soros's proselytization shifted to Robert. Although Robert was not a virtuous king, he proved to be a good friend to Soros. They often indulged in revelry and gallivanting, sharing in the chaos of battle, with Robert being the first to scale the walls of Winterfell. As for the strictures of faith, they were of no consequence. Alas, Robert eventually met his demise. Soon after, the crown fell to Joffrey, a juvenile who knew nothing and was coddled by Queen Cersei. Resembling a colossal infant in a greenhouse, difficult to comprehend. Under Joffrey's rule, Saros found himself out of favor, in the hand of the king, Ned Stark. Dispatched him alongside Lord Beric to apprehend the monstrous Gregor Clegane in the Riverlands. Yet, only days after departing the capital, the tides shifted dramatically. Ned was imprisoned by Joffrey, and the hand of the king became Lord Tywin. The sudden upheaval rendered their positions precarious, compounded by the outbreak of war in the Riverlands, transforming them into rebels. Saros and Beric conferred and concluded that since Tywin would undoubtedly regard them as enemies, it would be prudent to remain and aid the common folk in their struggle against the brutal Lannister forces. Thus, the Brotherhood without banners was born. Unfortunately, their fortunes were short-lived, and before long, they suffered a devastating blow. Were it not for the young man before him, Saros feared he might have perished on that battlefield. Saros exhaled deeply, surveying his surroundings. The contingent led by this youth was undoubtedly the most elite. They resembled relentless beasts, silently slaughtering on the battlefield while instilling profound terror in their adversaries. In a single charge, these cavalrymen scattered the forces of Ser-Botten Clegane to the winds, and their subsequent maneuvers displayed remarkable coordination and discipline. Within half an hour, the cacophony of battle began to wane, leaving only the pained groans of the wounded. Saros beheld Ser-Botten Clegane and his lackeys bound and presented before Robb Stark. Yet, their faces bore no expressions of panic, according to the established customs of nobility. Captured lords were seldom executed, but rather ransomed back to their families. The personal safety of nobles stood in stark contrast to that of commoners. Robb, his expression inscrutable, fixed his gaze upon them. Was it you who burned the village ahead? Ser-Botten held his head high. It was I. The children I killed. And as for the women, well, there's nothing worth seeing among peasant stock, but though they were plain, they were serviceable enough. Robb found his demeanor amusing. Even the regicide Jaime maintained basic decorum upon capture, yet this noble, emerging from obscurity, dared to speak to him thusly. Robb remained silent, but young Jon Snow, incensed, rushed forward and struck Botten across the face with the pommel of his sword. Mind your words, wretch. Before you stands the king in the north, the protector of the Riverlands, the heir of House Stark, the blood wolf feared by enemies on the battlefield. You shall address him as your grace. Beside them, Greenbeard was momentarily taken aback, lamenting his own inability to conjure such flattering words. Ser-Botten spat. What king in the north? What your grace? Lord Tywin will soon come for you. This battlefield is no place for children to play house. Robb remained unfazed by his words, his mind consumed with the memories of the village's destruction, a once vibrant community reduced to ashes, leaving not a soul behind. Those were my people, my property, my wealth. Thus, Robb turned to his wolf riders. Those loyal to Harrenhal stepped forward. 5 or 6 riders emerged, formerly in the service of Roose Bolton. Can you flay? Robb inquired. Old Flair should have taught you. They nodded. A bit, but our skill pales in comparison to Lord Bolton's. We might kill someone halfway through. Robb replied casually. No matter. Just flay them. I will tend to his wounds. Hearing this terrifying exchange, Ser-Botten's heart nearly stopped. He trembled at the prospect. No. What do you intend to do? You cannot do this. Jon advanced again, shattering Botten's teeth with another blow. I told you to call him your grace. Ser-Botten hastily corrected himself. Ah, yes, your grace. I beg your forgiveness. Robb, intrigued, asked, why can I not do this? The pitiful Ser-Botten, now speaking through broken teeth, wept. Your grace, I implore you. Do not do this. My family is wealthy. They will gladly pay a ransom for the loss of 5 villages. Robb's expression shifted. 5? Ser-Botten hesitated, quickly amending. 1. Just 1. I was mistaken. Robb shrugged. What a pity. Had you heeded the pleas of those you murdered, perhaps I would have considered your request. Ser-Botten, bewildered, questioned whether any of those lowly peasants had pleaded for mercy. In the chaotic frenzy, he had only focused on his own delight, deaf to any cries for clemency. Moreover, even if they had begged, he hardly had the time to heed the words of the common folk. Robb, no longer wishing to engage with the wretch, waved at the knights of Harrenhal. Begin. Flay them, then bind them to pikes for display. I shall ensure they survive for a week. The others, following Ser-Botten, turned pale at the implication of that word. Without hesitation, they all fell to the ground, wailing, tears and sweat streaming down their faces as they begged for Robb's mercy. Your grace, spare us. We were merely following orders. Do not do this. Just kill me instead. Your grace, I would be your servant. Please, spare me. Robb, growing weary of their pleas, retorted, enough noise, cut out their tongues. The Red Priest Saros observed the unfolding brutality, at a loss for words. What manner of existence had he fallen into? Chapter 41. The mysterious funeral. The Red Priest Soros trembled as he listened to the anguished cries echoing around him. Half kneeling on the ground, he bowed humbly before Rob. Your Majesty, I am Soros, a Red Priest from Mir, and I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. They refer to you as the King in the North. May I inquire if your father is Lord Eddard Stark? Soros cautiously posed his question. Rob had some awareness of the Red Priests, known as ascetics serving the Lord of Light, one of the most active deities in the current world. Regardless, his divine presence was indeed evident. This particular Red Priest seemed to hold a position of significance, though Rob could not recall him clearly. As he lacked familiarity with minor characters, Rob gestured for him to rise and speak. You are members of the Brotherhood without banners, are you not? Yes, Your Majesty. We have come at the behest of Lord Eddard Stark to capture the mountain, but unexpectedly. Soros exhaled deeply in relief, hoping that clarifying this connection would prevent the ruthless king in the north from subjecting them to the same inhumane treatment. Rob nodded. I have heard of your deeds. Ser Brynden Tully spoke highly of your efforts to protect the farmers and innocents from the depredations of the Lannister marauders. You are true knights. The Red Priest quickly expressed his honor. To receive the commendation of the king in the north is our highest accolade. Since you have already clashed with the Lannisters, why not join my ranks? I am on my way to find Ser Edmure, who is gathering soldiers and supplies in the Riverlands. It would be safer for you to accompany us. Faced with Rob's invitation, Soros knew he had no grounds to refuse, nor did he wish to. Not only was he apprehensive about the possibility of being flayed and displayed on a spear, but he also understood that mere vengeance for Barry would be unattainable without assistance. Survival itself was questionable. Aligning with the North's army seemed a prudent choice. We would be most willing, Your Majesty. However, please allow us some time to bury Lord Barry and the fallen warriors. Rob compassionately granted them a brief respite. After all, Barry had fought valiantly for his homeland, and it was only fitting to honor this warrior's resting place. Although Soros had never felt the Lord of Light's response, his upbringing compelled him to conduct Barry's funeral according to the rituals of the Lord of Light. On the battlefield, simplicity reigned. The Red Priest instructed his followers to gather branches and flammable materials, placing Lord Barry and the other slain brothers upon the pyre. Once this was completed, Soros began to recite prayers to the Lord of Light. Observing the Red Priest's actions, the Greenbeards and the cavalry from Tyrosh felt a sense of familiarity. This was a common ritual back in their homeland. On another continent, the faith in the Lord of Light was widely spread, yet in Westeros, the Seven and the Old Gods held predominant sway. Thus, young Jon and the northern cavalrymen looked on disdainfully. Heresy. In the north, the populace and the children of the forest remained devoted to the Old Gods, dismissing other beliefs with scorn. This divergence had long contributed to the North's isolation from other regions. At last, the Red Priest completed his final prayer. The long night is dark, and peril lurks everywhere. He held a torch, intending to ignite the pyre and consume the bodies in flames. Just then, the sky abruptly darkened. Countless clouds materialized from nowhere, casting a shadow over Rob's position, resembling a city besieged by darkness. A beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the Red Priest Soros as he recited his prayers. This extraordinary occurrence captured everyone's attention. The cavalry and members of the Brotherhood instinctively looked up. The cavalrymen remained silent, merely surrounding Rob while subtly encircling the Brotherhood and Soros. The Brotherhood members were engrossed in hushed discussions about the phenomenon, oblivious to the battlefield. What is happening? A miracle? It must be. Isn't Soros always claiming to be a servant of the gods, capable of magic? What magic? He only knows a few tricks. I saw him smear wildfire on a sword to make it burn. How do you explain this? I have no idea. Soros himself was bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. He had performed countless such rituals without any similar occurrence. He raised his gaze toward the source of the sunlight, and in an instant, his pupils lost focus, as if consciousness had fled him, causing the torch to slip from his grasp. His eyes rolled back until only the empty, white sockets remained. The aura surrounding him transformed. His movements grew delicate, as though any exertion might rend his very being. Graceful, yet perilous. This was the most striking impression Soros now exuded. The Red Priest slightly swayed his head, directing his empty gaze toward Rob. The cavalry sensed something was amiss. The figure before them seemed entirely different from before. He resembled a silent, frenzied beast, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. While some may have heard tales of it before, now everyone felt the palpable weight of a single word: dread. The mere presence of the Red Priest compelled an instinctive urge to kneel and worship. Members of the Brotherhood could no longer restrain their innate impulses, one by one collapsing to the ground, reciting the most fervent prayers. The cavalry began to experience similar urges. Yet they fought to maintain their clarity and resist. Amidst such profound pressure and resistance, they raised their spears in unison, aiming them at the Red Priest to alleviate the oppressive sensation. Just as one among them could no longer withstand the urge to charge and pierce this sorcerer with a spear, they heard a familiar voice. Rob, mounted and gazing down at the Red Priest, spoke. Do not point your spear at him any longer. A friend from afar has come, and we should rejoice. Regardless of which he it may be, we must extend our basic courtesy. Upon hearing Rob's words, the cavalry felt an immediate lifting of the burden, the oppressive presence dissipating. And they returned to their senses. They exhaled in relief, sheathing their spears, left to ponder the recent events. What manner of creature was this Red Priest? Rob, expressionless, rode forward alone, coming face to face with the Red Priest. So who exactly are you? Chapter 42. The departure of the King of Light. The red-robed monk uttered a singular word. Upon hearing it, the very air in the forest seemed to still. The wolf cavalry and the members of the flagless brotherhood widened their eyes in astonishment, recognizing that the monk's mental state was askew. Yet they could hardly believe he dared to proclaim himself as light. What manner of existence is light? In this world, only the King of Light from another continent would bear such a title. If he were not mad, then it implied that the red-robed monk was indeed the legendary King of Light. Could this be the prophesied divine descent? They were tempted to doubt the monk's words, thinking him to be merely delusional. However, the overwhelming aura he emanated, compelling all to bow and kiss the ground at his feet, left no room for disbelief. He was indeed the King of Light. Jon Snow and the centurions of the North felt a surge of panic. Although the North did not worship the King of Light, he was a true deity, like the old gods they revered and the 7 gods worshipped in other regions. He was the most exalted and enigmatic of beings. How could they have dared to critique the sacred rights of a divine being? For the first time, Jon felt utterly at a loss. Previously, he believed everything was straightforward, requiring only his obedience to King Rob's commands. Yet now, he stood before the King of Light, who had descended upon the mortal realm. Jon exchanged glances with several centurions, each reading the other's thoughts. Should the King of Light express displeasure, they would defend their sovereign with their lives. They were uncertain of the King of Light's powers and what his descent upon the red-robed monk might entail. But they knew he was a god. They understood that, at all times, one must never trust the mercy of the divine nor question its might. Rob gazed down at the red-robed monk, whose steed had already grown weak beneath him, almost kneeling. The dire wolf, Grey Wind, bared its teeth, positioning itself between the two. Its eyes gleaming with ferocity, its body taut, ready to spring at Rob's command. Rob narrowed his eyes. Ah, so it is a divine descent. Are you here to seek me? The monk nodded. Light has guided me to meet you. Meet me? And then what? Yet, in the flames, your form is absent. Rob chuckled. Do you enjoy being a riddle? Noticing the monk's silence, Rob's hand drifted to his sword, his gaze sharpening. I detest those who cannot speak plainly. A dark crimson aura suddenly manifested at Rob's wrist, intertwining and darting about swiftly. The sense of death and fate flowed from this aura, surging toward the monk's torso. For the first time, the self-proclaimed King of Light displayed an expression of confusion and wariness as he regarded Rob. What is this? Rob grinned. If you do not converse with me more earnestly, I shall reveal to you the nature of this phenomenon. Confusion, anger, and trepidation flickered across the monk's face as he encountered this unprecedented experience. As a deity of orthodoxy, the King of Light's insight had reached its zenith. He found it inconceivable that the dark crimson aura emanating from a human's wrist could exude a danger that made his very essence tremble. What, then, is this phenomenon? Seeing that the monk was ensnared in a tumult of emotions and had yet to speak, Rob expressed his displeasure. You are blocking my path. With that, the dark crimson aura around Rob surged ominously, emanating an aura of terror. The wolf cavalry, positioned closely to Rob, felt the palpable scent of death enveloping them. A horrifying sensation washed over them, as if they were teetering on the brink of death itself. Suddenly, flames ignited upon the body of the King of Light, now embodied in the red-robed monk. Though faint, every observer could sense its potency. This flame harbored an explosive essence, concealing the vitality of life. A mere glance was sufficient to dispel any doubt. This flame would never be extinguished. However, as Rob's dark aura spread toward the monk, the flame began to flicker weakly. A gust of frenzied wind extinguished the flames entirely, leaving no trace behind, as if the very essence of the fire had succumbed to death. The monk staggered back, unable to withstand the pressure. Rob did not press further, retracting his aura. He regarded the monk with nonchalance. You should now remember not to obstruct my path. Moreover, when conversing with me, speak plainly. The unspoken words lingered. Otherwise, you shall witness a fated death amidst flames. The red-robed monk bowed his head in silence. Jon and the Northerners exchanged incredulous glances. They could scarcely believe their eyes. A being that claimed divinity retreated before their sovereign. What they once perceived as a lofty god now appeared diminished in the presence of their king. What power did their sovereign possess? Long live the king of the north. Each heart swelled with unvoiced jubilation, but silence reigned. This was a game of wits between their sovereign and a god, and there was no need for their presence to be acknowledged. Yet, all were engulfed in fervent emotion, especially the wolf cavalry born of the north. They beheld their childhood faith being subdued by their current ruler, and, under the fervor of the converted, their loyalty surpassed even that of the northern wolf riders. In that moment, they were willing to offer anything for Rob. As Rob's impatience resurfaced, the red-robed monk finally spoke. His tone tinged with urgency. The awakening of dragon fire across the continent has granted me the ability to traverse this land. However, the icy grip of the north is also poised to descend, an unyielding tide of winter. He continued, I have followed the guidance of light to meet you. The flames shall illuminate the path ahead. Rob found himself at a loss for words. One could never rely on a charlatan to articulate clearly. Had he not sensed the monk's intent, he would have already unleashed a strike imbued with fated death. Cursed be the riddle of the divine. Before Rob could press further, the body of the monk, Soros, trembled violently, and the mysterious, exalted aura gradually dissipated. Everything in the forest seemed to awaken anew. The wind and birdsong, once absent, returned without notice. The gaze of the monk returned to normal, as if he had just emerged from slumber. The king of light had departed. Soros possessed no recollection of what had transpired. What just happened? Rob sheathed his sword and replied matter-of-factly, nothing much. It appears your god fears me. Chapter 43. Sorcerer Soros. The red-cloaked monk Soros found himself utterly bewildered, having lost all recollection of recent events. He was surrounded by members of the Brotherhood without banners, who were bowing fervently before him, while the wards regarded him with a complex mix of expressions. What had transpired? What was the meaning behind His Majesty Rob's words? Is it possible for the deity I worship, the Lord of Light, to experience fear? Why is it so hot? What is happening? As Soros remained in a daze, a series of anguished cries jolted everyone back to reality. During the divine manifestation, Soros had accidentally dropped his torch, igniting the pile of hay where the bodies were placed, which was now ablaze. The source of the screams was none other than those corpses. They were moving and emitting cries of despair. Before the astonished gazes of all, Count Beric Dondarrion was reborn from the flames, albeit in a rather disheveled state, wailing in shock from the smoke and fire. Rob snapped his fingers, causing his steed to prance, and a wave of icy air surged forward from the horse's hooves, extinguishing the flames enveloping Beric. The count ceased his cries, looking around in bewilderment, locking eyes with the equally perplexed red-cloaked monk Soros. Had I not just perished? Did I truly resurrect Beric Dondarrion? The Lord of Light has not forsaken me. Observing their expressions, Rob kindly interjected, it appears you are still in the dark about recent events. Allow your subordinates to enlighten you. After the Brotherhood members recounted the unfolding events, both men began to comprehend the situation, though they were left even more bewildered. Grappling with the incredibility of it all, the Lord of Light had manifested? A test between His Majesty Rob and the Lord of Light? Such notions sounded like tales from a bygone era. Yet, witnessing Beric's resurrection and the fervent declarations from those around them, they were compelled to believe. Once Rob determined that both men understood the gravity of the situation, he began to contemplate the current predicament. While some of the Lord of Light's words were enigmatic, others were rather straightforward. The revival of Dragonfire likely referred to Daenerys Targaryen on another continent, hatching 3 great dragons, whose flames had rejuvenated the Lord's powers. The phrase winter is coming was even clearer, alluding to the Night King beyond the wall. Did the Lord of Light wish to ally with him against the Night King? Having allies is advantageous, yet the art of choosing the right allies is fraught with risk. A poor choice could lead to betrayal. Since the Lord of Light was the first to approach him, Rob resolved to assess the situation further. As for the 2 individuals before him, Rob had already devised a plan. He turned his attention to the resurrected Beric Dondarrion. Count Beric Dondarrion, your willingness to remain loyal to King Rob amidst the upheaval in the capital is commendable. Would you join me in battling the Lannister forces? If you prefer to depart, I shall arrange for your safe return. Beric hesitated. As the Lord of Blackport, his domain lay in Dorne, one of the few regions untouched by war. Should he express a desire to return, he could quickly escape the chaos and enjoy a peaceful existence. Yet, that was not his wish. He had witnessed the suffering inflicted upon the common folk in the Riverlands, and he could not allow himself to abandon them. Compassion, loyalty, and mercy, the chivalric spirit burned brightly within his heart. Resolute, Beric declared to Rob, I wish to remain and fight for the innocent of the Riverlands. Rob admired the warrior's resolve. My uncle, Ser Edmure, is nearby. Bring your men with us, and you shall find your place among his ranks. Beric nodded in agreement, caring not under whom he served, but rather focused on rescuing the innocent. Rob then turned to the red-cloaked monk Soros, who possessed the experience of divine manifestation and served as a conduit between the Lord of Light and himself. He must be kept close. You are aware of what has transpired. My company is in need of a sorcerer. Join the Ward Riders. As you wish, your grace, Soros acquiesced. After encountering Rob, the Lord of Light had descended upon him, bestowing the ability to resurrect the dead. The significance of these events was abundantly clear. The Lord of Light had chosen him as a missionary for Rob, to serve with the miracles granted to him by divinity. With the matter of divine intervention settled for the time being, Rob directed the group to continue their patrol through the riverlands, seeking out the lackeys dispatched by Tywin. The addition of Brotherhood members had slightly slowed the pace of the Ward Riders, yet it had significantly improved their efficiency in clearing the ruins of the villages they passed. With each village they traversed, Rob's fury grew, unbidden and relentless. He had no precise knowledge of the number of marauders sent by Tywin, but he possessed a clear understanding of their cruelty. These men were nothing short of beasts. Even in this era, where a stark disparity existed between the nobility and the common folk, no sane noble would condone such treatment of the populace. Every village that had been visited by Tywin's forces bore no survivors. The corpses bore witness to the inhumane torments they had endured. The villagers' food and livestock had either been pillaged or incinerated. The sight of commoners left to dry on poles, the torn bodies of children, and the horrifying fates of women were unbearable. No benevolent soul could bear to learn of the atrocities committed. Rob's anger surged further. Bring forth Borton Clane. Let the horses drag him along. When we rest, we shall hang him on pikes, allowing him to witness the sins he has committed. At that moment, Borton Clane was a shadow of his former self. He had lost his skin, with blood vessels and muscle fibers exposed. Even the sunlight's touch was excruciating. Yet, what drove him to madness was the fact that he should have perished long ago. Who could survive such brutal torture? Yet, every time he neared death, a golden light inexplicably appeared, healing his wounds and sustaining his life. Was this the legendary healing magic? But is healing magic meant to be wielded in such a manner? Why would a spell symbolizing mercy inflict such torment? His knights, suffering the same fate, had lost their tongues and could utter not a single word. They now lived in a hellish existence filled with regret. However, Sir Borton Clane soon found solace, for he began to see others sharing his plight. Chapter 44. Tywin's weapon Sir Amory Lorch and his men have also fallen into the clutches of that little wretch, resulting in the loss of more than half of our dispatched forces. Within Harrenhal, the two brothers of House Lannister convened to deliberate the current state of affairs. Sir Kevan Lannister, the younger brother of Tywin Lannister and the second-in-command of the Lannister army, reports with a furrowed brow while holding a stack of intelligence. The mercenaries from Coer have also been entirely obliterated. That little wretch is even more ruthless than we had anticipated. He has adopted the methods of House Bolton, flaying the captives and displaying their skins upon his spearheads. What is most horrifying is that he seems to have employed some form of sorcery, subjecting those poor souls to torment for over 10 days before they succumbed. Many nobles now hesitate to venture out to pillage, fearful of Rob. Listening to the report, Tywin remains unperturbed, delicately grasping a golden goblet, slicing a piece of roasted pig skin with his knife, and savoring it with meticulous care. Poor Sir Amory Lorch. I recall his fierce demeanor when I commanded him to slay the Mad King's granddaughter. He stabbed the little girl over 30 times. Though Tywin speaks thus, it is evident to all that he harbors little concern for their plight. His own son has returned, and the others are merely pawns in his game of war. Kevan Lannister continues his briefing. The flames of war have spread from the Riverlands to the town of Lannister, and the territory around God's Eye Lake, now engulfed in fire, has yielded livestock and provisions. Tywin swallows the piece of roasted pig skin, which was plundered from the lands of House Lefford at Widow's Watch. Kevan expresses his frustration, however. Recently that lad Rob has been roaming the Riverlands with an indeterminate number of forces, and every company that has encountered him has been captured. None have escaped. Tywin takes a sip of wine to cleanse his palate. I underestimated this boy. I did not foresee his restraint in choosing not to confront me at Harrenhal, but rather to engage in a personal campaign. 300 years ago, the malevolent King Harren plundered half of Westeros's resources to construct Harrenhal. Workers, gold, stone, and thousands of years of timber were continuously transported, with countless slaves perishing from exhaustion, ultimately taking 40 years to complete. Thus, this fortress stands as the tallest and most formidable stronghold in all of Westeros, its 5 towers obscuring the sky, its walls impenetrable. No number of enemies could easily breach it. Regrettably, the Harren King faced the conqueror Aegon and his 3 dragons. Although Aegon could not breach the walls, the roaring dragon fire suffocated those within. Henceforth, the Hoare family vanished from existence. Each house that subsequently claimed Harrenhal would encounter misfortune, rendering it a shadowy and cursed locale. Yet, despite its notoriety as the city of misfortune, for the Lannister forces occupying Harrenhal, It serves as the most suitable ground for a decisive confrontation with House Stark. Thus, Tywin continually dispatches small groups to raid the territories of the Riverlands, compelling Robb to make a decision. Tywin's strategic acumen is unparalleled in this realm. Should Robb neglect his own interests, the nobles of the Riverlands will lose patience and loyalty. Even if Robb sends his forces to plunder the Westerlands, the losses cannot be compensated by mere material gain, for they can only retrieve supplies but cannot save their kin and friends in the Riverlands. Moreover, Tywin has prepared contingencies on the Westerland side as well. Ser Davin Lannister, Tywin's cousin and the brother of his late wife, is quietly gathering an army near Casterly Rock. Should the northern forces invade, they will hold them at bay. At that moment, Tywin can launch a counteroffensive, decimating the old Flair's forces, severely crippling the north. If Robb disregards everything and confronts him at Harrenhal, it would be even more fortuitous. That is precisely what Tywin desires. As he contemplates a third avenue for Robb's maneuvering, Tywin begins to devise a response, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, conjuring schemes that steep the atmosphere of the room in tension. It is now a test of endurance. Time is of the essence, and we must swiftly eliminate this troublesome little wretch. Tywin resolves. Robb's move indicates that the nobles of the Riverlands can no longer remain idle. They wish to protect their lands and wealth. Our task is to keep this tension taut, continuing our raids in the Riverlands. As soon as one noble departs Riverrun to defend their territory, the forces of the Riverlands will disband entirely. Ser Kevin Lannister interjects. Our men are also filled with trepidation. Robb's methods are too terrifying, and no one is willing to venture forth. Tywin sneers disdainfully. A flock of vultures. They were nearly on their knees begging me to allow them to raid, and now they have softened. Nevertheless, their involvement would be futile. They are no match for Robb. Kevin surmises his brother's intention. Ser Gregor Clegane? That would indeed be a commendable choice. He may even capture that little wretch alive, even if he were to be defeated. It is unlikely that none would return, leaving us in the dark. Yes, the mountain. Where is he now? He has just looted Derry, but the town is nearly deserted. It is said that Robb has ordered most nobles to seek refuge in Riverrun. Tywin's brow furrows slightly. Have the mountain create a commotion. Send someone to support him. And when Robb and the mountain clash, we shall strike. Ser Gregor Clegane is notorious for his brutality and possesses a towering stature. Merely seeing him can instill fear in many. He is perfectly suited for such a task. With that, Kevin Lannister departs to execute his orders. While the elder Tywin remains in his study, deep in thought, Tywin is confident in the mountain's combat prowess, even if Robb is not captured alive. Driving back his forces would suffice. This would restore the courage of his own nobles to raid once more. Additionally, he must prepare a few other contingencies. Tywin ponders for a moment and writes several letters, dispatching them secretly to the lords stationed in the Westerlands as well as to the direction of Riverrun and the forces of Roose Bolton. After completing his correspondence, Tywin rubs his temples in fatigue. The current situation evokes memories of years past, during the campaign against the Mad King. Everywhere, rebels abound, and Westeros is engulfed in flames. What remains to be discerned is, who is truly an enemy and who is a friend. Tywin murmurs to himself, just watch. The insignificant Stark wretch dares to call himself a king. Chapter 45, The Perilous Mountain of Magic in the High Hills of the Riverlands. Within a grove known as the Heart of Nobility, two factions converged at the mountain's base. One bore the banner of the Ice Wolf, while the other displayed the silver trout against a backdrop of red and blue stripes. After a prolonged separation, Robb Stark and his uncle, Ser Edmure Tully, were finally reunited. I have gathered a considerable number of refugees and soldiers in the Riverlands, over 5,000 in total, Robb announced. Though this was promising news, Edmure's countenance remained clouded with worry. The Mountain of Magic had unleashed a torrent of bloodshed in the Riverlands, causing many civilians to vanish into the wilderness. The new recruits, rather than bolstering the fighting force, were a burden to the seasoned soldiers, and Robb harbored doubts about their ability to maintain formation in battle. Moreover, they were consuming precious provisions. An untrained farmer, thrust onto the battlefield, could offer little assistance and might even demoralize the troops with their cowardice. Thus, despite the numerical advantage of Edmure's 5,000, a mere 100 trained foes could chase them to the wall in the north if they survived the encounter. Robb, seated at the head of the tent, smiled faintly at his uncle's lament. He casually tossed several sealed letters to Edmure, who opened one to reveal a map of the Riverlands marked with routes. Confused, Edmure glanced at Robb, who explained, Tywin's hounds have seized numerous supplies bound for King's Landing and Harrenhal. These are the routes I have uncovered. You may take your men to reclaim them. He added, deploy the men from the Brotherhood without banners for the assault. Your farmers should be trained first. The intelligence came through easily, for Robb's methods of interrogation were notoriously terrifying. Both Lannister subordinates and his own men felt a profound unease upon witnessing such gruesome spectacles. Captured nobles and their knights found themselves in a hellish predicament, desperate for mercy, yet unable to escape the torment. Under such brutal conditions, Rob extracted information with ease, as the victims, their minds clouded by fear, could only respond instinctively, unaware of their own utterances. No human could withstand such punishment, for the sheer absurdity of enduring unending agony without succumbing to unconsciousness or death was staggering. Your Majesty, Edmure began hesitantly, would it not be more prudent to execute them outright? Such torture of nobles may incite, he faltered, instinctively adding the royal title. In the solitude of the tent, with only his nephew present, he had initially wished to address Rob informally. But the horror of the scenes outside compelled him to invoke the title. It was a manifestation of unspoken authority. Rob shook his head. To slay them outright would be too merciful. Although nobles stand above commoners, we must not resort to such barbarity. Furthermore, the Riverlands have pledged their loyalty to me. Their people are now my own. If they dare to harm my subjects, they must face the consequences. Rob had never shied away from being a tyrant. Sometimes the art of power was not overly complex. Coddle some and crush others. He believed in granting ample rewards to his own while being ruthless to his enemies. Adhering to this straightforward principle of governance, Edmure sighed, resigned, and prepared to discuss another matter. The mountain was currently wreaking havoc in the Riverlands, pillaging numerous noble estates. As a result, they sought permission to return to their lands to safeguard their properties. Edmure had found himself in a difficult position, as many nobles, seeing the crisis at Riverrun alleviated, were eager to return home, while some yearned to strike back at the Westerlands and reclaim lost territories. The majority of Riverlands nobles leaned towards self-preservation. This inclination was understandable. Had they been a more warlike faction, history would not have seen them so frequently ravaged by the Westerlands and the Stormlands. Rob nodded in agreement. Of course, they may return. Edmure, momentarily taken aback, instinctively pressed on. They have already suffered considerable losses in Gold Tooth, and now, what? You agree? Indeed, they may return, Rob confirmed. I need them to manage their lands and provide resources for me, but not just yet. They may return once I have dealt with the Lannisters' pawns in the Riverlands. Edmure gasped. You intend to confront the mountain directly? This is too perilous. The mountain's fearsome reputation could terrify even the children of the Riverlands. No adult would jest about such matters, knowing full well the potential for grim reality. Rumor had it that the mountain's mere presence caused guards to tremble in fear, and he would ruthlessly tear apart anyone who dared to obstruct him. It was even said that his steed was not of this world but a creature transformed by dark magic, explaining how it could bear the mountain's immense stature and heavy armor. The mountain's men mirrored his savagery, reveling in brutality. Women would do well to pray for the courage to take their own lives before capture, lest they regret their fate. Rob understood that the mountain was Tywin's only remaining asset in the current situation. The frequency of encounters with Lannister forces had diminished, suggesting they were retracting. Yet the mountain's actions grew bolder, akin to a plump game bird exposing its succulent flesh, inviting inevitable confrontation. Once I capture the mountain, Tywin will retreat into his shell, and those nobles eager to return may do so, Rob declared to Edmure. Edmure remained unconvinced. But he is the mountain. You are the king in the north. How can you engage in such a dangerous endeavor? He recognized Rob's strength, yet the battlefield was fraught with unpredictability. The thought of anything happening to Rob was unbearable, and he dared not imagine the horrors that would befall the Riverlands should misfortune strike. Rob chuckled softly. Dear uncle, while the mountain may pose a threat to you, in my eyes, there seems to be no peril in this world that I cannot face. Chapter 46. The arrival of the mountain in the land of Hudgian. At the city of Shirley, this territory belongs to the Brecken family. However, their lord, Count Genos Brecken, has stationed the majority of his troops in the bustling city of Benlu. Presently, the only ones left in Shirley are the Count's illegitimate son, Harry Heaven, and his nephew, Hendry Brecken. Count Genos has 3 wives and 5 daughters, but he has yet to father a legitimate son. Consequently, both his illegitimate son and nephew stand in line to inherit his title, which has fostered a long-standing rivalry between them. At this moment, Harry Heaven gathers the members of the Brecken family, holding a confidential letter from his father with a hint of pride. My lord has sent me a message, he announces, instructing us to remain in Shirley to prevent the minions of Lannister from plundering. Hendry Brecken scoffs. But the command from the King of the North is to seek refuge in Benlu. Our loyalty lies with him. We ought to heed his words. Harry, distinguished by his lustrous golden hair and striking features, differs from the Brecken men, known for their brown locks. This has led to whispered rumors suggesting he is not the true son of Count Genos. Yet, the Count holds a particular fondness for his illegitimate son, appreciating not only his handsome visage but also his remarkable combat skills. This favoritism has only heightened Hendry's disdain, prompting him to constantly challenge Harry. Unyielding, Harry retorts, Father believes that the Earl of Lakewood is currently favored by the King of the North. Should the king grow close to our sworn enemy, we cannot place our full trust in him. Harry is aware that Hendry opposes him merely for the sake of opposition. Having never even encountered the King of the North, his loyalty is nothing but a veil for his jealousy over his father's correspondence with Harry. The long-standing feud between the Brecon family of Shirley and the Lakewood family of Wildraven Castle is well known. The rumors surrounding Harry's parentage is a favored topic of the Earl of Lakewood. Presently, the Earl not only fortifies Benloo but also aids the King of the North in reclaiming his father's ashes and his sister. Count Genos feels the encroaching threat. The king's alliance with his adversary signals potential peril. If the two were to join forces against him, it would spell disaster. As for Rob's orders, he begins to execute them selectively. For instance, while Rob commands all nobles to bring their families to Benloo for safety, Count Genos hesitates. If his territory remains defenseless, the Lannister forces would pillage at will, leading to substantial losses, something the King of the North, who commands both the North and Haejeon, would hardly concern himself with. Wildraven Castle fell to flames precisely due to lack of defense. If he can hold his territory, the Brecon family could surpass the Lakewood family in strength. Thus, he writes to his son, commanding him to defend Shirley, while he himself petitions Sir Edmure to allow him to return and safeguard his homeland. Harry Heaven waves the letter, proclaiming, "This is my father's command. Regardless of your thoughts, we must remain here." Hendry Brecon frowns. "You ought to address him as my lord. You are Heaven, not Brecon." The region of Haejeon is renowned for its numerous waterways, leading to many illegitimate sons adopting the surname Heaven. Akin to how bastards in the North are commonly referred to as Snow, the term Heaven carries a derogatory connotation, particularly when Hendry emphasizes it. "You, Harry Heaven," vexed, challenges. "Do you wish to duel? We can step outside this moment." Hendry Brecon scoffs derisively. "What status do you possess to strike at a noble?" Just as tensions mount, a woman from the Brecon family intervenes. "Enough. I cannot endure another day of your bickering. It is deafening. You are both men. Now is the time to gather troops and prepare to defend the city, not to engage in family quarrels. To turn swords against your kin? That is truly audacious. There are countless Lannister hounds outside. Why not focus on them instead?" Among Count Genos's 5 daughters, Beth Brecon is the most assertive, leading the charge and calming the discontent. Her 4 sisters join in, easing the tension between Harry and Hendry. Both men, now flushed and silent, abandon thoughts of dueling. Harry Heaven sighs, conceding, "Beth is right. Whether we seek father in Benloo or defend Shirley, our priority must be to rally the troops and intensify training." Hendry Brecon, no longer arguing, grumbles, "I will summon the soldiers." After Hendry departs, Beth notices Harry's lingering gloom and approaches him with comforting words. "Do not mind his foolishness, regardless of the situation. You are still our family, bound by blood, a fact that cannot be denied. I know, I do not hold it against him. I merely..." Before Harry can finish, the door bursts open, revealing Hendry Brecon, his face a mask of terror, eyes wide as he stammers, They are coming." Beth, exasperated by her cousin's panic, presses, "What is it? Has the Lannister army arrived? Even if they do, what is there to fear? You and Hendry can simply fend them off." It is Gregor Clegane. Gregor Clegane, a name far more notorious, the Mountain. In that instant, no one dares to question Hendry Brecon's reckless actions. The terror of the Mountain is well known throughout Haejeon. No one doubts his cruelty. The room falls silent. A flicker of fear crosses Harry Heaven's face. But he forces himself to regain composure. "How many have come?" Hendry, breathless, replies, "I do not know. I saw a contingent bearing the Clegane banner in the distance and hurried to inform you." Noticing the 2 men's silence, Beth steps forward. "Why are we still lingering? Quickly send ravens and dispatch messengers. Benloo is not far. We cannot waste any more time." Harry Heaven suppresses his rising dread. "No, we are in an open plain. The ravens flying to Benloo will be easily spotted and shot down. Messengers will be captured and interrogated. If the Mountain learns of our situation, then what? Shall we simply await our demise?" The sudden appearance of the Mountain has left the Brecon family members paralyzed with fear, their minds clouded by the legend of his brutality. To this day, none know how many men the Mountain has brought with him, nor does anyone contemplate how to fortify their defenses against him. However, they cannot be blamed. Count Genos Brecon is still in Flowing City, and he is the only commander from the Brecon family who has genuinely experienced the battlefield. Both Harry Raven and Hendry Brecon have merely participated in a few nightly tournaments, remaining utterly ignorant of the realities of war. Harry Raven gritted his teeth and said, "The Demon Mountain has not yet approached us. Let us send the Raven elsewhere, hoping that someone in the Riverlands will see it, and then relay our plea for assistance to Flowing City." The Raven follows a relatively fixed flight path, and if it were to head directly to Flowing City, the Demon Mountain would undoubtedly prepare to shoot it down along the way. For now, We can only hope that the raven heading to another destination can convey our message. Chapter 47. Where are the reinforcements? Outside Stonehenge. A battalion adorned with banners depicting 3 embroidered hunting dogs on a yellow background was diligently constructing their encampment. Legend has it that the Clegane family originally served as the houndmen for House Lannister. After saving the life of an aging duke, they were granted a fief, thus ascending to the ranks of landed knights. In the present day, Gregor Clegane has become the head of the family. He is derisively referred to as the hypocritical knight and Lord Tywin's enraged hound. However, none can deny the dread he instills within the hearts of his enemies, unmatched by any other knight in the realm. As Stonehenge loomed nearby, the mountain did not hasten to launch an assault, but instead commanded his troops to establish a camp. Nonetheless, his subordinates were far from idle, each attending to their own tasks. Among them, the dwarf known as the Note-Taker proved to be the most diligent. He was tasked with interrogation and punishment within the ranks of the army, and it was said that none could maintain silence in his presence. The information he extracted filled an entire notebook. At this moment, his fine attire was marred by dried blood, and he clutched a grotesque instrument of torture. His face twisted into a sinister grin. Opposite him sat an unnamed villager, bloodied and already teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Is there gold concealed in the village? Silver and jewels? What of provisions? Where is Count Beric Dondarrion? Which villagers aided him? What banners did they bear? Where have they gone? The note-taker incessantly repeated his inquiries, growing increasingly impatient. With each iteration, he wielded his instrument upon the unfortunate captive as a means of punishment. The villager's limbs bore no unscathed flesh, reduced to a bloody pulp, rendering it impossible to discern where one piece of flesh ended and another began. Each time the villager seemed on the verge of losing consciousness, the note-taker intensified the torment, splashing icy river water upon him. Watching with a bemused expression was Sweetmouth Lothar, who found himself perplexed. Haven't you already gleaned what you sought? Why continue this torment? Lothar earned his moniker due to his high-pitched voice, which had led to the nickname over time. The note-taker retracted his tool, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. This is merely to maintain my skills. Soon, we shall capture Stonehenge, and many nobles await my interrogation. No one can remain silent before me, can they? I cannot let this golden opportunity slip through my fingers. Sweetmouth Lothar's expression turned dreamy. I've heard that the Brecken family produces many daughters, and they are quite lovely. The note-taker scoffed. Is that all your mind can fathom? Aren't you the same? Do you not recall when we passed that tavern, and Polliver took a fancy to the innkeeper's daughter? We slaughtered her entire family and indulged in our preferences. The note-taker grumbled. Indeed, we had to roast our own meat afterward. It was hardly fit for human consumption. Sweetmouth Lothar sneered, as if you weren't complicit. You were right there beside the mountain, keeping his feet warm. Hey, I simply wish to avoid being out of step. Their banter was interrupted by the sudden blare of a war horn. They were intimately familiar with that sound. It was the Mountain summoning his men to prepare for battle. Why the sudden urgency? Didn't Lord Mountain instruct us to wait a few days before attacking? Who knows? Perhaps something has changed. Exchanging a knowing glance, the note-taker and Sweetmouth Lothar discarded their tasks, donned their armor, and hastened toward the mountain's location. My dear, I shall return to continue our conversation, the note-taker remarked, momentarily retracing his steps to gently admonish the bound captive. Ultimately, the room was left with only the captured villager, who could do naught but tremble. Outside Stonehenge, chaos reigned among the mountain's forces, each soldier floundering in confusion. The troops, clad in armor askew, struggled to form coherent formations, rendering the scene a disarray. This spectacle was clear to the defenders of Stonehenge, who recognized that even those with no military acumen could discern it was the prime moment to strike and shatter their opponent. The gates of Stonehenge remained tightly shut, no one daring to emerge, for at the forefront of the battalion stood a giant, reminiscent of a small mountain, donning his armor. Quickly, has Lord Mountain's armor been found? Send it forth, assist him in donning it. What of his sword? Among the Mountain's subordinates, the note-taker had an additional duty, to assist in donning Lord Mountain's battle armor, towering at 8 feet, approximately 2.5 meters tall. With broad shoulders and arms like tree trunks, his weaponry was unparalleled. His armor comprised 4 sections, each attended to by a trusted aide, complemented by a 2-handed greatsword that he wielded with the ease of a common man brandishing a 1-handed blade. Once clad in armor with the help of the note-taker and Sweetmouth Lothar, the Mountain grasped a lance in one hand and the massive sword in the other. His voice rumbling, charge. The note-taker and Sweetmouth Lothar exchanged puzzled glances. Why the haste? We haven't even transported the siege equipment yet. In truth, many were unprepared. Yet when the Mountain issued a command, all were compelled to mount their steeds, seize their weapons, and roar forth towards Stonehenge in a frenzied assault. Kill! Kill! The Mountain led the charge, his flat-topped helm leaving only passages for breathing and vision, adorned with a stone fist pointing skyward. clad in armor of incredible weight, which would be unmovable for an ordinary man. He did not flinch as stray arrows flew toward him. They merely bounced off harmlessly. As the defenders beheld the terrifying figure advancing upon them, despair washed over their faces. The mountain's forces vastly outnumbered the defenders of Stonehenge, most of their elite troops having been led away by Count Brecken. Only a handful of feeble substitutes remained. The sight of that colossal form instilled an uncontrollable fear within their hearts, nearly prompting them to flee. Only a few retained their composure, drawing bows to return fire upon the enemy. On the battlements, Hendry Brecken, clad in armor, surveyed the demoralized ranks below, his heart racing with urgency. Should this momentum persist, they would not only fail to fight, but might very well find themselves bound alongside his sisters, offered up to the rampaging mountain. Attack. Do not fear. The mountain is but a man. Remember, your families await you within Stonehenge. We have no path of surrender to choose. Consider those villages consumed by the flames of the demon mountain. Would you wish for your wives and daughters to be subjected to such treatment? We cannot succumb to fear. We must fight for ourselves and for our families. Reinforcements are on the way. If we can hold on just a little longer, they will arrive, and salvation will be within our grasp. Hearing this, Harry Raven, who had just climbed to the battlements, was taken aback. He grasped Hendry Bracken's armor and whispered, "What reinforcements?" "I was unaware of any." Hendry Bracken, exasperated, replied, "How should I know about any reinforcements? But if I don't say anything, they will flee." Chapter 48. The Battle of Stone Fences. The transportation of siege equipment lagged woefully behind the bloodthirsty nature of the mountain. When the mountain charged towards the city walls with his forces, an awkward silence enveloped the battlefield. Ordinary arrows failed to inflict any damage upon the mountain and his armor, while powerful crossbows struggled to aim at the mountain standing below the walls, as their fixed mechanisms could not adjust to such a steep angle. Thus, the defenders on the walls directed their attacks towards the teams bearing the siege equipment. The mountain glanced at his cavalry, a wave of irritation rising within him. Lord Lannister had initially commanded him to besiege Stone Fences without assaulting it, yet an urgent report this morning had instructed him to strike decisively. Scouts had determined that enemy reinforcements were imminent. If the mountain did not seize Stone Fences quickly, he risked being trapped, reminiscent of the disastrous battle of the Weeping City. Being flanked was indeed laughable. The mountain scoffed at the scouts' assessment, observing the defenders of Stone Fences, who appeared so frightened they were nearly wetting themselves. Did they truly possess the courage to emerge from the gates and confront him? Nevertheless, he was bound to obey Lord Lannister's orders. In battle, it was rare for the mountain to find himself with nothing to do. The current situation intrigued him, prompting him to dismount and approach the tightly shut city gates. With a resounding crash, the mountain received a massive hammer from his subordinate and began to pummel the gates ferociously. The continuous assault on the wooden gates stirred a sense of despair among the defenders of Stone Fences. Was this truly the strength of humanity? The seven gods above. That monster was about to shatter a bolt, though the mountain could not single-handedly break down a gate. The visible cracks forming in the door resembled the defenses crumbling within the hearts of the defenders. His actions were both intimidating and demoralizing. As his men arrived with ladders at the gates, a fervent cheer erupted from the mountain's army. "Finish them. Quickly. Set up the ladders. Climb up. The daughters of House Bracken. Hee. Do not harbor such dreams. Bracken is noble. Only knights like the mountain can claim them. You lot should settle for the maidservants of the castle." The resistance from Stone Fences was unexpectedly feeble. The mountain's forces perceived the city as a new feast awaiting their indulgence. The morale of the mountain's army soared, each face alight with ferocity, greed and savagery defining their essence. The scribe led the charge, ascending the ladder, the first warrior to reach the parapet. Despite the inherent dangers, the mountain would not hesitate to reward such bravery. Observing the lack of resistance from the defenders, he mused that once atop the walls, the enemy might very well surrender, dropping their weapons in supplication. The weakness of the enemy only fueled the savagery of the mountain's troops. They clamored like madmen, eager to scale the walls. "Quickly! Do not let them ascend. Stones! Crush them! Shoot arrows! Where is the sulfur? The oil? Burn them! Think of your families! Push the ladders down!" Harry Hightower and Hendry Bracken shouted hoarsely from the walls, their hearts filled with dread, believing that only through such loud cries could they dispel their fear. They rushed back and forth along the ramparts, assisting any soldier struggling to hold the line. Yet their efforts could not alter the overwhelmingly one-sided tide of battle. Soon, armored soldiers began to appear over the edges of the ladders. The defenders of Stone Fences trembled in terror, several charging towards them, hurling stones with great force, sending one soldier tumbling down. Yet, on the opposite side, more enemies quickly emerged. The opening created by their earlier assault provided the mountain's men with an opportunity. As heavily armored soldiers howled while climbing the walls, their faces wild with frenzy, the defenders of Stone Fences were instantly frightened into retreat. Harry Hightower and Henry Bracken's lack of professionalism became evident once more. Though they led the charge, they lacked a command squad. The fleeing defenders made their way back to the city without hindrance. Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining defenders of stone fences lost all desire to engage in a bloody fight with the mountain's men. Like a line of dominoes, one falling triggered a cascade. And within moments, half of the defenders on the walls had disintegrated. Below, the soldiers hauling stones gazed up at their comrades rushing down in a panic. Their faces filled with alarm. What is happening? Can we not hold them? We cannot hold. They are all dead. Lord Harry and Lord Henry have been slain by the mountain. The soldiers transporting stones, upon hearing this, dropped their burdens in despair and prepared to flee home, seeking refuge in the ground. Harry Hightower, witnessing the chaos, erupted in furious curses. MMD, who says I am dead. Everyone back here. I am not dead yet. Return to guard the gates. Henry Bracken, seeing the ever-increasing number of Lannisters on the walls, also cursed vehemently. So many have held this little time. Even the mountain's men could not capture so many pigs. As the situation deteriorated beyond recovery, Harry grasped Henry. We must leave. Shall we simply surrender stone fences? Enough with the talk. We cannot hold here. When the mountain finally climbed atop the walls, the defenders of stone fences utterly collapsed. The mountain's immense stature loomed over them, casting a shadow that could eclipse the sun, an oppressive presence that nearly suffocated. He wielded his spear and colossal sword with the ease of one using a single-handed blade, each sweep claiming numerous lives. He employed no elaborate combat techniques, merely repeating the motions of his weapons. His gargantuan armor and exaggerated weaponry rendered him a monstrous entity devoid of feeling or empathy, tearing apart all who stood before him. On the walls, the mountain unleashed a torrent of blood and carnage. Harry Hightower and Henry Bracken felt a surge of fear upon witnessing the utter collapse of their defenses. They lost all desire to continue holding the city and retreated to the inner core of the castle. Within minutes of their departure, the gates of stone fences were thrown open by the mountain's forces, the walls now swarming with his men. The mountain's subordinates wore expressions of wild elation, rushing into stone fences to commence their revelry. The two stumbled, clinging to their slightly disheveled armor, reaching a secluded chamber where their sisters awaited. Beth Bracken, seeing them return, stood in excitement. You have returned. Was the mountain repelled by you? When will they attack again? Henry Bracken, panting heavily, replied, We can no longer hold. What? Beth exclaimed in disbelief. You have only been fighting for less than an hour. Did you not see how terrifying that mountain is? Outside, the cacophony of chaos intensified, cries and wails rippling through stone fences like waves across a lake, gradually permeating every corner of the city. Damn it, take this. Beth's expression shifted dramatically as she pulled 5 small pills from her pocket and handed them to her sisters. If we're captured, just swallow these. Remember, don't let them catch you. What is this, sister? What is it? The youngest sibling cried, her voice trembling with fear from the shouts outside. Just close your eyes and swallow it whole. You won't feel a thing. Without time to attend to their emotions, Beth, shielded by a group of guards, retreated towards the back gate of Stonewall City. With the city no longer defensible, their only option was to flee to Flowing City in search of their father. Yet the path they once navigated with ease was now choked with a desperate throng, a cacophony of wails echoing in the air. Men, women, the elderly, and children, all were united in their desperation, indifferent to their identities as they struggled forward. Behind the guards, they moved with great difficulty, the faint glimmer of hope ahead seeming within reach. Hey, look at those wealthy individuals dressed so finely. Well done, Notebook. So many women. Quickly, gather more people to surround them. The sudden outcry sent a pallor across the faces of the Bracken family. Chapter 49. In the name of the Wolf Cavalry, go ahead. I will deal with them first. Henry Bracken and Harry Havern spoke in unison, leading half of their guards toward the Notebook. The Notebook, indifferent to their approach, kept its gaze fixed on Beth Bracken and her companions. Capture them. Do not let those girls escape. The two groups clashed. Both sides comprised of seasoned warriors clad in fine armor, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. However, the numbers of the Demon Mountain Army in the city continued to swell, and upon hearing the Notebook's cry, many soldiers began to converge on the scene. Sweetmouth Laugh was the first to arrive with his men. Upon seeing Beth and the others struggling under the protection of their guards, his eyes widened in astonishment. By the 7, what treasures have you uncovered, Notebook? Hurry, seize them. Amidst the onslaught from Henry and Harry, the Notebook found itself in a precarious position, cursing. Can't you see I'm about to crumble? You, a disgraceful wretch, come help me. Once Sweetmouth Laugh's men joined the fray, the tide quickly turned. The defenders of Stonefence City began to retreat, ultimately forced against the city wall, making a desperate stand. What are we to do now? Cried one of the Bracken daughters, her eyes wide with fear as she beheld the predatory gazes around her. Beth gritted her teeth, her eyes red as she turned to her sisters. Take the poison I gave you. If you are captured, swallow it. Henry Bracken lamented, I warned you. We should have heeded the commands of the king in the north and regrouped at Riveron with our father. We would not be in this predicament. Harry Haverin, having lost an arm, retorted, enough of your useless complaints. Let's take down a few of these scoundrels first. The Bracken family, at this moment, plunged into despair, resolute in their acceptance of a fatal fate. Beth clutched a dagger tightly. If any sister lacked the courage to ingest the poison, she would grant them release. For if they fell into the hands of the Demon Mountain, their suffering would be worse than death itself. As soldiers fell one after another around her, the faces of the Bracken family were smeared with blood. The poison. Beth glanced around, gripping the vial tightly. The anguished cries of the Bracken women mingled with the clashing of iron. One by one, her guards fell, until the closest one collapsed. Beth's grip on her dagger tightened. Her calm faade beginning to crack as the specter of death loomed closer, threatening to drive her to madness. Ha ha ha, look at these girls. The notebook surged through a gap, reaching out for the nearest Bracken woman. Ah! The woman screamed, losing all rational thought in the chaos, her mind blanking out, completely forgetting the poison in her hand. Beth's hand trembled. She contemplated ending her sister's life to spare her humiliation. But that was her sister. No one could kill their kin without flinching. She raised the dagger, wanting to act, yet her body betrayed her. The dagger fell from her grasp, and she could not do it. I'm sorry. I am too weak. I cannot. Beth was on the verge of breaking down, tears streaming down her face as she knelt, covering her face in anguish. The notebook, exhilarated, reached out for the woman, but in the next moment, an arrow flew through the air. Whoosh! Atte! The arrow struck the notebook's outstretched hand, continuing its flight to pierce the ground. Everyone turned to the source of the arrow. A cavalry unit appeared, their ranks orderly and imposing, each warrior clad in fine armor. Though not heavy cavalry, their presence radiated an undeniable grandeur. Most striking was the banner they bore, a banner depicting a wolf of the frozen plains. Wolf Cavalry. It is the Wolf Cavalry. Though Harry Haverin lay defeated. Upon seeing the banner, he summoned every ounce of strength to roar. Reinforcements have arrived. It is His Grace Robb Stark's Wolf Cavalry. Everyone come out. Henry Bracken, previously too weary to lift his sword, found newfound courage and strength from the sight of the cavalry, springing into action to slay the unsuspecting soldiers before him. If the Demon Mountain's army and the men of the Riverlands represented terror, the Wolf Cavalry embodied legend. The tales of the Battle of Whispering Woods, the assault on Riveron, and the sweep against the Lannister forces in the Riverlands echoed in memory. The Wolf Cavalry was invincible. If King Robb of the North was the legendary conqueror Aegon, then the Wolf Cavalry was akin to the three dragons of his storied entourage. For the Wolf Cavalry was undefeated. Reinforcements led by His Grace Robb have arrived. It is the Wolf Cavalry, come forth to slay the enemy. Long live His Grace Robb Stark. Long live the Wolf Cavalry. Long live Stonefence City. Long live His Grace Robb Stark. Long live the Wolf Cavalry. Long live Stonefence City. Under the leadership of Harry Haverin and Henry Bracken, the few remaining guards began to roar in unison. The scattered soldiers still fighting within Stonefence City heard their battle cries, dispelling their fears. The sound of their calls quickly resonated throughout the entirety of Stonefence City. The appearance of the Wolf Cavalry and their banner ignited a fervor within the city. After experiencing despair, the arrival of the Wolf Cavalry was like the first light of dawn, ushering in hope. In the terrifying atmosphere of death wrought by the Demon Mountain army, this glimmer of hope instilled the courage to fight with all they had. Come forth to battle. Seek the banner of the Wolf Cavalry. Seek the banner of His Grace Robb. Let us unite for Stonefence City, for His Grace Robb. One rider from the Wolf Cavalry galloped forth, his hair grizzled, appearing to be in his 60s, none other than Sir Stevron Fry. With his wealth of experience, upon witnessing the dire state of the city, he immediately recognized that the defenders were not putting up a proper fight. Thus, his first task was to restore the confidence of the hidden defenders. Many soldiers who had been hiding in burrows or preparing to flee felt their fear dissipate upon hearing the roars of the Stonefence defenders and the Wolf Cavalry. They picked up their weapons from the ground, no longer fleeing, but began to search for the banner of the Wolf Cavalry within the city. If they had not been utterly desperate, why would they have run away? Stonefence City was home to their families. For Stonefence City, for His Grace Robb. For Stonefence City, for His Grace Robb. For Stonefence City, for His Grace Robb. This rallying cry emerged from somewhere, and soon everyone began to chant it, growing more synchronized and louder with each repetition. Beneath the banner of the Wolf Cavalry, an ever-growing assembly of Stonewall City's defenders gathered, their voices resounding with cries of long live, and their faces etched with an indomitable conviction of impending sacrifice. The defenders of Stonewall City, having endured a devastating defeat, remarkably rallied once more. Such a spectacle is a rarity in the annals of Westeros history. Chapter 50. The Blood Battle of 5. The guards of Stonehenge City shouted, regaining their courage as they seized their weapons and engaged in fierce combat with the invading mountain army. Dismount. Stonehenge City was not a particularly spacious fortress. Its interior was crowded and poorly planned. When Jon Snow and his men charged in, the warg riders could only form a line of 4. After locating the Brecken family, the narrow streets allowed only 2 warg riders to stand side by side. At this moment, dismounted combat clearly offered greater mobility. They were outnumbered. Encircle them and kill them. When the scribe and Sweet Tongue Rav witnessed the rekindled flames of battle in Stonehenge, they were initially taken aback, but soon realized the warg riders were not numerous. Their sparse numbers emboldened them, and they quickly regrouped, leading a large force toward the dismounted warg riders. Kill. 4 Kings Landing. For the king. The 2 factions collided. And in this chaotic urban warfare, it was a contest of bravery and valor. 7 or 8 individuals squeezed into a row, the clang of steel ringing incessantly. The sound of hammers striking armor exploding in their ears. Long swords pierced leather armor with a smooth sound, plunging into flesh and releasing a torrent of crimson liquid, accompanied by cries of anger and splattered blood across faces, white teeth yearning to rend flesh. The soldiers in front fought desperately, while those behind pressed against them. Once the front lines fell, they surged forward to clash with new foes. This was the most brutal meat grinder of a battle. Even seasoned veterans regarded such combat as a lifelong nightmare. Kill. Wipe out these bastards. Annihilate them, then enjoy the women of the city. For the Lannisters. As the Brecken family observed this scene, a peculiar sensation arose within them. The battlefield was remarkably delicate. It seemed that only the Mountain-S subordinates and the freshly rallied guards of Stonehenge were rallying morale with their roars. The warg riders, clad in identical attire, were eerily silent, mechanically repeating their motions of slaughter. They faced the enemy, yet their gazes were icy. The adversary could clearly see the expressions on their faces. But apart from a disdain for life, nothing else was visible. Demons? Do they fear not death? Why do they not scream? Why do their eyes appear as those of the dead? An atmosphere of eeriness and dread began to permeate the front lines of the Mountain's army. Gradually, fear took root in the hearts of his men. Their physical prowess paled in comparison to the warg riders, and with hesitation and fear creeping in, they lost the courage to swing their swords. If one warg rider fell, surely they would lose dozens. What kind of force is this? No wonder Jaime was captured alive despite leading 10 times their number. Hendry Brecken marveled. Beth Brecken shot him a glance. It is not that His Majesty can win because of this army. Rather, this army can only be called warg riders with His Majesty leading them. Beth recognized that the spirit of this force was entirely distinct from that of ordinary soldiers. Leaning against the wall, Harry Harwin, though weakened, spoke with joy. We shall win. The warg riders will cut through these little brats. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield became glaringly clear. The 500 warg riders had suffered almost no losses, while the Mountain's subordinates had already lost a significant portion of their ranks. Such casualties would nearly shatter the morale of the Mountain's army. Were it not for those behind who could not see the unfolding battle, they might have already begun to rout. Damn useless fools, clear the way. Just as the Brecken family believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, a thunderous voice echoed across the battlefield. An enormous figure clad in armor that blotted out the sun entered the fray. His steps were immensely heavy, towering over each soldier, and with a casual shove, several allies were pushed aside. The soldiers felt as though they had been struck by a horse, and before they could comprehend what had transpired, their bodies were sent flying. The Mountain had arrived. Long live the Mountain. Long live House Clegane. On the battlefield, the Mountain's troops instantly became invigorated, roaring with excitement. They hurriedly cleared a path for the Mountain to stride forward. The Mountain advanced unhindered, wielding his massive sword, and in the blink of an eye, reached the heart of the battlefield. Regardless of friend or foe, the Mountain paid no heed, sweeping his colossal sword violently across all before him. Several warg riders and Lannister soldiers were directly slain by this sweeping blow. The Mountain's might was laid bare in this moment. Kill. Long live Clegane. Witnessing this scene, the Mountain-S men did not feel horror. Instead, they reveled in exhilaration. The Mountain is truly a force capable of altering the course of battle with sheer will. Clang, clang, clang. The warg riders were undeterred by the Mountain's previous assault and the enemy's cries. They fearlessly brandished their weapons, attacking the Mountain. However, the Mountain was encased in heavy armor, and their weapons could inflict no harm upon him whatsoever. Roar. The Mountain, incensed by such attacks, bellowed and swung his two-handed sword at the warg riders assaulting him. This overwhelming strike was one that no human could withstand. Several warg riders lost their lives in an instant. Fall back. Let us take him. Jon Snow and 4 centurions screamed, charging forward to encircle the Mountain. Huh. Jon Snow had inherited his father's valor, wielding a long spear as he struck at the Mountain. The Mountain parried with his sword, its weight rendering it as formidable as a shield. Seeing this, Ed Ricard immediately discarded his weapon and, alongside Clay 7, each seized one of the mountain's legs. Together, they exerted their strength, while Greenbeard swung a heavy weapon at the mountain, cleverly destabilizing him. Boom! The mountain toppled like a mountain itself. Several centurions immediately leapt upon him, pinning his legs, grasping his arms, and employing every possible tactic to restrain him. The mountain roared, struggling mightily. The soldiers behind, witnessing their leader ensnared, attempted to rush forward to aid him, but the ward riders met them head-on. Damn it, is this guy even human? The 5 centurions were physically robust, yet they were horrified to find they could not restrain the mountain. The mountain's arm was beneath Jon Snow, but his heavy armor protected him, and Jon Snow felt himself being lifted off the ground uncontrollably. The mountain was about to hoist him up, cut his throat. Quickly, Greenbeard shouted. He is about to throw me off. Daisy Mormont extended her palm, straining to pry off the mountain's helmet. The others exerted every effort, hoping to suppress the mountain just a little longer. Clink! The sound of a dagger striking metal rang out. Daisy Mormont's expression suddenly shifted beneath his attire. He was clad in chainmail. Chapter 51. The battlefield of 2. The formidable strength of the mountain took everyone by surprise. It is customary for knights to wear chainmail beneath their armor, but the mountain's armor was anything but ordinary. No one anticipated that he would also don an exceptionally thick layer of chainmail within his armor. While Daisy was confident she could sever a typical chainmail, the mountain was an entirely different matter. Die! The mountain's roar reverberated across the battlefield as he sensed the imminent threat of death, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, the name of which remained unknown to all. Disregarding all else, he swung his arm with reckless abandon, lifting the diminutive Jon Snow, who had pinned down his right hand. In a shocking moment, the mountain twisted Jon's neck, snapping it with a brutal ease. With one adversary eliminated, the remaining 4 could no longer restrain the mountain's wrath. Struggling to his feet, the mountain seized Daisy Mormont, the very source of his deathly peril. Like a mere insect, he flung her against the wall, where she crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated. The other 3 captains met similar fates, either tossed aside or dispatched with a swift twist of the neck before being discarded. In mere moments, the mountain had turned the tide of battle, vanquishing 5 captains. Hail! Long live the mountain! Hail to Gregor! Hail to the Lannisters! The onlookers, including the scribe and the sweet-tongued laugh, erupted in ecstatic joy. They understood that from this moment forth, even the legendary wolf riders, no matter how formidable, stood no chance of a comeback, unless the mountain were to perish in an instant, which seemed improbable. Hail! The mountain's followers regained their confidence. Though they still felt a tinge of fear when facing the wolf riders, they believed that as long as they stood behind the mountain, victory was assured. The members of House Bracken, however, were shrouded in despair. They had endured far too much that day, initial hopelessness, the hope brought by the wolf riders, only to have the mountain shatter that hope once more. This anguish was far more intense than the initial absence of hope. It's over, all is lost, muttered Hendry Bracken. The others fell silent, engulfed in utter terror. Beth's countenance darkened as she silently prayed, 7 gods above, if you can save my family and Stonehenge, I shall devote my life to the convent as a nun. Whether her prayers went unheard or she was deemed unworthy by the 7, nothing transpired on the battlefield. As the mountain's forces regrouped for a counterattack, the situation began to tilt back in his favor. Was this truly the end? Despair etched itself on Beth's face. A piercing wolf howl suddenly pierced the air, interrupting the mountain's rising momentum. A colossal dire wolf appeared atop the city walls, surveying the battlefield from its elevated perch. Yet, no one focused on the dire wolf, for beside it stood a tall figure. With auburn hair and striking blue eyes, his robust frame clad in simple leather armor, he wielded a long sword with confidence. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, all combat ceased. The figure exuded an innate authority that commanded attention. Upon sighting this figure, the wolf riders dropped to their knees before quickly arming themselves, ready to confront the mountain's minions. Your Majesty, Robb. It must be Robb, the king in the north. Robb Stark. It's Robb, the Stark boy. We shall be rich. If we capture Robb, perhaps we can become knights, landholders even. King Joffrey would not be so stingy. We might even become barons. What foolish dreams are you weaving? The wolf rider's behavior illuminated the identity of the figure to all present. In an instant, hope rekindled, mingled with avarice in their gazes, encircling Robb. Beth Bracken gazed upon Robb's silhouette, her heart stirred with a flicker of hope. Was this the salvation sent by the 7 in response to her pleas? Robb paid little heed to the thoughts of those around him. He reached out to stroke Grey Wind's neck and then, employing the hound's step, he swiftly appeared before the mountain. Ignoring the terrifying glare of the mountain, Robb surveyed his 5 captains. As members of the Wolf Riders, their performance on the battlefield had been lackluster at best. Daisy Mormont, dazed from her earlier impact, felt a sharp pain coursing through her body. Yet she still heard Rob's words and lowered her head in embarrassment. Jon Snow might have felt the same shame, but his neck lay broken, rendering him silent. Robb waved his hand. Upon returning, you must practice diligently to prevent a recurrence of today's debacle. The mountain's guttural voice emerged from beneath his helm. Huh? What are you babbling about? I have already snapped the necks of your little pets. It matters not. This is beyond your concern. Standing before the mountain, Robb appeared as a child learning to walk before an adult. Yet, his words carried the weight of authority. The scribe chuckled, Mountain, behead that false king. The sweet-tongued laugh joined in the chorus, Kill him, Mountain. Beside them, Beth was perplexed. Why does His Majesty stand alone before the mountain? Why do no guards rush to protect him? To them, Robb had stepped into the mountain's range of attack. A sudden strike, a swing of the mountain's great sword, could spell doom for Robb. Yet, he did not take a step back, and no guards moved to intervene. Unbeknownst to them, from the perspective of the wolf riders, it was now the mountain who had entered the blood wolf's hunting grounds. The pitiful prey remained oblivious to the unfolding danger. He even raised his sword, intent on striking at His Majesty Robb, a truly laughable notion. The mountain raised his great sword. Convinced Robb had lost his senses. Very well, I shall send you to the Seven. There, you can reunite with your little dogs and train them well, teaching them to run when they see me. Without a hint of hesitation or compassion, the mountain brought his great sword crashing down upon Robb. In a mere second, this self-proclaimed king of wolves would meet his demise. Yet, in the next moment, instead of witnessing the gruesome spectacle of blood splattering from Robb, the mountain beheld an extraordinary phenomenon as countless black and crimson flames erupted from within Robb's very being. Chapter 52. A meal for two guests enveloped in the protective embrace of dark flames, endowed with the fortitude of steel, and blessed by the golden tree. A myriad of defensive spells had long been bestowed upon Robb. In this moment, his form was unassailable, with his strength and physical attributes significantly enhanced. When faced with the full force of the Demon Mountain's sword strike, Robb remained immovable, merely extending his right hand with a serene demeanor. The colossal sword, wielded by the Demon Mountain, struck him with a resounding thud, akin to crashing against diamond, and came to an abrupt halt. Robb gently grasped the massive blade with his palm. Standing before the Demon Mountain, he effortlessly pinched the sword's edge with just a few fingers. The Demon Mountain's pupils dilated in disbelief. His mind struggled to comprehend the situation as his body instinctively attempted to retract the sword. Yet, the great sword remained steadfast, as if embedded in stone, resisting all of the Demon Mountain's efforts. In utter astonishment, the Demon Mountain exclaimed, This is impossible. Do not be so astonished. As a king, wielding such power is but a natural right, Robb replied with a faint smile, loosening his grip. The Demon Mountain, caught off guard by inertia, lost his balance and fell to the ground. Robb stepped forward, planting his foot upon the Demon Mountain's chest. Instantly, the weight felt akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. He could not catch his breath, his face flushed crimson as he began to cough violently. Robb then raised his right hand, conjuring a golden spear of lightning that materialized before him. The Demon Mountain lay in disbelief upon the ground, unable to fathom how this man could manifest such a tangible miracle. To die here would be far too lenient for you. The crimes you have committed cannot be fully inscribed even if the forests of Wolfwood were transformed into parchment. In the name of the Northern King, I declare that you shall not meet an untimely demise. In your remaining days, you shall endure all suffering until the end of your natural life. What I speak is reality. Upon concluding his decree, Robb pressed the lightning spear against the Demon Mountain's face. A surge of potent electricity coursed through the Demon Mountain's heavy steel armor, causing his body to convulse violently. Despite his desire to struggle and curse the world, the paralysis induced by the lightning rendered him utterly helpless. Although he remained alive, he could no longer act with the same authority to take the lives of others. Winter has arrived. The once silent wolf cavalry finally erupted into their battle cry, reserved for the decisive moments of conflict. Long live the Northern King. Long live His Majesty Robb. The soldiers of Stonegate joined in, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. Many wished to kneel and kiss the ground that Robb had tread upon. The women of House Bracken regained their spirits, fervently shouting Robb's name, eager to rush to his side and fight alongside him. The events of the day were exhilarating. Oscillating between hope and despair in rapid succession, their sanity held firm against the odds. The Demon Mountain's fall was akin to a spark igniting a powder keg, unleashing a torrent of emotions in that moment. They cried out Robb's name, beginning to annihilate the enemies before them, under the guidance of the wolf cavalry. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the battlefield was now swayed by more than mere numbers. The Demon Mountain subordinates stood in shock, unable to believe that their commander, the man they both revered and feared, had been so decisively defeated by Robb with a single move. The scribe and the sweet tongue laugh were initially cheering for the Demon Mountain, yet in the next moment, they fell into stupor, only to be swiftly knocked unconscious by the frenzied guards of House Bracken, collapsing onto the ground. The remainder of the battle devolved into a one-sided massacre. Rob glanced at the unfolding scene and lost interest. This was merely a minor skirmish, where the soldiers' morale dictated the outcome, with their spirit at its zenith. Further command was unnecessary. The Red Priest, Sorrows, hastened to Rob's side, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you have defeated the Demon Mountain, the infamous ruffian of Lannisport. At least 1/5 of the families across the continent owe you their gratitude for this feat. The Demon Mountain, the most loyal dog of Tywin, had committed numerous atrocities, incurring the wrath of many, notably that of House Martell, the Guardians of Dorne, after having slain one of their daughters." Rob waved his hand dismissively. "The Demon Mountain is merely a footnote. The old lion, Tywin, is the true quarry. This is not an honor worthy of celebration. Prepare to conduct a ceremony for my wolf cavalry." Since the Lord of Light sought to curry favor with him by sending the Red Priest to his side, he could not afford to squander this opportunity. Sorrows, taken aback, stammered, You wish for me to conduct a ceremony for them? But I do not yet understand the nature of this power." Rob interrupted, "You need not comprehend it. Simply follow my instructions." Chaos on the battlefield soon subsided. Had it not been for Rob's command to capture as many alive as possible, Stonegate would have returned to tranquility long ago. Sorrows went about preparing the ceremony, while the members of House Bracken were brought before Rob. Henley Bracken, eyes alight with gratitude and reverence, said, "Your Majesty, thank you for your assistance. Had you not arrived, I shudder to think what horrors might have transpired." Rob's expression remained impassive. "If memory serves me correctly, my ravens should have arrived at Stonegate long before this. You should be in Riverflow by now." Henley faltered, speechless, as Harry Harwin felt a surge of gratitude for his illegitimate status, realizing he was unworthy to face Rob. "Your Majesty, Henley attempted to explain, hoping to deceive. "I warn you, never lie to His Majesty. Consider your words carefully before you speak," interjected Sir Stephen Fry, who had some acquaintance with Stonegate, cutting Henley off before he could continue. Henley turned to Stephen, who steadfastly avoided eye contact. Yes. We would never dare conceal anything from His Majesty." Henley suddenly recalled the terror Rob had instilled on the battlefield, abandoning thoughts of deceit and relaying the Earl's instructions verbatim. Rob glanced at Stephen, saying nothing. He remarked lightly, "It seems the lords of the Riverlands still harbor some distrust towards me." The members of House Bracken broke out in a cold sweat. Henley wished to say more, but was interrupted by a scout. "Your Majesty, a force is advancing towards us, estimated to be 5 times our number, likely to reach Stonegate within an hour." Rob chuckled darkly. "It appears that this banquet at Stonegate has invited 2 unexpected guests. In recent days, some readers have expressed that my writing lacks substance. In response to this feedback, I have reflected upon my work. I believe that without an engaging build-up, the climax can feel rather uninspiring. Consequently, I may have indulged in excessive elaboration during the introductory sections, which has led some readers to perceive it as superfluous. I truly value the insights from my readers, and I shall adjust accordingly, striving to moderate this aspect in the future." Chapter 53. The retreat of the lion in the empty city. Upon hearing the scout's report, a tense expression once again settled upon the faces of the Bracken family. The limits of human endurance had been reached. The garrison of Stone Lizard City, having endured relentless bloodshed, was utterly exhausted. The recent surge of adrenaline had further drained their strength, leaving some unable to even lift their weapons. If they were to engage such a formidable enemy now, their effectiveness would be severely compromised. Were they to be captured by the enemy after just having been rescued? Beth Bracken observed her family's palpable unease. Yet an inexplicable sense of calm enveloped her heart. Stealing a glance at His Majesty Rob, she noted the absence of fear on his countenance. Perhaps even the appearance of a dragon would not evoke a flicker of emotion from this man. She reassured herself that as long as she remained by His Majesty's side, all would be well. Sir Stephen Fry stood beside Rob, voicing concern. "Your Majesty, the preparations for the ritual by the Red Priestess Melisandre are still underway. The fallen Ward Riders cannot be resurrected in the short term. If the enemy attacks now." Rob surveyed the battlefield. 3 centurions of the Ward Riders had perished, with 2 more on the brink of death, significantly diminishing their combat capabilities. While the morale of the Stone Lizard City's defenders remained relatively intact, their fighting ability was lacking. Engaging the enemy at this moment would undoubtedly place them at a disadvantage, especially since he was the only one unscathed. Strip the skin from the mountain, and let his subordinates hang from the city walls. Raise my banner high, and position several Ward Riders atop the walls. Open the gates. As the host, one must extend courtesy to guests. Sir Stephen Fry cast a surprised glance at Rob, perplexed by the deeper meaning behind His Majesty's actions. Why open the gates? Surely the fortifications were preferable to leaving the gates wide open. The Bracken family exchanged uncertain glances, yet no one dared to challenge Rob's command. After slaying the mountain, the Bracken family had come to trust in their father, and many others like him in the Riverlands, without doubt in Rob's orders. It was not merely Rob's strategic acumen that inspired this trust. It was his capability to annihilate the mountain's forces with a mere handful of men. They, however, could not even withstand the mountain's troops against the city wall for an hour. To defy Rob's command was to invite the fate of the mountain. The remaining warg riders, alongside the defenders of Stone Lizard City, began to implement Rob's orders. Yet, when it came to stripping the mountain's skin, they encountered difficulty. Although the mountain was bound by several iron chains, his fierce visage was enough to intimidate the soldiers tasked with the task. "Allow me, I am over 60, and such a gaze does not frighten me," Sir Stephen Fry volunteered, guided by the knight from the Dreadfort, as he began to wield his knife with slow elegance. The anguished cries echoed throughout Stone Lizard City. An hour later, when Kevin Lannister raised the lion banner and approached Stone Lizard City, he beheld a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. The walls adorned with pikes, each bearing the flayed corpse of a soldier, who writhed in agony under the merciless sun. No one knew what force maintained their tenuous grip on life. Among them, one figure stood out, his size dwarfing the others, his screams drowning out all others. He required 3 pikes to secure him, for even in his flayed state, he writhed violently. Below him, the enormous armor emblazoned with the sigil of House Clegane revealed the identity of the monstrous figure, the Mountain. Beneath each pike stood a warg rider, their expressions solemn, eyes sharp, watching the formation of Lannister soldiers like hawks poised to swoop down upon their prey. "My lord, that appears to be Ser Gregor Clegane," Kevin Lannister's guard stammered, terror-stricken by the sight before them. That was the Mountain, the most loyal hound of House Lannister, the embodiment of terror. Now, like a mere beast, he was flayed and displayed upon pikes, devoid of honor and dignity. Kevin Lannister turned and snapped, "Spare me your babble. My eyes are not blind. I know that is the Mountain. Why, yes, my lord." Kevin Lannister gazed at the carcasses on the walls and the elite soldiers, his eyes then drifting to the open gates, falling momentarily into silence. According to the original plan, the Mountain was to assault Stone Lizard City. Robb would receive word and engage in a bloody battle with the Mountain's forces. He was only an hour away, a distance that could not be shortened. The movement of a 5,000-strong contingent would surely attract attention. By the time he arrived to support, the conflict should have been fierce. But how had the Mountain ended up displayed upon the walls? To Kevin Lannister, the stillness of the gates resembled the gaping maw of a great beast, ready to consume him whole should he dare to charge forth. As he wrestled with doubt, his guard pointed towards the walls, exclaiming, "My lord, look, what is that?" Kevin Lannister looked up to see a young man seated in a grand chair, surrounded by a constellation of admirers, with auburn hair and blue eyes. It was none other than Robb Stark, who had declared himself king in the north. At that moment, Robb was observing Kevin Lannister with an amused glint. Yet unlike the cautious apprehension that filled Kevin, Robb seemed utterly unconcerned. Surrounding Robb were not guards, but the women of House Brecken. Beth Brecken perched upon Robb's lap, carefully pouring him wine, while the others offered fruit, squatting beside him, their faces betraying no hint of alarm. Their absurd demeanor ignited a furious blaze in Kevin Lannister. How utterly insolent! They regarded him with such disdain. Moreover, if they possessed sufficient military strength, why not simply reveal their might instead of performing the charade? This was undoubtedly a ruse devised by Robb. Yet understanding the truth and acting upon it were 2 distinct matters. Gazing at the writhing Mountain, Kevin found himself unable to command his troops to attack. To strike or not to strike, that was the question. After a moment, Robb on the wall appeared to grow impatient. He raised his right hand, and the thunder gun materialized within his grasp, which he then hurled towards Kevin Lannister. As the thunderous projectile approached, Kevin Lannister was seized by a cold sweat. His nerves, already frayed, snapped like a taut string, and panic overtook him. Withdraw. In truth, he was still a distance from the gates, safely outside the range of the thunder gun. Yet where does he find the time to ponder such matters? The grim visage of the Mountain of Madness lingers in his mind, and all he yearns for now is to flee. The Lannister forces, before even engaging in battle, begin to retreat slowly. Chapter 54. Cultivating Commanders. 3 days after Kevin Lannister retreated from Stonehenge, the Lannister family became the subject of ridicule across the entirety of Westeros. The fleeing knight, the Sir Rabbit, a timid commander who, despite commanding tenfold the number of soldiers, fled in terror, under the instigation of Robb Stark. These derogatory titles were affixed to Kevin Lannister. In this era, reputation is an asset even more precious than life itself. Upon returning to Harrenhal, Kevin was astonished to find himself transformed into a laughingstock, leading him to contemplate suicide. Tywin seized the sword from his brother's grasp, gazing at him with disappointment. "Suicide will not cleanse your shame. It will only further tarnish the Lannister name." With tears streaming down his face, Kevin gritted his teeth. "How dare they? What is there to fear? You were frightened by that little wretch Robb, and they merely spoke the truth." Tywin's voice brimmed with anger. "If you do not capture that boy Robb, you will never absolve yourself of this humiliation. Yes, I will seize him. I will flay him alive. I will kill him. After Kevin vented his emotions, Tywin observed a semblance of reason return to his brother and began to inquire about the details of the battlefield. Kevin Lannister did not withhold any information, recounting every detail he knew. Upon hearing this, Tywin's expression fluctuated between rage and despair. What manner of creature is this Robb Stark? How could he have dispatched the mountain in such a short span? Moreover, he swiftly devised a strategy that sent Kevin Lannister's forces fleeing, exhibiting military acumen akin to that of a cunning fox. More importantly, the game of chess played on the board of the Riverlands had reached its conclusion. Robb, in a resounding victory, had captured and tormented the mountain and his men, effectively decimating Tywin's plundering forces. In light of Robb's thunderous tactics, Tywin's men were now reluctant to engage in further pillaging. The lords of the Riverlands, who had harbored their own ambitions of returning to their lands, were similarly cowed into silence by Robb's prowess and ceased to beseech Edmure for counsel. The party seeking to instill terror had instead become the target of it. Tywin's plans to force Robb into a decisive battle had utterly collapsed. The situation in the Riverlands was now firmly under Robb's control. Damn it. This little wolf has grown formidable. He is now a predator, Tywin exclaimed, slamming his hand upon the table in frustration. He had desired a confrontation with Robb at Harrenhal. Yet without pressure, Robb could employ any strategy outside of a direct engagement. The prospect of quickly determining a victor had become increasingly unlikely. Meanwhile, the southern forces of Renly Baratheon, numbering 100,000, loomed ominously, poised to march on King's Landing. His daughter, the regent, had dispatched 18 letters, invoking the name of the king in the Privy Council, demanding his return to safeguard the capital. The pressures from both sides were immense. He would have to relinquish this boy for the time being. Tywin surveyed the map, finally retracting his focus from the ongoing siege at Riverrun and directing it southward. The news of Tywin's withdrawal from Harrenhal sent shockwaves throughout Westeros. Within Stonehenge, Robb was roused from slumber by the sound of a raven tapping at his window. Groggily, he opened his eyes, threw off the covers, and approached the window to retrieve the message from the raven's leg, skimming through it with haste. Beside him, Bethany Bracken stirred awake, her soft murmurs beckoning as she donned a gossamer silk nightgown, which accentuated her flawless curves in the sunlight. Bethany wrapped her arms around Robb from behind, turning to face him in a playful manner, seeking to kiss the noble figure before her. Robb gently pushed her away. Even the fiercest tiger does not devour its own cub. With a playful glare, Bethany responded, "You are quite the charmer, my lord." Robb felt no shame in rising alongside Bethany and the other women of House Bracken. In Westeros, such matters bore little scandal. With no ulterior motives, Robb found himself swept up in the exuberance of the Bracken women, their fervor too inviting to decline. After a few cups of wine, everything unfolded naturally. Bethany was an understanding woman. She did not demand that Robb assume responsibility, but rather sought to savor the joy of the moment. She recognized his elevated status and understood from his recent demeanor that he had no intention of taking a wife. Thus, she resolved to simply relish the pleasure of their encounter. Admiring Robb's robust physique, she remarked, "Your Majesty, you are truly a lion of Lannister blood. Your prey can only wail beneath your grand form." "You are quite the eloquent one, a woman of taste," Robb replied, incinerating the note in his hand before instructing a handmaiden outside. In half an hour, no, 1 hour, summon the lords of the city to the council chamber. In the council chamber of Stonehenge, Robb shared the intelligence relayed by Ser Brynden Tully with his subordinates. The 5 captains of the Wolf Riders, aided by the Red Priestess Melisandre and himself, had fully recovered, and the fallen Wolf Riders had been resurrected. The cost of their revival was a slight loss of memory. Currently, this did not impede their lives, but should they rely on the power of the Lord of Light too frequently, their memories would continue to fade. Robb speculated that ultimately, they might become mindless corpses akin to the Whites. In this light, the resurrection spells of the Lord of Light and the Night King bore striking similarities. You are not only captains of the Wolf Riders, but will also become commanders of other forces. Thus, you must learn to think. Especially you two, Jon Snow and Edric Castark. Your fathers were valiant warriors, yet devoid of strategy. You should embody their courage, but refrain from their recklessness. Now tell me, with Tywin's retreat from Harrenhal, what course should we pursue? Jon Snow spoke first. We should pursue him and utterly crush him. Robb produced a whip from somewhere, striking Jon across the back. I just told you to use your brains. Do not be mere warriors who charge into battle. You must learn to assess the battlefield. Jon sat in his chair, feeling aggrieved. Edric Castark summoned his courage to speak. I too believe we should advance, for we have won several victories in succession. And your reputation, your majesty, is at its zenith, while the enemy's morale is at its nadir. This favors us. Robb nodded, non-committal. Jon protested immediately. He said the same as I did. Why do you not strike him? Robb delivered another lash to Jon. Though your conclusions align, Edric has his reasoning. What about you? Chapter 55, The Military Philosophy of Rob. I believe it is unwise to pursue. In our previous encounters on the plains, we refrained from chasing fleeing beasts, for they remain ever vigilant. Should we press too closely, they will attack us without hesitation, rendering them even more perilous than usual. Perhaps abstaining from an outright confrontation with Tywin is a prudent choice. We must act swiftly. Upon witnessing that Catelyn had not received a lash, the other three mustered the courage to express their thoughts, each providing their rationale. This pleased Rob immensely. The willingness to engage in critical thought marks the inception of progress. Rob placed the whip upon the table, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall all study the principles of warfare alongside me. We shall frequently convene for such discussions, with but one requirement: engage your minds." Yes, the five captains sensed that this meeting bore significant implications, although they could not yet grasp their true magnitude. Much like individuals at a crossroads in life, they believed they were merely taking an ordinary turn. It would be many years before they recalled that seemingly mundane afternoon, when they unwittingly veered onto a path that would usher in a new chapter of their existence. Rob gestured for everyone to concentrate. "Today, I will impart a simple truth for you to ponder. Upon your return, contemplate your thoughts on Tywin's withdrawal from Harrenhal and write them down to present to me tomorrow." Yes, though they assented eagerly, the five captains exchanged bewildered glances, still in a state of confusion. Rob cleared his throat and continued, "Remember, in warfare, even with a strong assurance of victory, we must strive to avoid engaging the enemy's main force. Once a large-scale battle commences, it devolves into a massacre, where the victor is determined by who can kill the fastest and the most. Such an outcome would spell disaster for our forces. After a battle like the recent one at Stonehenge, many soldiers are rendered incapable of further combat due to exhaustion. Thus, prior to engaging in battle, we must clearly define our objectives and devise various strategies to achieve them, rather than resorting to mindless slaughter, which is the folly of fools." Observing the captains still in a state of bewilderment, Rob provided an example. If we seek to defeat an army, we can compel their surrender not only through direct confrontation, but also by besieging them, harassing them, and cutting off their water and food supplies. 3 centuries ago, the Stark family besieged House Bolton at the Dreadfort, opting not to launch a frontal assault. In due course, when the Boltons found themselves without sustenance, they emerged to pledge their fealty. Noticing that the captains were beginning to comprehend, Rob signaled for their dismissal, believing that understanding gained through personal contemplation would be more enduring than mere instruction. As he encouraged his subordinates to think critically, Rob began to reflect on recent events. Tywin's departure did not surprise him. The Riverlands held no loyalists to Tywin, rendering him blind and deaf to the unfolding conflict, while Rob possessed a wealth of battlefield intelligence. Given Tywin's cunning, he would never allow himself to be ensnared in such a predicament. Moreover, Rob had no intention of pursuing Tywin. On one hand, the supplies necessary for such an endeavor were insufficient. The North had dispatched 20,000 men to this protracted campaign, who, not engaged in production, consumed vast amounts of resources with every operation. Currently, their supplies were depleting at an alarming rate, and Rob needed to find replenishment for his troops. With Tywin's retreat, the lords of the Riverlands could return to their lands to farm and develop. On the other hand, Rob relished the sight of southern forces clashing with King's Landing, as it afforded him ample time to consolidate his own territory. Previously, in his haste to strike a surprise blow against House Lannister, he had turned a blind eye to the actions of certain lords in the North and Riverlands. Now, with Tywin's withdrawal, his reputation soared following several battles, and the external threats that had once loomed large began to dissipate. Rob aimed to stabilize his rear guard decisively. For the time being, he set aside thoughts of the old weasel at Riverrun. The tributaries of the North and the ancestral tombs were merely sending a handful of soldiers to appease him. These men had failed to fulfill their feudal obligations. They were in debt, and now it was time for Rob to collect. His initial objectives upon departing from Riverrun were twofold: to train the Wolf Riders and to visit Riverrun. It seemed that the Wolf Riders had significantly enhanced their combat capabilities following encounters with the captured mountain and many of Tywin's vassals. Furthermore, with the addition of the Red Priest Thuras, the Wolf Riders had gained the ability of resurrection, alleviating Rob's concerns regarding diminished fighting prowess due to losses. Having completed the training portion, Rob resolved to proceed directly to Riverrun. He commanded 3 armies, one comprising over 10,000 men from Riverrun, the most formidable and loyal of his forces, tasked with raiding the Westerlands to reclaim the losses of Riverlands and exact revenge on House Lannister. Another contingent, led by the Old Flayer and numbering over 10,000, consisted of rebellious elements from the Flayed Men, the ancestral tombs, and the tributaries. After visiting Riverrun, he intended to inspect this unit. Edmure, his uncle, had gathered 5,000 soldiers in the Riverlands, but their combat effectiveness was nearly negligible, though they had members of the Brotherhood without banners among them. With some training, They would be assigned logistical support during his campaign against King S Landing. The ancestral tombs and tributaries, as well as River Run, were now ripe for plunder. Their soldiers were integral to his journey. After thoroughly re-evaluating his plans, Rob felt no longing for the comforts of Stonehenge and set forth with his wolf riders. Beth and the sisters of House Bracken, their eyes filled with sorrow, accompanied their brothers to River Run to reunite with their father, vowing to return only after the Lannister forces had entirely vacated the Riverlands, as per Rob's command. Days later, as Rob's army crossed the river and beheld River Run once more in other parts of the world, Catelyn Stark finally arrived at Storm's End, where the wedding of Renly Baratheon and Margaery Tyrell was underway. Catelyn lamented her untimely arrival. Lord Tytos Blackwood had returned from King S Landing to River Run bearing the Stark family's greatsword, Ice, along with Ned's ashes. Sansa had already been sent to White Harbor in the north, and the Manderleys would ensure her safe passage back to Winterfell. Meanwhile, Rob's sworn brother, Theon Greyjoy, returned to the Iron Islands after a decade-long journey. Chapter 56. Did I remember wrong? When Rob's wolf cavalry arrived at the city of Wanha, the situation was strikingly different from before. The city gates of Wanha stood wide open, and the entrance was impeccably tidy. Several knights clad in pristine armor held aloft banners featuring a gray and white base embroidered with blue twin towers. Upon seeing the wolf cavalry's insignia, the knights hastily dismounted and rushed towards Rob. Long live the king in the north. Your Majesty Rob, we await your arrival on the orders of our father. Eager to express his most humble loyalty. Long live your Majesty Rob. One knight continued, my father sends his apologies, North King. He is unable to greet you in person due to illness. Witnessing his brethren in such a state, Stevren Fry felt a mix of amusement and annoyance. His father was quite astute, swiftly recognizing the circumstances and adopting the most humble demeanor. Noticing Rob's silence as he sat astride his horse, Stevren stepped forward, saying, let us dispense with idle pleasantries. Your Majesty wishes to see my father. Yes, Your Majesty, my father awaits you in the parlor where we last met. Rob said nothing as he strode confidently into Wanha with his entourage. Upon entering the castle, all who beheld Rob and his wolf cavalry instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Accompanying Rob into the parlor were Stevren, the heir of House Fry, and the Mountain. As the massive and fearsome form of the Mountain was carried in by several men, Rob distinctly sensed that the breath of the people in Wanha had almost halted. They had heard tales of the North King's victories in the Riverlands, yet they were astonished to see Rob had captured the Mountain and flayed him alive. They were horrified to discover that the Mountain was still alive, bound to a spear, howling in agony, a sight that evoked phantom pains in all who beheld it. It was a fate worse than death. Lord Walder Fry, unlike his previous arrogance, did not occupy his lofty seat but instead sat humbly at a lower position. Upon seeing Rob, he displayed an expression of excitement. Your Majesty, forgive me for not rising. Please, take the high seat. Rob held a degree of admiration for this old weasel. It was no small feat to shed all semblance of pride at such an age. However, knowing the man well, Rob was certain that despite his outward humility, Walder harbored no noble intentions. Rob waved his hand, instructing his men to position the spear with the Mountain beside the old weasel, before naturally taking a seat in the massive black oak chair, the high seat of Wanha. The Mountain's immense form exuded a heavy scent of blood, his weak wails interspersed with curses, nearly causing the aging Lord Fry to retch. The wolf cavalry streamed into the parlor, arranging themselves around the room. The palpable aura of death and blood emanating from them instilled terror in all members of House Fry present. Lord Fry felt a surge of rage. This is my Wanha? My own. How dare you conduct yourself in my home in such a manner? Yet he dared not display his discontent. Rather, he forced a smile and complimented, Your Majesty. To have captured the Mountain at such a young age is truly a remarkable feat in history. There was no denying that Rob's power was at its zenith. A far cry from when he had sought assistance from Lord Fry to cross the river. The entirety of the North and Riverlands looked to Rob as their leader. With a force of 30,000 at his command, and the Lannisters had retreated. Now, Rob could do as he pleased in the North and Riverlands. For instance, he could besiege Wanha and erase House Fry from existence. Although the removal of a noble was a significant matter, due to the actions of old Lord Fry and Rob's current reputation, other nobles, even if discontented, would not dare to oppose him. This was the crux of Lord Fry's fear and trepidation. Rob gestured for Stevren Fry to stand beside him. Stevren, clad in armor and armed, dutifully assumed his role as Rob's protector. Observing his son now completely beyond his control, Lord Fry felt a pang of helplessness. Rob had no intention of lingering too long on this old weasel. Old Lord, I have come to fulfill a promise. Summon your daughters. For I wish to select a more beautiful aunt for my uncle. The old weasel immediately nodded. It is my honor. Quickly, bring forth the women. For the love of the gods, move faster. Stevren furrowed his brow. Father, the king is present. You must be mindful of your words and refrain from being so coarse. The old weasel's expression stiffened. Had it not been for Rob's presence, he would have scolded his son without hesitation. When had his son dared to lecture him? Did he wish to strike him next? Such insubordination was unthinkable. Despite the fury boiling within him, the old weasel quickly regained his composure. Ah, yes, my fault, Your Majesty. Please forgive me. Rob, displaying remarkable magnanimity, waved his hand. It is of no consequence. After all, the old lord is advanced in years, and we ought to show more compassion to our elders. The women of House Fry entered, and Rob descended from his high seat, beginning to meticulously search for the most beautiful woman among them, as rumored. His uncle Edmure, upon learning of the impending alliance with House Fry, had nearly frightened the children on the road with his mournful visage. Once he presented the lovely woman to his uncle, surely Edmure would then enact a delightful scene. As he appraised the women, Rob idly conversed with the old weasel. Lord Fry, I have heard that your nickname, the late Lord Fry, was bestowed by my grandfather because you arrived late to assist King Robert against the Mad King, only appearing once the battle was nearly concluded. A cold sweat broke out on the old weasel's back. I find this nickname quite fitting. Look, my grandfather has summoned you again to assault the Westerlands, and once more you are late. Meanwhile, those 4,000 men still feast within your castle while others in the Riverlands fight tooth and nail. The old weasel quickly pledged his loyalty. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead these 4,000 men into battle. I shall not go back on my word. Rob chuckled lightly. Ha ha, old lord. You are much like a well-worn blade. Even at this age, you wish to return to the battlefield. At this moment, Rob suddenly paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he turned to Lord Fry. Ah, old lord, you have experienced the rebellion against the Mad King and have so many children. You must be quite aged, perhaps over 100? The old weasel was momentarily taken aback, somewhat dazed. Your Majesty, I am in my 90s. Not yet 100. Rob appeared puzzled. Could it be that I have misremembered? Chapter 57, if my memory serves me right. The cunning old weasel is indeed a perceptive individual. His acumen in political matters is rather keen, as he immediately detected an unusual undertone in Rob's words. The menacing presence of the wolf cavalry surrounding him served as a constant reminder. This freshly anointed monarch, having just emerged from battle, having shed blood and flayed skin, was not merely here to discuss a matrimonial alliance. What sort of union could be negotiated amidst such a bloodied retinue? After Rob spoke, he paid no heed to old weasel, instead focusing intently on selecting a bride for his uncle. The elderly Lord Fry, burdened by age, trailed behind Rob, torn between his thoughts. After a brief pause, old weasel finally uttered a moment of clarity. Ah, Your Majesty, I just did a little calculation myself, and it appears I am indeed over 100 years old. The older one gets, the more useless one becomes. I can hardly recall my own age. Rob slowly turned around to appreciate the expression on old weasel's face, finding it somewhat amusing. So it was not I who was mistaken? Old weasel's visage betrayed no sign of discontent. Indeed, I have grown forgetful. Look at me, still entertaining thoughts of leading troops into battle. It is quite comical, isn't it? Your Majesty? Rob's face reflected a look of concern. But dear old lord, you are a seasoned veteran of many battles. Without your support, I find myself in quite a predicament. Old weasel hastily attempted to deflect. Your Majesty is far too generous, but at my age, I can no longer ride. However, my sons are still in their prime. They can pledge their loyalty to you. Rob promptly rejected this notion. That will not suffice. Your sons, after all, are not true lords yet. Even if they can command the troops of Riveron, they cannot do so with the same ease as you, dear old lord. Old weasel was nearing the brink of frustration. What more could this insufferable young wolf desire? What did he truly want? After a moment of silence, old weasel finally spoke with great difficulty. Your Majesty, I am indeed too advanced in years. I have heard that the old Duke of Riveron is gravely ill, and now the affairs of Riveron are being managed by Lord Edmure. My situation is quite similar. My son, Stevrin, is only somewhat competent in battle and has some experience on the field. I am preparing to gradually hand over some responsibilities in Riveron to him. Stevrin Fry stood behind Rob, his face displaying incredulity. Father, I am not well versed in these matters. If you entrust them to me without warning, do not fret. I will guide you along the way. Rob interjected with a cough. Sir Stevrin, how could you think like this? Your father is in ill health. It is precisely now that he requires your support. You cannot disregard your responsibilities and obligations. Stevrin's face turned to one of guilt as he recognized his oversight. Yes, Your Majesty speaks truly. I failed to consider the situation fully. Rob was pleased with Stevrin's acknowledgement of his mistake. In that case, you must immediately assist your father in alleviating his burdens. Post a notice throughout the city, summon the maesters of Riveron, ensure that all necessary matters are understood thoroughly. And do not be lax. lest you dishearten your father. You shall assist with the affairs of Riverrun, particularly the tax collection from the surrounding villages and the management of the 4,000 soldiers within the city. These are laborious tasks that should not trouble your father any longer." Stevrin responded with determination. "Yes, your majesty. I shall manage the affairs of Riverrun well, allowing my father to rest and recuperate." The dialogue between them effectively solidified the arrangements. Meanwhile, the master of Riverrun, Old Weasel, stood in stunned silence. Witnessing events unfold beyond his control, rendered powerless to intervene. Once the details were addressed, Rob, disinterested in further discourse, casually pointed to the most beautiful woman of House Fry. "This one shall do. I believe Lord Edmure will appreciate her. I shall reside in Riverrun for the next few days. Sir Stevrin, once you have resolved these matters, report back to me. Jon Snow, take the men to prepare Old Frey's quarters. I cannot occupy his room without ensuring he has a place to rest. At once." "Your Majesty." Stevrin and the Wolf Cavalry promptly busied themselves, ignoring the still-standing Lord Walder Fry in the center of the hall. Once all had departed, Lord Fry remained, his countenance dark and brooding, with no one privy to his thoughts. As Rob settled into Riverrun, preparing to consolidate the 4,000 men stationed there, Theon Greyjoy was in the midst of an audience with his father. In the smoke-filled hall of Pike Castle, Theon's father, the Lord of the Iron Islands, King Balon Greyjoy, sat upon the seastone chair. The Iron Islands comprised numerous isles, each with its own lord, akin to the vassals of the north, all serving under King Balon as their leader and captain. At this moment, they gathered in unison. 3 burly men performed a finger dance, tossing a series of short-handled axes back and forth, a spectacle that could easily result in severed digits, hence the name. To Balon's left sat 2 of his brothers, and to his right, his daughter, Asha. Theon, clad in modest attire, approached Asha, speaking with a stiff demeanor. "You are sitting in my seat." Asha feigned innocence. "Brother, you must be mistaken. Your seat is in Winterfell, is it not? Oh, whatever happened to your fine silks? I heard you fancied adorning yourself with silk and feathers." Asha had intended to tease Theon upon his arrival at the Iron Islands, but during his time with the Wolf Cavalry, Theon learned to master his emotions. Theon gazed into her eyes. "By law, I was born a prince. Now vacate my seat. According to the laws of the Vale, perhaps you are correct. However, here we have our own rules. Have you forgotten?" Theon glanced at his father, realizing he had no intention of intervening, thus discerning his stance. Anger welled within him. After over a decade away from the Iron Islands, this was the reception he received. In a sudden burst of aggression, Theon seized Asha's hair. His face contorted with fury. "You insolent wretch! I preferred you at 9 years old. You now seem to lack respect." Asha, caught off guard, never anticipated Theon would dare to act against her in front of so many. She shouted in anger, drawing a dagger from her chest, intending to teach her long-lost brother a lesson. Theon, having initiated the surprise attack, quickly restrained her arm, preventing her from wielding her weapon, and yanked her hair backward, causing Asha to lose her balance. Throughout his time with the Wolf Cavalry, although Theon had not fundamentally altered his character, he understood that one must not show mercy to an enemy. He raised his fist, intending to strike his sister's face, declaring to the assembly of the Iron Islands, "You shall know your prince as I." "Enough." King Balon Greyjoy finally interjected, halting the farce. Rob's military lecture, the importance of avoiding decisive battles. This lecture took place en route from Stonehenge to Wano City, with the participation of 5 centurions. According to Sun Tzu's theory of annihilation, a formidable army necessitates an equally substantial command structure. Thus, to obliterate the enemy, one must recognize that encirclement and destruction are not the sole avenues. Rather, a myriad of strategies exists to disband the adversary, rendering them incapable of coordinated movement and thereby achieving our objectives. We can dismantle their forces before they consolidate, employing tactics such as targeted strikes, decapitation operations, and ambushes. Should we become ensnared in a decisive battle with the main force, it transforms into a gamble where all other possibilities vanish and uncertainty reigns supreme. A decisive confrontation resembles a deadly contest. Even with overwhelming advantages, unforeseen circumstances may arise, including morale, weather, and reinforcements, factors that remain beyond our control. Therefore, the essence of avoiding a decisive battle lies in preemptively eradicating the enemy's capacity to initiate such a confrontation, thereby denying them the opportunity to wield their strength. Chapter 58. Balon Escor's Theon gazed at his father and released his grip. Asha, exasperated, rose abruptly, fixing Theon with a predatory glare, as if she wished to rend her own brother into pieces. King Balon looked at his son, remarking, "You display a commendable bravery, a quality befitting the Ironborn. So tell me, what brings you back?" Theon Greyjoy surveyed the room filled with strangers. "The king in the north has publicly declared the end of my hostage existence. Naturally, I must return home." "Have you made a decision then? Will you bear the Stark name, or that of Greyjoy?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Theon's face. He was reluctant to stand against Rob, not out of years of brotherly affection, but rather due to the formidable prowess Rob exhibited on the battlefield, which instilled a sense of dread within him. Nevertheless, Theon ultimately resolved to assert his own identity, determined to prove himself not only to his father but to the entirety of Westeros. Theon Greyjoy would not remain a mere hostage of House Stark. He aspired to be the future lord of the Iron Islands. Rob was a good man and trusted him, yet he could not provide Theon with what he truly desired. I shall undoubtedly bear the name Greyjoy. It is my birthright. King Balon nodded approvingly. Excellent. Now that you have made your choice, drink up. And then join me in my study. I have a plan to unveil. He spoke no further and turned to depart, flanked closely by his 2 bodyguards. His brothers immediately followed. Once Theon had satisfied his hunger and thirst, he staggered across the drawbridge, making his way to his father's study within the tower by the sea. Asha trailed behind him. Theon, inebriated yet alert, mused. What? Do you intend to push me into the sea while I am inebriated? Asha regarded her brother with curiosity. You should realize that even if you return, father will not trust you. It matters not. I shall demonstrate to him who is truly worthy of leading the Iron Islands. Theon dismissed his sister, viewing her as merely a woman who had used some cunning to curry their father's favor in his absence. As for her aspirations toward the throne of the Iron Islands, a fanciful dream. While it may be conceivable for a woman to ascend to kingship in Westeros, such a notion would be utterly impossible among the Ironborn. The Iron Islands, characterized by their scarcity of resources and fierce customs, relied predominantly on raiding for survival. They have plundered nearly every realm in Westeros. Within such a cultural milieu, the status of women is patently clear. In the Iron Islands, a man may take multiple wives, and the more wives he possesses, the greater his status. Women are regarded as little more than possessions. Thus, Theon was convinced that, despite Asha's current favor with King Balon, she lacked any true claim to compete for the lordship of the Iron Islands. Upon reaching the study, it was as damp and breezy as ever. King Balon, wrapped in a sealskin cloak, sat solemnly before the brazier, flanked by his 2 brothers. Balon's voice was gravelly as he declared, I shall now reveal the plan to you. Simply follow my instructions. Theon hastily interjected with suggestions. Father, I am well acquainted with the North. My counsel is. Balon interrupted with palpable annoyance. When I seek your counsel, I shall ask for it. Disheartened, Theon fell silent. King Balon continued. The people of the 6 islands of the Iron Islands have nearly gathered. Once they arrive, we shall set forth immediately. First you. Take 10 ships to raid the shores of the Stone, pillaging the coastal fishing villages. Fishing villages? Theon stared incredulously at his father. You wish to seize wealth yet provide me with only 10 ships to plunder villages of fishermen? What resources could they possibly possess? Am I to pursue their unattractive daughters? And you, Asha, will command 30 ships to Dragonstone. Wait for the tide to rise, then land north of Deepwood Motte. Act swiftly. You must capture the castle before they are aware. Asha beamed with satisfaction. I have long wished to see the castles of the Greenlands. Now you shall have ample opportunity to admire them. Theon seethed at the sight of this father-daughter duo, his teeth nearly gritting. Deepwood Motte, nestled within the Wolf's Wood, was a wooden fortress atop a hill. However, it would be more fittingly described as merely a wooden urinal upon a desolate hill. Theon reflected that he had visited Deepwood Motte multiple times with House Stark and was undoubtedly more familiar with it than anyone present. Yet his father still did not trust him, even when Theon had momentarily exhibited a hint of masculine spirit while threatening his sister. King Balon viewed him as nothing more than a softling, unworthy of being a true Ironborn. Perhaps he was even an undercover agent sent by the Starks. Having assigned his children their tasks, King Balon then turned to his 2 brothers. The most critical strike will be entrusted to you. When you both strike from multiple fronts, Winterfell shall inevitably respond. At that moment, you shall sail to the salt shore, ascending the Fever River. After passing it, seize the Bay of Seagulls. With the western sea routes entirely under the control of the Iron Islands, the Bay of Seagulls stood as a vital city, separating the north from other kingdoms. Fortified by marshes and terrain, its defenses were formidable, capable of repelling armies from other realms while simultaneously hindering their own communication with the outside world. Should the Bay of Seagulls fall into the hands of the Iron Islands, Rob's forces would become ensnared in the Riverlands, unable to return to the north. Thus unfolded King Balon's offensive strategy, divided into 3 segments. The main force would conceal themselves, awaiting the opportune moment to capture the Bay of Seagulls. Asha's secondary force would seize a fortress, with Deepwood Motte being perilously close to Winterfell, effectively planting a nail in Rob's heart. Lastly, there was the inconsequential Theon, whose role was merely to annoy the enemy. Once the strategy was laid out, a flush crept over King Balon's face. The lords have all gone south with that little bastard Rob. They will either surrender or perish. If all proceeds smoothly, The north shall belong to us, its forests, fields, and halls will be ours, and we shall take their subjects as slaves and saltwives. His brothers called out in unison. The fury of the seas shall inevitably erupt. The great drowned god shall gain dominion in the green lands. The dead shall not die. Asha murmured a prayer beside them. Theon Greyjoy followed suit, uttering a few phrases. He was still unacquainted with the drowned goddess' prayers, having been away for far too long. Yet this did not deter him. Soon, he would command his own force. Chapter 59, Rob's Ambition, Riverrun. In recent days, Rob found himself in a state of leisure, free from the burdens of war and marching, allowing him the opportunity to contemplate the current state of the battlefield. Calculating the days, he surmised that Theon must have already arrived at the Iron Islands by now, yet not a single letter had reached him. Rob sighed deeply, aware that Theon had ultimately chosen the path of the Iron Islands. His character dictated his life's trajectory. Despite Rob's attempts to provide him with opportunities, training among the Wolf Riders to cultivate honor, he remained steadfast in his course. The forces of the Iron Islands should have gathered upon Theon's arrival, and after a fortnight of marching, would soon launch a full-scale assault. They likely remained oblivious to the fact that Tywin had retreated. By the time news reached Balon, his forces would already be in motion, rendering any thoughts of retreat futile. Having garnered the loyalty of the North and the Riverlands, Rob now set his sights firmly on the Iron Islands. The instinct to rule was etched into his very soul, and he envisioned the unification of Westeros as his ultimate goal. However, merely emulating the Targaryens in their quest for sovereignty held little appeal. To replicate the accomplishments of predecessors would only consign him to live in their shadows. Rob sought to become a sovereign unlike any other, a great emperor. With an abundance of kings already in existence, he aspired to be the first emperor. Thus, the manner in which he addressed the Iron Islands was of paramount importance. Historically, the Iron Islands represented a unique entity within Westeros. Although they were one of the ancient Seven Kingdoms, their customs were at odds with those of the mainland. They neither revered the old gods of the land nor adhered to the widely followed faith of the Seven. Instead, they worshipped a sea monster known as the Drowned God. Their lifestyle was characterized by a penchant for plunder, with stolen goods euphemistically termed iron price. The previous lord of the Iron Islands had aspired to change this, seeking to integrate more fully into the life of Westeros. Yet the current King Balon deemed this approach ill-advised. He wished to restore ancient customs, reviving the practice of raiding and demanding the iron price. Balon had attempted rebellion several times, only to be defeated by the former King Robert in alliance with Ned Stark, resulting in the deaths of his two sons, leaving only Theon, who was sent to Winterfell as a hostage. Due to the differences in faith and lifestyle, Rob resolved to initially engage with the Iron Islands, a strategy that would likely avoid provoking a strong backlash from other powers within Westeros. At that moment, a tapping sound at the window interrupted his thoughts. A raven had perched before him. Rob opened the message, which contained intelligence relayed by Ser Brynden Tully. The three major lords advocating for war in Riverrun, Great John, Rickard Karstark, and Jason Mallister of Seaguard, were growing impatient, frequently pressing for an invasion of the Westerlands. Although Tywin's cousin had managed to regroup the troops, their combat effectiveness was markedly low, as they had yet to complete their training. Rob contemplated the information and concluded that the time for action had indeed arrived. With Tywin's retreat, his sister en route back to Winterfell, and the majority of Riverland lords returning to their lands to tend to their fields, the situation had stabilized. Rob's next course of action would be to stockpile provisions in preparation for the impending conflict. However, the most effective means of amassing supplies was not through agriculture, but rather through plunder. As the saying goes, while neighbors have grain, I have arms. Neighbors are my granary. Strategically, Riverrun controlled the vital route between the Westerlands and King's Landing, while Roose Bolton had reclaimed Harrenhal, using it as a base for recuperation. It was nearly impossible for Tywin to provide aid to the Westerlands, especially with two kings lurking to the south. Now was the opportune moment to strike. After some contemplation, Rob took up his quill to respond to Ser Brynden, appointing him as the temporary commander of the three armies to execute raids on the Westerlands. Rob was aware that Ser Brynden's stature might not afford him complete authority over all three forces, but he could serve as a stabilizing influence. Great John and Rickard Karstark, though brave, lacked tactical acumen and were better suited for the vanguard than for command. Having penned his response, a knock at the door interrupted him once again. The voice of Stevran Fry rang out. Your Grace, I have come to report on matters concerning Riverrun. Enter, Rob called. Stevran pushed the door open and stepped inside. He had been quite busy in recent days. With Rob's support, he had swiftly united his son and trusted brother to take charge of all affairs in Riverrun. At this juncture, allegiance was paramount, overshadowing individual capabilities, thus making Stevran's orders quickly disseminated throughout the ranks. Your Grace, Riverrun boasts 4,000 soldiers, predominantly pikemen and archers, all ready to follow your command. The supplies have also been accounted for. Here is the list. Rob accepted the list. Keep half for your own use. The remainder will be split, half sent to Harrenhal, and half allocated for the logistics of our 4,000 troops. We shall depart in 2 days. Stevrin inquired, Your Grace, are we to raid the Westerlands? No, we are to raid the north. Stevrin was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Your Grace, are you to raid your own lands? Stage your own rebellion? Rob chuckled softly. The lords of the ancestral burial mounds and the streamlands, when I summoned my vassals. Neither wished to contribute nor risk my ire, sending only a token force to placate me. They do not respect me. Though the Manderleys of White Harbor did not send all their soldiers, they provided 1,500 cavalry, a considerable force, while the others sent only a meager number of infantry. Had they dispatched their full might during Tywin's advance, Roose Bolton may not have suffered such a devastating defeat. I once declared in Winterfell that should anyone dare to flee the battlefield, I would drag them from their castles upon repelling Tywin. Now is the time to fulfill that promise. Your father serves as an example, and they shall too. I aim to demonstrate to the people of Westeros that the North never forgets. In summary, Rob had emerged victorious, and now it was time to divide the spoils. Based on the previous conduct of his subordinates, rewards would be given where due, such as to the 3 major lords and the soldiers of Bear Island who were sent to raid the Westerlands. Those deserving of retribution would be held accountable, particularly the lords of Riverrun, the Streamlands, and the ancestral burial mounds. Additionally, assessments would be made of Roose Bolton and the Manderleys of White Harbor, who had fulfilled their obligations as vassals, with battlefield performances deemed neither exceptional nor lacking. Rob intended to ensure they received a share of the bounty. Clarity in reward and punishment would engender loyalty among the ranks. Moreover, Rob had further plans. He recognized that both the Streamlands and the ancestral burial mounds could still muster several thousand men, combined with the 4,000 from Riverrun, the 2,000 stationed at the Bay of Crag, and the 1,000 in the marshlands who had yet to deploy. Altogether, this could form a formidable army of 10,000. Yet, presently, no one, especially not King Balan of the Iron Islands, recognized this potential. This 10,000 would serve as Rob's trump card to vanquish the invading forces from the Iron Islands. Chapter 60. The Military Merit Distribution System in the Westlands. At the town of Oxford. Kill them all. Ha ha ha. These little brats actually think we would assault Golden Tooth. Look at these fools. They are truly in a desperate state. Long live the king in the north. Once this battle is over, there shall be no army in the west capable of engaging us in open combat. Those pitiful souls will be left to weep within their castles. The coalition of the north and the Riverlands is engaged in a massacre here. The conflict has grown so tedious that even the usually combative Great John has lost his zeal for slaughter. With Rob's permission, Great John, Rickard Karstark, and Jason Mallister immediately set forth to plunder the Westlands. Rob informed Blackfish in a letter of a narrow path that could circumvent Golden Tooth. Following Rob's clues, they discovered this path, which was only wide enough for 2 to pass at once, allowing them to bypass the heavily guarded Golden Tooth and charge directly onward. Under the command of Ser Blackfish, they soon encountered a defending force at Oxford. Without a moment's hesitation, they ordered their troops to attack. At this time, the elite forces of the West had either been defeated by Rob or were accompanying Tywin, so the defenders could not possibly possess significant combat power. As anticipated, the defending troops crumbled at the first contact. They were clearly hastily gathered farmers. The battlefield was almost entirely a one-sided slaughter at the hands of the king and the North's army. In less than an hour, the conflict was hastily concluded. Ser Blackfish, mounted on his horse, had his intelligence officers busily compiling information from the battlefield. My lord, we have confirmed that the leader of this group is Sir Stafford Lannister, a cousin of Lord Tywin. A joyful smile spread across Blackfish's face. Is this the reserve force that Tywin ordered the West to prepare? Indeed, my lord. According to the intelligence from the captives, they were only recently mustered, some arriving just today, with a few old soldiers sent from Golden Tooth to assist in training. But their numbers were minimal, rendering them nearly powerless in battle. Ser Blackfish then posed his most pressing inquiry. Have we captured that Lannister? The status of nobility holds far greater weight than that of commoners, and he could fetch a handsome ransom from the Lannister family. We have captured him, making him the 5th Lannister taken by His Majesty. However, Great John wishes to behead him, but was stopped by Lady Mormont. Ser Blackfish was taken aback. Quick, take me to Great John. That old fool has gone and lost his senses. Upon arriving at the prisoner's location, Great John and Rickard Karstark were present. Lady Mormont faced off against Great John, both wearing fierce expressions. Why won't you let me behead him, Lady Mormont? Great John fumed. His Majesty's orders dictate that all noble prisoners be transported to Riverrun. As commander of the Military Law Division, I cannot allow you to act recklessly. Upon hearing it was Rob's command, Great John's resolve weakened. The Lannisters have slain so many of our brethren from the Riverlands. Of course, We must exact blood for blood in revenge. Seeing the situation, Sir Blackfish stepped forward. Great John, His Majesty's orders are as formidable as mountains. How could you defy them? Recognizing that the commander appointed by Robb had arrived, Great John understood that he could not lay a finger on a single hair of the Lannister. He felt somewhat disheartened. His rough nature led him to indulge in feasts and drink with the nobles of the Riverlands while stationed at Riverrun. Over time, they had become close allies. So when he heard that the Lannister family had ravaged his brother's lands, he had boasted that he would surely behead a Lannister to avenge them. Moreover, the recent battle had been utterly uninspiring, a sheer one-sided massacre, which only fueled Great John's desire to take a significant trophy to vent his frustrations. Blackfish, observing Great John, felt a headache coming on. This brash man, with his high status and impulsive nature, was quite difficult to manage. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that redirecting his focus to warfare would be the best course of action. My Lord Great John, His Majesty has commanded you to serve as the vanguard in the next campaign. Gather your men and prepare. Upon hearing that there was a battle to be fought and that he would lead the charge, Great John's spirits lifted immensely, causing him to completely forget about the Lannister affair. Where are we to strike, and when will we begin? Sir Blackfish cleared his throat. His Majesty has ordered us to refrain from attacking Casterly Rock for the time being, as it is heavily fortified, and we would gain nothing from a direct confrontation. Thus, I have recently scouted a nearby, prosperous city, Lannisport. At this moment, the last mobile force in the west was annihilated by the king in the north's army. The remaining question was merely how to plunder. Blackfish believed that while the army he commanded faced no immediate threats, having a secure base would be prudent. After contemplating the map, he concluded that Lannisport was indeed the most suitable location. The city's defenses were weak, surrounded by rich coastal territory, making it their prime target for plunder. Great John, however, cared little for the finer details. As long as there was a fight to be had, he was content. What are we waiting for? Let us set off for Lannisport. Just as the mountain could rampage through the Riverlands with ease, so too did the king in the north's army sweep through the west, as though it were an uninhabited realm. They traversed from Oxford to Lannisport in a mere 5 days, and spent another 3 days breaching its defenses. Sir Blackfish, along with the commanders of the 3 armies and Lady Mormont from the Military Law Division, plundered Lannisport, keeping half of the spoils for themselves and sending the other half back to Riverrun. In the meeting room, Lady Mormont, with a stern countenance, addressed everyone. His Majesty has decreed that people are also a vital resource, and we are forbidden from slaughtering civilians or committing acts of violence against women. Ricard Karstark interjected. But that will diminish our soldiers' morale. They have traveled all this way from the north for the sake of plunder and enjoyment. Great John echoed, Indeed, indeed. Lady Mormont remained unfazed. She had already received Robb's orders. Half of the spoils would be allocated by Sir Blackfish, ensuring every soldier received a share. However, you must understand that these people are also the property and spoils of His Majesty. Therefore, should any soldier find himself unable to control his urges, he may barter with the allocated goods. Lady Mormont produced a note. Of course, His Majesty is well aware that many of you are unfamiliar with the value of such things, so he has devised a simple accounting system for you. In essence, every soldier's spoils from battle can be converted into a certain number of merit points, also known as military merit. Based on the number of enemies slain and the scale of the campaign, His Majesty will bestow upon you merit points, which you may use to exchange for desired items. For instance, to acquire a captured woman, one would require a mere 100 merit points. Certainly, your subordinates may exchange their military merits for the Emperor's rewards. At this point, Lady Shone paused. To be granted the title of knight by His Majesty, one merely requires 5,000 or 10,000 merit points. Chapter 61. The Iron Bear Lady. The moment Lady Marjorie spoke of the knighthood, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. In the realm of Westeros, a chasm exists between the nobility and the common folk. Bestowing knighthood is an intricate affair, even for a baron, and for the commoners of the north. It is nearly an unattainable aspiration. To be knighted, one must first vigil at the sacred hall, receive the anointment of the 7 holy oils by the priests, and recite the oath to earn the blessing. In the north, the majority adhere to the old gods, with few nobles embracing the 7, thus the knighthood is seldom granted. However, the fact that His Grace, Robb Stark, now consents to such an honor ensures that he shall not renege on his word. All present are convinced that his promises will be fulfilled. This presents a remarkable opportunity for social elevation. Many affluent families, such as blacksmiths and landowners, have toiled for generations, all for the sake of a knightly title. Now, with Robb willing to provide such an opportunity, and under the esteemed endorsement of the Stark family, who have ruled the North for 8 millennia, the soldiers will undoubtedly be swept into a fervor. Jon Snow and Ricard Karstark exchanged glances, ceasing their opposition. They understood that once knighthood was included as a reward redeemable through military merit, Any dissent would place them at odds with the entire army. They also recognized that if the king were to grant knighthood to common soldiers, surely they, as nobles, would not receive less. As anticipated, Lady Marjorie continued to articulate Rob's policies. The participating nobles would also earn military merit, with rewards determined by Rob himself based on the number of troops dispatched, enemies slain, and missions accomplished. Jon Snow eagerly inquired, "What can we exchange for this merit?" Marjorie replied coolly, "The land beneath your feet." A collective gasp echoed among the nobles. Some incredulous. His Grace would bestow knighthoods upon the chosen members of their families, allowing those without inheritance rights to acquire the lands they conquer, provided their military merit suffices. Emulating the Qin system, Rob initiated reforms for the soldiers. All spoils of war would belong to the public, with Rob retaining the authority to allocate the spoils. Each soldier could attain a class elevation based on their battlefield performance. 5,000 military merits would secure knighthood, while 10,000 would grant the status of a landed knight. Each noble could claim a larger share, with conquered cities awarded to their heirs based on performance. Should they wish to relinquish their original fief, they could pass it to their descendants and pursue larger and more prosperous lands. Ser Brandin, observing the growing excitement on the faces of the gathered nobility, recalled the discussions with his Grace regarding these matters. 100 military merits for each enemy slain, 100 for each livestock found, and the ability to freely trade military merits. This would undoubtedly lead to a surge of newly minted nobles. Rob, gazing at Ser Brandin, refrained from answering directly and instead posed a question. How many armies exist across the entirety of Westeros, besides our own? Perhaps 100,000, Brandin ventured. Rob elucidated. Should there be 200,000 at 100 merits per individual, that totals 20 million merits. Thus, I need only confer knighthood upon 2,000 landed knights to annihilate all soldiers across the continent. Brandon's eyes widened in realization. He understood Rob's calculations. Under Rob's system, while others might profit, Rob would assuredly not incur losses. With over 100,000 troops on the continent, even if half were vanquished, the vast majority of Westeros would kneel before Rob. Once commoners ascend to the status of landed knights, will they not seek to purchase slaves from Rob? Will they not desire to procure women from him? If their fief lies by the sea, will they not require ships? If it lies on land, will they not need livestock for farming? Where will these come from? All will be seized from Rob's adversaries, and all will be at Rob's disposal. Acquiring these will consume military merits. A rough estimate reveals that conferring knighthood upon merely 300 fully landed knights would deplete all military merits earned. By then, Rob would possess the entirety of Westeros. As for the interests of the nobles, Rob may grant them cities and lands. Yet they must also support Rob in retaining some territories for himself. The spoils of war will rest solely in Rob's hands, and the largest share will undoubtedly be his. This decree from his Grace threatens to uproot the very foundations of the Westerlands. Snapping back to the present, Ser Brandin observed that the nobles below could hardly contain their restlessness, clamoring for him to dispatch more troops. They crave military merits. Ser Brandin quickly interjected to calm them. Patience, the army shall first rest at the Iron City. The Lady Marjorie's enforcement squad will disseminate these new regulations to all soldiers, ensuring they understand the rules. In the meantime, I will compile the military merits from our recent campaigns against Iron City and the raid on Oxford Town. Once confirmed by His Grace, you shall be able to exchange them for what you desire. During these days, all soldiers must intensify their training. In a few days, we will assault Castle Rock. Once both Iron City and Castle Rock are under our control, the coastline of the Westerlands will largely be in our grasp. At that point, you may seize whatever you wish. You are all His Grace's most trusted allies. This plunder is a reward bestowed upon you. And the military merit system is to be trialed first within your ranks. Do not disappoint His Grace. Upon concluding his remarks, Ser Brandin painted a vivid picture of the future. This enticing prospect lay before them, and none could resist its allure. Jon Snow flushed with fervor, for His Grace, for the king in the north. The other lesser nobles, aligned with the three principal noble houses, erupted in cheers, chanting Rob's name and vowing to plant the North-Est banner throughout all of Westeros. In the ensuing days, Iron City was rife with turmoil. Numerous soldiers from the north and the Riverlands met their demise by beheading. The reason was simple. They committed the crime of killing innocents to claim false merit. The villages surrounding Iron City were plundered. According to regulations, all spoils belonged to Rob, yet some crafty soldiers seized this golden opportunity to amass military merits. Some even went so far as to present children who had yet to mature to claim their rewards. Lady Marjorie inspected each case. Those found guilty of unjustly claiming merit faced severe consequences. For every 100 military merits, a life would be forfeited. Those unable to pay could borrow. But for those who could not procure any, well, they faced execution. Armed with the sword gifted by Rob, Lady Marjorie executed 2 days' worth of judgment. Rumors circulated among the soldiers that a noble had violated military law, prompting Jon Snow to confront Marjorie, pleading for leniency for his younger brother. Yet he was met with the same fate. Even when Jon Snow and Rickard Karstark drew their swords in defiance, Lady Marjorie remained unwavering. The people of Bear Island only heed the commands of the king in the north, and the king in the north can only be a Stark. After hundreds of heads were displayed as per Robb's earlier directives, this rampant misconduct was finally quelled. Madame Meiji, known as the Iron-Blooded Bear Lady, earned this moniker after she severed the lives of 3 or 4 minor nobles. Chapter 62. What I did in Manhwa City. Robb was inspecting the 4,000 soldiers under the command of Stevrin. Although the cunning old weasel was known for his treachery, he was not entirely inept when it came to training troops. At least these soldiers possessed a solid foundation. Robb imparted the fundamental knowledge of military drills to Stevrin, and after a week of training, the 4,000 men had begun to take shape. They could assemble and form ranks swiftly upon the sound of the whistle, and while their performance was merely superficial, it was sufficiently impressive. After observing this, Robb nodded in approval. Let us prepare to depart tomorrow. Making our way along King's Road back to Carlin Bay, we shall rest there before visiting the sites of Stream Bottom and the Ancestors' Tomb. Stevrin was exhilarated. These past few days marked his first taste of the lordship, commanding with authority, ensuring obedience. This sensation had been long awaited for over 60 years, and now it was finally within his grasp. All of this was bestowed upon him by Robb. Your Majesty, we are ready to depart at any moment. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. Robb remained silent. He had no intention of implementing a meritocratic reward system within this army. The nobles plundering the western territories were either staunch allies or had earned their stripes on the battlefield. To outsiders, the meritocratic system appeared to be a sound policy of reward. Thus, Robb aimed to distinguish treatment, enticing the remaining members of his force and igniting their fighting spirit. Naturally, at present, they might not fully grasp the concept of a meritocratic system, as most were farmers or artisans, many of whom were likely illiterate. The notion of knighthood seemed distant and unattainable. However, when they witnessed their peers, Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Ermatsi, being rewarded through the system, acquiring wives or fine livestock, or even being elevated to knighthood, they would come to understand the significance of the system profoundly. Robb resolved that once the Iron Islands were in order, he would hold a grand noble investiture ceremony. On the final day in Manhwa City, Robb summoned Stevrin and 5 centurions to continue imparting essential tactical knowledge of warfare. These insights were the wisdom of predecessors, yet they had yet to be introduced into this world. The following day, under the watchful gaze of the old weasel, Robb set forth with 500 wolf cavalry and 4,000 infantry. During his stay in Manhwa City, Robb harbored a fear that the old weasel might be intimidated into rebellion by his military exploits. Thus, he not only occupied the weasel's bedroom but also summoned him periodically for reprimands, deliberately causing him to lose face before his sons and grandsons, thereby solidifying the weasel's resolve for treachery. After Robb's departure, the heavy burden that had pressed upon the old weasel was finally lifted. His body trembled slightly. Damn it. Damn it. Assist me to the study. I must respond to that lord. His sons, somewhat bewildered, complied with his wishes. On the King's Road, Stephen expressed his concerns. Your Majesty, you have taken my trusted aides with you. The subsequent tax revenue and grain transport from Manhwa City may face disruptions. Robb dismissed the concern nonchalantly. The supplies have already been transported. They will suffice for 3 to 4 months. If we do not allow your father to regain the sweet taste of control over Manhwa City, how will he ever become enamored with such power? Stephen, though only partially understanding, perceived confidence in Robb's words and refrained from further inquiry. The journey to Carling Bay proceeded remarkably well. Tywin had retreated, and no sign of the enemy was to be seen. Some bandits, terrified by the formidable army and the unmistakable sigil of the dire wolf, fled at the sight. After resting for a day at Carling Bay, Robb briefly assessed the training of the remaining soldiers and left Stephen with 3,000 men. Robb then took 2,000 from Carling Bay and another 1,000 from Manhwa City, continuing onward to his first destination, the Ancestors' Barrow. Along the way, the familiar Captain Grey 7 introduced Robb to the current noble of Ancestors' Barrow, Lady Baybel, a widow. Her husband had perished on the battlefield alongside the late Lord Eddard Stark. Additionally, she was the beloved youngest daughter of the noble Roderick Lyswell from the Riverlands. Upon hearing this, Robb chuckled softly. No wonder the nobles of the Riverlands and Ancestors' Barrow are so united. It is all due to Lady Baybel. Captain 7, slightly embarrassed, continued. It is said that Lady Baybel has long held affection for your uncle, Brandon Stark. However, your uncle was bound by a betrothal with the Tully family, and later, the late lord fulfilled that promise on behalf of your uncle, which has left Lady Baybel. Robb was not particularly well versed in this history, as the original tale merely presented Ancestors' Barrow as a minor subplot. He mused, what a jealous woman. It is astonishing that even after all these years, she still harbors resentment towards the Stark family over this matter. Such women could prove challenging. Their emotions were often direct and intense, unlike the old weasel, who would whimper for mercy when circumstances spiraled beyond control. Even in death, they would not allow themselves to feel wronged. While eliminating her was not out of the question, the noble from the Riverlands would surely take umbrage at such actions. It would not do to eradicate them all. Perhaps, eliminating all was not entirely out of the question, but one would require justifiable reasons and excuses to do so. Otherwise, one might find themselves likened to the Mad King, facing collective opposition from the nobility of the entire continent. One could not single-handedly slay all the nobles of Westeros. It would lead to a regression of civilization, countering one's aspiration to become a great emperor. For now, it would be prudent to observe what schemes that lady might devise. After 5 days of travel, Robb finally beheld the ruins of ancestors Barrow's castle hall. Before the castle, a troop of cavalry stood in formation, brandishing yellow banners emblazoned with 2 crossed black-handled rusty axes and a black crown in the center. Their equipment was commendable, and their demeanor was commendable as well. Yet, when compared to Robb's wolf cavalry, they fell short. As the wolf cavalry approached under Robb's command, the accumulated aura of battle and bloodshed from multiple skirmishes bestowed upon them a peculiar presence. The cavalry of ancestors Barrow gradually subdued their expressions, beginning to scrutinize the wolf cavalry earnestly. A woman emerged from the castle hall on horseback. Though her face was lined with wrinkles, she stood tall and straight, exuding an air of dignity. Her hair was a blend of brown and gray, tied back into a widow's knot. Without needing further introduction, Robb instantly recognized her as Lady Baybel. Ignoring the others, he rode forth to meet her gaze. Lady Baybel, what have I done to earn your disrespect? Robb's military lesson, attendees, Stephen and 5 captains the 4 types of terrain for marching and camping according to Sun Tzu's Art of War. When marching in mountainous regions, advance via river valleys and camp in sunny elevated areas. In regions with dense river networks, camp far from the rivers. When camping amidst rivers, select elevated sunny locations. If the enemy attempts to cross the river, strike them mid-crossing. Do not engage in decisive battles near rivers. Avoid marching through marshlands, if combat is unavoidable in such areas. Choose locations backed by trees for greater stability. In plains, camp on elevated sunny ground, as these areas are dry and provide safety for personnel. Chapter 63. Please accept the gift. This man grew increasingly detestable in her eyes. He bore the visage of his mother, with russet hair and cerulean eyes. That wretched woman. Lady Baela brought Robb to the hearth of the Barrow Hall, and as she observed his insouciant demeanor, a nameless fury ignited within her. The Tully woman. Damn it. Lady Baela faintly recalled that Navii night when a man named Brandon Stark climbed into her bed and took her maidenhood. How innocent she had been, believing she would soon become Lady Stark. Yet, Brandon Stark was bound by a betrothal to House Tully, the man she thought would be her one true love destined to wed another. However, fortune favored her, for Brandon Stark committed a blunder that all men inevitably make. He perished. He sought an audience with the Mad King regarding his sister's plight and met his end at the hands of that madman. Thus, Lady Baela believed she could still marry his brother, Eddard Stark, and reclaim her title as Lady Stark. Yet, to her dismay, Eddard Stark inherited his brother's betrothal and wed Catelyn, leaving her once more abandoned. Ultimately, she was wed from the Riverlands to the Barrowlands, her husband following Eddard Stark into battle, where he fell on the battlefield. The Stark family had bestowed upon her only anguish and resentment. Therefore, when Robb's summons arrived at Barrow Hall, Lady Baela chose to feign indifference. Influenced by her father, the Earl of the Riverlands, did not dispatch his full forces to support. Yet, news of Robb's consecutive victories soon reached the ancestral Barrow, and she began to feel a sense of unease. Upon hearing of the fate that befell Walder Frey of the twins, her heart raced with trepidation. This young wolf was a harbinger of doom. She could only speculate on what demands he might impose. Regardless, she could not easily capitulate to the Stark family. Lady Baela pondered in silence, yet as she waited, Robb remained silent, resulting in an awkward stillness in the parlor. This silence rendered Lady Baela restless. She could not comprehend why merely his presence suffocated her so. And the wolf at his side, when had direwolves grown so immense? The creature exuded an air of pride, its gaze icy towards all, revealing warmth only in the presence of its master. The word presence inexplicably surfaced in Lady Baela's mind. Could this young man truly be a worthy king? No, this is too stifling. Should I end him here? The thought emerged, sending a chill of dread coursing through her. Was she losing her sanity? This oppressive atmosphere threatened to rob her of her reason. She had no choice but to speak, lest she act on an impulse. Your Majesty, we harbor no intention of disrespecting your commands. It is merely that our lands have encountered some. Upon hearing her begin, Robb realized he held the upper hand in this unspoken contest. He swiftly interrupted Lady Baela. No need to elaborate, my lady. I fail to understand what I have done to warrant such disrespect from you. even now resorting to deceit. Lady Bela faltered, her expression tense. Rob, unable to find his cat, began to idly toy with Grey Wind beside him. Let us put the past behind us. After all, your husband died for my father. And some from Barrow Hall also perished in their resistance against Tywin. Thus, I am willing to forgive your singular transgression. Lady Bela struggled to respond. I am profoundly grateful for your magnanimity. Not at all. We are all human, and humans are prone to err. Rob absently scratched Grey Wind's chin, eliciting a comfortable purr from the creature. In the next moment, his countenance turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon Lady Bela's eyes, enunciating each word. However, my patience is not infinite. A king cannot allow his subjects to err indefinitely. Therefore, my lady, remember this. I will forgive your first mistake, but should you err again, you shall regret it. Faced with Rob's blatant threat, Lady Bela felt a surge of anger within her, yet she found herself powerless. Rob's achievements on the battlefield had solidified his status as king in the north. Even if she dared to have her men eliminate Rob here, she would swiftly face the wrath of all the noble houses of the north and the Riverlands. To slay the head of her loyal family without external assistance would render her untenable in Westeros. Lady Bela's expression shifted to one of submission. I understand, your majesty. Rob appeared pleased, nodding. Then please accept the gift I have prepared as a testament to our agreement. With a clap of his hands, 2 wolf riders burst into the hall, each brandishing a spear, the grotesque contents nearly causing Lady Bela to retch. 2 mangled bodies, faint groans, and twitching muscles. The scene was both horrifying and repulsive. This was no gift. It was a warning and a threat from Rob. Rob smiled as he explained. These are 2 noblemen from the Westerlands, captured for pillaging the Riverlands. They should serve as a formidable deterrent to our enemies. Let them hang from the battlements of Barrow Hall. Lady Bela dared not protest, accepting this humiliation. All she wished was to expel this harbinger of misfortune, even if it required some sacrifice. I thank your majesty for the gift. What shall I offer in return? Rob chuckled. You need not provide me with a gift. Simply attend to your own duties. And what must I do? As my vassal, when I summon you to war, you should dispatch all your soldiers, should you not? Lady Bela was reluctant to comply, yet Rob's formidable presence left her no room to refuse. His arrival had provided her with an irrefutable rationale for acquiescence. As for your father, it seems he is influenced by you. I do not wish to make another trip to the Riverlands. Write him a letter, and include my gift. Rob understood that the bulk of Balon Greyjoy's forces would soon assault the Bay of Crabs, and Barrow Hall was the ideal ambush point. Thus, he planned to summon troops from the Riverlands as well. The other forces from the Iron Islands would initially deploy smaller units to cause disruption. Once he dealt with the main forces, they would pose no threat. At that point, the plundering of the Westerlands would proceed smoothly, and the captured vessels could be put to use, achieving much of his goal of stockpiling provisions. After all, farming was no match for the swiftness of plunder. Chapter 64. Garrison at the Heatwave River. The soldiers from both the ancestral burial mounds and the streamlands number over 3,000. With the additional 3,000 troops and 500 wolf riders brought by Rob, the assembly at the Mound Hall has swelled to more than 7,000. Rob has never commanded such a large force directly before. He has primarily engaged in small-scale cavalry skirmishes, while grander legion battles have been orchestrated by Roose Bolton and Ser Brynden Tully. Fortunately, Rob has long been cultivating his soldiers, and now is the time for their skills to shine. In the conference room of the Mound Hall, Rob began his pre-battle strategy. The infantry, numbering over 6,000, was divided into 7,000-strong contingents, with 5 of the Wolf Rider captains assigned to lead, 1 from each of the ancestral burial mounds and the streamlands to serve as centurions. The 500 Wolf Riders would remain under Rob's direct command. As the streamlands contingent was insufficient in numbers and their assigned warriors lacked combat prowess, they would not take to the battlefield but instead focus on logistical support. Upon hearing this, the noble from the streamlands expressed discontent, yearning for glory in battle, yet he felt powerless to oppose Rob's orders. The 5 Wolf Rider captains, steadfast in their loyalty to Rob, stood tall. They were among his most trusted, destined to lead their own forces in the future. This was their chance to prove themselves. Rob pointed to the map and stated, according to my intelligence, the enemy will advance westward along the Heatwave River, launching a forceful assault on Cape Carlin. Their numbers are considerable, likely double our own. Jon Snow interjected, moreover, they are a naval force. The Iron Islands men are adept in maritime combat. Rob nodded, precisely. My objective is their ships. With them, we can establish our own maritime power. Eddard Stark, scrutinizing the map, inquired, Your Grace. Their movements on the river will be difficult to intercept. Once they board their ships, they can choose to attack or retreat at will, to capture their vessels. We cannot afford to destroy them with fire or large siege engines, as that would be akin to crippling ourselves. Additionally, most of our northern soldiers are unskilled in water navigation and do not construct large ships. Rob, however, dismissed these concerns. Fear not. They will find no escape in due time. The others exchanged glances, uncertain of what miracle Rob intended to unveil. They harbored no doubts about his words. For time and again, what he proclaimed had invariably come to pass. Rob continued his planning. Our situation is clear. We understand the enemy's movements, while they remain oblivious to our strategies. Therefore, you six will lie in ambush on either side of the Heatwave River. When the Iron Islanders commence their siege on Cape Carlin, those on the south side will charge forth to disrupt their formation. Should the enemy hold firm, those on the north side shall strike at their flank. If the enemy becomes aware of our ambush and retreats, you are to charge directly into the Heatwave River. The assembly was puzzled. The river was filled with water, and how could they charge across with their soldiers? Yet, Rob had previously assured them of a solution to this quandary, so they abstained from questioning further, focusing instead on executing his orders. Rob concluded with a reminder. Remember, our numbers are limited, and we cannot hope to annihilate the enemy. Focus on capturing as many ships as possible, and do not concern yourselves with those who flee. Yes, Your Grace. Under Rob's mobilization, all soldiers underwent a brief 10-day training regimen. While their combat capabilities saw only slight improvement, their discipline and appearance underwent a significant transformation. Externally, they now presented as an elite force. The army soon departed, establishing camps on the hills flanking the Heatwave River, with 3,000 stationed on each side. The northern troops were supplied by the Mound Hall, while provisions for the southern forces came from the Greywater Marshes. This arrangement ensured that logistics would not necessitate crossing the river, enhancing the stealth of their movements. Rob intentionally sought to delineate logistics from the military structure. Warfare belonged to the warriors, while logistics remained under separate control. This method of managing the army was strategic. The previous system of consolidating supplies posed significant risks. Only by controlling logistics could he effectively command his forces. 3 days after the army's establishment, Rob received news via Raven. Asha Greyjoy had captured Deepwood Mott in the north, while Theon Greyjoy was pillaging along the stony shore. Rob recognized these as feints. Soon, the main forces of the Iron Islands would land at Heatwave River, poised to attack Cape Carlin. The inhabitants of Deepwood Mott and the stony shore had been evacuated. They too must have sensed something amiss. Yet, in this age devoid of telecommunication, their main forces would remain oblivious to the developments. Rob, accompanied by 500 wolf riders, arrived at the northern bank of the Heatwave River and ordered the troops to readiness. The garrison at Cape Carlin, commanded by Ser Stevern Fry, tirelessly fortified their defenses with 3,000 men, while the 3 centurions from the south were eager for action. On the following day, scouts reported significant developments. Your Grace, numerous ships have appeared on the Heatwave River, approximately 70 to 80 vessels. From the heights, they beheld a swarm of ships, akin to ants, emerging across the river's surface. These vessels bore various banners, each representing the noble houses of the Iron Islands, with the most prominent featuring the fearsome sea monster emblem of House Greyjoy. With resolute confidence, they soon reached the mouth of the Heatwave River. The crew began disembarking in droves, swiftly filling the beach. Rob and his forces remained hidden on the hills, while the Iron Islanders lacked awareness of land reconnaissance. They presumed Cape Carlin was devoid of significant military presence, their attention diverted by the disturbances caused by Asha and Theon. The Iron Islanders, akin to typical brigands, busily prepared for their venture, unaware that they were merely engaging in their piratical pursuits. As they assembled, Rob's scouts, stationed on the hills, diligently counted their numbers. 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 17,000. Their siege equipment was fully equipped. These pirates were indeed proficient in their craft. With a distance of 10 miles remaining to Cape Carlin, they were ready to commence their advance. Chapter 65. Nightly disturbances. The fleet of the Iron Islands spent a considerable half-day merely aligning themselves. Even so, they could barely ensure that the main body of the army moved in a certain direction, leaving little room for additional expectations. The procession gradually departed from the Heatwave River, setting forth towards the nearby Carlin Bay. On the reverse slopes of the hills, the Northern Army remained motionless, while the Iron Islands dispatched no scouts to gather intelligence. Their focus was solely on the task of capturing Carlin Bay. Within the camp, the Red Priestess, Soros, was tasked with collecting the reports from the scouts. The main force on the Heatwave River numbered around 18,000. And when combined with the troops from the Stony Coast and Deepwood Fortress, they had nearly mobilized their entire strength. Rob expressed a hint of regret. We cannot consume them all at once. The Red Priest also reflected. I never imagined that Balan, that old scoundrel, would dare to rebel. I once joined Robert in assaulting Pike. I was the first to scale the walls while Balan was left trembling in fear. When Saros first arrived on the continent of Westeros, she was unable to wield the miracles of the Lord of Light. Yet she was a valiant warrior who had participated in numerous battles alongside Robert. Rob smiled, assuring her, fear not. You shall have another chance to ascend the walls of Pike. Sorrows felt a stirring in her heart as she glanced at the young king, seeing a reflection of Robert, yet more exceptional. With the whole day passing in inactivity, Rob's forces remained still while the dispatched scouts tirelessly gathered intelligence on the enemy. They had stationed 2,000 men to guard the ships. Should they attempt to seize them, the enemy would quickly sail away. Balan's brother had already arrived at Carlin Bay, inquiring whether they would launch an attack. Their progress in assembling siege equipment was slow, and it was estimated that they would not approach the castle until the following day. Some of their men had dispersed to pillage the surrounding villages for supplies. Rob sat in his tent, absorbing the reports filtering in. The role of a commander necessitated discerning the enemy's movements through the intelligence relayed by his subordinates, combining it with the battlefield situation to make sound military judgments. This was a stark contrast to his previous role on the front lines. Sorrows and several captains sat quietly beside Rob, awaiting his decision. They understood that the essence of this battle lay not in defeating the enemy. There was no doubt about the outcome of the conflict. They were in a position of defense, with their commander, the invincible King Rob, leading them. They had no reason to fear defeat. The critical aspect of this battle was to capture the enemy's vessels, which was what Rob yearned for most and the most challenging part. Once they revealed themselves on the hills, it would immediately alert the soldiers left behind, and as soon as they set sail, the Northerners would not be able to catch up with the marauders. All eyes turned to Rob, awaiting his command. After prolonged contemplation, Rob finally spoke slowly. Let a 1,000-man unit from the southern shore intercept the Iron Men pillaging the villages. Ensure they do not discern our true strength. Aim to annihilate the enemy completely. The remaining 2,000 will harass the Iron Men's forces, choosing the cover of night, but refrain from engaging in direct confrontation. The troops at Carlin Bay are to coordinate accordingly. Sorrows, you shall lead a group disguised as shepherds, driving a herd of livestock onto the hills to see if we can lure some of the ship guards. With the orders given, everyone sprang into action as per Rob's instructions. That night, at the encampment of the Iron Islands, Victorian Greyjoy lay contentedly asleep in his tent. Based on his observations from the day, he estimated that the defenders in Carlin Bay numbered only 2,000 to 3,000. As Balon Greyjoy's brother and commander of this army, he recognized that capturing Carlin Bay was pivotal. It was the throat between the north and other regions. If they secured Carlin Bay, Rob's army would be unable to return to the north. According to the intelligence from his nephew, Theon Greyjoy, the north was unprecedentedly vulnerable. Aside from a few locations with 1,000 men, the other lords had been led away by Rob to the Riverlands. By holding Carlin Bay, the Iron Men could ravage the north, taking revenge for the humiliation inflicted upon the Iron Islands by House Stark, White Harbor, Seaguard, and ultimately Winterfell. The north would soon be within their grasp. As Victorian Greyjoy indulged in fantasies of pillaging the north, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the tent. The enemy has arrived. Quick, arm yourselves. Where are the torches? By the drowned god, how many of them are there? A tightness gripped Victorian's heart as he dashed out of his tent. Beyond the light of the camp, a long line of torches flickered on the hills, though distant. Their numbers appeared substantial. Victorian bellowed, "Damn it. The enemy is here. Wake everyone and prepare for vigilance." Chaos ensued in the Iron Islands camp as many soldiers, who had toiled throughout the day, were abruptly roused from their slumber. Groggy and disoriented, they fumbled for their weapons, bracing themselves for the impending battle. However, as they waited in anticipation, the long line of torches remained stationary, and after a while, it even began to retreat, slowly vanishing from sight. Victorian Greyjoy, infuriated, wondered what trickery the enemy was employing. He shouted, "Where are the scouts? Where are the scouts?" He directed all scouts to investigate the surrounding situation. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Could his nephew have been mistaken? The lack of activity in Carlin Bay, where had this force come from? Were there still troops stationed near Carlin Bay? The nature of brigands typically dictates that they become weaker when faced with strength and stronger when confronted with weakness. Now, shaken by the scare, Victorian Greyjoy's thoughts turned to fleeing. He commanded his troops to prepare for a possible retreat. The night passed swiftly, and the soldiers in the camp remained sleepless. Fatigue weighed heavily upon them. As dawn broke, reports from the scouts returned. The enemy consisted of merely 1,000 men, intentionally brandishing torches to intimidate them. Based on their numbers, it was likely the remnants of the next forces. How despicable! Victorian Greyjoy seethed in frustration. He had allowed himself to be frightened by such a small contingent. He ordered his soldiers to expedite the assembly of siege equipment, preparing to swiftly seize Carlin Bay and fulfill the task assigned to him by Balon. As midday approached, the soldiers of the Iron Islands busied themselves with their tasks. And Victorian Greyjoy, furrowing his brow in supervision, suddenly heard a faint commotion from the Heatwave River. Was it thunder? Chapter 66, The Master and the Hound. The distance between the stranded land of the Hot Wave River and Carlin Bay is a mere 10 miles. The cavalry could arrive in approximately 10 minutes, while the infantry, marching at a rapid pace, would would take over half an hour. As the siege of Carlin Bay commenced, Victorian Greyjoy realized that he had not received any reports from the garrison soldiers for over an hour. The scouts dispatched had vanished into the mire and had yet to return. Adding to his unease were the continuous rumblings of thunder emanating from the direction of the Hot Wave River. These unusual occurrences indicated that something had gone awry in their operations. An unsettling feeling began to spread within Victorian Greyjoy. His reason and caution urged him to return and ascertain the situation. The Iron Islands are a realm of soldiers, and the over 10,000 men he had brought with him constituted nearly 3/5 of the island's population. If something were to go amiss, Victorian Greyjoy resolved firmly to return and investigate. The siege would be temporarily eased, but it must not cease entirely. Those in the rear, follow me back to see what is amiss. The enormous army began to turn slowly, and with over 10,000 men, this was no small maneuver. While the front continued the siege, the rear troops began to pivot. Victorian Greyjoy understood that relinquishing the siege lightly could lead to disarray in their formation, which would spell disaster if the enemy charged. On the hillside behind, Small John and Daisy Mormont, two captains commanding 2,000 men, observed the unfolding scene below. Small John felt a surge of pride. Eddard Karstark wouldn't be returning anytime soon. Indeed, he was busy dealing with those Ironborn marauding the villages and would not reappear for a while. Small John could not suppress a laugh. He lost the drawing of lots. And once I slay that fellow bearing the squid banner, my exploits will far surpass his. Daisy huffed, reminding him, remember the king's command. We shall strike when the enemy is halfway turned, avoiding a deadlock with them. Our numbers are few. We can only engage in ambushes. Small John dismissed her concerns. Perhaps they could be routed by a single charge. The king also said we must make our judgments based on the battlefield's circumstances. Rigidity is not the way. Dream on. Do you think you are the king? Look, they have turned. Even Ser Stevran Fry in Carlin Bay is signaling back to us. Without hesitation, the two waved their hands. Soldiers bearing the war horn instantly rose from the ground, puffed their cheeks, and sounded the call to advance. Small John led the charge, for the king in the north. Follow me to battle. Kill. Slay these brigands. Wipe out this foul lot. For the king in the north. For his grace Robb Stark. The regions of Streamfield and the Ancestors' Rest were often ravaged by the marauders of the Iron Islands due to their proximity to rivers and coastlines. Many soldiers had seen their possessions and loved ones taken by the Ironborn. Thus, no further battle motivation was necessary to ignite their fighting spirit. The northern soldiers were well rested, while their adversaries, fatigued from marching and disturbed throughout the night, were forced to assault the castle in the morning, their morale already at its nadir. Under these contrasting circumstances, they were no match for the northern soldiers. At that moment, the gates of besieged Carlin Bay unexpectedly swung open. A disciplined formation of pikemen and archers emerged, their voices ringing out in praise of Robb's name as they charged toward the besieging troops. 60-year-old Stevran Fry, still possessing the vigor of his youth, brandished a pike and surged forward. Victorian Greyjoy was taken aback, his mind racing with a singular thought. It's a trap. We have been ambushed. I must return to the ships. The ships are the Ironborn's refuge and lifeblood. If the enemy is not foolish, they will surely attack the fleet while laying in ambush. The ships must remain safe. Forget about these people. Back to the ships. Retreat. Retreat. As Small John led his men into the fray, he did not plunge directly into the heart of the Ironborn, but rather harried their flanks. Utilizing the battle flag signaling system devised by Robb, Small John orchestrated his forces with the finesse of a shepherd, launching assaults on the Ironborn's periphery while deftly avoiding a bloody confrontation. While loosing arrows, Small John bellowed, Mother's mercy, can't you read the banners? How did those fools get themselves entangled? Drive them out. Do you understand? After over 10 days of training in flag signals, you still can't comprehend? If this were a cavalry unit, you'd have lost your heads by now. Follow the banners. Small John and Daisy Mormont commanded conscripted soldiers, who were often slow-witted. Among 1,000 men, fewer than 1,000 letters were known, though they performed adequately during training upon entering the battlefield. It was commendable if half of them could act according to flag signals. Yet, even so, this was sufficient against the demoralized Ironborn. The Ironborn scarcely understood what command meant. Their nature was to raid and retreat, thriving on chaos and freedom. Command? They acted if they heard orders and disregarded them otherwise. Under the guidance of Small John and Daisy Mormont, the battlefield soon bifurcated. Victorian Greyjoy, intent on returning to his fleet, found himself separated with 7,000 or 8,000 men, while the remaining besieging troops were caught between the forces of Small John, Daisy Mormont, and Stevran Fry. If Victorian Greyjoy could glance back, he would recognize that his best opportunity lay in swiftly eliminating the two smaller forces attacking him, which would alleviate the pressure on the besieging troops. Yet, his focus remained solely on the safety of his precious fleet, oblivious to the chaos around him. Small John and Daisy Mormont ceased their harassment and, with their 2,000 men, began to encircle the remaining besieging forces. The Ironborn left behind were oblivious to the unfolding events, sensing only that they were suddenly surrounded by the enemy. Where had their own men gone? They lacked the omniscient perspective to realize that their main force still retained strength. All they knew was that their doom was upon them. The Northmen were everywhere. By the gods, how many of them are there? They had no idea. Front and back were filled with northern men. They had been ambushed. Where was Lord Victarion Greyjoy? Had he been defeated? Captured? What? Victarion is dead. It's over. That son of a dog, Victarion, is dead. We are doomed. The power of rumor cannot be underestimated. And soon the remaining Ironborn soldiers began to conjure the most dire outcomes in their minds. Then, abandoning their weapons, they turned to flee. Small John, seeing this, was elated. He swiftly decapitated an Ironborn, mounting the head upon his pike, commanding his soldiers to shout in unison, "Victarion has been slain by my hand. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." Meanwhile, the real Victarion Greyjoy, after running for over half an hour, finally arrived near the Hot Wave River, only to be struck dumb with astonishment. The Hot Wave River had frozen over. Chapter 67, The Decline of 2 and Exhaustion of 3. As the Iron Men stationed at the River of Heat languished in boredom, they glimpsed vague silhouettes upon the hills of the northern shore. Their duty to guard the vessels rendered them indifferent. However, upon discerning that these figures were shepherds, accompanied by a multitude of livestock, their instincts stirred restlessly. Yet, their obligation to protect the ships remained paramount. When it became evident that the shepherds were, in fact, a gaggle of women, the moral constraints imposed by their commander were swiftly cast aside, and they began to heed their baser instincts. The leaders congregated, questioning how shepherds could appear on the hillside. If they were not fleeing upon sighting them, something must be amiss. Indeed, we must discern the enemy's intentions. I volunteered to ascend and investigate. One proclaimed, "When did it become your turn? Such a perilous task is mine by right." Another retorted, "Bah, what are you worth? I have bled for King Balon. Let me go. Enough of this bickering. If we do not act swiftly, they will escape, and without horses, pursuit will be arduous." After much discord, they settled upon a contingent of 500 to scout the hills for enemy activity. They were not entirely dim-witted. Indeed, they were already privy to intelligence from the north. The lords had accompanied Robb to the south, and at this juncture, their return was impossible. The majority of northern forces were preoccupied with the two princesses. Moreover, the men had been conscripted into battle, making the presence of women shepherds unremarkable. Thus, the River of Heat was presumed to be a place of absolute safety. The scouting army of 500 promptly mobilized, their legs propelling them forward with fervor, wishing they had 2 more pairs of feet. According to the customs of the Iron Islands, whatever spoils they could seize were largely theirs to keep, thus igniting their enthusiasm further. Upon witnessing the shepherds' panic as their forms gradually vanished over the hill, their excitement surged. Yet, as they had lamented, they possessed no steeds. Consequently, upon cresting the hill, they encountered the ambush of the wolf cavalry, and not a single one returned alive to the ships. The Red Priest's sorrows expressed regret. "I could only lure so few. These brigands truly have remarkable restraint." Robb, astride his steed, surveyed the corpses of the Iron Men below, and with a flourish of his sword commanded, "Everyone, wrap your shoes and hooves in slightly damp cloth and pack it with sand. Charge." The 3,000 defenders and 500 wolf riders roared in unison and began their assault. Those still aboard the ships were instantly struck with terror upon witnessing such a formidable force, bewildered as to whence they had emerged. Many of the minor leaders shouted hoarsely, "Quick, set sail!" Yet they had no boats and could not reach the river. Robb, riding forth on his noble steed, was the first to reach the shore. With a powerful leap, he vaulted into the air. A colossal apparition of an ice dragon materialized above him. Borealis Mist, high-tier dragon's feast prayer. It manifests the power of Borealis frozen mist, transforming the caster into a dragon to unleash an icy breath from the skies. By charging, the duration of the breath can be extended. A vast and tumultuous cloud of icy mist erupted from the dragon's maw. The frigid power was such that even a deity would retreat in fear. This was a mist imbued with arcane energy. As the mist touched the surface of the River of Heat, in the scarcely perceptible microscopic realm, perfect hexagonal crystals formed instantaneously, rapidly expanding outward. Countless hexagonal crystals interlinked, and the once undulating surface of the river swiftly solidified into ice. The vessels still afloat were thus anchored to the frozen surface. As the spreading ice crystals began to ascend upon the ships, ultimately freezing all moisture within them. A miracle. Long live King Robb. Winter has arrived. For the north. For the king kill. Once Robb had exhausted his mental fortitude, a massive icy passage appeared upon the river's surface, ensnaring roughly 1/3 of the vessels. The wolf cavalry and 3,000 infantry finally comprehended the intent behind Robb's prior commands. The friction on their encased feet increased. Though their movements upon the ice would not be effortless, they would fare better than if they constantly stumbled. Given the already frigid climate of the north, the ice Rob had conjured would not easily melt, and its thickness would adequately support the advancing troops. Seize the ships. Eliminate all aboard. Do not damage the vessels, or I shall flay you alive, commanded Clay 7 and Greenbeard, charging forth, his voice booming as he rushed towards the frozen ships. The scene erupted into chaos. Many vessels remained unfrozen, and their occupants, terrified by the scene before them, hastily retrieved their anchors, eager to escape the river of heat and flee to the sea. Yet, the sheer number of ships created a bottleneck. The vessels in front could not depart, leaving those behind immobile. They could either abandon ship or swim towards the foremost vessels. The defenders aboard the frozen ships were few, and Rob, leading his men, swiftly dispatched those aboard. Your Majesty, 10 ships have already fled. Your Majesty. The main force of the Iron Islands approaches. Upon hearing the news, Rob felt a surge of joy. He needed but a moment to regain the strength to unleash Borealis Mist once more to freeze the ships, previously concerned about the number of fleeing vessels. The arrival of their main force would necessitate a retreat, significantly impeding their speed. All to the shore. We cannot move the frozen ships. We are outnumbered and on the ice. Let us not engage the enemy head-on. The northern forces advanced rapidly across the ice, observing the approaching main force of the Iron Islands. When Victorian Greyjoy led his 7,000 to 8,000 men to the banks of the River of Heat, he nearly choked on his fury. What on earth is happening? How did the river suddenly freeze? He cast a glance at the meager northern forces, which were but a fraction of his own might. He faced two options: engage the enemy or step onto the ice and return to the unfrozen ships for retreat. We cannot board directly. Those damn dogs will surely attack us. Let us first engage them. Victorian Greyjoy ordered the horns of attack to sound. Thousands began to charge forward, and the remaining defenders, seeing the main force arrive and the absence of the dragon, found renewed courage. Yet, Rob had no intention of engaging in a battle. He would retreat as they advanced. Frustration mounted within Victorian Greyjoy. He dared not pursue too deeply, for the northern soldiers awaited behind. If they dealt with the siege forces, they would surely encircle him. Pursuing too far would spell doom for his own men. Damn it all, fall back. Victorian Greyjoy resolved to board the ships and retreat. However, Rob's army swiftly advanced, coming alarmingly close, leading Victorian Greyjoy to believe there might be an opportunity to strike. Let us attempt an assault. This is our last chance. If it fails, we shall retreat. The horns sounded once more, yet the weary Ironborn were already teetering on the brink of exhaustion, barely able to follow the commands issued. Rob refrained from engaging them, instead directing his troops to withdraw promptly. The fatigued Ironborn could not keep pace with the northern forces. Victorian Greyjoy, having resolved to abandon the fray, ordered everyone to board the ships and prepare for escape. Observing the retreating Ironborn, Rob smiled at his companions, Cleos Fry and the Greenbeard, remarking, "Do you see? In a single assault, their morale was at its zenith. After two, they began to falter. Should we provoke them again? They may well lack the strength to even lift their weapons. Now, they have but one avenue for survival, and I fear all will be intent on boarding the ships to flee. At this moment, if we strike, who among them will dare contest us?" Chapter 68. The shift of offense and defense. The visage of Victorian Greyjoy was etched with despair as he beheld his army being mercilessly slaughtered. Many of the Iron Island soldiers, under his erratic command, were so fatigued that they could scarcely lift their weapons, let alone engage in combat with the enemy. For every northern soldier that fell, a dozen from the Iron Islands succumbed. As comrades fell one after another, and the enemy surged forth in ever-increasing numbers, morale inevitably shattered. They cast down their weapons and began to flee, realizing the situation was beyond redemption. Victorian Greyjoy had no choice but to abandon those still battling and prepare to escape by ship. With approximately 60 vessels remaining, as long as there were ships, the Iron Islands would not be considered lost. He thought to himself, alas, fate has a tendency to unfold in the most unfortunate manner. Once again, he heard a sound akin to thunder. He turned his gaze toward the northern forces and imprinted the scene into his memory forever. The head of a dragon emanated the chill of a merciless winter, a freezing mist advancing upon him, leaving a trail of frost and solidifying the river's surface. What in the blazes was that monstrous apparition? Glorious achievements, oh glorious achievements, Your Majesty. In the Battle of the Riverlands, we have beheaded over 4,000 foes, accepted the surrender of more than 5,000, and captured 53 ships, along with an immeasurable cache of weapons and armor. It is a pity that the leading Greyjoy managed to escape. In the Hall of the Dead, the few literate red priests, led by the fervent Soros, eagerly reported the outcomes of this engagement to Rob. He felt assured that he had not misaligned himself. For Robb Stark was undoubtedly the chosen one of the Lord of Light. Robb smiled in response. With these ships and captives, at last, the North can cultivate a naval force. To assault the Iron Islands, maritime power is essential. Yet, building ships on our own would take an eternity. Far less convenient than accepting the enemy as provisions. Lady Baelish of the Hall of the Dead adorned her face with an obsequious smile. Your Majesty, should you desire anything, we of the Hall of the Dead shall fully support you. Lady Baelish understood that with Robb having driven away Tywin, he was now a king she could not resist. And with his triumph over the Iron Islands, he had become a monarch she must serve willingly. Since Robb had departed Winterfell, he had achieved victory after victory, reaching an almost unstoppable momentum. In the hearts of the martial Northmen, Robb was perhaps the most remarkable Stark in nearly a millennium. The Stark family's foundations in the north were already deeply entrenched. They had likely surrendered their hearts and minds to Robb entirely. Robb glanced at Lady Baelish. Now that the Iron Islands have been repelled, their strength will surely be diminished, rendering them incapable of further plundering. You and the men from the Streamlands shall undertake a task for me. Construct a lumberyard in the Wolfwood. I have need of timber. Certainly, Your Majesty. Lady Baelish bowed respectfully. As Robb contemplated how to arrange his naval commanders and soldiers, a rapid knocking interrupted his thoughts. Enter. Jon Snow and Daisy Mormont stepped inside, their faces aglow with uncontainable joy. Robb inquired with a smile, "What tidings do you bring that brings you such elation?" Jon proclaimed loudly, "2 battle reports, Your Majesty. Mine concerns the Westerlands. My father and the other 2 lords, under the command of Ser Blackfish, have captured both the cities of Markarth and Stonehenge, establishing them as bases for coastal raids. We have seized 3 gold mines, and Lady Margaery has additionally captured thousands of livestock, which are currently en route to River Run. The defenses of the Westerlands are quite lax at present, as the main forces have been taken by Tywin, mirroring the previous situation in the Riverlands. Therefore, Ser Blackfish's operations have proceeded with remarkable ease, and as the Westerlands are naturally affluent, the spoils have far exceeded all expectations." Robb expressed satisfaction with Blackfish's performance. "Write a letter back to Blackfish and your father, instructing them to continue their training near the 2 castles, as they have already raided the nearby coastline sufficiently. The northern forces bypassed the heavily fortified Gold Tooth and advanced directly, thus their connection to River Run is not very robust. The castles captured are effectively enclaves. I desire more territory, whether to bestow upon my vassals or to retain for myself. We cannot afford to leave enclaves unaddressed. Thus, Gold Tooth must be taken. Upon my return from the northern campaigns, this will be my foremost task. It is time to expand the lands under my control." After Jon concluded his report, Robb turned to Daisy Mormont. "And you, what good news do you bring?" Daisy's face radiated delight. "Your Majesty, we have captured the traitor." During the exchange of hostages, Robb had rescued his sister Sansa from King's Landing with the Kingslayer Jaime. Lord Lakewood escorted her to White Harbor, where the Manderley family took charge and sent soldiers to return Sansa to Winterfell. At that moment, fortune smiled upon us. Theon Greyjoy, eager to prove himself to his father in the Iron Islands, foolishly led a small force to attack Winterfell. He fortuitously encountered the Manderley soldiers, along with the garrison left at Winterfell and nearby White Harbor, who decisively defeated Theon's forces and captured him. Given Theon's unique status as Robb's childhood friend, they refrained from executing him immediately and sought Robb's counsel on how to proceed. The populace harbored a deep disdain for traitors, even more so than for enemies. Robb had previously offered Theon an opportunity, and it was he who chose the path of opposition against the North. With that in mind, Robb had no intention of allowing Theon to survive. Should he grant Theon a swift death, or hand him over to Reek for a more torturous demise? After some contemplation, Robb resolved to allow Theon to serve a purpose before his execution, thus honoring the bond they had shared since childhood. Write to Winterfell, instructing them to confine Theon in a location that is easily accessible for rescue, yet under strict surveillance. Should anyone attempt to rescue him, they are to be captured. While Theon's fate shall be of no concern, Robb understood that Asha Greyjoy, despite her outward contempt for her brother, valued familial bonds deeply and would undoubtedly attempt to rescue Theon. This woman would prove invaluable, serving as an asset in Robb's counteroffensive against the Iron Islands. Once she learned of her father's demise at the hands of her brother, she would have no choice but to seek vengeance through her own means. At that point, Robb's navy would be able to train. Now, he was solely focused on the matters of counterattacks and territorial acquisitions. Robb felt a swell of emotions. Having departed from Winterfell, he had engaged in battles throughout the Riverlands and the North, and the tides of offense and defense were finally shifting. Chapter 69. Return to Winterfell. Robb lingered not long in the Hall of Graves. The more than 5,000 Ironborn captives were dispatched to the port of Carhold. Overseen by Stevrin Fry, 53 warships were anchored in the Whispering River, with soldiers from both the Streamlands and the Hall of Graves stationed to guard them. Additionally, Robb sent forth a summons to White Harbor, calling for those well-versed in maritime affairs to assist in managing his nascent navy. As the only port city in the north, White Harbor was crucial for his fledgling fleet, which required skilled hands to navigate its waters. Having arranged the aftermath of the Battle of the Whispering River, Robb set forth northward with his direwolf cavalry, intending to visit Winterfell. The members of House Stark had been apart for far too long, and their kinship was a vital support for Robb's reign. The blood ties among family far surpassed any vested interests shared with other vassals. Winter is coming. On his journey home, Robb noticed that the snow along the King's Road seemed even thicker than when he departed, an ominous sign that the long winter of Westeros was imminent. Young Jon Snow rode beside him, sharing his melancholy. "Your Grace, winter has arrived, and many in the north will face starvation once more." The winters in the north were harsh. Traditionally, as winter descended, Winterfell would overflow with people seeking refuge from the bitter cold. Lacking the means to withstand the chill, they sought the protection of House Stark, where they might freeze or perhaps endure the frigid season. House Stark had long been known for stockpiling provisions during the summer, sustaining the North's people through the long, harsh winters that stretched over 8,000 years. Thus, the loyalty and affection the Northmen felt for House Stark could not be matched or comprehended elsewhere. Robb glanced at the snow-covered ground, declaring, "This winter shall not be as arduous as those past." To his right, Daisy Mormont echoed his sentiments. "I have heard that in winters of yore, Starks would lead the men of the North southward to fight, their purpose to perish in the south to conserve food for those remaining." Jon chuckled. "This year, we venture south as well, but not to die. We have seized a fair amount of provisions from House Lannister." Robb shook his head. "The Westerlands alone cannot sustain the North through this winter, especially as we are still at war, consuming resources at an astronomical rate. Therefore, an alliance with Highgarden had become paramount. The wealth of Highgarden surpassed that of the North, combined with the Stormlands. It could supply the needs of an army of 100,000. Securing Highgarden's support, alongside the supplies from the Riverlands and the spoils from the Westerlands, was essential for Robb to wage war while ensuring the survival of the North's populace through winter. However, a pressing issue remained: how to transport Highgarden's provisions to the North. Not only were the North and Highgarden separated by two rival duchies, but traversing the King's Road would essentially provide the enemy with supplies. Thus, Robb opted for a maritime strategy. The western seas of Westeros were under the dominion of the Iron Islands. The Iron Islands had now become Robb's primary objective. By allying with Highgarden and conquering the Iron Islands, he could facilitate the transport of much-needed food supplies. Robb recognized he must accomplish these two tasks before depleting his resources. The first task was already underway, with Catelyn negotiating the marriage alliance with Highgarden. While it appeared that Catelyn was merely seeking a match, Robb understood that House Highgarden was primarily interested in being the Queen's family, indifferent to who the king might be, as long as he was a king. Thus, Robb's military achievements and territorial gains were the bargaining chips on Catelyn's negotiation table: the battles of the Whispering Forest, the ambush at Riverrun, the cleansing of the Riverlands, and the Battle of the Whispering River. These 5 engagements had solidified Robb's control over the Riverlands and quelled the discontent among disloyal families in the north. His reputation soared, his prestige sweeping across the continent. Following the death of Renly, Highgarden could only choose between Robb and Joffrey. The outcome would hinge upon Catelyn's diplomatic prowess. The second task, the conquest of the Iron Islands, was not merely about securing Highgarden's provisions. It was also vital for Robb's forthcoming institutional reforms, necessitating his personal involvement. He needed to cultivate a competent navy, mobilize supplies from various regions, and bolster the morale of his soldiers. 3 months to seize the Iron Islands. He calculated in his mind, believing the time frame ample. The journey to Winterfell was a preliminary step toward the impending assault on the Iron Islands. The cavalry advanced swiftly, their numbers not encumbered by excess. Robb reached the walls of Winterfell in a third of the time it took to depart. In stark contrast to the bustling scene of his departure, Winterfell now appeared somewhat desolate. 2 solitary banners hung from the battlements: the Stark sigil of the Direwolf and the blue-green mermaid banner of House Manderly from White Harbor. News of Robb's return had spread swiftly, and the members of House Stark gathered at the gates to welcome their elder brother. Sansa Stark, upon spotting Robb, dismounted and rushed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Robb, father, Arya." She repeated their names, her memories of King S landing a nightmarish haze. Even upon returning to Winterfell, the grotesque visage of Joffrey haunted her dreams. The image of her father's beheading haunted her thoughts. And yet she was but a 14-year-old girl. In Winterfell, her only companions were her brothers, who lived in constant fear. Even with news of Robb's victories, anxiety loomed over them, dreading that the next report would herald Robb's defeat, leaving him lost to them like their father. Seeing her brother, Sansa finally allowed herself to shed the ode of strength, crying freely in his arms. Robb gently patted her back, comforting her. After a year apart, "You've grown so tall," he noted. Indeed, girls often matured more quickly than boys at that age. Sansa, with her tear-stained face, lamented, "I lost Arya." Once, she had scorned her sister for her reckless pursuits of swordplay over the arts of womanhood. However, after enduring the dark intrigues of King S. Landing, she had come to realize that family was of utmost importance. They had even contemplated her marrying the imp. Had it not been for Robb's timely gift and the imp's vehement objections, she might have been wed to a Lannister. Robb smiled reassuringly. "What do you fear? I know you may not wish to hear it, but Arya is far cleverer than you realize. She does not require my rescue. She will find her way back to us soon." Chapter 70. The Stark Feast in the Grand Hall of Winterfell. For members of House Stark gathered for a rare family dinner, hosted by Robb. It was the first time since the departure of the Old Lord that so many Starks had convened in Winterfell. The youngest, Rickon Stark, wept incessantly at the sight of Robb, for the death of their father had profoundly impacted him. As merely a child, he could do nothing but cry in the presence of his elder brother. Robb offered little consolation, understanding that the boy would eventually grasp the truth that tears, while a means of emotional release, could not reclaim what had been lost. Bran, however, had matured considerably during Robb's absence, embodying the role of the elder brother as he comforted Rickon. This experience fostered his growth, allowing him to psychologically detach from reliance on others. Recently, Bran had been experiencing strange sensations, often perceiving the presence of three-eyed crows circling above. These enigmatic occurrences inadvertently drew him closer to the realm of magic, leading him to become increasingly wise and composed. Sansa, in contrast, was in high spirits, having endured the hardships of King's Landing and finally escaped its confines. Upon returning, Robb's protection instilled within her a profound sense of security, one only family could provide. Robb, somewhat awkwardly wielding a knife and fork to carve the roast, addressed Bran, saying, "I did not exact vengeance upon the King's slayer for you, as Sansa still relies on him for her redemption. However, I did sever his arm, which I believe avenges your leg." Bran, still innocent and not yet hardened by the world, nodded in agreement, feeling no objection to his brother's actions. Robb then turned to Sansa, stating, "You know, we are at war now. You are the second most significant Stark after me. I will need your assistance in Riverrun." Bran, hearing this, eagerly exclaimed, "I can go too." Robb reassured him, "Bran, you are still young and have much to learn. Do you not recall that I promised to teach you magic? Your task is to remain in Winterfell, learning this craft and taking care of Rickon." Initially disheartened, Bran's spirits lifted at the prospect of studying magic, and he ceased his insistence on traveling south. Sansa, taken aback, replied, I did not realize I could assist you." Robb comforted her, "As a Stark, that is more than sufficient. I do not require you to fight. I need you to manage the accounts." Although the profession of accounting was not yet defined, Robb understood its significance. His spoils of war had accumulated to an unmanageable extent, and soldiers awaited their shares from the raids in the west. This daunting task necessitated a capable team, and he could hardly expect a warrior like himself to oversee such matters. Moreover, anyone appointed to this role must be a trusted ally, lest complications arise. Having endured the trials of King's Landing, Sansa was no longer the naive girl who solely aspired to be a queen. She could now assist Robb in managing the accounts. Her Stark lineage and blood ties would allow Robb to entrust this responsibility to her. "Fear not, Sansa. In the coming days, I will have Maester Luwin teach you the skills of accounting and how to audit the records. Once you have mastered these, you can oversee those handling the accounts in Riverrun and ensure they do not manipulate the figures," he assured her. Sansa, realizing her newfound purpose, felt an exhilarating sense of pride in being valued by her family, entrusted with significant responsibilities. She nodded vigorously, declaring, "I will excel at this task." At that moment, the youngest, Rickon Stark, piped up, "I want to help brother too." Robb laughed heartily and handed him a large, succulent piece of meat, saying, "Your task is to eat well and grow strong, so that one day you may assist me." Sansa's lips curled into a smile, having not felt such warmth of family for quite some time. Suddenly, she seemed to hesitate, recalling, "Theon is still imprisoned in the dungeons. Brother, what do you plan to do with him?" Robb sighed, reluctant to discuss such matters in front of his younger siblings, yet aware that they would inevitably face the harsh realities of conflict. After some contemplation, he spoke candidly. "He has betrayed the North and our Stark family, so he must die." The expressions of the other three reflected their discomfort. They shared a bond with Theon and wished to intercede on his behalf. Yet they understood that Robb's tone was not that of a brother or even a lord, but rather that of the North's king, imbued with authority. This was a monarch's decree, one they could not contest. As nobles, they understood the weight of such obligations better than most. Sansa's face revealed a flicker of compassion. "Very well, may his spirit find peace among the trees." Robb smiled faintly. "I have heard he has already embraced the teachings of the drowned god, and is no longer a follower of the old gods of the North." Sansa was left without further words. Seizing the moment while the family was gathered, Robb shared his forthcoming plans. "I intend to journey to the Wall and bring Jon Snow back. Both Sansa and Bran were taken aback, while Rickon looked on in confusion, unsure of its implications. Bran questioned, did he not go to the wall? The Night's Watch will not allow him to return. Robb explained, I do not care about his oath as a member of the Night's Watch. Winterfell requires a mature leader of Stark blood. Robb was uncertain of how the situation would unfold, but he recognized that the defense of Winterfell needed bolstering. Otherwise, Bran and Rickon would remain in peril. Jon's identity was fitting for the role. Now was the time for strategic placements, and Robb did not wish Jon to remain at the wall any longer. Moreover, Jon's heritage, intertwined with both Targaryen and Stark bloodlines, held great potential for exploration. In King's Landing, many remained loyal to the former regime. Upon revealing his identity, Jon would undoubtedly attract followers. With appropriate maneuvering, Robb could gain considerable support. Robb's return to Winterfell was primarily for matters concerning Jon and Sansa. Jon's situation involved the Night's Watch, and it would require Robb's intervention to resolve. Sansa, missing Jon dearly, voiced her concerns. The Night's Watch will not permit anyone to leave. Robb replied with calm resolve, when has the Night's Watch's command ever been able to defy the king in the north? Chapter 71. In the name of Stark, as Robb Stark rode with his wolf cavalry towards the wall, Commander Jeor Mormont of the Night's Watch had just returned from beyond. Jeor, a noble of House Mormont from Bear Island, had relinquished his claim to inheritance to become the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Out of respect, he was affectionately referred to as Old Bear. Upon hearing the news that the king in the north was about to arrive, Old Bear temporarily set aside his plans to scout beyond the wall and returned with a sense of trepidation to meet Robb. Old Bear was perplexed by Robb's intentions. This new king in the north had come to the wall at a time when he was fervently engaged in the southern campaigns. Did he seek the support of the Night's Watch? The Night's Watch had an unwavering commitment to neutrality, forever abstaining from the conflicts of kingdoms, a steadfast rule. Were it any other king, Old Bear would trust his men to handle the situation, but the Stark lineage compelled him to meet Robb in person. The title of king in the north bore immense influence over the northern folk. The wall was erected by Brandon Stark, who also established the Night's Watch, and the very land they stood upon had been granted by the first king in the north, Brandon. Moreover, the Stark family had, in every generation, sent a member to guard the wall. Though the Night's Watch claimed independence from the major kingdoms, how could they truly sever ties with House Stark? Old Bear silently prayed that this encounter would not lead to his own embarrassment. The biting wind howled, and heavy snow began to fall near the wall. The black-clad members of the Night's Watch trembled in the cold, seeking refuge within the castle. In the Black Castle's reception hall, Robb finally met the Lord Commander. Old Bear, gazing upon the young man who entered, hoarsely remarked, has House Stark finally regained its kingship? Robb, looking at the elder with strands of white in his hair, felt a surge of respect that reminded him of the past, of the fiery wall built to guard against the encroaching darkness and the noble knights of the King's Guard. Both the Night's Watch and the King's Guard were deserving of reverence. They were steadfast in their oaths and true to their hearts. Robb inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, stating, we have merely restored the ancient customs of 3 centuries past. Ancient customs? Ha! Your Grace, do you know that I have not slept a wink for several nights? We have just returned from beyond the wall, where the wildlings speak of a new king among them. Rallying the wildlings for what purpose I cannot discern, whether to build fortifications or to muster an army. Understanding the need for a gentle approach when conversing with a young man like Robb, who was brimming with youthful fervor, Old Bear began to share his woes. Not long ago, your uncle Benjen Stark led a handful of rangers beyond the wall and has not returned. We recovered the bodies of his companions, but they have risen again, and they are not the same. They have become malevolent, attacking the living without hesitation. Robb raised his hand slightly, halting Old Bear's lament. Pouring a glass of wine for himself and the commander, he noted Old Bear's confusion at his calm demeanor, marked by an inscrutable smile that made it difficult to fathom his thoughts. Much like an old fox, Old Bear mused. After taking a sip of the bitter wine, Robb slowly began, the wildlings, the others. I understand your concerns. The long night approaches, winter is near, and the power of the cold god is awakening. Ancient legends will once again manifest in reality. Robb spoke of the history that every northerner held dear, the others descending with endless darkness and cold, sweeping across the entirety of Westeros. Old Bear exclaimed, taken aback. He had not anticipated the gravity of Robb's words. Would the terrifying event of the others' resurgence truly occur? He had assumed the primary threat from beyond the wall was the newly appointed king among the wildlings. Robb nodded, clarifying further. The power of the cold god is indeed awakening, or rather, the mysterious forces of the world are stirring. In another land, dragons have returned, and the power of the Lightbringer is beginning to influence our continent. The old gods are also searching for green seers to stand against the cold god, just as before. My brother Bran has already shown signs of becoming a warg. The wildlings do not seek to descend upon us. They are gathering to confront the winter. Old Bear was momentarily at a loss. He had intended to clarify the difficulties he faced, but Rob's revelations overwhelmed him. The Northerners, though they believed in ancient legends, found it hard to accept such revelations all at once. Rob chose not to elaborate further, opting instead to demonstrate through action. Drawing forth the greatsword ice, which had recently been returned to House Stark, Rob swept a hand along the blade, causing golden lightning to dance upon it. In Old Bear's astonished gaze, Rob caressed the sword once more, this time igniting it in fierce flames. This is a miracle? The Greenseer. In the faith of the North, the Greenseer was the embodiment of the old gods on Earth, capable of performing wondrous feats. Among the most extraordinary was the black magic known as the Hammer of Waters, where 1,000 Greenseers united could obliterate the Arm of Dorn, the connection between Westeros and another continent. Compared to the legendary magic that altered the very geography of the land, Rob's demonstration, though modest, served to affirm the truth of the tales he spoke. Seeing that Old Bear was largely convinced, Rob continued, "The others are approaching. You have witnessed the transformation of my uncle's men. Therefore, Old Bear, you must understand that the Night's Watch as it stands cannot withstand the others." Old Bear was left speechless, for he recognized the truth in Rob's words. The current strength of the Night's Watch was but a fraction of its former glory. In times of strife among the kingdoms, the wall had often been bolstered by the ranks of defeated forces, with nobles taking pride in joining the Night's Watch. However, following the unification under House Targaryen, conflicts had diminished significantly, leading to a drastic reduction in manpower. The long absence of the others had dulled the eyes of the Southerners with peace, and only prisoners and those of lowly status now sought to join the Night's Watch. This resulted in a decline in both quantity and quality of their ranks. Rob rose, gazing at Old Bear, relying solely on the strength of the Night's Watch is insufficient to confront the others. You require the support of the North and the continent of Westeros. Therefore, as the king in the North, I hereby declare, House Stark will, like our ancestors thousands of years ago, lead the Night's Watch and every Northerner through the winter, driving back the others. Old Bear finally grasped the gravity of Rob's words. With a casual remark, Rob had invoked the ancient laws, restoring the Night's Watch's allegiance to the king in the North. Chapter 72. The greedy behemoth. Though Old Bear could not directly counter Rob's assertions, he found it overly idealistic to expect the Night's Watch to so easily yield to him. Rob understood that fully reclaiming the Night's Watch's power would require some time. However, this would not hinder his pursuit of what he desired. He rapped his knuckles on the table and spoke. I acknowledge that the vows of the Night's Watch have been upheld for millennia, and I extend my respect to you. For the time being, I shall refrain from intervening in your affairs. However, to better combat the others, I require assistance in safeguarding Winterfell and coordinating resources between the North and the Wall. Therefore, Jon Snow must accompany me. Old Bear instinctively began to refuse. But he has sworn the oath of the Night's Watch. Rob replied coolly, I am his king and the current head of House Stark. I possess the authority to release him from his vow. However, I shall not make your position difficult. Let him retain the title of a Night's Watchman while he attends to logistical matters in the rear. Rob was indifferent to whether Jon's identity was that of a Night's Watchman or otherwise, as long as he fulfilled his duty to protect Winterfell. Furthermore, Jon maintaining his status as a member of the Night's Watch would serve to strengthen the ties between the Night's Watch and House Stark, especially with the upcoming election for the next Lord Commander, where Jon would undoubtedly prevail under Rob's influence. Old Bear opened his mouth, but this time, no words emerged. He recognized that the king of the North before him seemed to have inherited none of his father's benevolence, but rather possessed the same pride and decisiveness that characterized past Starks. Such a disposition would garner the allegiance of the Northmen. The North was a cold and resolute people, preferring a tyrant who would lead them to their doom over a weak ruler who would allow them to languish. Moreover, the Night's Watch could neither afford to lose the North's support, nor could they operate without it. All their logistics and supplies traversed the North to reach the various castles along the Wall. Hence, Old Bear found it impossible to dismiss the Northern King's demands lightly. Very well, I concede. He ultimately nodded in agreement. Regret washed over him. He had intended to groom Jon Snow as his successor, and now he would have to seek another candidate. Rob had obtained what he sought and had gauged the Night's Watch's stance, departing the meeting room with satisfaction. Stepping out into the biting cold, Rob was immediately invigorated by the frigid winds. Within the training grounds of the Black Castle, several unyielding rangers were practicing, seemingly training a rather rotund Night's Watchman. His movements were somewhat comical, yet the seriousness etched on his face was unmistakable. Among the ranks was a robust man, skilled with a sword, accompanied by a magnificent white dire wolf. Rob instantly recognized the creature, Ghost. With a swift motion, Grey Wind darted toward the white dire wolf, leaping from Rob's side. A howl erupted from Ghost. Grey Wind was the largest and most formidable of the Stark family's dire wolves, and even the ethereal white wolf had to bow its head before him. The other rangers halted their training, astonished by the imposing, battle-hardened direwolf before them. "Rob." "No, your grace." Jon Snow, upon seeing Grey Wind, instantly realized his brother had arrived, his countenance brightening as he scanned for Rob's position. Rob smiled and waved, "Come, let us take a stroll along the wall." Eagerly, Jon departed with Rob, engaging in conversation as they walked. Jon had already received word of their father's death. Yet his primary concern remained for his two sisters. "Rob, your grace, how are Sansa and Arya faring?" In this private setting, free from formality. Rob reassured him, "You may call me Rob, as you always have." He paused to recount his sister's circumstances. Sansa is safe in Winterfell, while Arya has fled King's Landing and is currently lost somewhere. A pang of anxiety gripped Jon's heart. Of all the Stark family members, only Arya had treated him without regard for his status as a bastard. Yet now, she was unaccounted for. I intended to assist you, but I am now a member of the Night's Watch." He had previously attempted to leave the wall to support Rob, but his vows bound him. Rob waved his hand dismissively. Family must understand each other. Jon paused, contemplating the word family. Rob continued, "I have come to rescue you from the wall. For I must march south to fight. You must safeguard Winterfell and look after Bran and Rickon." Jon, perplexed, questioned, "But why must we continue to fight? Our father's body has been returned, and our sisters are free from their captors. Why escalate the conflict and invite further innocent casualties?" Rob gazed beyond the wall. "You speak true, but have you considered the people of the North? The war is merely a continuation of political objectives. For the sake of our father and sisters, I have fought many battles, and the North's resources have been nearly exhausted. If I cease now, what will become of the people of the North this winter?" Jon found himself at a loss for words. The Northmen relied on House Stark's protection to survive the winter. If the Starks depleted their resources solely for their family, what fate awaited those loyal to them, who depended on the Starks to endure the harsh season? War is a greedy beast, once unleashed. It is not we who control it, but rather it that oppresses us, Rob reflected, watching the swirling snowflakes. The Reach has grain. But why should it provide for a northern king who has retreated? Why should the Westerlands and Iron Islands send their grain to us? Only through war can the people of the North endure. Moreover, I have heard of Uncle Benjen's fate. The others are advancing, and the North alone cannot withstand them. Only by claiming all of Westeros can we effectively combat the impending threat. Jon felt persuaded by Rob's words. As a Northman, he understood the harshness of winter. "I am willing to assist you, but what of the oath I have taken as a member of the Night's Watch?" Rob regarded him thoughtfully. "While I will not put you in a difficult position, Old Bear and I shall jointly decree that you serve in Winterfell's logistics. However, I urge you to remember one thing. Strive to do what is right, rather than merely what is superficial." Chapter 73. After resolving matters concerning Jon Snow, Robb Stark did not linger at the wall and prepared to return to Winterfell to oversee affairs. Jon Snow, however, found himself in a state of confusion. Uncertain whether his actions were indeed justified, he sought out Maester Aemon's study, wishing to engage in a meaningful conversation with his mentor. "You approved my journey to Winterfell, did you not?" Jon inquired. "Indeed," Maester Aemon replied while perusing through some documents. Jon was puzzled. "You opposed my departure previously. That was due to your formidable kingly brother compelling me to allow your departure." Maester Aemon jested, though the humor was rather dry. Jon remained silent, anticipating Maester Aemon's genuine reasoning. He understood the man's steadfast character. He was a man of principle. With a deep sigh, Maester Aemon remarked, "One should not wait for the rain to repair the roof. Regardless of whether the threat of the White Walkers is imminent, I must be prepared for the worst. The Night's Watch has grown weaker over time. We require additional support." Maester Aemon glanced at Jon with a serious expression and continued, "You must understand that your departure will undoubtedly elicit criticism from others. However, always remember that your leaving is also in service of the Night's Watch's oath. You are no different from your brothers at the wall." Jon grasped the weight of Maester Aemon's words and nodded in understanding. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Though he was returning to Winterfell to reunite with his family, it sounded as if he was to bear some unjust burden. He realized that Robb and Maester Aemon had long conspired to shuffle him around to fulfill their own needs, expecting him to comply without complaint. Jon was at a loss for words until he recalled Robb's earlier counsel, "Do what is right." Very well, he resolved to do what was right. He bade farewell to Maester Aemon, returned to gather his belongings, and departed from the cold, yet significant wall. Robb had already returned to Winterfell ahead of Jon. During his time there, he experienced a rare moment of relaxation, yet he knew it was not the time for complete respite, as he was soon to set off for Riverrun. During this interval, Robb began teaching Bran the art of gravity magic. Given Bran's disability, this magic offered him a glimmer of hope for regaining mobility. Robb recognized Bran's inherent talent for warging, allowing him to inhabit animals and perceive the world through their eyes. Aware of Bran's aptitude for magic, Robb was eager to share his knowledge. In just a couple of days, amidst Bran's reluctant farewell, Rob departed Winterfell once more, accompanied by Sansa. Along the journey, Rob contemplated the individuals he could rely upon. Firstly, there were his trustworthy family members, his mother, Catelyn, engaged in delicate diplomacy, Sansa, assisting him with calculations, Jon, remaining at Winterfell to stabilize their rear guard, and Uncle Edmure, managing the political and logistical affairs of the Riverlands. These allies posed no issues. Next were the lords and nobles he could depend upon, Ser Brynden Tully, serving as his spymaster, Maegor, acting as the Minister of Military Law, and the three lords plundering the Westerlands, who represented his primary military support. Furthermore, Lord Tydos Blackwood, who had helped secure hostages from Tywin, should be returning to Riverrun. This lord had shown commendable resolve during the siege of Riverrun and could be entrusted with a ministerial position. Rob decided to temporarily assign the old knight from House Frye to guard the Trident, intending to reassign him to other duties once the troublesome weasel had departed from this world. There were also some subordinates he needed to evaluate, such as the seasoned commander at Harrenhal and the nobles from the Streamlands and the ancestral burial mounds, whom he had previously dealt with. After carefully assessing his retainers, Rob realized that his rule as the king in the north was still rather rudimentary. Having proclaimed himself king, he recognized the necessity for a structured governance system to ensure clarity of authority among his subordinates. Without proper delineation of roles and responsibilities, chaos would ensue in times of crisis. Previously preoccupied with repelling external threats to the Riverlands and the north, Rob now found stability at home and was prepared to formally engage in military endeavors. He concluded that a set of regulations was imperative. During the journey from Winterfell to Riverrun, Rob found little inclination to instruct his cavalry captains in military tactics and instead focused intently on the organization of his ministers. He took out a notebook, pondering and jotting down his thoughts. It was essential to clarify that the North remained a militaristic nation focused on external expansion, thus necessitating a military-oriented feudal system. Drawing from ancient military structures, he envisioned the realm as a vast army, with officials' roles defined primarily by their military functions. Fortunately, Rob had read several books in his past life, and he swiftly formulated an initial structural model. He divided the army into distinct departments, ensuring that authority within each department was decentralized and interdependent to maintain balance and oversight. A position would be established to oversee all departments, preventing him from micromanaging and exhausting himself. Wartime governance needed to be straightforward and efficient. Any excessive bureaucracy could hinder effectiveness. As he penned the titles of various official positions, he also noted the names of suitable candidates. Some titles were crossed out, while new ones were added. He meticulously considered the personalities of those individuals, contemplating who would best fit each role. For instance, Maegor's steadfastness and loyalty made him ideal as the captain of the military law enforcement, a position that would be ill-suited for the indecisive Jon, who would likely allow far too many to escape. Rob sighed, realizing that being a king was no simple task of idly enjoying power. Otherwise, the hard-won legacy he had built could swiftly unravel. The former King Robert had been a prime example of this, a king who relished only in battles and pleasures, delegating everything to his hand and brother, leaving the kingdom to fracture upon his demise. While Rob did not aspire to create a dynasty that would endure for a millennium, he aimed to ensure that peace reigned for a considerable time. Finally, he tore up all his rough drafts and produced a fresh sheet of paper. At the top, he inscribed the words "The Emperor," and below it, "The Wing of Kings." The Emperor represented the king, and the ministers were his supportive wings. Subsequently, Rob listed several positions to fortify these wings. Chapter 74. The fall of the prize. Catelyn Stark had departed from Riverrun for some time now, embarking on a mission to Storm's End to negotiate on behalf of her son with the newly crowned King Renly. The news of Rob's continuous victories brought her a modicum of solace, yet a mother's concern for her child is an unwavering sentiment. Throughout her life, it seemed she had perpetually awaited the return of loved ones. Her former betrothed, Brandon, the eldest son of House Stark, had journeyed to King's Landing only to meet his demise at the hands of the Mad King. Her husband, Ned, had galloped off to war on their wedding night, leaving her to endure the agonizing wait with their unborn child. Now, her son Rob had taken to the battlefield once more, embroiled in conflict against rival factions. However, this time felt different. She would not remain behind, helplessly awaiting news from the front lines. She could actively assist her son in whatever capacity she could. Engaging in tasks served as a means to pass the time, preventing her from succumbing to baseless thoughts and stabilizing her emotions. As the fortress drew nearer, a whirlwind of thoughts enveloped Catelyn. Storm's End. It had been such a long time since she had last visited. May this endeavor unfold smoothly. Storm's End, one of the ancient Seven Kingdoms, is often beset by thunderstorms, a consequence of the oceanic hurricanes. The harsh weather hinders the development of agriculture, yet, akin to the north, It cultivates formidable soldiers. Renly Baratheon, the youngest brother of the late King Robert Baratheon, inherited his brother's title upon Robert's ascension to the Iron Throne, becoming the Lord of Storm's End. Legally, had Robert perished without Joffrey being his trueborn son, Renly would have had a rightful claim to the throne. Renly was generally regarded as a decent man, commanding the loyalty of many in Storm's End. When he called, the Lords of Storm's End rallied to his banner. Furthermore, the ambitions of House Tyrell and the Reach, eager to expand their influence, aligned seamlessly with Renly's cause. Thus, a grand wedding was orchestrated, solidifying a political alliance. Two powerful duchies emerged independent, and Renly ascended as one of the mightiest forces on the continent of Westeros, commanding an army of 100,000 elite soldiers. With the support of the Reach, he could adequately supply them with provisions. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, King's Landing was all but secured within Renly's grasp. Catelyn had initially intended to journey to the Reach to discuss a potential alliance, but hastened to Storm's End upon hearing this news. Though hope seemed dim, she still yearned to persuade Renly to ally with the North to rescue her daughter from King's Landing. At this juncture, she remained unaware that Robb had already freed Sansa. Upon reaching Storm's End, it was only through a raven's message that she learned of Robb's success in rescuing her daughter. Upon her arrival, it came as no surprise that she was met with indifference. The king's sole demand was submission. To Renly, Robb's self-proclamation as king was tantamount to treason. However, Catelyn's noble status granted her representation of the North, a formidable power that no one wished to offend at this juncture. Catelyn lingered at Storm's End for several days, even participating in a tournament where she witnessed a female knight vanquish all male competitors, including the renowned Knight of Flowers from Highgarden. The remarkable Brienne of Tarth was, to Catelyn's eyes, the most formidable woman she had encountered thus far. As Catelyn prepared to depart, she resolved to make one final appeal to Renly in his audience chamber. She implored, "Your Grace, why not embrace another ally?" Renly chuckled heartily, flanked by a personal guard, none other than Brienne, the champion of the tournament. "My lady, you ought to comprehend the chaos that now envelopes Westeros," he replied. Donning his armor, he made it clear that this was no time for negotiation. It was a moment to display martial prowess. Catelyn recognized that this was a struggle for power between two kings, a conflict she could not mediate. And with a resigned sigh, she prepared to take her leave. At that moment, an unexpected gust of wind flung open the door, a chilling breeze that bore an eerie sensation, sending a shiver down Catelyn's spine. She sensed something had entered, but when she turned, only the king's shadow danced upon the silken fabric of the tent, flickering ominously. Renly remained oblivious to the strangeness, clad in exquisite armor, with a dagger and longsword at his side. Brienne knelt, assisting him with his armor. Suddenly, Catelyn's eyes widened. She perceived Renly's shadow moving unnaturally. Though his sword remained secured at his waist, the shadow's sword lifted at a peculiar angle. "Your Grace, you..." Catelyn's words halted abruptly, for all had reached its conclusion. So cold, Renly stood dazed, murmuring in a faint, bewildered tone. In the next instant, the steel at his throat was effortlessly sliced through as if it were mere fabric, by an invisible blade. He gasped, a low, ragged breath escaping him. As blood surged forth, choking him, death swept in like a tempestuous sea breeze through the window, extinguishing the flickering candle of life, only to vanish into the ether. This transpired with alarming swiftness, leaving the two women to grasp but one grim realization. Renly was dead. No, Brienne, still fastening the king's armor, was instantly engulfed by despair, unable to fathom such a reality. On the very day she had been knighted by the man she loved, he lay dying in her arms. How cruel fate could be. Her formidable stature, more robust than many men, bore the title of beauty, a cruel jest. Only Renly had ever offered her a semblance of equality and dignity in her life. Thus, she had cherished him as her beloved, vowing to remain by his side for eternity, even if she could never be his wife. Now, all that remained was the shattering of her dreams. Brienne's anguished cries soon attracted the attention of the guards outside, who rushed in, weapons drawn. The first sight that met their eyes was Renly, bloodied and lifeless in Brienne's embrace. The king is dead. Who then would lead them into battle? Surely, this foul woman was to blame. Rage and bloodlust surged through their minds as they sought weapons to slay Brienne, the alleged regicide. "You wicked woman! Release him, you vile creature! By the Seven, Brienne! What is the meaning of this? You shall pay with your life. You must answer for the king's death." Brienne, momentarily dazed, lifted her gaze from the king's lifeless body. I. Catelyn stepped forward, grasping her arm. "We must flee. We shall seek vengeance for Renly later." "Vengeance," Brienne echoed, initially bewildered by the word. Yet her expression hardened with resolve. "Vengeance." Chapter 75. From death comes life. The roaring soldiers charged toward Brienne, who reacted swiftly, drawing the longsword from her waist and standing her ground against multiple attackers, showing no signs of faltering. The lifeless body of Renly lay on the ground, his head rolling away as blood pooled around him, staining his rainbow-colored cloak. It was not she who did this. The girl loved him, can't you see? It was Stannis, his brother. Caitlin spotted a familiar noble among the crowd and rushed forward, calling out a name, Stannis Baratheon. She was uncertain why she uttered that name. But as she did, the shadow she beheld instantly aligned with her memories of Stannis. It truly was him. Caitlin realized in horror that Stannis had employed dark sorcery to slay his own brother from miles away, using a shadow to do so. With a chill running down her spine, she yelled at the nobleman, "You are mistaken. It was not she. Save her. Listen to me. It was Stannis who did this. I swear by my honor that it was Stannis who harmed him." The nobleman hesitated. This cannot be. Stannis is still. It is a shadow, dark magic. Caitlin found herself at a loss, simply stating, "She is innocent, Robb. I assure you, by my husband's name and the honor of House Stark." The honor of Lord Ned Stark and his family still carried weight in Westeros, a serious matter indeed, especially to nobles who would not easily lie about their family's reputation. Named Robb, the nobleman hesitated, but Caitlyn's assurance swayed him. Even in the storm, House Stark held considerable influence. Furthermore, Stannis' army was set to engage Renly's forces the following day, and it was not beyond reason that he would resort to an ambush to eliminate threats. Very well. I believe you. I will restrain my men. You must leave quickly. Caitlyn expressed her gratitude, while Brienne continued her fierce battle, determined to escape and avenge her unrequited love in her own way. The campfire was knocked to the ground, flames beginning to spread. Seizing an opportunity, Caitlyn struck a knight attempting to ambush Brienne, rendering him unconscious with an iron pot. She turned to Brienne, commanding, "Follow me." Brienne, shaken by the chaos, instinctively seized the moment, slicing through the tent and following Caitlyn outside. The scene was chaotic, with shouts echoing as soldiers rushed to extinguish flames engulfing several tents. "This way," Caitlyn directed, moving deliberately. "We must not run, lest we raise suspicion. Act as if nothing has occurred." Brienne sheathed her sword, her expression unreadable as raindrops fell from the night sky, mingling with her emotions. Soon, news of Renly's death spread, plunging the camp into disarray as the flames grew fiercer. Groups of soldiers gathered to discuss sorcery and murder, prayers escaping their lips. Yet no one paid heed to the two women moving swiftly through the chaos. Brienne whispered fervently, her voice on the verge of breaking yet resolute, "Stannis, I will kill him. I shall avenge him with my lord's sword. I swear. I swear. I swear." Caitlyn remained silent, hastening to her own tent. Robb, concerned for her safety, had arranged for members of House Manderley to escort her with cavalry. Positioned in the corners of Renly's army, Sir Wendell Manderley was frantic, inquiring about the unfolding events. Should Caitlyn meet with misfortune, he would have no choice but to return to Robb with grim tidings, perhaps even taking his own life for the shame of failure. Fortunately, he spotted Caitlyn returning. But the bloodied knight at her side, wasn't she just appointed as Renly's personal guard? "My lady, the entire camp seems to have gone mad. Lord Renly, he is dead. We did not do it, yet we were present, and none will forget that. We must leave swiftly." Caitlyn's tone was urgent as she quickly issued commands. "Brienne, when we left, we each took 2 horses. Choose one and ride with us." Once all the guards mounted, Caitlyn commanded, "If anyone obstructs us, kill without hesitation." The group galloped away, Caitlyn casting a glance back. Beneath the mist, the vast array of fluttering banners displayed hues of red, pink, and orange, revealing blue, white, and brown, illuminated by noble gold. There stood the elite cavalry of Storm's End and Highgarden, once part of Renly's army, now belonging to Stannis. Caitlyn understood that they likely remained unaware. If they did not rally to the last Baratheon, to whom else could they pledge their fealty? Storm's End could only serve House Baratheon and Highgarden through marriage. Wait, Highgarden was allied with Renly, and now that Renly was dead, Robb's intention in coming was to forge an alliance with Highgarden. She had previously thought him late, but now realized he had arrived in time. Without Renly, would Highgarden continue to support Stannis? It seemed improbable. That old thorn would not entrust his investments to someone like Stannis, who had slain his own brother. Caitlyn snapped to attention. She could not simply leave. Robb was still fighting on the battlefield, and she could not return to Riverrun empty-handed. She needed to find the Tyrells to discuss the matter of the alliance. With resolve, she turned her horse around. There is no need to rush away. With Renly's demise, Stannis would assume command of Storm's End's forces. But the troops from Highgarden would surely depart. "We will follow Highgarden's army and seek out the Knight of Flowers and the young Rose for a conversation." Wendell Manderley gasped. "My lady, did you not just say you were present at Lord Renly's death?" He had more to say, but the young Rose was one matter. Yet the Knight of Flowers was famously devoted to Renly. On the surface, the Tyrells aligned with Renly, sending forth the young Rose. Yet it was the Knight of Flowers who truly mattered. Such rumors had long circulated in the camp. To seek out the Knight of Flowers now was perilously unwise. A serious expression crossed Caitlyn's face. My son needs me. I must act for him. Chapter 76. Encounter with the Queen of Thorns. When Caitlyn entered the camp of the Knights of Flowers, she unexpectedly discovered a familiar figure, Peter Baelish. Once a slight boy, he had now transformed into a slender man, slightly shorter than Caitlyn, yet nimble and sharp-featured, with those mischievous gray-green eyes that sparkled with mirth. Why are you here as well? Caitlyn inquired directly. Peter flashed a sly smile, reminiscent of his childhood. Of course, for the same reason as you, Caitlyn. Caitlyn dismissed his feigned intimacy, not surprised by his ability to deduce her motives, as his cunning had always set him apart. Peter had been sent to the Eyrie for training, living alongside Caitlyn and her sister Lisa. Whenever he erred, he would adopt an innocent demeanor to confess his faults, until he ultimately claimed Lisa's maidenhead, inciting the fury of Lord Tully, who then sent him away. Now the master of coin. His presence in the tumultuous army at the Eyrie could only indicate one purpose. Let us depart. Caitlyn wished to avoid further conversation, wary of revealing any information. Peter regarded her with surprise. He was aware of her appearance in Renly's camp, yet after the events of the previous night, he had assumed she would leave immediately. To his astonishment, she had come, much like himself, to seek the support of the Eyrie. Peter gazed at the figure he had long desired. Time had indeed wrought changes. However, I find change to be delightful. Caitlyn was first received by the Knights of Flowers, as rumors had circulated that she was one of the two present at Renly's death. The Knights of Flowers were eager to uncover the truth surrounding his demise. Accompanied by Brienne, Caitlyn entered the grand tent, which was heavily guarded, with the two children of House Tyrell seated at the head, Ser Loras and his sister, the diminutive Rose. Upon her entrance, Ser Loras erupted in fury. Murderer! How dare you return? I should have you seized at once and make you pay for your crimes. Caitlyn met his rage with composure. If we dared to come, it is because we are not the murderers, and we possess the means to prove our innocence. Oh, and how might you prove that? He retorted. You ought to be grateful to Ser Rabar. He let you escape. I nearly had him executed. And now that I have cooled down, it is fortunate you stand before me unscathed. Ser Loras, Renly's lover and captain of the Rainbow Guard, had indeed killed Ser Rabar for his dereliction of duty during his fury, resulting in the demise of all Rainbow Knights on duty that fateful night. Caitlyn silently mourned the death of Ser Rabar, a man who had perished because of her, vowing to compensate his family. It was not we who killed Renly. But Stannis. Caitlyn recounted the events of that night in detail, leaving no aspect unaddressed. Ser Loras scoffed. Do you expect me to believe such a bizarre tale? Yet, deep down, he found himself swayed by her account, for it was indeed extraordinary, and her words bore no contradictions, a truth too peculiar to be false. Caitlyn refrained from further explanation, maintaining her steady tone. I wish to clear this misunderstanding with the Eyrie and request an audience with the Queen of Thorns. Everyone understood that the true power at the Eyrie lay not with the current lord, but with the iron-willed and calculating Lady Olenna, the Queen of Thorns. Ser Loras smirked. Do you think I would allow you to meet my grandmother only for you to conspire against her? At this moment, Caitlyn felt a sense of security. For despite Ser Loras's anger, he had yet to summon his men to execute her, resorting instead to intimidation, a behavior inconsistent with the intent to kill. Indeed, it was at this moment that the reserved Rose stepped forward, calming her brother. If Lady Caitlyn wishes to see grandmother, let us grant her that request. I trust that grandmother will make her own judgments. Caitlyn cast a glance at Rose, marveling at her beauty and reflecting on the joys of youth. After their meeting, Caitlyn departed the tent, returning with the army to the Eyrie. She observed Peter entering the siblings' tent, yet she felt no apprehension, no matter how silver-tongued he was. The Queen of Thorns would never consider marrying off her granddaughter to a Lannister. Upon their return to the Eyrie, Caitlyn was settled in. As she understood, the Queen of Thorns first met with Peter Baelish, and only days later did she send for Caitlyn. This indicated that her focus remained on King's Landing. Entering the castle, constructed entirely of white marble, she beheld a verdant paradise adorned with blooming flowers, gardens, pools, and artificial waterfalls that embellished the entire structure. The castle was filled with stone sculptures, fountains, and marble columns, with vines draping over ancient edifices. Passing the tower, Caitlyn gazed out over the surrounding estates and fields, awash with wildflowers and golden roses. This was the Eyrie, the realm of the Vale, the most exquisite castle on the continent of Westeros, and the wealthiest region. Caitlyn, however, had no time to admire the scenery. She followed her attendants to a resplendent reception hall. Unlike other reception areas, this one was an open-air pavilion, featuring a fountain and potted plants in its center, while the eaves cast shadows, with golden drapes blocking the sunlight. The Queen of Thorns reclined in a chair, awaiting her guest. Caitlyn could hardly believe that this petite woman, her eyes sparkling with life, was older than her own father. Upon Caitlyn's arrival, the Queen beamed. The Lady of House Stark, what a rare visitor. The Eyrie and Winterfell had little interaction, separated by great distance. So meetings typically occurred in King's Landing. Caitlin executed a graceful bow. Lady Olenna Redwine, I bring greetings from King Rob of the North. The queen chuckled. Ah. The king in the north, such a quaint title. There are now many kings on the continent, and this title seems rather devalued. Caitlin stood firm. Yet a king who commands 30,000 elite soldiers, governs half the realm, and has repelled the incursions of the Lannisters and the Iron Islands is indeed a rarity, is he not, my lady? Yes, I am aware. Your son has slain the mountain, and we owe him our gratitude. The mountain, under Tywin's command, committed many heinous acts. Bring me his head, and you shall receive a warm welcome among most lords in Westeros, for his head would be the finest gift. The Queen of Thorns shifted her tone. However, the forces and armies commanded by King's Landing are not to be underestimated. They possess a nominal advantage, and most importantly, they are much closer to us. Caitlin understood that, in terms of cunning and verbal manipulation, she could not contend with the cunning old woman known as the Queen of Thorns. Thus, she chose to be forthright. I am aware that Peter has also sought your hand in marriage for your granddaughter, but there are certain circumstances you ought to comprehend. Caitlin laid bare the absurdity and brutality of Joffrey, conveying a singular message. Should you marry your granddaughter to him, she will be subjected to unforeseen humiliation. Initially, the Queen of Thorns dismissed Caitlin's words, yet as she listened further, an unsettling feeling began to take root within her. How could there exist someone so foolish and malicious? Chapter 77. The Grand Feast of the Noble Ministers at Flowing River City. The Duke of Tully, who had been bedridden for an extended period, rose early today. With the assistance of his maidservants, he dressed, washed, and groomed himself. Though his body was frail and devoid of pain, he struggled to muster strength. Nevertheless, he persevered. For today was an exceptionally significant occasion. His grandson was to host a grand ceremony. At this moment, Flowing River City was alive with exuberant voices and a jubilant atmosphere. The castle hall was adorned with vibrant decorations. Opulent chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and a crimson velvet carpet stretched across the entire hall. Long tables overflowed with roasted meats and fine wines, while couples twirled gracefully and danced, laughter ringing through the air. Rob, having returned from Flowing River City, sat upon the throne, a goblet of fine wine in hand, engaged in conversation with the frowning Sansa. Can I perhaps postpone my attendance at the banquet? There are numerous accounts to settle. Rob chuckled heartily. Oh, but you've already calculated today's expenses, Haven to you? Just rest today. Sansa huffed in response. Every day brings new deliveries to Flowing River City, and there are still many items to dispatch. If I take a break today, I shall be utterly exhausted tomorrow. The wealth of the Westerlands surpassed Sansa's wildest imaginings. The resources and gold dragons she had witnessed in recent days far exceeded her previous expectations. The 3 gold mines occupied by the North produced a steady stream of gold daily. To expedite the extraction, Rob dispatched 5,000 captives from the Iron Islands to assist. Meanwhile, the 3 lords raiding the Westerlands remained active, with the main forces regrouping and training as per Rob's orders, while smaller contingents plundered nearby villages. Much of the extravagant decor in Flowing River City had been seized from the Westerlands. The stationed army required supplies, leading to a constant flow of wagons entering and exiting Flowing River City. The sheer volume of calculations nearly drove Sansa to desperation. Rob urgently summoned scholars from various castles to form a department of accounts, providing Sansa with the assistance she needed to maintain some semblance of order. We are still lacking in talent, Rob lamented. Once we secure an alliance with Highgarden, we shall recruit some skilled individuals from the Citadel, alleviating your burdens significantly. Curious, Sansa inquired, has Highgarden agreed? Is Mother returning? Rob took a sip of wine. Indeed, they have no reason to decline. Mother is already on her way back. Rob sought an alliance with Highgarden not only for their abundant resources, but also for the invaluable asset of knowledge. The Citadel, situated in the Reach, served as the supreme governing body for scholars across the 7 kingdoms. In an era where even commoners and nobles might be illiterate, possessing the ability to read and write was a rare talent. This vast reservoir of knowledge was something Rob desperately needed. Conquering territories was not a challenge for Rob. Set aside the arcane forces, and he could easily push forward. However, what was the point of victory if it resulted in mere desolation? Rob envisioned a well-ordered empire where its people thrived. The banquet soon reached its zenith, with music intensifying and the dancers embracing their joy, while jesters and performers showcased their skills. After a time of revelry, guests returned to their seats to indulge in the sumptuous feast. The atmosphere was just right when the Duke of Tully, seated beside Rob, rose with a beaming smile, tapping his goblet to capture attention. Noble lords and ladies. As the eldest and most distinguished among those present, his voice commanded silence as he began to speak. The Duke trembled as he raised his goblet. We are gathered here to revel in fine wine and delicious food, a blessing brought to us by the King in the North. Let us raise our glasses to honor the king in the north. To the king in the north? Echoed the chorus of voices as all raised their goblets and drank deeply. The Duke continued, however, it is imperative to acknowledge that His Majesty relies on the robust support of all present here. Thus, I propose a toast to each of you. The Duke and Rob stood, prompting everyone to rise hastily and drink from their goblets. The North shall never forget. The king in the North shall never forget. We see your contributions, and seizing this opportunity, the king in the North now announces new appointments and rewards. Please listen attentively. The nobles below perked up instantly, aware that it was time for Rob to distribute the spoils. What had they fought for, if not for this moment? The Duke sat down, smiling at his granddaughter. Sansa felt a flicker of nervousness, yet quickly steadied herself. Having endured public humiliation at the hands of Joffrey in King's Landing, she was no longer the same girl. Taking a deep breath, she prepared for her debut on the political stage. Ladies and gentlemen, before you stands the king in the North. The blood wolf who slaughters enemies on the battlefield, the protector of the Riverlands, the one favored by thunder, the healer, Robb Stark. Robb, seated upon the throne, discreetly rubbed his forehead, pondering how many titles he had amassed. Given the current trajectory, it seemed likely that he would soon eclipse Daenerys in the realm of titles. Sansa continued, today, His Majesty shall bestow honors upon 11 ministers, reward 5 nobles, and knight 20 individuals. The assembly erupted in excitement, an unprecedented number of appointments at once. Was this the advantage of a nascent administration? The ministers were announced. Minister of Intelligence, Ser Brynden Tully. Minister of Military Justice, Lady Marjorie Tyrell. Minister of Logistics, Ser Edmure Tully. Minister of Recruitment, Earl John Umber and Lord Rickard Stark. Minister of Crafts, Lord Roose Bolton. Minister of Foreign Affairs, my mother, Lady Catelyn. Minister of Propaganda, Lord Jason Mallister. Minister of Purge, Lord Tydos Blackwood. Minister of Medicine, the Red Priest, Thuras. And for the Minister of Accounts, here Sansa felt a twinge of shyness. Sansa Stark. In addition, the hand of the king and the Minister of the Navy positions remained vacant, with His Majesty considering appointments judiciously. Robb's cabinet system was entirely inspired by the ancient text 6 strategies, adapting military reforms into practical governance. This book emerged during the decline of the feudal system in the spring and autumn period, which mirrored the current circumstances. For Robb, ruling a military state was paramount. The nation's finances and the king's authority hinged upon a series of victories. Should he cease to wage war, the majority of the populace, especially in the north, would face starvation, and Robb's reputation would plummet. Thus, he refrained from adopting the more established 6 ministries of his previous life, as such a leap would be too great and fraught with risk. The chosen ministers were those noblemen who had demonstrated exceptional valor in previous battles. With the Riverlands and the North roughly sharing the appointments, most would find fault with the list but would not oppose it. This was the essence of balance. Chapter 78. The duties of the ministers. After bestowing honors upon the ministers, Robb rose from his seat, ready to commence the main event of the banquet. Sansa, maintaining a calm demeanor, continued to announce, His Majesty will personally confer titles upon 5 noble lords. Ser Blackfish, due to your remarkable military achievements, by the name of the king in the north, and in the presence of the old and new gods, I hereby elevate you to the rank of Count of Blackfish, with your domain being the city of Gold Tooth. Ser Blackfish, having returned from the front lines, was overwhelmed with emotion, a pensive expression gracing his features. He exchanged a glance with his brother, Duke Tully, seated in the gallery. After years of quarrels, the two brothers, bound by deep affection, found solace in this moment. Ser Blackfish, with a childlike sparkle in his eyes, quipped, Now I am a lord. You can no longer meddle in my matrimonial affairs. Duke Tully raised his goblet in acknowledgement to his kin. Although Gold Tooth had yet to be captured, it was widely understood that it was already within the North's grasp. And given its strategic significance, Robb was reluctant to entrust it to anyone else. The newly appointed Count of Blackfish knelt before Robb, pledging, The Blackfish family shall forever offer loyalty to House Stark. In the name of the old and new gods, I swear that should House Stark find itself in peril, the Blackfish family will offer all. Robb effortlessly lifted ice, tapping it thrice upon Ser Blackfish's head and shoulders. I accept your fealty. Amidst the envious gazes of those present, Count Blackfish descended the steps, officially becoming the Lord of Gold Tooth and establishing his family lineage. Eddard Karstark, Daenerys Mormont, Patrick Mallister, and Brynden Blackwood. You 4 are hereby elevated to the rank of Viscount, sharing the domains of the cities of Last Hearth and Crag. These 4, representing families that have rendered significant contributions in this conflict, stand as key allies of Robb Stark. Karstark and Mormont have been invaluable in supporting Robb, while Mallister from Sea Watch aided in the recapture of Riverrun, and Blackwood valiantly defended it against Jaime's siege. Furthermore, each of these families boasts more than one heir, prompting Robb to reward them with titles and lands. As for young Jon, he was deemed ready to inherit his father's title as count, receiving considerable resources and slaves as well. The Seaworth family, having continuously aided Robb in keeping watch over Old Man Skinner, was promised private benefits, though not overtly, to maintain public favor. The four newly minted nobles approached Robb with excitement, kneeling to declare their loyalty in the name of the old and new gods. Following the noble awards, it was time for Robb to honor the knights. Over 20 of them, originally commoners, had amassed enough military merit through various means during the campaign in the West. Though primarily honorary knights without lands, their spirits soared with exhilaration. Knighthood, nobility, a dream realized after generations, they found themselves engulfed in a state of bewilderment. Many were illiterate, having stumbled into the banquet hall from the front lines, awaiting a pivotal turn in their lives. Robb personally descended the steps to stand before these 20 men. From this day forth, your family shall be etched into the annals of history. Once you have decided upon your family names and mottos, I shall proclaim it to the world. Your names will appear in the list of major and minor nobility. Every scholar in each citadel will remember your families, and when the time comes, they will speak your names to the lords they serve. Your titles are guaranteed by me. As long as you bear children, your titles shall endure. Even if your bloodlines cease, this record will attest to your existence in history. Now, swear your oaths. The newly appointed knights, still dazed, mechanically recited their oaths of loyalty. Then, they returned to their seats. Only then did the realization dawn upon them. They had become knights. In that instant of awareness, they began to weep profusely, murmuring the names of Robb and their ancestors, their emotions surging. It felt as though they were in a dream. The banquet concluded amidst laughter and tears. Duke Tully, weary from the festivities, prepared to retire to his chambers. Before departing, he observed Robb leading the newly appointed ministers toward the study, feeling both disoriented and proud. Robb had proven himself a capable king, and his son and brother would follow him, relieving Tully of further concern. In the study, not all of Robb's appointed ministers were present, aside from Count Blackfish attending the ceremony. The other 4 ministers engaged in the plunder of the West had yet to return. Caitlin had just departed from the Vale, tirelessly making her way back to Riverrun. Roose Bolton remained stationed at Harrenhal. Robb gathered the ministers to clarify their responsibilities. While establishing the framework of the royal administration was quite straightforward, truly making it functional required Robb to provide manpower, finances, and sustenance, as well as the authority of the king in the north to lend it legitimacy. Otherwise, it would remain a mere shell. Robb surveyed his ministers and sighed. Let us take it step by step. We shall navigate this path together. First and foremost, for the foreseeable future, all seized goods must be sent to Riverrun, where Sansa will oversee the accounting. The treasury is fundamental to my appointed ministers. With wealth, I can win hearts and stabilize the realm. Even if it requires additional procedures, I must first inventory the supplies before distribution. Sansa nodded earnestly, feeling valued. Count Blackfish, your intelligence division is primarily responsible for the battlefield. Establish a reconnaissance unit, providing a detailed list of personnel and expenses. Lord Jason Mallister, your current focus is to promote the military merit system and conduct visits to the newly knighted soldiers, documenting their accounts, which should then be posted in each camp for daily recitation. Given the current illiteracy rates and printing costs, producing newspapers is unfeasible. However, Robb sought to assert control over the narrative by utilizing posted notices and recitations to inform soldiers and the populace. Ser Solar, consult with Lord Mallister. If there are soldiers or civilians willing to serve as military medics, recruit them into your ranks. Robb recognized that the costs incurred would likely flow like water. The spoils from plundering the West would likely be depleted within a month. Fortunately, Caitlin had brought him good news. The Queen of Thorns had consented to the marriage alliance. With this, his coffers would swell once more. Finally, as the meeting concluded and everyone prepared to depart, Robb called out to the Minister of Purges. Lord Blackwood, please remain. I have matters to discuss with you. Chapter 79. The Birth of the Wolf Guard. Are you not curious why I had not explicitly defined your responsibilities before? Count Titus Blaywood had just returned from King's Landing, and in response to Robb's inquiry, he quickly lowered his head. The king must have had this planned all along. Robb nodded and poured a glass of wine for the Count of Greywater Watch. Do give it a taste. This is one of the oldest vintages from the Westerlands. The Greywater Count eagerly accepted the glass, feeling a surge of quiet delight. Being summoned alone and having the king personally pour him a drink suggested that as the Minister of Purge, he must have a significant task ahead. Robb did not address the matter directly, but engaged him in conversation. It is said that the Blaywood family was once a vassal of the North, only to be driven out by the Stark family to the Riverlands, making you one of the few families outside the North to adhere to the old gods. Indeed, according to ancestral accounts, we once ruled over the Wolfwood. The Count spoke without hesitation, acknowledging that it was a matter of ancient history, merely a tale of yore. Robb took a sip of his wine. Moreover, I have heard you performed admirably in King's Landing, completely astonishing Cersei and Joffrey. That was all thanks to the king's renown. Robb laughed heartily. You are too modest. I have observed you for some time, and your humility and composed demeanor mark you as a rare talent. During Jaime's crushing defeat in the Riverlands, you managed to swiftly consolidate the remnants of the army, and in King's Landing, you showcased the spirit of the North. The Count remained silent, aware that Robb was about to divulge what truly mattered. Therefore, I am entrusting you with the role of Minister of Purge. What do you believe you should undertake? The Greywater Count pondered briefly. Our spoils have accumulated to resemble a small mountain. Surely there are some ill-intentioned individuals among us. And my task is to root out these pests? Robb nodded. Precisely. That is your overt responsibility. The Count paused, contemplating whether he had any special assignments as well. Robb continued. Mira Mormont's task is to enforce military law. However, while she manages the soldiers adequately, dealing with the nobles can be quite challenging. She has already executed 3 or 4 minor nobles, and her relations with several high-ranking officials at the front have grown tense. Should she persist in carrying out my orders, she may find herself isolated. The Count began to grasp his true purpose. As Minister of Purge, his primary oversight would be the nobles. Robb elaborated, thus, I intend to form a special unit, one that does not target the military or the common soldiers, but solely the nobility. Its authority will surpass that of anyone else in existence, including yourself. It will be pervasive throughout the realm, lurking beside every noble, and it will answer solely to me, communicating exclusively with me, with no interactions with anyone else. This unit will incur the greatest expenses outside the military, and wield the highest power besides myself in the Council of Ministers. The Greywater Count felt somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. He had anticipated being assigned unique tasks, yet he had not expected the gravity of such duties to be so profound. If Robb's words were to be realized, he would almost be akin to the Hand of the King. No, it was somewhat different from that. He would not be handling state affairs. More like a spy, but that too seemed incorrect. How could a spy infiltrate among their own? As the Count wrestled with his thoughts, Robb dispelled his confusion. The investment of such an extensive amount of resources into this unit demands commensurate expectations. Every operative must provide timely reports, meticulously detailing every matter, no matter how trivial. Daily updates will be required, as well as monthly summaries. You must possess a comprehensive understanding of every noble's movements within the realm. Their livelihoods, communications, and interactions must be thoroughly known. In the event of an urgent situation, you may act first and report to me afterward. This revelation left the Greywater Count utterly astonished. Robb's words transcended his comprehension. Was the king truly intent on surveilling all nobles and ministers? The audacity and magnitude of such an endeavor exceeded that of any monarch in antiquity. Your Majesty, is this truly? Robb waved his hand dismissively. For now, simply adhere to my vision, progressing step by step. You are not expected to immediately achieve the extent I have outlined. Developments follow a natural order. Your immediate task is to monitor for any noble attempts at misappropriating resources. Robb understood that this oversight mechanism might surpass the conventional understanding of this era, and he did not expect the Greywater Count to accomplish this feat overnight. However, every initiative must have a commencement. By starting with the investigation of noble corruption, the authority of this institution could gradually expand from the military to other domains, eventually encompassing every aspect of noble life. This would likely be a protracted endeavor, requiring several years to mature. Today marks the first step taken by Robb. You should comprehend that if you truly succeed in fulfilling my directives, your reputation and standing will become unparalleled within the kingdom. This is our pact. The Count gazed into Robb's eyes, for the first time perceiving a chilling aura emanating from those blue depths. He weighed his options internally, soon realizing that the king was not seeking a negotiation with him. Other positions may have room for discussion, but after hearing Robb's plans today, he recognized only one path remained available. He nodded. I shall not fail to meet your expectations. Your Majesty. Robb raised his glass and clinked it with the Greywater Count. Do well, for our time is ample. The Count drained his cup of wine. At that moment, Robb suddenly recalled something and added, let us name this unit the Wolf Guard. I am confident this name will become the most feared in the kingdom. The Greywater Count sincerely concurred. After the Count departed, Robb took a pen and paper, beginning to write a letter to Lord Seaworth stationed at Harrenhal. The Wolf Guard could not be entrusted to a single individual. The Minister of Purge, Count Blaywood, would subtly advance his agenda, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, establishing the Wolf Guard structure before anyone could react. Thus, Lord Seaworth would serve as Robb's second-in-command within the Wolf Guard, operating in the shadows and observing everyone's every move. After completing the letter, Robb finally exhaled a sigh of relief. With the external threats vanquished and the administrative systems of the North and Riverlands reorganized, stability had been thoroughly restored. From this point onward, Rob's focus would be entirely devoted to his navy. The day of setting sail for the Iron Islands was not far off.